This guy dreamed of ruling the apocalypse, but before he could even shine, he died a sudden, brutal death, all because his teammate stabbed him in the back. 10 years ago, Earth mutated, and strange roulette wheels rained from the sky. 90% of humanity became vicious zombies. But on these monsters' heads was a special gem called Magic Crystal. Gathering enough of these magic crystals would finally activate the roulette wheel, allowing survivors to spin for food, medicine, and even deadly weapons. The world had basically turned into one giant, brutal game of survival. Survivors had to fight off ravenous zombies while tearing each other apart for those precious magic crystals. As for Ye Zhongming, just to stay alive, he had to play along and join the military. He fought relentlessly, abandoning his own morals just to survive 10 long years of non-stop warfare on the battlefield. Starting as a lowly grunt, he finally carved out a decent position, but life has a funny way of ruining things. Just when he thought he was safe, his own comrades backstabbed him during a chaotic battle, abandoning him to be ripped apart as bait for the incoming horde. Filled with pure, blinding rage, Ye Zhongming let out one final, hopeless scream. As his life slipped away, his heavy eyelids finally closed for good. But when his eyes snapped open again, he found himself stark naked in bed, with a fair-skinned girl lying next to him, bare and soft as a white dumpling. Looking around at his surroundings and his own state, Ye Zhongming didn't want to believe it, but he had indeed regressed 10 years into the past. And to make things weirder, right after he had just finished a wild bedroom session with her. Once he accepted this crazy reality, he knew he couldn't waste this second chance. Even though he dreaded stepping back into that living hell, he refused to let this golden opportunity slip away, because in his memory, these were the final moments of humanity before the apocalyptic nightmare officially broke out. With no time to lose, Ye Zhongming threw on his clothes and prepared to leave immediately. This accidentally woke up his girlfriend, Bai Shishi. But despite her loud protests, Ye Zhongming remained cold as ice and broke up with her on the spot. In his past life, he had protected her with his life, only for her to betray him and cheat, leaving him for some rich scumbag just to enjoy a luxurious life. But her karma was absolutely brutal. She was used, dumped, and eventually traded off for just 3 cans of beer. Since she was treated like garbage, Ye Zhongming had absolutely zero time to waste on her. Luckily, even though his parents had passed away, they left him a black card as his starting capital. Armed with 10 years of brutal survival experience, he knew exactly how to prepare for the upcoming apocalypse. First on his checklist, weapons and medicine. He rushed outside, hailed a cab, and slapped a thick stack of cash right into the driver's hands, demanding a high-speed ride to the nearest hospital, where he immediately stormed straight into the pharmacy. He grabbed all the essential medical supplies that would soon become ultra-rare commodities in the wasteland. He was so reckless that he did not even care when people started screaming and chasing him down. Next, he hit up a military surplus store for armor, casually buying a cheap short sword for 880 yuan. To the shop owners and the taxi driver, Ye Zhongming looked like the ultimate, easy-to-scam rich idiot. But only he knew how vital these seemingly foolish actions actually were for survival. Once his essential gear was secured, Ye Zhongming ordered the driver to floor the gas and rush over to the Dingsheng villas as fast as possible. According to his memories, this was the exact location where the very first apocalypse roulette wheel would drop. Back then, they said money could buy anything, even miracles. Ye Zhongming actually forced his driver to plow straight through the gates of the luxury villa complex, completely ignoring the screams and frantic shouts of the security guards. The guards are making a scene, but before anyone can react, they turn around and freeze. A massive, menacing alien spaceship has suddenly materialized in the sky right above them. It is a golden battleship. This is exactly how the nightmare started 10 years ago, and the ultimate game of survival is about to begin again. The guards are terrified at first, but a second later, they pull out their phones to livestream. Except for Ye Zhongming, no one realized the apocalypse is literally minutes away. With 5 minutes left before the outbreak, he uses the mounting chaos to slip away. He rushes to the door of a nearby villa, pretending to be a delivery guy to get inside quickly. In his memory, this is the exact spot where the very first magic roulette wheel lands. Stepping inside, he is immediately confronted by a gorgeous girl walking downstairs. She is incredibly stunning, with a perfect body, but she is completely defenseless, basically useless, with absolutely zero combat skills. Honestly, Ye Zhongming has absolutely no idea how to explain this situation. Right at that moment, deafening explosions rock the outside world, instantly grabbing the beautiful girl's attention. Sweat drips down Ye Zhongming's face. The fateful moment has arrived. Outside, the alien battleship unleashes its fury, raining endless missiles down on the city below. But get this. Its real destructive power isn't the explosion itself. Instead, once it lands, it releases a toxic gas, instantly turning anyone nearby into a zombie. Now, the sound of flesh tearing echoes from all directions, combined with Ye Zhongming's bizarre behavior. The girl inside the house is starting to get seriously freaked out. Just then, Ye Zhongming hears a noise from the kitchen. Sure enough, the very first roulette of the apocalypse has finally appeared. Even though it's only a level 1 roulette, the potential rewards actually include powerful strengthening potions and even extremely rare lucky cards. But there is a catch. To spin it, he needs at least 7 crystals harvested from zombie heads, which is 2 more than usual. While calmly inspecting the wheel, Ye Zhongming explains the basics of this bizarre situation to the terrified girl beside him, but no matter what he says, she refuses to believe him, even thinking he's completely lost his mind or is still hungover from last night. Furious, she decides to go outside and check things for herself, but the moment she opens the door, a hideous zombie lunges right at her, nearly sending her straight to the afterlife. Fortunately, right in the nick of time, Ye Zhongming slashes the monster's forehead from behind, then skillfully digs out the glowing magic crystal from its head. The insane reality unfolding before her eyes is way too much for a normal person to process. Before she can even catch her breath, 2 more zombies crash into the house, but they are instantly sliced to pieces by Ye Zhongming's swift and decisive blade. Her legs give out from sheer terror. She can't believe that after just one night's sleep, her peaceful world has suddenly transformed into a brutal living hell. Realizing Ye Zhongming has no intention of hurting her, she lets her guard down and introduces herself as the owner of this place. Her name is Mo Xinfei. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming is completely taken aback, even though she currently looks like a completely helpless rabbit. So weak she can't even fight off a single low-level zombie. This Mo Xinfei was a legendary 9-star powerhouse in his past life, a literal idol to everyone. There must be something extraordinary about her, making her the perfect ally for the future. Ye Zhongming begins filling Mo Xinfei in on their current situation. Nobody knows what triggered this nightmare, but they are completely cut off from the world. The military and the government have already collapsed into absolute chaos. Right now, there are easily 10 monsters per square meter out there. Mo Xinfei goes pale as she listens, but she quickly regains her composure. Highly impressed, Ye Zhongming goes on to explain the brutal rules of survival in this new apocalypse. Turns out, most of the weapons, food, and supplies in this ruined world can only be obtained through the roulette wheels. To spin for items, you must fill all the empty slots on the wheel with magic crystals. These wheels are divided into different tiers, and even the lowest level one in front of them requires 7 crystals. With human civilization collapsed, there's absolutely no other source of food or medicine besides these roulettes. Fortunately, Mo Xinfei is incredibly sharp, instantly catching on to everything he explains. To avoid any deeper questions from her, Ye Zhongming quickly distracts her by volunteering to go hunt zombies for more magic crystals. With just a few basic moves, he easily mows down a bunch of undead. The task seems like a walk in the park for him. Even when ambushed from behind by a female zombie, Ye Zhongming handles it with ease. By the end of the day, he successfully harvests 11 magic crystals, which, combined with his previous 3, gives them 2 total spins. Mo Xinfei is absolutely thrilled to witness this fascinating new process, but despite countless valuable items on the wheel, our main man somehow manages to land directly on a disappointing prize of canned pickles and salted eggplants. Talk about absolutely terrible luck. Seriously. What a joke. Where is his main character plot armor? Even after regressing, his bad luck refuses to let him go. Admitting defeat to his own terrible luck, Ye Zhongming decides to let Mo Xinfei take the final spin. Sure, she was a 9-star powerhouse in his past life, but right now she is just a normal girl. Maybe beginner's luck will save the day? Everyone has a first time, and her first attempt leaves him completely jaw-dropped. Her luck is so incredibly insane that her very first spin lands on an extremely rare and highly valuable exclusion card. This shocking outcome leaves our unfortunate protagonist utterly frozen and speechless. Honestly, this girl must be the adopted daughter of the goddess of luck herself, because normal people don't buy a single soda and somehow win several free refills in a row. If she plays a lottery, she hits the jackpot. If she rolls a gacha, she gets the grand prize. Heck, she probably buys a sausage and wins a whole cow. For those of us who only ever get better luck next time cards, this level of luck is impossible to comprehend. Looking at her, Ye Zhongming's expression starts to get a little mischievous. Well now, if she is a literal good luck charm, he might as well piggyback on some of that crazy fortune. Early the next morning, Ye Zhongming rushed out to hunt zombies and gather magic crystals for the roulette wheel. His goal today was to collect 100 of them. Xing Fei had no idea his sudden burst of motivation actually stemmed from her own god-tier luck. She just saw a hardworking guy who seemed incredibly dependable. To ensure Ye Zhongming's non-stop grind was truly worth it, Xing Fei decided to storm the kitchen and go to war with whatever leftover vegetables she could find. Not long after, he returned to the house, bringing one good piece of news and one bad piece. The good news was that everyone else in the area had already turned into zombies. The bad news? Ye Zhongming had turned the entire place upside down, wiped out every single monster, but only gathered a few crystals, falling way short of his morning target. Even worse, the meal waiting for him at home was not a grand feast, but a disastrously burnt, suspicious-looking culinary nightmare. Every single plate screamed of her total defeat in the kitchen. But food is food, right? For a guy who once starved enough to consider eating corpses, this was basically 5-star dining. Seeing Ye Zhongming swallow it down happily, Xing Fei was deeply touched. Once full, the two got straight to their main mission. Xing Fei's luck was legendary. She pulled top-tier military gear twice in a row, but suddenly hesitated on her final spin. Although Ye Zhongming tried to decline due to his notoriously bad luck, Xing Fei grabbed his hand, gently blew on it, and claimed she was transferring her lucky energy to him. He was no innocent kid, but having a gorgeous girl get this close made Ye Zhongming blush and completely lose his focus. Luckily, drawn items never repeat. Right now, only 6 items remained on the prize wheel. He prayed he wouldn't pull useless survival biscuits and get laughed at by her. Just then, Xing Fei suddenly pulled out an exclusion card, asking if he wanted to use it. But before he could even decide, the card touched the wheel and instantly burst into flames, activating automatically. Ye Zhongming wanted to cry, but had no tears left. Just like that, his most valuable card went up in smoke. But since Xing Fei had no idea, he couldn't really blame her. Now, his chances of hitting the ultimate jackpot were down to 1 in 5. He prayed to every god, hoping he wouldn't roll complete garbage. Surprisingly, his notoriously bad luck actually came through. The pointer quickly stopped right on the enhancement potion slot. Talk about dumb luck. This was an absolute jackpot for them. Despite getting the top prize, Ye Zhongming didn't drink it. Instead, he mixed the serum with heparin looted from the hospital, putting self-styled cosmetic chemistry masters to absolute shame. That sketchy little trick somehow managed to turn a single rare potion into 2 functional doses. In this brutal apocalyptic world, cash was completely worthless. Only items like these held actual trading power with other survivors. He warned Xing Fei to memorize these tricks, as she would be the one handling these shady mixtures in the future. If they wanted to survive this hellish world, she had to learn. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted from outside. Sensing immediate danger, Ye Zhongming grabbed Xing Fei and dragged her up to the 2nd floor. Something far more terrifying than zombies was already upon them. The front door shattered, and a spine-chilling swarm of mutated bugs came flooding inside. Just like humans, these creatures had mutated from the virus, evolving into ravenous, flesh-eating insects. A single bug was easy to kill, but the real nightmare was their sheer, overwhelming numbers. Ye Zhongming and Xing Fei barely made it into an empty room upstairs, desperately barricading the door with a wardrobe, but the bugs pounded against it with insane force. Terrified out of her mind, Xing Fei threw herself forward and hugged Ye Zhongming tightly. To clear his hands for battle, he shoved Xing Fei into the wardrobe, preparing to unleash hell on the incoming pests. As the first wave of bugs squeezed through the door, Ye Zhongming hesitated no longer and slammed down the raw enhancement potion. Agony shot through him, forcing him to his knees as the swarm lunged forward, tearing into his flesh. At the last second, Ye Zhongming swung his razor-sharp blade, decapitating the lead monster before butchering the rest of its swarm in a bloody frenzy. But the side effects of that raw potion were excruciating, bringing him close to death. Fueled by pure adrenaline, Ye Zhongming fought like a demon. Once the swarm was cleared, he resolved to hunt down the mother bug and wipe them out completely. Fortunately, the beast saved him the trip. Drawing from 10 years of combat experience, he knew its weak spot lay right on its spine. Springing into the air, he landed right on its back and drove his blade deep into its flesh, killing it instantly. Beneath Ye Zhongming's cold steel, bug carcasses lay scattered across the blood-soaked floor. By now, the potion's backlash was hitting him hard, making every single movement feel like pure torture. Ye Zhongming calmly opened the wardrobe to let Xing Fei out. But before he could speak, she lunged forward, throwing her arms tightly around him. Talk about overwhelming numbers, it was basically a death sentence. Yet, seeing Xing Fei crying her eyes out in pure terror, he only found it hilarious. In this brutal apocalypse, the most worthless things to shed are tears. No matter how breathtakingly beautiful or miserably a girl cries, tears won't save her life. This was a brutal first lesson Mo Qingfei had to learn immediately. To clear out the mountain of mutated monster corpses, Ye Zhongming quickly came up with a clever plan. Food is a massive luxury during a famine, and with their supplies dry and no spins left on the roulette, their only option was to consume these monster corpses. Even though the thought made Xing Fei feel completely nauseous, Ye Zhongming was absolutely right. Eating giant insects was far less terrifying than starving to death or being forced to eat fellow humans. Under Ye Zhongming's guidance, Xing Fei put her basic culinary skills to work, turning that wriggling pile of bugs into a year's worth of emergency rations. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming prepared to head outside. He had to expand his search grid now. He needed mutant crystals to spin the roulette, but also critical intel on what was happening in the city. Xing Fei watched anxiously from the corner as Ye Zhongming departed. Soon, he was scouting the streets, only to find bloodthirsty monsters lurking around every single corner. Suddenly, a girl's agonizing shriek echoed from a nearby alley, sending a cold shiver straight down Ye Zhongming's spine. How incredibly stupid. Screaming like that would only attract every single zombie in the entire city. Rounding the corner, he spotted a classic spoiled princess. Sure, she was gorgeous and voluptuous, but she was also a massive, walking disaster. Ye Zhongming lunged forward and instantly covered her mouth. There was no way he was letting her get him killed today, but the threat was already upon them. Within 3 seconds, a massive horde of zombies swarmed the area. Talk about a deadly damsel in distress. Left with no choice, he fought off the monsters while desperately escorting her to safety. The terrified girl scrambled into a nearby building. Shaking and crying, she still held the door open, shouting for Ye Zhongming to join her. But the massive horde was relentless, and a flimsy wooden door stood no chance. With the barricade shattering, the two bolted straight up the stairs. Midway up, the clumsy princess got snagged by a zombie, forcing Ye Zhongming to turn back and save her useless life yet again. Just as things turned critical, a sudden blinding flash outside drove the zombies below into an absolute feeding frenzy. A massive, brilliant beam of light streaked across the dark sky like a shooting star. Ye Zhongming instantly recognized it as a secret realm key, the ultimate treasure of this apocalypse. It contained the only path to the legendary lands of the secret realm. In this chaotic wasteland, owning that key was like possessing the gates to paradise itself. In his past life, elite powerhouse warriors fought tooth and nail for it, dreaming about it every night. Back then, he was just a low-level grunt, but in this lifetime, he would claim it for himself and rule over this apocalyptic world. His brief daydream shattered when the girl shrieked right in his ear. He looked down in horror. Those shameless zombies were actually lunging straight for his crotch. Fuming with rage, Ye Zhongming cursed out loud. A few more inches and he would have been sterilized for life. Underestimate him as a helpless kitty? If he didn't absolutely obliterate these zombies now, he wouldn't deserve the name Ye Zhongming. Watching from the stairs, the girl froze in absolute shock as Ye Zhongming unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, spraying green zombie blood everywhere. Just a few days ago, she was a pampered, wealthy heiress living the high life. A top influencer chased by elite suitors, her live streams crashed servers instantly. Basically, she was born with a golden spoon right at the finish line. Then the zombie apocalypse hit, stripping away her perfect life and leaving her stranded in this terrifying nightmare. Just thinking about it was enough to make her faint from utter despair. But Ye Zhongming's harsh shout quickly snapped her back to reality. Having slaughtered the entire horde by himself, he made it clear, if she didn't want to die here, she had to move. Just like that, they rushed up to the higher floors. Ye Zhongming's mind was focused entirely on finding where that precious secret realm key had crashed down as fast as possible. But blocking their path was a massive wall of bizarre, mutated vines that were actively squirming and moving. The vines lashed out, wrapping tightly around the struggling girl and squeezing her voluptuous figure until she could barely breathe. What a total drag! Traveling with these useless, spoiled princesses was seriously going to break his back. He was only saving her out of convenience, yet she already fantasized it was true love. Believing her charms made her a perfect match for her hero. Too bad for her, because a second later, he carelessly dropped her onto the floor, instantly shattering her ridiculous romantic delusion. He slipped through the mutated plants and tried to open the door, but it was completely jammed, locked from the outside. Losing his patience, Ye Zhongming delivered a massive, heavy kick that sent the locked door flying. To his absolute surprise, a group of armed survivors stood waiting on the other side. Seeing it was a human and not a zombie, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were survivors hiding up there from the outbreak. But Ye Zhongming just smashed the door down, meaning this hideout is no longer safe for them. The blonde leader was furious, barking orders at his men to barricade the door with metal bars while turning to confront Ye Zhongming. But realizing they were all stuck in this nightmare, he cooled down a bit. Hearing that Ye Zhongming wanted to reach the high school where the meteor landed, the blonde guy found it highly amusing. The streets below are crawling with zombies, and only an idiot would run out there to die. The only other choice is leaping across nearby buildings. But unless you are a parkour pro, you will easily break your arms or legs. Or worse, end up as a splattered mess. But Ye Zhongming had made up his mind. No matter the risk, that dramatic girl insisted on tagging along, and he did not stop her. The blonde guy scoffed, dragging a dead weight and a massive backpack is just asking for death. He flashed a fake, friendly smile, offering to watch the bag for them, but was instantly shut down. Ye Zhongming told her to wear the bag, then grabbed a thick rope, hoisted her onto his back, and bound her tightly to himself. Sensing an easy target, the blonde thug immediately threatened them, demanding they hand over that heavy backpack. But he just smirked at the idiots and jumped straight off the ledge, leaving everyone watching in absolute horror. That insane leap completely terrified the thugs, while the poor girl clung on, her heart pounding and legs shaking in pure panic. Little did they know, their reckless stunt had just caught the attention of another gang. These guys were actual criminals, using the apocalypse to kidnap pretty girls and treat them as cheap playthings. They murdered, looted, and spared absolutely no one. They had even locked up a group of students, waiting for their boss's signal to feed the boys to the zombies and keep the girls for their sick amusement. The world had gone to hell, with flesh-eaters taking over. The sudden arrival of the apocalypse instantly drives local thugs and criminals crazier than ever. From here on, might makes right, turning the world into a lawless paradise for criminals. But as for Ye Zhongming, he realizes he has already made an incredibly stupid, rookie mistake. This girl is pure dead weight, utterly useless and constantly crying. Gritting his teeth, he kicks himself for getting distracted by a pretty face and going soft, dragging this useless baggage along. Moving at a snail's pace, the duo finally reaches the school grounds. It is completely quiet, with no zombies around, but Ye Zhongming knows they are gathering somewhere else. Sure enough, a massive horde is desperately clawing at a classroom where students are trapped inside. The kids are completely hopeless. Even if they are not eaten, they cannot hold out much longer. Just then, a terrified girl looks out the window and spots Ye Zhongming. Elated as if they just spotted a literal lifesaver, the students immediately crowd the window, screaming for help. Ye Zhongming definitely sees them, but he simply pretends to be temporarily deaf. He just looks down coldly and keeps walking, leaving the trailing girl drowned in guilt. That is the tragedy of the weak. They can barely protect themselves, yet they still try to save everyone else. Ye Zhongming gives her a cold, stern reminder. This is the apocalypse. She needs to get real and survive, or she will definitely be the next one to die. Moving silently through the dark night, she keeps her eyes glued to Ye Zhongming's back, completely amazed by him. At first, she actually believed his heroic rescue was because he could not resist her stunning looks and killer curves. But his next words make her want to cough up blood. A simple thank you? He just saved her life. Of course, he only saved her to use her as zombie bait. In this brutal world, pride means nothing, and she is basically less useful than his backpack. That harsh truth completely shatters the very last piece of pride she had left. By the way, this gorgeous troublemaker is Liang Chuyin. Before the collapse, she was a high-class, stunning beauty and a highly popular idol. Too bad, none of those past achievements matter anymore. Since Ye Zhongming dragged her back from the brink of death, it actually makes sense that even in this absolute chaos, she is still swooning over his ruggedly handsome face. But suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes from one of the upper floors of the building. Ye Zhongming normally would not care about some random survivor, but he quickly realizes that spot is the perfect angle to locate a crucial key. So, he immediately tosses Liang Chuyin aside. With jaw-dropping agility, he scales the outer water pipe, casually beating down any annoying zombies that try to jump out and block his path. Breaking into the classroom, he finds a few survivors huddling inside, specifically a teacher and two terrified schoolgirls. Since Ye Zhongming already wiped out all the threats in the room, they are temporarily safe from the monsters. But of course, They immediately demand that Ye Zhongming escorts them all the way out. She even made a deal. He only gets the location of that glowing fallen object if he pulls this off. Having survived 2 lifetimes, Ye Zhongming is cynical but hates unnecessary trouble. So, after a tense, brain-racking negotiation, he plays along. He finally nods, but with a warning: human strength has its limits. He makes it clear that dragging too much deadweight will literally break his back. So he is only taking 2 people max. By now, you and I both know what is coming next: a dramatic, tear-filled, and incredibly cliché farewell scene. The rest of the group is clearly pissed. But since they have 0 leverage, they have no other choice. The teacher quickly decides to let her 2 students escape first. But she is smart. She refuses to reveal the key's location right away, waiting until Ye Zhongming gets the kids to safety before tossing down the written coordinates as a fair trade. Our main character can only chuckle at this. Talk about a true teacher. Even in a life or death situation, she is still calculating and planning her moves so carefully. Too bad that in this brutal era where fists do all the talking, pure kindness is just a useless luxury. Feeling a bit helpless, Ye Zhongming can only offer her one final piece of advice. If she wants to survive a bit longer, she better lock that door tight the second they step out. Just as he expected, the moment they step outside, a horde of ravenous zombies immediately lunges straight at them. Ye Zhongming casually kicks them aside with ease, clearing a quick path so he and the girls can make their escape. Watching them go, the terrified teacher shuts the door tight and collapses to catch her breath. She is absolutely petrified herself, but her strong sense of duty as an educator drove her to sacrifice herself. With a heart and personality like that, she is the ultimate textbook anime hero. Meanwhile, things on Ye Zhongming's end are not going smoothly either. Going solo? He would be flying through this. But his luck is just awful. He goes from carrying one deadweight to another. Honestly, his poor back is about to give out completely. Relying on his insanely sharp survival instincts, Ye Zhongming guides the group quietly toward the stairwell. He confidently assumes those brainless zombies are still busy trashing the upper floors for now, so making a break for the lower levels is their absolute safest bet. Yet, as they draw closer to the stairs, goosebumps suddenly break out all over his body. A cold, shivering sense of dread creeps in. Even with no zombies in sight, massive red flags are going off in his head. In this brutal apocalypse, one wrong step is all it takes to get killed. The schoolgirls following behind are complete rookies with 0 clue about survival. They get quite annoyed seeing him stop and hesitate every few steps. But hey, when you are just useless deadweight, you have no choice but to shut up and follow. As they cautiously creep down the dark stairwell, they have absolutely no idea that a pair of glowing, predatory eyes has been watching their every single move. Suddenly, one of the girls feels something cold and slimy brush against her neck. She turns around only to face a massive, gaping jaw lined with razor-sharp, jagged fangs. She is just inches away from getting her head brutally bitten right off. Luckily, Ye Zhongming's $880 blade flies in on time, slicing right through the monster's grotesque mouth and forcing it to release her in agonizing pain. Catching his breath, a cold sweat breaks out across his back. Oh, man, this fight is about to get insanely real. Normal zombies are easy, but this is a mutated one. In his memories, these monstrosities should not even exist yet at this point in the timeline. Cursing his own carelessness, Ye Zhongming is caught completely off guard by this grotesque beast and gets pinned hard to the floor. His direct punches and kicks do absolutely 0 damage. It is like throwing pebbles at a brick wall. This mutated zombie hits like a truck, with strikes that are terrifyingly fast and precise. It thrashes him so brutally that he is nearly turned into completely raw meat paste. Since the 2 useless schoolgirls have already fainted from sheer terror, he has no backup and must save himself. In the nick of time, he pulls out his ultimate trump card, the powerful firearm that Shinfei luckily won from the roulette wheel the other day. With a single pull of the trigger, he blows the monster straight to hell. Having good gear definitely beats struggling in melee combat, but honestly, Ye Zhongming really hates wasting precious ammunition unless he is backed into a tight corner like this. Despite a dislocated shoulder, Ye Zhongming forces himself back up and immediately shakes the 2 fainted girls awake, telling them to move if they do not want to end up dead. Suddenly, the frantic sound of echoing footsteps starts rushing up from the stairwell below. Ye Zhongming tightens his grip and grits his teeth, terrified that his gunshot just drew a massive horde straight to them. Even with his insane luck, carrying these girls through one fight is enough another round and he will have to ditch them to save himself. As Ye Zhongming feels a momentary wave of helplessness, the 2 girls turn completely pale with fear. They were frozen in absolute terror, their feet feeling completely glued to the spot. Fortunately, the figure emerging from below wasn't a brain-eating zombie, it was actually Liang Shuyin. The moment she spotted Ye Zhongming, she lunged at him like a starving predator. She clung to him tightly, whining and complaining. She said she had waited downstairs forever, scared out of her mind, before risking everything to search for him until she finally did. Despite her clinging to him and pressing her massive chest right against his body, the straight-laced Ye Zhongming did not feel a single thing. Meanwhile, the two schoolgirls cringed hard with goosebumps, wondering why anyone would act like a clown at a time like this. Keeping his cool and refusing to be blinded by cheap temptation, Ye Zhongming calmly pushed Liang Shuyan away. But when she mentioned that the zombies downstairs were suddenly drawn to some bizarre glowing light, the main character's brain immediately started piecing things together. Only another powerful apocalypse wheel could cause that. He quickly retrieved his massive blade from the brick wall and led the entire group down to the courtyard. Just as they had agreed, Teacher Park had been watching closely from the window. Seeing her two beloved students safely escorted out of the building brought her massive relief. Though she felt hesitant deep down, she quickly pushed those useless, lingering worries right out of her mind. Keeping her promise, she tossed down the paper, detailing the exact location of the key. Now, Ye Zhongming had two highly valuable leads to top-tier loot. One pointed to an incredibly rare secret zone key drop, while the other was almost certainly that second apocalypse wheel Liang Shuyin had just talked about. Since he was still carrying some dead weight, Ye Zhongming decided to check out the wheel area first. That rare key was much better suited for a solo run later. Even though the protagonist had saved their lives multiple times, these two schoolgirls remained deeply suspicious of him. Hearing that the path ahead was crawling with zombies, they immediately accused Ye Zhongming of trying to use them as live bait. Please, if he wanted to do that, he would have done it long ago instead of wasting energy, saving their worthless lives. Besides, this is the apocalypse. Could they please show him a single place that isn't swarming with zombies? Drawing his cheap, run-of-the-mill machete, Ye Zhongming told them to wait outside before heading straight into the zombie nest completely alone. The three girls watched in silence as his figure faded into the shadows. At this moment, they all had very different thoughts. Liang Shuyin secretly figured there had to be something incredibly vital inside for Ye Zhongming to risk his life like that. The girl in yellow, Xiao Xiao, let out a sigh of relief, too timid to say a word. While her friend Lily stood there with a sour face, she assumed the guy was completely brain dead, because no sane person would voluntarily walk straight into a death trap like that. Yet, she seemed to be the quickest to adopt a cold, highly pragmatic survival instinct. The moment Ye Zhongming vanished from sight, she quickly grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand and urgently whispered for them to sneak away and find a much safer spot. If they stayed, a few stray zombies could easily slip out and tear them to shreds. Even though Xiao Xiao hesitated, remembering that Ye Zhongming had just saved their lives, Lily stood firm. They planned to use a bathroom excuse, leave Liang Shuyin behind, and make a run for it. Inside, the moment Ye Zhongming stepped in, he was hit face first with a horde of zombies. Fortunately, these were just ordinary zombies with no mutated variants around. Even with one crippled arm, he was more than capable of taking them all down. Gritting his teeth, Ye Zhongming forced his broken right arm into position, letting out a sharp cry of agony. Surviving 10 years in his past life meant resetting his bones countless times, but that agonizing sensation never got any easier. Blade in one hand, gun in the other, he single-handedly slaughtered the incoming undead. Outside, the sudden echo of gunshots put the girls on high alert. Lily panicked even more, desperately trying to drag Xiao Xiao away with her. But Xiao Xiao suddenly broke free, running straight over to Liang Shuyin's side out of sheer fear. Fearing Ye Zhongming might be dead, she insisted that if they fled, all three of them had to go together. Witnessing this sheer stupidity, Lily deeply regretted not slipping away on her own much earlier. She gnashed her teeth, her cute expression twisting into something far more sinister. Out of everyone there, only Liang Shuyin placed her absolute, unwavering trust in Ye Zhongming. She knew that during an apocalypse, a man like Ye Zhongming was far more reliable than anyone else. Leaving his side meant jumping straight into a fiery pit, but of course, these naive, sheltered schoolgirls simply refused to understand that reality. As for Ye Zhongming, after tearing the entire zombie nest completely upside down, he finally discovered that another real apocalypse roulette wheel had indeed dropped there. Even better, this was an ultra-rare, three-colored apocalypse roulette wheel. This masterpiece was a world away from the basic, ordinary roulette wheel he had found back at Xin Fei's house. Standard wheels only offered simple food, basic weapons, gear, and medicine. This rare version actually granted them incredibly powerful character classes. Get lucky, and you might roll a swordsman or archer skill set. Get a little unlucky, and you end up as a chef or healer. It is basically the Apocalypse's version of career counseling. And if you already happen to have a solid blade on you and miraculously pull a blade mastery skill from this wheel, you basically instantly level up into an absolute master. Keep in mind, these special wheels are incredibly hard to find. So for an unlucky guy like Ye Zhongming to stumble upon one is like winning the lottery. He stood there, completely dazed for a moment, staring down at his glowing hands, realizing his luck had suddenly become unstoppable. Could Mu Shenfei have actually turned him into a lottery god with just a single magic touch? While our main guy was busy fighting hard inside, the girls left outside had nothing but free time, starting a massive argument over whether they should leave or stay. Lily proved to be incredibly toxic and ungrateful, completely forgetting who had just saved her life, utterly obsessed with running away first. She went as far as slapping Liang Chuyin across the face before dragging Xiao Xiao away. Unfortunately, this dramatic scene caught the attention of some thugs watching from the balcony upstairs. The gang leader and his henchmen laughed hysterically at the free entertainment. He immediately ordered his lackeys to head down and drag the girls up for some fun. Meanwhile, Liang Chuyin was still nursing her bruised cheek and feeling bitter, but she told herself it was pointless to argue with immature brats, especially when running off like that was basically a death sentence anyway. She stood there muttering to herself, but before she could finish her thoughts, the distant, blood-curdling screams of those two girls echoed out. Before she could even process it, two thugs snuck up and grabbed her from behind. Staring at her incredibly curvy body and her insanely bursting chest, the two scumbags got instantly horny, wanting to take full advantage of her right then and there. Liang Chuyin was consumed by sheer despair, and hearing them whisper in her ear that Ye Zhongming was already dead made her entire body freeze up like ice. In reality, our boy Ye Zhongming was still. Talk about absolute entitlement. Meanwhile, the two schoolgirls have a massive argument, storm off alone, and are instantly chased out of their minds by zombies. The girl named Xiao Xiao is much faster, but when her classmate trips, she turns right back around to pull her up without a second thought. But kindness is a weakness here, while villains live forever. This selfish girl named Li is absolutely brainless, yet unbelievably cruel. Taking advantage of Xiao Xiao getting close, she ruthlessly shoves her toward the zombie behind as a human shield. Then, she cowardly bolts from the scene without once looking back, only to turn a corner and spot those two thugs aggressively pulling and dragging Liang Chuyin. Since she is also a girl, she immediately becomes their next easy target. Taking advantage of the sudden noisy commotion, Liang Chuyin quickly bites the hand of the thug, pinning her down and runs away for her life. But this clumsy little trick does not work for long, and she is immediately pinned down again. She is heavily pinned down by that thug, making her situation even worse. Who even is Ye Zhongming? He kicked the bucket a long time ago. Before those words can even leave his mouth, a short sword slices right through his hand, making him howl in pain like a slaughtered pig. Turns out, Boss Ye is back and stronger than ever. He was only gone for a moment, and everything already went to absolute chaos. Anyone who dares touch his girl can say goodbye to this world. Ye Zhongming just finished a warm-up session against the zombies inside. These two weaklings out here are nothing but a self-delivered dessert to him. A few quick kicks are all it takes to leave them foaming at the mouth. After Xiao Xiao's tragic death, her scheming classmate Lily sees Ye Zhongming return and immediately puts on a pitiful act. It is the classic move, sitting in the rain, crying, and begging for pity. What a stubborn, wretched girl. She was never this obedient when talking back, only shutting her loud mouth when death was staring her in the face. Once she realizes Ye Zhongming cleared out all those zombies, her eyes light up, resolving to cling to him like a tail, refusing to leave even if beaten away. Meanwhile, upstairs on that floor, the French teacher is still huddling in a corner, trembling with absolute terror at the loud noises echoing from the hallway. Gripping a shard of glass tightly, she plans to end her own life before becoming a tasty meal for the vicious zombies to tear apart. As the sharp glass touches her neck, she weeps in sheer frustration, having not even lost her virginity yet. With such a stunning figure, she is clearly a good soul who has to die here before even enjoying life to the fullest. But unfortunately, her desperate movements are no match for the speed of the door bursting open. Ye Zhongming kicks away the heavy barricades and immediately rushes inside like an absolute god. Seeing her ultimate lifesaver finally show up right before her, the woman bursts into tears like a child and lunges forward, pressing her curvaceous body tight against him. Poor thing. Not only is she pure-hearted, but she also carries those massive, God-given assets. Must be tough being him. Getting smothered by gorgeous girls like that would make any main character lose his mind. Ye Zhongming flushed red, quickly pushing her away to regain his sanity, before his lower half did the talking. At long last, the teacher and student were finally reunited. It was tragic for poor Xiao Xiao, who lost her life unjustly just because she trusted this toxic girl. To make matters worse, she is still shamelessly arguing, even turning around to criticize the very people who just saved her life. It was only when Ye Zhongming finally lost his patience and gave her a fiery slap that she finally shut her annoying mouth. Compared to the sensible teacher and that understanding female classmate, she is definitely the most frustrating character archetype imaginable. She is stupid, useless, and pure evil. After gathering the magic crystals from the zombie corpses, Ye Zhongming led the group straight to the roulette. Seeing this bizarre object for the first time, the girls were visibly shaken, yet they still cooperated and handed over all their crystals. Counting them up, they had 26 crystals in total. Ye Zhongming used them to activate the roulette, hoping this amount was enough for a single spin on this special wheel. The giant wheel slowly began to move and spin, finally stopping on the red zone. Ye Zhongming was absolutely thrilled, guessing that such a vibrant color must mean some kind of ultra-advanced combat skill, but as soon as he saw the text on the paper, his face instantly fell into pure speechlessness. Glory Craftsman Apprentice. And it cost him over 20 precious crystals. Out of countless overpowered classes available, he managed to pull a mere support class, and the absolute lowest rank at that. What a joke. Ye Zhongming shook his head in disappointment, cursing his terrible luck. He tossed the notification aside like worthless garbage. But then the girls crowded around to look, excitingly pointing out that this class actually came with an enchanting crafting subskill. Ye Zhongming suddenly woke up to reality. Checking the class badge in his hand, he noticed it indeed shined with 5 distinct colors. This was no ordinary drop. He had actually hit the ultimate jackpot. Feeling a sudden wave of clarity, Ye Zhongming instantly became focused and alert, and immediately urged the girls to gather more crystals so they could roll the wheel for better rewards. After hours of hard work, everyone was exhausted and starving. Ye Zhongming casually tossed Liang Chuyin some dry rations, giving her some vital instructions before handing over his prized backpack, which he treated like treasure for safekeeping. With everything settled, Ye Zhongming planned to leave them behind to keep them out of his way while he went off alone to locate the key. Before leaving, he used his new craftsman's skill to fashion a sturdy wooden spear for their self-defense. In this cruel world, only the strong survive, and no one is obligated to protect you. It was time for these girls to stop being dead weight, grow stronger, and fight for their own survival. Following Teacher Park's tip, the secret zone key was lost somewhere in the construction site of the new classrooms. Ye Zhongming headed there immediately. Just seconds ago, he was reassuring himself that in such a desolate place, he wouldn't run into anyone, let alone zombies. A second later, a heavy object weighing dozens of kilograms fell straight from the sky and right into his arms. Oddly enough, since the start of this story, we haven't seen a single battle-hardened muscle man, only a non-stop parade of gorgeous, fresh-faced girls. Honestly, renaming this series to Building My Apocalyptic Harem would make perfect sense. This time was no exception, as the person who fell was another smoking hot older girl, but her reflexes were lightning fast, throwing a flurry of punches at Ye Zhongming before even hitting the ground. Talk about beautiful but totally unreasonable. Only when the main character grabbed her throat and pinned her to the wall did she quickly explain she was a security guard. Impressed by Ye Zhongming's incredible agility and grateful for the timely rescue, she definitely felt a little spark of attraction. But their quiet moment was suddenly shattered as dozens of bullets zipped past them. With an opening salvo like that, they were either ruthless bandits or total scumbags. Just as Ye Zhongming figured, the world had descended into absolute madness. This female guard was being chased by a gang of escaped death row inmates who had looted an armory, making them fully armed and extremely dangerous. On this map, melee fighters stood absolutely zero chance. These heartless convicts treated human lives like garbage, shooting just to toy with their prey. One smug thug was preparing to rush inside to give the guard a heart-stopping scare. But before he could even finish his sentence, a bullet pierced right through his head, dropping him instantly. Seeing their buddy die, the remaining two went completely ballistic, sprinting around and blindly spraying bullets at every single obstacle in their path. But when he finally looked up, he only caught a glimpse of a red-shirted youth before a bullet pierced his chest, taking him out instantly. The other thug didn't fare any better, meeting an equally swift end. The female officer had delivered several brutal strikes straight to his jaw, instantly turning this tough guy into a whimpering coward begging for mercy. Too bad for him. Zhongming had absolutely no intention of letting him slide. 2 rapid gunshots sent him straight to the afterlife to join his fallen comrades. That is life in the apocalypse, a lawless world where mercy gets you killed. Yet, for some reason, this female officer was still clinging to her incredibly naive ideals. Annoyed by her constant questioning, Zhongming cold-shouldered her with a harsh reminder in this brutal world. Showing mercy to your enemy is just suicide. Besides, these guys were ruthless death row convicts anyway. Sending them to their graves a bit early was basically doing the world a favor. Watching his ruthless efficiency, the female officer swallowed hard, completely chilled to the bone. To her, the man before her was a cold-blooded monster. But speaking of trash, there was still another gang of thugs lurking on the upper floors, waiting for the show. That is when the thugs realized their 2 scouts had already been utterly wiped out. Even though their opponent was clearly dangerous, the gang leader was greedy. He was already dreaming of the cash, girls, and gear he would plunder. He immediately rallied his goons, brainwashing them with some hypocritical nonsense about acting in the name of justice. Anyone who dared to complain was getting beaten to a pulp. This gang was nothing but a bunch of street-level thugs and outcasts. They had spent their entire lives hiding in the shadows, despised by everyone. So the moment they smelled a chance to gain power, they were ready to bite. Soon, dusk began to settle over the ruined city. Our main character was still desperately searching the area for the key. The female officer hung around, watching him, her hands practically itching to help. She wanted to join the search, but honestly, even Zhongming had no idea what the secret key actually looked like. This was going to be a tough hunt. They might find a toy key from a cartoon, but a mystical realm key? No clue. As they kept searching through the wreckage, a bizarre, shadowy figure suddenly emerged from the dark. At first glance, it looked like a dog, but a seriously messed up one. It sported a wild, lion-like mane and a ferocious attitude, instantly lunging at them. Following the officer's panicked gesture, Zhongming turned and felt his heart skip a beat. A dog? No way. This was a deadly level 2 mutated beast. The golden hound bared its razor-sharp fangs, leaping straight for Zhongming's throat. Before he could even react, the massive beast slammed him hard against the ground. Just when it seemed like game over for him, the vicious beast suddenly flipped a switch. It happily wagged its tail, nuzzling Zhongming like a playful puppy. This sudden, bizarre plot twist left both of them completely speechless, staring at the beast in utter, hilarious shock. Regaining his composure, Zhongming took a much closer look at the beast. That is when he noticed a patch of brilliant golden fur on its happily wagging tail. Searching his memories, he suddenly recalled a moment from his younger days when he had saved a starving, stray black pup. Back then, the starving pup had stolen food from a market stall and was nearly beaten to death. Luckily, Zhongming stepped in and negotiated its release. Talk about ultimate loyalty, a single act of kindness, and a dog will remember you for a lifetime. Even though his strict parents forbade him from keeping the stray as a pet, the grateful pup had never forgotten his savior. Now, that tiny stray had grown into a massive, mutated, terrifying beast. Yet, its gratitude remained stronger than its wild instincts. Watching him play with the beast, the officer realized he actually had a soft side, a stark contrast to the cold-blooded killer she had witnessed just minutes ago. While things were warm and fuzzy here, tension was rising back at the base where Liang Chuyin and the schoolgirls were staying. That ungrateful student was causing trouble again, throwing yet another dramatic, selfish tantrum. People really do reveal their worst selves when hungry. Survival is hard enough in this apocalypse, yet she demanded Liang Chuyin hand over all her food. She even tried to snatch the backpack Zhongming left behind, hoping for good loot. This kind of selfish brat is honestly beyond infuriating. She was totally beyond saving, completely ignoring her own teacher's desperate advice and warnings to calm down. Instead, she blamed her teacher for being too weak and dragging her down, acting like she was a burden. She forgot that Zhongming was the one doing all the heavy lifting for everyone. He was probably sneezing in the dark right now from all her cursing. By now, night had fallen, wrapping the area in a heavy, eerie silence. But the darkness worked in his favor, helping him spot the glowing light of the secret key. Finally, he held the glowing key in his hands. He was grinning with joy, But before the officer behind him could even celebrate, a massive, slimy tongue wrapped tightly around her. Out of the shadows emerged a mutated lizard larger than a house pillar, covered in dozens of blood-red eyes. Thanks to the brand new support skills he just unlocked, Ye Zhongming's cheap blade gets a massive power boost, slicing through enemies like butter. With his 10 years of post-apocalyptic survival experience, a low-level beast like this is barely even a warm-up for him. Still, its massive size and heavy damage output mean bringing it down is going to take some real effort. As Ye Zhongming lands several deep slashes on the giant lizard, the beast suddenly feels a sharp pain in its leg too. It turns out his loyal dog Yellow Ball rushed in to back up. Now that is what we call a teammate worth keeping around. But compared to the giant beast, Yellow Ball's bite is honestly nothing more than a tiny ant sting. The monster thrashes wildly, letting out a terrifying shriek as it whips Yellow Ball repeatedly, tossing the poor dog into the air like a toy before crashing hard onto the concrete. Even though the pup is in pain, it still manages to sink its teeth into the monster one last time. This brutal, unbalanced clash leaves Yellow Ball with a couple of fractured ribs. Fortunately, Ye Zhongming upgrades his blade into a massive longsword. While the giant beast is completely distracted by the wounded dog, he lunges forward, delivering a devastating blow right to its razor-sharp claws. To top it off, the badass female officer grabs a long iron rod and drives it straight through its skull. And just like that, the giant beast officially becomes a massive heap of fresh protein. The threat is neutralized instantly. Securing a secret realm key and a high-tier magic crystal makes all this chaotic, bone-breaking effort completely worth it in the end. Ye Zhongming struggles to calm down Yellow Ball, who is acting way too excited right now. He also takes a moment to explain the brutal rules of this new world to the female officer, figuring they would just be allies and go their separate ways. But this tough lady is nothing like those helpless girls, Ying Fei or Liang Chuyin, whom he had to protect earlier. It is the first time our hero has to talk until his throat is dry just to recruit someone. Honestly, she might actually be cooler than him. And with that, our main character's harem officially gains a new member. At least, she is far from useless compared to the others, thanks to her professional background as a police officer named Mo Yi. But right at that moment, a gang of thugs suddenly tracks them down, quickly grabbing the discarded weapons scattered all over the concrete floor. They immediately move in to threaten the two vulnerable survivors. Their main target is Ye Zhongming, because according to their boss, he is the one who pushed their two brothers straight into a horde of hungry zombies. Brandishing a firearm, this petty thug's confidence is instantly boosted to a whole new level. Too bad, he is just a clueless rookie who has absolutely no idea how to operate a gun. Both his gang members and Ye Zhongming are completely speechless at the sheer level of stupidity on display. He probably never watched an action movie in his entire life. Having enemies this incredibly dumb really makes things easy for our main character. They are trying to threaten someone, yet they are screaming louder than a megaphone. Even after struggling forever, they still cannot chamber a round. Frankly, even the dog Yellow Ball is absolutely fed up with this. Annoyed by the noise, the dog leaps forward and bites his hand, sending the pistol clattering straight onto the floor. Realizing they are dealing with a terrifying, super-mutated beast rather than an ordinary stray, the thugs are literally trembling in fear, barely able to stand. Before Ye Zhongming can even make a move, Mo Ye completely steals the spotlight. Showing off her insane speed and flawless combat moves, she easily beats the two punks until they are foaming at the mouth. Even Ye Zhongming breaks into a cold sweat. This lady is absolutely terrifying, and getting on her bad side would definitely make survival a living nightmare. The thugs might look tough, but their spirits are completely broken. A quick attitude adjustment from Mo Ye has them instantly begging for mercy. Seizing the moment, Ye Zhongming successfully interrogates them for some crucial intel. It turns out their boss is a notorious local gang leader known as Fifth Brother. Right now, he and his followers are aggressively gathering as many magic crystals as they can. Even though they do not fully understand what the crystals do, seeing how desperately Ye Zhongming's group is hunting them, the gang leader figured out they must be extremely valuable. But while chaos rages outside, a rare moment of peace settles inside their temporary base. Liang Chuyin and the rest of the exhausted survivors have finally collapsed and fallen fast asleep. But nobody expects the scheming, manipulative schoolgirl Lily to still be wide awake, plotting her next move. Fueled by pure spite over the slaps she received earlier from Ye Zhongming and Liang Chuyin, her toxic, selfish nature pushes her to seek revenge. Once she is sure everyone is sound asleep, she stealthily grabs a razor-sharp glass shard and creeps right up to Liang Chuyin. Her expression twists into something truly sinister as she prepares to commit murder. But just as she is about to strike, Teacher Park suddenly stirs and wakes up, catching her red-handed. Panicked, Lily quickly fabricates a lame excuse about needing to use the restroom. Rushing into the bathroom, she splashes cold water on her face to calm down, staring and gritting her teeth in the mirror with pure rage. She is furious at how naive everyone is. Do they seriously not value their own lives in this apocalypse? It makes absolutely no sense, especially after watching her supposedly best friend die right in front of her eyes. Lily Lee, once just a naive girl, had quickly learned the brutal rules of survival in this apocalyptic world. Now, sensing that Ye Zhongming and Liang Chuyin were about to cast her out, she began quietly plotting her next move. Right then, a deafening crash erupted right outside the door, sending cold sweat down everyone's spines. The violent banging grew louder by the second. Confident that this place was secure against zombies, they gathered their courage and cautiously approached the door to get a closer look. But in an instant, the heavily barricaded door was violently kicked wide open. A ruthless gang of thugs flooded into the room, wearing twisted, wicked grins. They laughed mockingly, celebrating the fact that they had stumbled upon a group of women. They looked like greedy rats in a grain store, bursting into arrogant, earth-shattering laughter. These thugs locked eyes on the women, their faces lighting up with pure lust as they lunged forward like starving beasts. The sight of fair skin drove them completely wild. Captivated by their beauty, they completely forgot their leader's strict instructions back home, which was to take them alive without laying a finger on them. Amidst the chaos, the cunning Lily Lee seized her chance and slipped away. Since she was the least attractive of the three women, the thugs did not care too much about her escape, viewing it as a minor loss. Still, the greedy leader refused to let her go and quickly sent men after her. Surprisingly, one of these thugs turned out to be an old student of Teacher Park, who used to sit in her class. Back then, his eyes were glued entirely to her chest instead of the blackboard. No wonder he ended up as a brainless thug roaming the streets. Meanwhile, a few sharp-eyed thugs recognized Liang Chuyin, realizing she was actually a popular young idol with a massive fan base. They had spent countless nights drooling over her pictures in their rooms. Capturing her now felt like hitting the ultimate jackpot. As for Ye Zhongming, after easily taking down two brainless thugs, he casually tied them up and left them hanging from a tree branch, bundled up tight like packages. They could barely move. Looking down at the snarling mutated dog waiting below, they were on the verge of crying tears of pure terror. Having heard that their boss wanted to hunt him down, Ye Zhongming decided to take the fight directly to them. He wanted a face-to-face showdown to show them who the real boss of this wasteland was. Mo Ye tried to convince Ye Zhongming to accompany her back to the police station, but his mind was already made up. There was no stopping him. Left with no choice, the female officer tags along, listening closely as Ye Zhongming shares vital secrets about the mystery keys and the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the schoolgirl Lily was playing a desperate game of cat and mouse with a bald thug. She ran as fast as her legs could carry her, clinging to a tiny shred of hope, but she ended up cornering herself in a dead end. With the locked door ahead refusing to budge, she turned around only to find the thug looming over her. She screamed and struggled with all her might, but her efforts were completely useless against the powerful, iron grip pinning her down. Thinking fast, she instantly switched to a sweet, submissive act. She gently took the thug's hand and spoke in a weak, submissive voice, pleading that she would never leave his side and would do absolutely anything he wanted if he let her live. She even guided his dirty hand directly onto her chest, desperate to use her body as a bargaining chip for survival. However, the thug found her looks mediocre at best. Too cowardly to betray his boss, he decided to drag her back instead. Lily secretly hid a sharp shard in her hand as she was led back, only to witness a horrific scene. Teacher Park was lying sprawled out on the floor, fresh blood dripping from her mouth. Her body was covered in brutal wounds. It was sickeningly obvious what these beasts had done to her. Fortunately, she managed to bite one of them, ruining their fun and forcing them to stop. Hearing that a new girl wanted to join their ranks, the gang leader found her highly amusing. As they say, birds of a feather flock together, and this trash finally united. After shedding a few crocodile tears, Lily quickly turned submissive, kneeling obediently at the feet of the thugs. To prove her loyalty, she followed their cruel instigation and rushed forward, slapping Liang Chuyin repeatedly until her face was swollen and bruised. Ignoring Liang Chuyin's furious curses, she just kept on hitting her. Liang Chuyin's stunning beauty captivated men, but it only fueled the deep jealousy and hatred of women. especially someone insecure like Lily. Thanks to this brutal display of cruelty, she finally earned their trust. She officially became part of their gang, or more accurately, the personal woman of that fat thug. At this moment, their leader, Brother Dongzi, finally spoke up. It turned out that things within the gang were far from peaceful. They used to serve a different boss, but after he died, they were forced to submit to their current leader, Boss Lao Wu. But they only obeyed him outwardly. Even though they raided plenty of loot, Lao Wu hoarded everything for himself, breeding deep resentment over time. They were just waiting for the perfect chance to rebel. It is the same story in any era. If you underpay your people while working them like dogs, mutiny is inevitable. After successfully manipulating that rowdy bunch of punks, a ruthless expression flashed across Dongzi's face. Haha, Wu, today is going to be your funeral. Following Dongzi's strict orders, his loyal lackeys cautiously made their way into the cafeteria, which served as their primary gathering spot. Seeing that Wu was not there, the gang gloated, eager to seize the place. But the moment Dongzi stepped inside, he froze like a stray dog hit right on the head with a heavy bone. Once he finally snapped out of it, the people standing right before him were Ye Zhongming and Mo Ye. Even worse, the two were casually enjoying the supply of chicken his gang had worked so hard to stockpile. Dongzi's blood boiled with rage, but learning the young man before him was Ye Zhongming made him turn unusually calm. He ordered the hostage brought out to establish some dominance, but Ye Zhongming simply looked at Liang Shuyan, let out a soft laugh, and immediately set the record straight. Sorry to disappoint you, but she and I do not have that kind of relationship. We only use each other, so losing her means nothing. But tell me, have you ever heard of playing stupid games and winning stupid prizes? Honestly, I have been sick and tired of you guys for a long time. As Ye Zhongming's expression turned dead serious, he lunged forward and drove a sharpened piece of bone straight into Dongzi's arm. He handed Liang Shuyin over to Mo Yi's care, freeing his hands to absolutely wreck these low-level thugs to his heart's content. One guy got his teeth completely shattered by a single fist, yet the crowd kept swelling, refusing to back down until they saw their own graves. Another thug aggressively lunged forward, but in a split second, Ye Zhongming grabbed his arm and pinned it tight. He slammed the guy hard onto the floor, sending him crying like a baby. Another attacker tried a sneak strike, but such cheap tricks never worked on him. This was supposed to be a fair fistfight, but seeing things go south, one desperate thug quickly pulled out a knife and charged. His flabby body made him look like a completely free punching bag. Ye Zhongming only needed a few basic moves to knock the fat guy out cold, completely terrifying the remaining low-level thugs. Only their leader Dongzi remained incredibly stubborn, deciding to play his absolute final trump card, which was Teacher Park. Kid, so what if you are a great fighter? This woman is your friend too, right? Make one more move, and I will smash her head like an egg. Man proposes, but God disposes. While he had successfully rescued Liang Shuyin, Ye Zhongming forgot about the rest of his troublemaking squad. Henry was nowhere to be found, and Dongzi was getting much more cautious. Rescuing another person safely from his grasp would not be easy. Dongzi gloated, letting out a savage laugh as he grabbed Teacher Park by her hair. The more pain she felt, the wilder his madness grew, firmly believing this hostage would easily control Ye Zhongming. But there were two things he never saw coming. First, our male lead just stood there watching the entire scene with an entirely emotionless face. Second, just a few seconds later, his entire jaw and facial structure were painfully rearranged by a massive brick. It turned out Lily had been standing right behind him this whole time. Believing she had surrendered, he let his guard down and paid the price, getting struck hard enough to make his head spin. Others did not matter, but Teacher Park was innocent from the start. It seemed Lily still had a shred of conscience left. Thanks to that perfectly timed strike, the entire gang was successfully cuffed, and Teacher Park was finally saved. Shedding a few tears, Lily untied her. While Teacher Park was extremely grateful, Liang Shuyin absolutely refused to let the matter go. Liang Shuyin kept cursing Lily as a backstabbing traitor who threw away her dignity and sided with the enemy just to save her own skin. Despite her complaints, both Mo Ye and Ye Zhongming believed Lily was only playing along, patiently biding her time to strike back. A timid girl like Liang Shuyin honestly had no idea how to construct a proper counter-argument. Besides, the moment she saw Ye Zhongming, she forgot everything, sobbing as she clung tightly to him and started acting cute. Seriously, in over 20 years, I have never seen anyone act as incredibly needy and dramatic as this woman. While the entire group was busy playing out their incredibly dramatic reunion, Brother Wu and his lackeys managed to locate the three-colored wheel. Taking just one glance at it, He immediately figured out its basic working mechanism, along with the reason why Ye Zhongming constantly risked his life to collect crystals from zombie heads. With a handful of magic crystals ready, Brother Wu decided to test his luck. The wheel spun rapidly and stopped on the black slot, awarding him the novice pharmacist class. He was initially quite dissatisfied with the class he received. Wasting so much effort just to get something that sounded completely useless was absolutely infuriating. But remembering this was the base previously guarded by Ye Zhongming's group, Brother Wu immediately ordered his lackeys to search the area to see if they could loot any good gear. He let out a long sigh, having worked so hard to get 20 magic crystals only to lose them in an instant. Truth was, he had no idea that the number of magic crystals he shoved into the roulette wheel had already way exceeded the cost of a single spin. Instead of refunding the extra crystals, the wheel just keeps them as a deposit for his next draw. Simple as that. After snooping around for a bit, his lackeys stumbled upon Ye Zhongming's abandoned backpack. Inside, they found a bunch of random junk, like ropes, snacks, and even a first aid kit. But right in the middle of it, Wuga pulled out a strange bottle. For some weird reason, one look was all it took for him to know it was a physical enhancement potion. But the catch was the side effects. It caused mind-breaking pain, and anyone too weak would literally get sent straight to the afterlife. The weirdest part? This unlabeled bottle had absolutely no text on it, leaving his ordinary lackey completely clueless as to what it was. Yet Wuga could read every single detail clearly, without missing a word. Connecting the dots, he realized this was all thanks to his newly acquired class. He had leveled up, and was no longer just some ordinary human. Talk about a massive win. Now, Wuga was really starting to find this interesting. Ignoring the agonizing side effects, he only cared about how a scrawny kid like Ye Zhongming became insanely strong from this potion. Since he was already built like a tank, he would definitely become unstoppable. So he popped the cap and chugged it down. No risk, no reward. He was ready to bet it all on this. Instantly, his entire body contorted in agonizing pain, and his face twisted into a hideously deformed mess. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. His terrified lackey panicked and was about to bolt out the door to find some help, only to be blocked by a massive mutated monster, ready to crush him with a heavy, devastating punch. Scared absolutely witless, the lackey could only curl up and cover his head, waiting to meet his maker. When nothing happened after a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes, only to see Wu Ge standing right in front of him. He had easily blocked that heavy punch with just one hand. The lackey was both thrilled and terrified. He definitely wouldn't dare cross his boss now. One wrong move and his boss would easily squash him. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming must have felt his life was not chaotic enough yet, because he decided to take in those deadweights, leading them straight to his first base at Mo Qingfei's house. Excited to show them around, Ye Zhongming searched the entire villa, but Mo Qingfei was nowhere to be found. It was only when Liang Chuyan shouted that he noticed the kitchen had been turned into an absolute battlefield. Pinned to the fridge door was a messy, crooked note that they assumed she had left behind. There is a roulette at the supermarket. I am going there first. Back at the school, Wuga had just completely pulverized the mutated zombie, while his lackey cheered him on. Witnessing his own insane power boosted his confidence tenfold, making he feel like a straight-A student ready to ace an exam. Zombies? Mutants? Bring them all on. He felt like he could take on the entire world single-handedly. Naturally, his lackey showered him with endless praise, calling him the absolute greatest. Armed with this massive ego, Wu Ge confidently marched back to his headquarters. But the moment he stepped inside, he found his beloved crew tied up in a neat little bundle. Next to them lay the lifeless corpse of Dong Zijie. Seeing their savior arrive, the tied-up lackeys burst into tears and started sobbing like babies. But Wu Ge barely cared about them. His eyes were glued to his completely looted food storage. Staring at the empty shelves, Wu Ge gritted his teeth in sheer rage, swearing a solemn vow to hunt down Ye Zhongming and tear him to shreds. At that exact moment, miles away, Ye Zhongming suddenly felt a random, ominous shiver run down his spine. After non-stop fighting, his body was naturally starting to feel pretty exhausted. Feeling mentally drained was totally normal. But the upside was that, as the only reliable guy around, the girls treated him with absolute royalty. Anyone looking at this would think he won the lottery, getting massaged and hand-fed by beautiful ladies. Every single one of them was absolutely gorgeous, but unfortunately, he was stuck playing the role of the righteous main character. Instead of enjoying it, his brain was working overtime trying to figure out where Mo Qingfei went. He completely ignored the beautiful distractions, which actually made Liang Chuyin stand next to him feel slightly jealous. But once Ye Zhongming clarified that Mo Qingfei was just a teammate, her eyes instantly lit up, renewing her hope that sticking with him might eventually lead to something more. It felt like playing a game with a low-level account while forced to carry a whole team of beginners. Though Liang Chuyin could be a deadweight, she was intensely loyal and occasionally showed flashes of brilliant quick-wittedness. Then there was Mo Ye, a former guard and combat expert. Calm, brave, and reliable, she was easily his best choice for a teammate. On the other hand, the schoolteacher, Piao Shuang, seemed completely and utterly useless. But following classic anime logic, a kind heart and a bit of whining was all it took to get Big Brother Ye to accept her. Since they were heading out to search for Mo Qingfei and the roulette wheel, they had no idea when they would return, meaning their supplies had to be packed with extreme care. Ye Zhongming is busy running the numbers until his head spins. But luckily, Mo Ye immediately comes up with a plan. She leads Ye Zhongming straight to the security station and hooks him up with a top-tier warhorse of a ride, a heavily armored beast built to survive. This four-wheel drive machine can conquer any terrain. Honestly, the only thing missing is a ballistic missile launcher. Talk about a teammate who actually pulls her weight, not like those useless drama queens with zero brain cells. Meanwhile, Fifth Brother and his crew are finally making their move, ditching the traitors and taking only his most trusted henchmen, determined to track down Ye Zhongming and settle the score once and for all. With their badass new ride ready, Ye Zhongming and his crew waste no time hitting the road. Tons of zombies are swarming the streets outside, but inside this armored beast, the crew is completely safe, untouched by the chaotic madness. Thanks to Mo Yi, they are all safe and sound, saving tons of precious energy. Ye Zhongming and Teacher Park are thrilled, showering her with well-deserved praise. But this only makes the washed-up idol, Liang Chuyin, absolutely boil with jealousy. She feels like Mo Ye is stealing all the credit, while secretly realizing how useless she currently is. Winning Big Brother Ye's heart is going to take some serious work. Meanwhile, the note left by Mu Xinfei is incredibly brief, with no clear address. It looks like they will have to search every single supermarket. But as Ye Zhongming is deep in thought, a sudden, panicked scream cuts him off. Look outside. Where on earth did all these zombies come from? Honestly, the sight is enough to make anyone lose their mind. At first, the crew thinks the horde noticed them and is closing in for the kill. But looking a bit closer, they realize the monsters are actually running away from something else entirely. Suddenly, a colossal shadow looms in the distance, leaping across the rooftops with lightning speed. It is a mutated white ape, basically a colossal King Kong. Those terrifying zombies? They are nothing but light snacks to this giant beast. Total game over. With Ye Zhongming's weak 1-star strength at the time, just staying alive is hard enough, let alone babysitting a car full of defenseless dead weight. He remembers its fatal weakness from his past life, but who knows if that is even useful right now. Worse, the giant ape is already lock-eyed on their vehicle. Ye Zhongming immediately whips the steering wheel, but after reversing only a few meters, they crash straight into a lamppost. Before they can even react, the massive ape leaps forward, throwing its entire weight at them. The brutal impact violently shakes the vehicle, sending the girls into a total screaming frenzy. But Ye Zhongming somehow manages to keep his cool, carefully steering and revving the engine to escape. Unfortunately, that alone is not going to shake this monster off their tail. Ye Zhongming clicks his tongue, quickly handing the steering wheel over to Mo Ye, while he flings the door open, leans all the way out, and kicks the beast right in its disgusting face. The ape is dazed, but quickly wraps its hairy tail around him. This means, when the beast falls off the vehicle, it drags Ye Zhongming right down with it, slamming back first onto the hard asphalt. Our main character is clearly in a world of hurt. Meanwhile, the giant ape is still absolutely bursting with energy, letting out a savage roar while furiously beating its chest. It winds up a devastating punch, fully intending to end Ye Zhongming right then and there. But suddenly, a wild hail of gunfire cuts off its attack. Turns out, the badass guard sister is opening fire. The bullets do not hurt it, but there is no way this beast is letting that disrespect slide. It immediately charges straight at Mo Ye like a starving predator. With no time to shoot again, Mo Ye has to jump off the vehicle and run for her absolute life. But human speed is no match for a mutated monster. In less than a minute, Mo Ye is cornered against a wall. If she takes a hit from this fist, she is definitely meeting her ancestors. The ape is totally out of control. It grabs the car and shakes it like crazy, terrifying the girls inside. Then, Teacher Park Sewing, living up to her reputation as the ultimate team deadweight, falls right out of the vehicle. And of all places to land, she falls right in front of the ape. The beast immediately slashes her across the back, a brutal claw strike that nearly ends her life right then and there. But hey, some people are just born lucky and carried by teammates. Just when everyone thinks she is about to kick the bucket, Zhongming quickly reacts from a distance, summoning his loyal hound, Di Huangwan. Compared to the giant monster, the pup is barely the size of a finger, but its sheer ferocity and fighting spirit are off the charts. Using its tiny size to its advantage, Di Huangwan easily scrambles up the giant ape's arm and sinks his sharp teeth deep into its shoulder. The buff, six-pack ape might look incredibly strong, but right now, it is completely flustered and struggling. While the beast is busy trying to shake off the dog, Zhongming rushes forward, shouting for Mo Ye to throw him the gun. Grabbing the weapon, he activates his crafting skill to enhance it, trying to boost its firepower as much as possible. Di Huangwan only managed to distract the monster for a brief moment. Minutes later, the beast flung him away and delivered a brutal slap that made him see stars. The poor dog crashed down helplessly. His limbs gave out, leaving him defenseless like meat on a chopping block. But right then, Zhongming yelled from afar to stop the attack. Zhongming tightly gripped his gun, aiming directly at the monster's fatal weak spot before pulling the trigger. He still remembered this detail vividly. For this specific monster, the spine exposed by its overly mutated muscles was the absolute key to taking it down. Luckily, his luck in this life was much better. On his very first spin of the three-color roulette, he unlocked an enhancement skill. Otherwise, this tiny gun would feel like a mere ant bite to that massive ape, and their entire group would have been completely wiped out. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Liang Shuyan was helping Teacher Park Soo-young treat her painful wounds. Every single touch made this drama queen scream at the top of her lungs. Even startling Zhongming outside, he rushed inside to check on them, only to be met with a sight that seriously tested his self-control. The beautiful teacher's body was stunningly gorgeous. With her jaw-dropping curves, she was completely exposed for the medicine application. Any red-blooded man looking at this would lose his mind instantly. Even though he had faced life and death countless times, being a normal guy, our hero could not help but feel flustered. To make it worse, Mo Ye started interrogating him, almost exposing his dirty little thoughts. To save face, he quickly slammed the door shut and retreated to the back of the vehicle. Seriously, our hero enjoyed the eye candy before finally remembering his loyal buddy. Di Huangwan had suffered quite a few wounds from that brutal fight and was lying flat on the floor, whining softly. Fortunately, despite the number of wounds, most of them were not life-threatening, but, because of his mutation, his recovery would take longer. Meanwhile, Teacher Park's wound was deep, and despite their efforts, she was still bleeding constantly. Normally, a massive gash like this would require immediate stitches to stop the bleeding. But in this brutal apocalypse, even finding food is a struggle, let alone medical tools and anesthetics. There was no way this drama queen could handle getting stitched up completely raw. To solve this problem, Zhongming suggested they head to the nearest hospital to scavenge for tools and medicine. Originally, the sole purpose of this trip was to find Mo Qingfei, but these girls were really starting to cause delays. Luckily, in his past life, Mo Qingfei became a powerful 9-star expert. Plus, she was incredibly agile, smart, and possessed insane luck. A minor delay would probably not put her in any real danger. Seeing Zhongming make this decision, Liang Shuyan was secretly celebrating in her heart. To her, the fewer people surrounding Zhongming, the better. Otherwise, there would be absolutely no spotlight left for her. But Mo Ye was the complete opposite, showing a much better understanding of the big picture. Mo Ye directly suggested that Zhongming take Teacher Park and Liang Shuyan to the hospital first, while she personally headed to a nearby supermarket to search for clues. Maybe she could locate Mo Qingfei much faster that way. At first, Zhongming refused. She was the most capable ally in his entire group, and if anything happened to her, his future survival plans would be completely ruined. But seeing Mo Ye's absolute determination, he had no choice but to give her some warning words and let her leave. Meanwhile, Brother Wu and his loyal lackey, Bian, also began their journey. This is officially the most painful sight of being a regular working-class slave, earning peanuts but having to break his back, pedaling an absolute piece of trash bicycle to carry his boss. It is a complete mystery where this guy got the monstrous strength to carry his boss like that, as anyone else would have collapsed instantly. This thug Brother Wu was not just all brawn and no brains. He actually possessed some clever strategy. Through some incredible intuition, He predicted that Ye Zhongming would target the city's supermarkets to loot valuable supplies. So, he immediately ordered his exhausted lackey, Bian, to break his back pedaling there. Before long, they arrived at the largest supermarket in the region, known as Kuihua Supermarket. While his terrified lackey crept through the doors with extreme caution, Brother Wu marched straight inside. He was now armed with powerful enhancements, so he feared absolutely nothing, let alone some weak zombies. But things did not go as planned. Despite being the largest supermarket, the shelves were completely empty, without even a single pack of cigarettes left. Just as he finished complaining, a pack of instant noodles literally fell from the ceiling. His excited lackey bent down to grab it, but then a strange, low growl echoed from above. Looking up, he spotted a terrifying zombie crouching high up in the rafters. The mutated zombie twisted its body and crashed to the floor with a massive thud. Brother Wu and his lackey instinctively raised their guards, but they immediately realized something was seriously off. This zombie acted as if it were completely blind. Perhaps their flesh was not appealing enough for a picky eater. Watching closely, they realized the creature's strange behavior was because it was drawn to a much more massive energy source. Fifth brother and Bian tailed them immediately, only to discover a massive horde of zombies waiting deep inside the supermarket. They are all twisting their bodies around a massive machine covered in a large cloth, but with just one glance, fifth brother realizes his lucky day has finally arrived. As for Mo Ye, after temporarily parting ways with Ye Zhongming's group, she is now cautiously making her way toward the supermarket. She searches the area, moving from one spot to another, but finds absolutely nothing except for row after row of empty shelves. Remembering Ye Zhongming's warning that the gacha roulette acts like a magnet for zombies, there is bound to be a massive nest around it. Mo Ye gulps, realizing there is only one place left where it could be, the largest mall in the city, the Kui Supermarket. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming's group is also in a race against time. Teacher Park's condition is rapidly deteriorating, and severe blood loss has knocked her unconscious. The moment their car pulls up, Ye Zhongming leaps out and rushes inside to search for medicine. He sprints straight down the long corridor toward the warehouse, his mind racing with a million thoughts about what to do first. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive tail thick as a pillar whips violently straight at him. Although Ye Zhongming manages to dodge it agilely, he is instantly furious once he gets a clear look at his attacker. What on earth? How does a major city hospital end up harboring a massive mutated crocodile of this colossal size? Classic Zhang Yuan luck. Looming right in front of Ye Zhongming is a mutated crocodile with a hideously twisted and ferocious body. Just seeing it, our protagonist gets a chill down his spine. Because, facing this beast, his chances of getting reincarnated are even higher than getting ghosted by your crush. In his past life, unlike other mutated creatures like the desert worm or the white ape Son Goku, these crocodiles become 10 times stronger after being turned into zombies. Some people even theorize that these creatures do not belong on Earth at all, believing they are actually alien life forms. But wait a minute, are there no normal crocodiles on Earth that we have to import them from outer space? Talk about a complete fever dream. Anyway, survivors call these terrifying monsters the guardian beasts. Wherever they appear, you can bet there is amazing loot nearby. As for this particular crocodile, it looks like a tier 2 guardian beast. If this were his past life, he would have easily turned this thing into dinner by now. But at his current low level, his attacks would barely scratch its thick hide. Still, to get the medicine for Teacher Park, he must take down this giant boss first. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He immediately sprints back to the car, ignoring Liang Shuyan's concerned questions, as he grabs a bow, some arrows, and essential gear, before rushing right back inside. Right now, Ye Zhongming has nothing but these low-tier weapons in his hands. Luckily, he can still use his crafting skills to trigger his homogeneous enhancement talent, even though his enhancement skill is still at the beginner level and requires matching materials in proper quantities to function. Having it is still infinitely better than having nothing at all. The best part is that anything enhanced by his hands does not just change form, but also gets a massive quality boost, becoming incredibly durable. To put it simply, it is like holding a cheat code in his bare hands. First, Ye Zhongming decides to upgrade his junky bow and arrow set, turning it into a dazzling weapon that looks like pure 24-karat gold. Next, he crafts a massive metal net, specifically designed to capture giant aquatic monsters. This time, he even applies his knowledge of complex embedding techniques, meaning he fuses two completely different materials together, while successfully retaining the absolute best traits of both. It sounds a bit complicated, so if you did not get a perfect score in physics, feel free to skip this part. Honestly, even I am lost. Now that his preparations are complete, he knows that success ultimately comes down to raw skill. Exuding pure bloodlust, Ye Zhongming draws his bowstring back with immense force, aiming straight at the massive, plump crocodile right before him. 3 arrows fly out simultaneously, racing directly toward the beast. But his main goal is not to kill the beast, but to deploy the giant net and trap the colossal creature inside. Honestly, I have no idea where he learned this tactic, because it looks absolutely ridiculous to me. However, for our main character, Ye Zhongming, this simple setup is more than enough to be called a complete success. He immediately sprints at full speed straight into the warehouse, quickly gathering bandages, needles, anesthetics, and surgical thread. He just needs to grab these supplies and flee quickly. But things are not going to be that simple. That giant crocodile is not about to stay trapped in a metal net, especially after some random guy almost pierced its head. It is absolutely furious. And with its razor-sharp claws and massive, terrifying body, there is no way that net can hold it back for more than a few seconds. On the other side, the ground is now covered with heaps of dead zombies. Just looking at his impressive, powerful muscles tells the whole story. After working up a bit of a sweat and stretching his muscles, Fifth Brother has successfully wiped out almost every zombie surrounding the gacha wheel. He does not even bother looking at his sidekick, who is currently crying tears of pure terror and crawling on the floor. As he happily pulls back the covering cloth, a brand new gacha wheel appears right before his eyes. Unable to hide his excitement, he kicks his minion to go collect the demon crystals. Looking closely, he notices that this particular roulette wheel is completely different from the 3-colored one they saw last time. Up there, if it is not cards, it is survival supplies, food, and medicine. But the cruel twist of fate, scavenging everything only yields 9 magic crystals, when the roulette wheel actually requires 10 of them to start up. Fifth Brother grits his teeth. Damn it. Coming all this way just to play the waiting game for more zombies to show up. The lackey next to him quickly chimes in, agreeing that the roulette wheel naturally draws zombies, so waiting a little longer should not be a problem at all. But that just pisses Fifth Brother off, prompting him to smack his useless underling right across the face. He thought bringing a sidekick along would actually help, but the guy is only good at sucking up. Instead, he is just dead weight, dragging his boss down. Meanwhile, outside the supermarket, Mo Ye finally arrives, carefully scanning every corner of her dangerous surroundings. A massive horde of zombies should be swarming this place, yet it is completely deserted and dead quiet. It seems the zombies were already wiped out, raising a massive red flag. Meanwhile, Liang Shuyin is still looking after Park Shuying back at Ye Zhongming's car. Suddenly, she hears a chilling, terrifying screech echoing from deep within the hospital walls. Panicking that her leader is in grave danger, she quickly throws a jacket over Park Shuying and leaps out of the vehicle. Without a single second thought, she rushes inside, only to find the terrifying monster clawing desperately at the storage room door. Sharp, deadly claws tear into the metal, making a spine-chilling sound that sends shivers down her back. As a girl who spent her youth dancing on social media, seeing this monstrosity nearly gives Liang Shuyin a literal heart attack. Inside, Ye Zhongming is guarding the storage room with his stash. He only provoked it once, but who knew this massive crocodile had such a fiery temper and was completely bent on taking his life. In this absolute crisis, he has no idea what to do next. Suddenly, the beast's tail smashes the door glass, giving Ye Zhongming a clear view of Liang Shuyin trembling in the corner outside. He almost curses out loud. These weaklings always try to act tough, completely ignoring his warnings, just to walk straight into the jaws of death. These absolute burdens are useless at everything, except for finding new ways to get killed. But this busty, brainless girl does not think things through. Just knowing that Ye Zhongming is trapped makes her completely lose her mind with worry. Suddenly, finding some reckless courage, she runs straight toward the crocodile's nest nearby and screams at the top of her lungs, as if desperately making sure the beast hears her. "Hey monster, look over here." It turns out, the crocodile was attacking so furiously because it wanted to protect its territory and nest. Now, seeing Liang Shuyin right next to its unborn babies, it completely forgets about the delicious snack inside the room, whipping its massive, tooth-filled maw directly toward this new threat. With the beast distracted, Ye Zhongming busts out of the room, only to witness this absolute nightmare unfold. He screams in pure desperation, calling her an idiot and telling Liang Shuyin to run. Yet, as the giant beast charges straight toward her, She just stands there completely frozen like a statue. Only when the beast's massive, terrifying jaws are inches from her face does she finally spin around and push 3 eggs out of the nest. An absolutely unexpected move that catches the giant crocodile completely off guard, instantly turning the tables on the beast. 1 second, the crocodile is about to end Liang Shuyan's life, and the next, it is left completely bewildered. With its 3 precious eggs rolling away in completely different directions, the protective mother crocodile breaks into a cold sweat, immediately turning around to frantically chase after her babies. Seizing the chance, Liang Shuyan bolts, but she trips over a massive rock halfway through and nearly crashes face first onto the ground. Fortunately, Zhongming catches her just in time, grabbing her hand and pulling her straight out of the building. Once they clear the hospital gates, they are finally safe, and Liang Shuyan can finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Confronted by Zhongming's furious scolding, she can only look up at him with an incredibly guilty, tearful face. She was just desperate to save his life. And well, we all know how men react to that. No matter how furious the male lead is, seeing this gorgeous, curvy girl shed a few tears completely melts away every bit of his remaining anger. They survived her foolish stunt, and, fortunately, both of them are still breathing. He will just have to tolerate her absolute cluelessness for now. After some time, the roulette wheel at the supermarket begins drawing in a massive horde of flesh-eating zombies. Mo Yi carefully inspects the perimeter before heading inside, only to find dead zombies everywhere. Just then, Fifth Brother and his crew step out from behind the wheel. He was tired of waiting for zombies, but a beautiful girl walking right into his trap is even better. Judging by Mo Ye's badass attire, she is probably an officer and definitely not an easy target. Still, he cannot resist playing with his food first. After all, in this brutal apocalypse, beating someone up won't land him in jail anyway, so why not have some fun? While an intense, highly unbalanced battle is about to erupt on this side, on the other hand, Zhongming uses the medical supplies gathered from the hospital to stitch up Park Shuying's wounds. Despite the anesthesia, the sheer agony leaves her face red and twisting in pain. But the only thing this lady actually cares about is whether the stitches will leave an ugly scar. Dealing with her is honestly exhausting. Honestly, staying alive in this hell is a miracle. Who cares about looks when they are just dead weight anyway? Carrying these 2 ladies alone is a massive headache for Zhongming. He just finished healing one, and the other's stomach starts growling. As a typical 21st century youth, managing all this baggage is highly concerning. Thankfully, Mo Ye is the only one who actually holds her own. But unfortunately, she split from the group and is currently busy soloing Fifth Brother, skipping the endless back and forth trades of their battle. Honestly, if Fifth Brother did not have that dirty buff, Mo Ye could easily take him down by herself. But he took an enhancement potion, multiplying the power of his punches several times over. The longer he fights, the wilder he gets, especially since his gorgeous opponent makes the battle way more exciting for him. At first, he was just playing around, but after Mo Yi landed a direct punch to his face, the taste of his own blood only fueled his twisted obsession. No matter how hard Mo Yi fights, she cannot even scratch him. At this point, she realizes something is seriously off. No normal human could be this insanely durable, yet he is not mutated either. Every single move she makes is shut down with absolute ease. Fierce fights like this can easily get onlookers killed. That's why his lackey wisely stays back, enjoying the show from a safe distance. He is amazed that a woman can actually fight this incredibly well. Even Fifth Brother, backed by the enhancement potion, is struggling to finish her. Could they truly be evenly matched? The Doomsday Roulette is standing right in front of him, a prize far too tempting to ignore. If he can spin something powerful, maybe he can become a superhuman. To help Fifth Brother to end this quickly, he risks his life and charges straight in. He headbutts Mo Yi out of nowhere, leaving her wide open for Fifth Brother to land a brutal blow to her stomach. His intervention actually changes the tide. Fifth Brother sneers down at the fallen Mo Ye, casually kicking her a few times before hoisting her up into the air. Forget about police protecting justice. In this apocalypse, raw power is the only real justice. With that, he raises his fist to deliver the final blow. Yet, through her blood-soaked face, Mo Ye suddenly flashes a strange, satisfied smile. It turns out, Zhongming had already crept up from behind, landing a heavy strike right on Fifth Brother's shoulder. Haha, kid, I was just looking for you, and here you are delivering your own head. Ignoring Fifth Brother's arrogance, Zhongming walks straight to the agonizing Mo Ye. After confirming she is still alive and has no life-threatening injuries, only then does he finally spare a cold, deadly glare for the thug standing behind him. Fifth brother is still furious about Ye Zhongming stealing his girls and supplies. But before he can even introduce himself, our hero charges forward, throwing an incredibly fast punch directly at him. I don't care who the hell you are, touch my people, and your time is up. The first punch flies, but fifth brother dodges quickly and strikes back, only for Ye Zhongming to catch his fist effortlessly. The moment they clash, Ye Zhongming instantly realizes this guy is so confident because he drank an enhancement potion, bringing him to the same 1-star level. He has some luck, but his pathetic martial arts skills are absolutely nothing to write home about. With just a few basic moves, our hero kicks him dozens of meters away, leaving the thug absolutely stunned. Did you think taking a little potion makes you invincible? Come on, bring it. Utterly humiliated, fifth brother gets furious and stubbornly charges back in. Screaming curses, he swings wildly, hoping to overwhelm with sheer size, only for Ye Zhongming to counter with another incredibly precise strike. Ruptured kidney doesn't feel good, does it? Fifth brother's face contorts in pure agony, swearing he will get his revenge or die trying. Yet, every single attack against Ye Zhongming misses, sending his frustration soaring to the absolute peak. Although both are 1-star warriors with physical capabilities and reaction speeds that aren't too different, this thug has no idea that the real game changer here is our hero's 10 years of brutal survival experience from his past life. As for fifth brother, his luck has officially run out. He was always the one stepping on others, but eating a brutal punch to the face and crashing down makes him realize he is lost. Even his lackey is too terrified to believe his own eyes. Who on earth are you? Special forces, a black ops soldier, or an assassin? I was completely blind. I have eyes but failed to see who I was messing with. Terrified out of his mind, he throws his pride to the wind and begs for mercy on his knees, but behind his back, he is secretly clutching a hidden weapon, apologizing with his mouth, while suddenly lunging forward at maximum speed, trying to stab Ye Zhongming in the back. But unfortunately for him, his opponent this time has the ultimate main character aura, easily dodging the sneak attack without even looking back, before effortlessly snapping his dirty wrist with a sickening crack. I have seen plenty of guys like you, wicked to the bone, but your strength is just pathetically weak. Brother Wu took dozens of brutal hits, leaving him battered and exhausted, gasping for air on the ground, with his only hope being his lackey, a Bien, standing far in the distance. At this point, only this loyal underling stood by his side, whom he warmly called his trusted right-hand brother. Mo Yi watched the cowards flee, still frustrated at Ye Zhongming for choosing to stand by and do absolutely nothing. Ye Zhongming only offered a mysterious smile, knowing those two fools were already doomed anyway, so why dirty his hands? Once people turn wicked, they never change. Karma is real, and sooner or later, those scum won't survive this apocalypse anyway. This time, Mo Yi thoroughly enjoyed her clash with that thug, thankfully escaping without any serious injuries. Hearing Ye Zhongming tease her, she couldn't help but laugh, as a guard's bones aren't that easy to break. Finally, their ultimate prize was the roulette wheel right before them, the exact object Mo Qingfei mentioned in the letter. After escaping with battered faces, the bond between those two thugs seemed to completely crumble apart. Brother Wu never expected to fall so low, with only a Bien left by his side. Feeling desperate and knowing he was crippled, he quickly tried to act polite and appreciative toward his lackey. But little did he know, his underling's loyalty had already completely rotted away. The moment they reached a dark, deserted alleyway, a Bien suddenly turned on him with a cold voice. Why did the rest of us have to survive on scraps, while you feasted on everything yourself? Did you think a loyal fool like me was destined to be your slave forever? Hearing this from an underling who never dared look him in the eye before, Brother Wu, you're finished. I'll take care of your crystals for you, so just stay here and rest. Along with a Bion's murderous glare, a horde of zombies suddenly crawled out right behind Brother Wu. Being crippled, he couldn't move fast enough, and was ultimately ripped apart by the endless wave of undead. His agonizing screams were so loud that even Liang Shuyin, sitting inside a truck far away, could hear them. She was pacing anxiously, terrified that her beloved handsome guy was in danger. But then she saw Ye Zhongming carrying Mo Ye out of the supermarket. Hearing the full story of those two thugs, this usually gentle girl flew into an absolute fit of pure rage, wishing she had just run them over with the truck. The group then found a safe spot nearby to camp for the night. The wheel was fixed in place and impossible to hide, so Ye Zhongming quickly claimed all its rewards before leaving. From enhancement potions and immunity serums to strength necklaces and round shields, they looked like cheap toys yet each was promised to hold immense power. Liang Shuyin put on one of the necklaces, proudly admiring her own beauty, only to be laughed at a second later. Seriously, that is not fashion jewelry, but a vital combat tool. Even if it were, wearing it like that does nothing. What? Is she dressing up for the zombies? This team is honestly looking way too chaotic. Aside from Mo Ye being somewhat useful, the school teacher and this idle girl are basically just heavy dead weight. Yet, Ye Zhongming placed his faith in these girls once more, promising that if they proved their worth, he would show them what true power from the future looks like. Among all the loot pulled from the wheel, the basic enhancement potion can boost physical strength. An average person using it gets a 30% power spike, which is more than enough to handle basic zombies. Hearing this, Liang Shuyin deeply regretted never putting any effort into working out before. An idol who can't even lift a finger won't gain much from a small percentage boost. Meanwhile, Mo Ye noticed a few critical details. The potion only amplifies raw physical stats, meaning it is useless without actual combat skills and real-world experience. If Ye Zhongming's strength only came from having many potions, where did his vast knowledge of the apocalypse come from? Even an elite guard like her was clueless compared to him, let alone a guy with such an ordinary background. To dodge her prying questions, Ye Zhongming smoothly diverted the conversation. Everything I know actually came from Mo Qingfei. If you want the full story, we will have to find her first. After all, who would ever believe he was actually reincarnated? This secret was something he would take to his grave. Luckily, he was quite smooth with girls, effortlessly convincing them to hang on his every word. Speaking of the enhancement serum, while it was highly valuable, it carried massive risks. If they were unlucky, the pain would be agonizing, potentially causing them to cough up blood and die. Hearing this, Liang Shuyin turned pale, her limbs trembling in fear, while Mo Ye beside her decisively grabbed the serum from Ye Zhongming. This bold move dealt a massive blow to Liang Shuyin's pride. Terrified of forever being seen as completely useless by her beloved hero, she finally summoned all her courage and accepted the potion. Honestly, the scene that followed leaves me speechless. Seeing how Liang Shuyin had been wearing such revealing clothes this whole time was honestly getting quite annoying. Fortunately, Ye Zhongming finally picked up on that weird, unsettling detail. Just in time, he pulled her colorful jacket over to cover her exposed thighs, telling her to dress properly next time. Seriously, how is anyone supposed to fight in this apocalypse dressed like that? Even Officer Mo Ye was starting to get annoyed. Seriously, you two, if you want to flirt, go find a private corner next time. People are trying to sleep while they cause a noisy headache. Luckily, that blunt warning finally made the two pull apart. Later that night, Ye Zhongming was sitting quietly beside his sleeping loyal hound, Di Huangguan, when a faint noise broke the silence. He instantly drew his weapon, only to realize it was just the ditzy, chesty Liang Shuyin. She clung to him every chance she got, and tonight was no exception. The moment Ye Zhongming opened his mouth, she threw herself into his arms, sobbing hysterically. She was terrified that if tomorrow's potion went wrong, she would never see him again. Just the thought of it kept her awake. Talk about a tough life, constantly getting physically cornered by an over-affectionate girl. To handle this, he had to deploy some serious talk no jutsu, shutting down her feelings with cold logic. What are you scared of? If you become strong, I won't let you go so easily. I will demand that you stay and fight right alongside me. He literally took a highly suggestive, romantic moment and instantly transformed it into a lecture on pure comradeship. Hearing this, Liang Shuyin finally stopped whining. Ye Zhongming had literally dragged her back from the dead, and after escaping death together, she knew exactly how overpowered he truly was. But for a strong, highly disciplined woman like Mo Ye, it was a completely different story. Even though Ye Zhongming had saved her life multiple times and possessed godlike power, she still had to carefully calculate her own path. And once she learned he planned to hit the local hospital before heading straight south toward Pearl Lake, she hesitated. With a regretful sigh, Mo Ye admitted she had to leave. Hearing this immediately made Ye Zhongming feel highly uneasy, especially since Mo Ye had become his ultimate right-hand partner. Letting someone with her immense potential walk away felt like a massive loss for their survival chances. But Mo Ye quickly reassured him, handing over some spare ammunition. She explained she just had some unfinished business that still weighed heavily on her mind. If everything goes well, I will head straight down to Pearl Lake to meet back up with you. Morning arrived in a flash. As the first light of dawn broke, the survivors gathered. The girls calmly gripped their gene enhancement potions and downed them without a single hint of hesitation. Except for Mo Ye, who somehow managed to stand strong. Everyone else instantly collapsed in sheer agony. Today, Ye Zhongming decided to go solo and head back to that hospital they visited earlier. Before taking off, he carefully left some crucial warnings for Liang Shuyin and Park Soo-young. Make sure you rest. If your bodies feel stable enough later, go hunt down some lone zombies to test out those new abilities. Just don't do anything stupid like charging straight into a massive horde. If you spot mutated monsters or zombies with white crystals, run immediately. Otherwise, not even your gym-going ancestors will be able to carry your dead weight. Back in his past life on the battlefield, a famous urban legend spread among survivors. Rumor had it that someone once discovered 3 legendary guardian beasts hidden inside a local hospital. They weren't just ridiculously powerful, they craved the scent of blood and slaughtered everything endlessly. Eventually, a legendary 6-star military powerhouse managed to wipe them out, walking away with a mysterious weapon blueprint map and a highly coveted, rare beast egg. Turns out, that map was actually a secret blueprint for crafting an insanely sharp blade. In this apocalyptic world, owning a weapon like that is basically a complete cheat code, but in this lifetime, that blueprint and the beast egg are both going straight to him. Ye Zhongming chuckled greedily at the thought. The bow and arrow setup from last time was underwhelming, and his pistol was just way too basic. Luckily, he was clever enough to snag a few high-quality bullets from Mo Ye. Using his crafting skills, he fused those bullets with the mutated materials he'd looted from his earlier giant lizard fight. His final creation? Savage armor-piercing rounds with penetration power and damage multiplied several times over. Before heading in, he gave his loyal golden retriever, Di Huangguan, a reassuring pat. Keep watch here, bud. Warn me if any zombies or survivors try to sneak up. Meanwhile, the giant mother crocodile was sleeping heavily right next to her nest. At the slightest sound, she snapped awake, immediately spotting a flash of bright red fabric waving in the distance. Talk about the perfect bait. In reality, Ye Zhongming had taken off his red jacket and hung it loosely on a long pole. It was the ultimate decoy to lure out this giant monster. According to his past life memories, this beast acts like a rabid bull, turning completely blind with rage whenever it spots the color red. No wonder the beast had immediately locked onto him and pursued him relentlessly during their last encounter. While the giant beast was distracted by his bait, Ye Zhongming twisted midair, leaped high, and lined up a flawless shot directly into its massive flank. Caught off guard, the monster was briefly confused, but its savage aggression didn't drop for a second. The ultimate showdown began as the beast slashed with razor-sharp claws, while Ye Zhongming countered with his own blades. Neither side gave an inch, but after 77-49 rounds of brutal deadlock, his golden opportunity finally arrived. Ye Zhongming waited until the giant crocodile whipped its massive, pillar-sized tail right at him. He instantly jumped up, riding the momentum of the strike, and used the force of the impact to dive headfirst, straight down its throat. This time, he rammed his short blade straight down, wedging its jaws wide open. He let out a knowing smirk, then pulled the trigger right into its throat, sending it straight to the afterlife. And just like that, the mama croc was dead. With the fight over, Ye Zhongming strolled toward its nest. Just as expected, he found a high-grade weapon crafting blueprint waiting for him. To his surprise, this blueprint scaled up to an ultra-rare purple grade, and even came with 2 skills, 1 passive and 1 active. In this brutal apocalypse, any active offensive skill is extremely valuable, and its worth is absolutely sky-high. Scoring a crafting recipe for such an elite item was truly beyond his wildest dreams. The only catch? To forge something this overpowered, he would need thousands of magic crystals just for raw materials. For a solo survivor, gathering that much was going to be a massive grind, but there was no use stressing over it now. He would just take it step by step. Besides, he almost forgot about the massive jackpot he had just secured. These giant monster eggs were pure gold, with benefits easily matching a basic gene enhancement potion. Eating them won't turn a human into Superman, but it definitely gives a massive physical boost. If beasts eat them, it is even crazier with a bit of luck. They can trigger an evolution. Truly, a good meal does wonders. After a grueling battle, the 2 companions could finally kick back and enjoy some delicious roasted crocodile egg. It definitely lived up to the hype. The moment he took his first sip, Ye Zhongming felt his body get a 200% power boost. His muscle strength surged even more than from a 1-star evolution potion. His loyal buddy Yellow Ball sat right beside him, clearly loving this gourmet treat. Other rich dogs eat pate and drink energy drinks. Since he was broke, his pet had to settle for sucking on boss eggs. This time, Yellow Ball looked completely different. Feasting on the good stuff made his coat look much thicker and healthier, and his gaze was sharp enough to cut through steel. Highly satisfied, Ye Zhongming casually asked his furry friend to show off his natural skills. The dog stood up, puffing out his fur, and then tensed his body in the next split second. Every single hair hardened into a deadly needle, firing forward in a devastating swarm. After that pro-level shake, however, Yellow Ball was left completely bald. Ye Zhongming broke into a cold sweat as he stared at the projectiles peppered across the wall behind him, while trying not to laugh at his dog's ridiculous new look. Well, at least he wouldn't have to brush that fur anymore. Sure, he looked ugly now, but power was all that mattered. After eating their fill, Ye Zhongming told his buddy to save the remaining 2 eggs, then slipped away to a quiet corner. It was time to craft some serious firepower. Holding his cheap 800 yuan short blade, along with the claws and fangs of the late mother crocodile and a level 2 magic crystal, he gathered all the materials and used his master crafting skill to carefully forge them. This time, nobody would dare call his weapon cheap trash ever again. With one casual slash, he sliced a solid support pillar clean in half, leaving a flawless cut. If some foolish boss wandered in right now, he could easily slice them up for some fresh soup. With his new weapon ready, Ye Zhongming strolled back to headquarters with the croc egg soup. By now, Mo Ye had already left. Liang Chuyin and Park Shuying looked like they had matured 100 times over since he left. The moment he walked in, the gorgeous Liang Chuyin immediately ran over to show off the dozens of magic crystals she had successfully harvested. It turned out that after their enhancements, they could easily take down those slow-moving zombies with just a single strike. Watching the 2 girls celebrate their very first victory, Ye Zhongming found it quite amusing. While these few crystals were barely a drop in the bucket for what he actually needed, seeing them adapt so fast made him realize his investment in their growth was definitely not a waste of time. Ye Zhongming even shared some crocodile egg soup to boost them further. Once they finished eating, they could finally proceed to the next phase of his master plan. Between the 3 of them and the dog, they could only finish 2 of the crocodile eggs, leaving one perfectly preserved for storage. Ye Zhongming knew a treasure like this had to be guarded closely. If it fell into the hands of thugs like Fifth Brother, it would be a total disaster. Glancing over at Liang Chuyin, Park Shuying, and Yellow Ball hanging out happily together in the corner, he felt a rare sense of peace wash over his heart. He had to admit, both of them used to be totally useless. But after some training, they were finally pulling their weight. Taking a sip of the soup, Park Shuying felt an instant wave of energy as her physical stats visibly surged. Besides, in this bleak apocalypse, having drop-dead gorgeous girls around was a massive bonus. Who wouldn't enjoy seeing some eye candy every single day? So, for Ye Zhongming, running into these girls wasn't a bad stroke of luck after all. And for Liang Chuyin's group, crossing paths with their big brother was easily the greatest blessing of their lives. Once everyone was stuffed, Ye Zhongming called them over to hand out some freshly crafted gear, starting with Liang Chuyin, who received a top-tier whip made from premium crocodile leather. Just looking at the color, it was definitely made from that dead boss's remains. Liang Chuyin excitedly yet anxiously took the weapon from Ye Zhongming. Right away, she felt the whip fuse with her skin. Holding it felt like a surge of strange energy was flowing directly into her bloodstream. She tested it out with a few swings, showcasing an incredible power that shocked everyone. Liang Chuyin felt like this whip was custom-made for her, fitting her hand like a glove. Armed with an upgraded, deadly weapon, she was ready to fight without holding back. The more timid Park Soo-young could only watch with a mixture of envy and admiration. When Ye Zhongming asked what weapon she preferred, she hesitated before admitting she had no idea. And honestly, who could blame her? Before the apocalypse, these girls only handled simple kitchen knives. How could they ever imagine wielding real, deadly weapons? Yet Zhongming was in no rush. He gave Park Soo-young time to think while preparing to move the squad to their next major destination, a place called Pearl Lake. This journey meant facing mutated monsters and massive zombie hordes, and even worse, brutal clashes with other desperate human survivors. Fifth Brother and his gang of thugs were the perfect example of human greed in this new world. So, despite their fears, the 2 girls had no choice but to follow Ye Zhongming into the unknown. Danger was lurking around every corner, but so was incredible opportunity. Their armored vehicle roared to life and quickly headed out. During the drive, Ye Zhongming stared into the distance, lost in memories of his tragic past life. When the apocalypse first hit, he was just a regular gamer, hiding behind locked doors. Only after his food ran out did he finally risk stepping outside. The ruined world terrified him to his core. But then, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted in the distance. Suddenly, thousands of zombies swarmed out. He truly believed he was going to die right then and there. Luckily, the monsters completely ignored a weakling like him, focused entirely on marching toward that mysterious, brilliant light. Having barely survived that day, Zhongming later learned the truth from another lucky survivor, who witnessed the event. At Pearl Lake, a mysterious roulette wheel had appeared. It offered no choices, only displaying the image of a single gold coin. To spin this unique roulette, it required only a single level 1 demon crystal. Rumors said it unlocked a secret realm, giving whoever spun it a special quest with clear instructions. If you actually completed the quest, the rewards were absolutely insane. We are talking evolution potions, silver-grade weapons, class scrolls, and even legendary formulas to turn any weakling into a god of this world. But the trail went cold after that. Nobody knew what happened next, because those who hunted the wheel either died early on or vanished without a trace. Some even believed they became so incredibly powerful that they transcended this entire system. This time, Zhongming was determined to seize control of this legendary roulette wheel. Only then would his dream of ruling this apocalypse be possible. Rewinding 10 hours earlier, another group of survivors was cornered on a different street. A scarred man in a military uniform was trying to force a merchant named President Lee into joining their group. It was simple. Either cooperate and share the rewards of the new world, or the scarred commander's men would gun them down without hesitation. This aggressive and forced offer made President Lee feel extremely uneasy. Even though President Lee had 3 one-star evolved fighters and 11 guns, they were still completely outmatched and had to behave like obedient dogs in front of the military. And looking at their arrogant attitude, the young soldier standing beside Commander Ye was at least a 2-star evolved warrior. No matter how furious President Lee was, he dared not fight back. Seeing him hesitate, Commander Ye got straight to the point, coldly stating they would eliminate them first to prevent any unexpected problems, since they were just struggling to survive. Joining forces with the military to achieve greatness together made perfect sense for everyone. Commander Ye pointed at the insignia on his shoulder, using his rank as an absolute guarantee. After listening to the clever manipulation, President Lee finally gave in and shook hands to seal the deal. The young soldier beside him was Wang Ning, a highly experienced combatant who carried himself with extreme confidence. With the alliance secured, Commander Ye carefully told President Lee the actual truth. The military needed extra muscle because intelligence reported a unique roulette wheel had recently spawned at Pearl Lake, just outside the city limits. And with the news spreading like wildfire, countless factions were already moving to seize it. To keep tabs on the situation, the military deployed a young field scout named Qin Xiaoba. Dressed like Sherlock Holmes, he looked young but possessed a highly cunning face. Meanwhile, Zhongming and his squad finally arrived at the lake. Sitting perched on top of a car, he used his binoculars to scan the area. Wherever good loot appeared, even in a single square meter, he would head straight for it. Seeing other massive, powerful armies made him envious, especially when his own squad was just a measly handful of survivors. With only basic gear, surviving intense field combat was highly unlikely, forcing them to rely on a completely different strategy instead. Following his orders, Liang Shuyin was put in charge of close-up observation. Zhongming handed her a walkie-talkie, giving strict instructions that if she spotted a golden monster about 1 meter tall while hiding by the lake, she had to report to him immediately. Although Fa Shuing was older, she was also the weakest of them, so he assigned her to a more distant observation post. Armed with a walkie-talkie and binoculars, she was to hide in a safe building and simply report the battlefield situation back to him. As for Zhongming, he was fully prepared to carry the team. His only hope was that these 2 ladies could stay safe, expecting absolutely nothing more. He also carefully warned them that although this monster lacked raw physical power, it was incredibly cunning. Even worse, it could summon a massive swarm of its allies, meaning they absolutely could not afford to act alone. Right at that moment, a massive pillar of light shot straight down from the heavens. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived, and everyone scrambled back to their designated positions. The military squad led by Qin Xiaoba was still lingering near the roulette wheel, suddenly hit by a wave of intense, unbearable dizziness. Just seconds later, a small, bizarrely shaped monster materialized right on top of the roulette wheel before their eyes. It had sharp claws on all 4 limbs, but only a single eye, sitting lazily with its chin in its hand like some weird idol. Seeing the humans panicking below, it did not waste any time. Raising a horn to its mouth, the creature began blowing a horribly grating, painful sound. Instantly, every single zombie across the city began thudding and thrashing around in a wild frenzy. The military forces gathering nearby felt an immediate chill of dread. Unconsciously, the soldiers tightened their grips on their rifles. From his high vantage point, Commander Ye observed the scene closely through his binoculars. Seconds later, a young soldier rushed up to report, "Commander, over at the 2 o'clock direction, Director Li Shujin's team has successfully reached their designated position. At 10 o'clock, Huda Hai's team is in position. The 5 and 7 o'clock flanks are also ready." But noting the soldier's hesitation, Commander Ye ordered him to speak up. Qin Xiaoba's squad has vanished. Also, at the 9 and 4 o'clock directions, unidentified hostile forces have been spotted encroaching on our rear, numbering anywhere from dozens to several hundred. And Commander, we are completely surrounded by zombies. The moment that bizarre horn blew, every zombie in the city acted as if they were demonically possessed. They turned hyper-aggressive, dragging hordes of their kind out into the streets in countless numbers. But Commander Ye was a battle-hardened old fox. He remained perfectly calm. What was there to fear? As long as they were trapped in this city, they were already surrounded on all sides anyway, right? To fire up his soldiers' morale, Commander Ye climbed onto a car roof, shouting with both reassurance and absolute resolve. In this brutal apocalypse, everyone already lived with a death sentence hanging right over their heads. Many of these soldiers were still young and completely lost, struggling to find a reason to keep fighting. In desperate times like this, protecting their families was the ultimate motivation. Once Commander Ye injected a heavy dose of mental doping into their minds, the soldiers' spirits skyrocketed, leaving them fully prepared to unleash physical devastation on anything blocking their path. Perched on a high corner of a nearby building, Ye Zhongming witnessed this entire inspiring spectacle unfold. Even though he had been betrayed and killed by his own comrades in his past life, seeing this level of pure unity still gave him goosebumps of deep admiration. As for Liang Shuyan, she remained carefully hidden away in a dark corner near the lake. The moment that small monster blew its horn, a spatial tear ripped open, acting as a direct, terrifying link between humanity and the depths of hell. This time, the hellish delivery was a level 2 Crimson Shield beast, built like an absolute tank. Making a terrifying grand debut, the creature immediately pounced on the frozen messenger, Qin Xiaoba. But that was not all, as another level 2 beast known as the Terror Sheep charged right out behind it. At the exact same time, hundreds of level 1 beasts, the Purple Cloud Battle Ants, began swarming right toward Ye Zhongming's hiding spot, making him a total magnet for danger. It was absolutely insane how a single tiny goblin could instantly summon such an overwhelming number of powerhouse monsters from another world. Just how high level was the death zone connected to that newly opened spatial rift? Ye Zhongming tried to recall his past life when this apocalypse first kicked off. The things raining from the sky were not just roulette wheels, but also countless meteorites that unleashed alien life forms, causing monstrous beasts to run rampant. With fire consuming everything, all of humanity was thrown into absolute despair. Yet, this chaos also brought countless rare plants and precious minerals, introducing legendary resources that no human on Earth had ever laid eyes on in their entire life. Suddenly, a colossal arm reached out from the spatial rift, cutting off Ye Zhongming's train of thought. What emerged next left him utterly horrified, shaking him to his very core. It is a simian zombie, not a mutated beast, classified as a level 3 zombie. Looking like a giant primitive ape, this brute is even packing some serious heat. It makes no sense. The apocalypse has barely started, so this monster should not be here yet. Did Ye Zhongming's regression somehow crank up the world's difficulty level? The sheer frustration is real, and our main character cannot help but curse out loud. In his past life, even the most legendary speedrunner took a whopping 3 weeks to reach 3 stars. Seriously, whoever reprogrammed this survival game needs to come out so he can kowtow to them. If it is this broken, they should just play it themselves. The moment the ape zombie emerges, Boss Lee's crew is instantly in deep trouble. Those toy-sized guns in their hands are barely enough to scratch its giant itch. The level 3 zombie casually reaches out and snatches one of the men, effortlessly crushing him to absolute pulp with a single squeeze. Boss Lee's face goes completely pale, while Park Xiao-ying, hundreds of meters away, vomits in sheer disgust just looking through her binoculars. But at Ye Zhongming's sharp reminder, Teacher Park quickly pulls herself together and speaks into the walkie-talkie to report the situation. Meanwhile, the little imp behind all this chaos is still casually strolling around the lake, And that massive dread ram has now closed in on the credit building, right where Ye Zhongming is currently hiding. No more waiting. Our main character springs into action, instructing Suiying to keep a close watch while signaling Liang Chuan to tightly follow his lead. With a few light bounds, Ye Zhongming leaps across rooftops like a total ninja. Logically speaking, that annoying little imp should only be able to blow its summoning horn once, opening the rift just once, to bring all of its monsters here. So, why on earth is the portal showing absolutely no signs of closing this time? Did these monsters somehow find a cheat code too? Ye Zhongming takes a deep breath and tightens his grip on his blade, slicing smoothly through every zombie in his path. He casually harvests the magic crystals right out of their heads, slowly building up his stash. He suddenly hears a commotion and realizes the dread ram has arrived. But surprisingly, it is busy chasing down some unlucky survivors. It might be a level 2 beast, one tier above him, but this dread ram is actually the easiest prey in this entire insane lineup. Plus, rumors say its body contains a rare ram treasure that is worth a massive fortune. Meeting our main character today is officially the worst luck of its entire life. While the beast is completely distracted by its prey, Ye Zhongming seizes the opening and leaps directly onto its head. Poor boss, all muscle and short legs. Ye Zhongming plays dirty, landing right on its blind spot behind the neck, leaving the giant completely clueless. Thanks to that, those terrified survivors escape certain death, running like mad to hide in a nearby corner. Watching Ye Zhongming move with insane agility and masterfully exploit the beast's blind spots, the soldier's jaw completely drops. He is left wondering how on earth they are both one-star evolvers, when the gap in their skill is this massive. Furious about being ridden like a horse, the dread ram roars in anger and violently thrashes around like it is wilding out at a club. Knowing exactly what the giant beast is trying to do, Ye Zhongming just smirks and drives his dagger deep into its back. The stabbed beast lets out a painful howl, its eyes instantly flushing blood red with pure rage. The soldiers on the sidelines are completely dumbfounded. Their entire squad could not even scratch this monster. And here is this lone guy, casually making absolute mincemeat of it. The thrashing beast goes totally wild, leaping high into the air with its massive, heavy body. Every single crash back to earth leaves a massive, crater-sized pothole in the ground. Ye Zhongming grips his dagger, driving it deeper while holding onto the beast's long horn for dear life. Talk about a wild roller coaster ride. He is honestly tempted to rip this giant horn off just for a souvenir. But suddenly, the dread ram freezes, straining to look back and glaring at Ye Zhongming with absolute, murderous hatred. He mockingly tells the beast that if it wants him down, they should settle it face to face. Leaping off its back, he is immediately greeted by those massive, heavy, stomping feet. Fuming with rage, the beast breathes smoke, its eyes burning like a literal demon from hell. But Ye Zhongming is no pushover. He simply tightens his grip on his dagger once more, blocking every single incoming strike. He immediately retaliates with a series of devastating, critical counter-slashes. Before long, the beast's massive, bulky body is covered in deep, bleeding wounds. Doubled over in agonizing pain, the monster collapses, completely out of steam. Is that really all it has got? It is going to take way more than that to beat his protagonist plot armor. Having totally outclassed the dread ram, Ye Zhongming nurses his sore, aching arm and steps closer to inspect his kill. Just as noisy cheers erupt celebrating that the monster is finally dead. Glancing over, our protagonist sees that cowardly crowd finally poking their heads out of their hiding spots. It is obvious they saw how overpowered he is and want to leech off his hard-earned loot. If they do not have the skills, they should beat it. He tells them they are not welcome and should scram. Hearing his blunt words, the shameless crowd immediately starts whispering and complaining. What do you mean? Welcome? Sure. Ye Zhongming killed the monster. But these guys believe they deserve some credit too, demanding that the rewards be split right down the middle. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming could barely keep from laughing out loud. Their so-called contribution was literally running away in sheer panic, nearly getting themselves killed. Scavengers like this exist in every era, and this apocalypse only made them more arrogant and reckless than ever. But in this chaotic world, people who try to play smart like this are usually just loudmouths with zero actual skills to back it up. Leaving them alive would be a disservice to humanity, and Ye Zhongming had no intention of wasting his breath if they just knew their place. But instead, they tried to rob him. The black-haired punk, already furious from earlier, was ready to make a move. Gripping a bat, the punk felt like a tough hero, while the older, white-haired man played nice, trying to sweet-talk their way in. He told the young man to calm down and think, warning that being too impulsive would only hurt him, while eyeing Ye Zhongming's injured right arm. Plotting because he thought the hero was weak, the chubby blonde guy also chimed in to threaten him. He pointed to the thug holding the bat, warning that his buddy was extremely ruthless and had killed several people just yesterday, so it was time for them to bow down. But none of these empty threats actually registered with Ye Zhongming. They looked up, only to see him holding a walkie-talkie tightly to his ear. On the other end of the line, Fa Shuying reported that a massive zombie horde was heading his way, while the little monster with the yellow bag was riding the Ziyun war ant into a fruit store. The ultimate goal this time was to retrieve that specific bag the little monster was wearing. Because of this, Ye Zhongming wanted to quickly grab the Yang Bao and meet up over there, but these clueless thugs just had to block his path, clearly seeking death. The black-haired punk was the loudest of them all. He waited for Ye Zhongming to finish his call, and then raised his high-pitched, annoying voice. He told the kid he could leave, but the loot and walkie-talkie had to stay. Ye Zhongming now deeply regretted not letting the monster eat these fools earlier. His brief moment of mercy had only brought him a massive headache from their endless barking about their bottomless greed. Smiling creepily, the black-haired punk rushed forward to strike first. Back in the day, he was just an ordinary office worker. He lived on a tiny salary that barely covered cheap instant noodles, constantly oppressed by a horrible boss. This left him with a mountain of resentment. But once the apocalypse began, everything completely changed. The noisy neighbor next door, who used to irritate him constantly, quickly became his very first victim. He forced himself onto the attractive female colleague who had rejected him, beat his former boss to a pulp, and even left the man's daughter completely crippled. These dark memories made him believe that acting tough would be enough to easily defeat Ye Zhongming. But a second later, an agonizing, brutal pain suddenly erupted from his wrist. Before his bat could even strike, his arm was severed clean off by Ye Zhongming's slash, leaving him staring at his foe's cold, sharp glare in absolute terror. Buddy, I forgot to tell you something. In this brutal apocalypse, if you can prey on others, others can easily prey on you too. With that, Ye Zhongming delivered a powerful kick, sending his body flying straight into his distant crew, leaving them all with severed limbs and broken legs. It was a pathetic sight, marking the end of their reign. Meanwhile, in a nearby building corner, a group of military soldiers was desperately holding their ground. Though fully armed with heavy firepower, they were completely surrounded by a swarm of mutant rats. It turned out that after parting ways with Ye Zhongming, Mo Ye had gone to search for her unit, battle-hardened and fearless of death. Their only remaining worry in this chaotic world was the safety of their families. Upon returning, Mo Ye immediately informed her captain that she wanted to leave the organization, but before they could even question her, a level 3 mutated zombie arrived right at their doorstep. The squad unleashed their weapons to suppress the creature, but the massive beast was shockingly agile and fast. In no time, it lunged straight toward the building windows, forcing the heavily armored soldiers to brace for impact. Unfortunately, the heavy gunfire from their assault rifles failed to cause any physical damage to the monster. They would literally need rocket launchers to scratch this thing, and if this kept up, they were finished. With the deadly monster pinning them down on one side and mutant rats swarming the other, they were trapped. This pincer attack left them completely cornered, and as the captain focused on firing forward, a hidden zombie suddenly ambushed him from behind. Luckily, Mo Ye spotted it in time and shoved him aside, but she ended up taking a deep, nasty claw mark instead. Anyone with 10 years of zombie movie experience knows that she will inevitably turn into one of them very soon. Enraged, the captain put a final, fatal bullet right through the zombie's head. Everyone stared at the wound on Mo Ye's arm with pure dread. Even though she insisted she was fine, they were determined to use force to chop off the infected limb. Better to lose an arm than turn into a monster. Seeing this boss lady holding a knife, Mo Ye broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, at the crucial second, she managed to break free from the person holding her down. No need for such extreme measures. She explained that she had already taken the evolution potion. Hearing those words, everyone frowned in confusion, their minds completely blank. To prove her words, Mo Ye instantly threw a light punch, completely shattering the concrete wall right in front of them. If that demonstration was not enough, she could easily readjust a few of their jawbones to make it clear. Seeing them stand there dazed, Mo Ye let out a chuckle before quickly snapping back into her battle stance. Hearing something approaching outside, telling them to stay focused, she quickly loaded the special bullet Ye Zhongming had given her earlier, aimed her gun, and fired straight into the monster's eye. Dozens of people had been firing endlessly with zero effect. Yet her single precise shot actually did the trick. Blinded by the sudden pain, the monster held its eye and roared in agony. In a blind rage, it grabbed a car and hurled it straight up at their floor. Mo Ye immediately forced everyone to duck, barely saving them from losing their heads. Meanwhile, in another area, Ye Zhongming was trying to get in touch with Liang Shuyin. She had been cut off halfway by a brainless horde. Although she was strong enough to face them easily, it still delayed her reunion with him. Ye Zhongming listened closely as the terrifying roars of the zombie ape echoed from a distance. Hitting that high of an octave meant it was likely injured. He himself was also dealing with a few minor injuries after his solo duel with the Terror Ram. Recovering quickly was out of the question. Moments like this made him realize how crucial having a doctor or healer in the squad would be. In this brutal apocalypse, many did not die instantly from enemy attacks, but slowly withered away due to a complete lack of timely medical treatment. Medicine was extremely scarce, and actual medical experts were even rarer. That made doctors the single most sought-after profession in this wasteland. Having a doctor on the team meant they could fight with absolute freedom, without constantly fearing every little scratch or injury. Lost in thought as he walked, Ye Zhongming soon arrived at the street leading directly to Pearl Lake. Right then, Liang Shuin was facing a group of sleazy creeps. Seeing a stunning woman wandering alone, their padded jacket leader wanted to make a move on her. "Little sister, it is not that we are stopping you, but there is real danger ahead. Why not stay here and have some fun with us instead?" This guy seemed to have some sort of connection with Commander Ye of the military faction. The commander had supplied him with weapons, ammo, evolution potions, and even close-range guards. However, he also had to hand over a valuable roulette card to the man. Knowing that the commander intended to exploit him, he had no desire to blindly entrust his life to those military folks. He carefully sized up Liang Shuin, examining her closely from head to toe. Sharp eyes, a perfect build, a powerful evolved aura, and a strangely unique weapon in her hands. Plus, there was also that transceiver call she had just made. These clues were more than enough to prove she belonged to some powerful group. Moreover, if someone this strong was not even the leader, then whoever backed her had to be truly monstrous. Fine, if you do not want to stay, at least tell me how you evolved, and where did you get that weapon of yours? After careful consideration, he decided to gather information tactfully. In this brutal post-apocalyptic world, raw power was everything, while women were just temporary distractions. Liang Shuin did not mind sharing a few details, briefly summarizing her journey so far. Her essay-long explanation quickly made his head spin before she suddenly wrapped it up with a sharp, decisive crack of her whip. "My savior needs my help, yet you trash decide to block my way. That means your time is officially up." Ye Zhongming finally arrived at the area Piao Xuing had pointed out. It turned out Commander Ye's military force was also stationed right here. Hiding behind a corner, he carefully observed the surroundings. As a swarm of mutated flies charged forward, Commander Ye immediately ordered his men to open fire. At first, the heavy gunfire from their rifles successfully brought down the flies in massive droves. Seeing this, Ye Zhongming could only click his tongue in disappointment at their recklessness. If mutated creatures were that easy to kill, how could he have died in his past life? Sure enough, seconds later, a highly corrosive, thick fluid erupted from the bullet holes in the creatures' bodies. Anyone splashed by it screamed in agonizing pain as the acid melted through metal, leaving their weapons completely warped. Watching this absolute disaster unfold, for some inexplicable reason, Ye Zhongming just could not hold himself back and decided to step out to help. Leaping from his hiding spot, he ran right past the panicked gaze of Commander Ye, charging straight toward the massive swarm of mutant insects. This turned out to be the exact fruit stand Piao Shu Ying had mentioned. From afar, Ye Zhongming saw mutated ants and flies blanketing the ground around the building. But as he drew closer, a sudden wave of sheer panic washed over him. The sound of the horn blowing from inside made the hair on his arms stand up. Wait, what? Wasn't that war horn supposed to be a one-time use only? Did something go completely wrong? Along with a terrible sense of dread, cold sweat ran down his spine. Ye Zhongming felt as if the gates of hell had swung open right behind him. Out of that endless darkness, something truly horrific was creeping toward him. Just as Zhongming feared, a blinding bolt of lightning struck right in front of him, leaving him completely stunned. It tore open a rift that looked like a mini-galaxy. Heavy, thudding footsteps and tight chains wrapped around its thighs signaled pure danger. It was finally here. Something absolutely terrifying was drawing close. The giant beast kept advancing, showing zero mercy and crushing everything in its path. Wrapped all around its body were endless layers of heavy chains. A single, long horn sat on its head, looking ridiculously tiny compared to its massive, bloated frame. Zhongming froze in place like a stone statue, his mind racing. So it was the chained prisoner, a terrifyingly powerful entity that had shattered its seal and escaped to the surface shortly after the apocalypse began. Its forehead now held a blue magic crystal, marking it as a level 4 evolved beast. Two sharp, massive fangs protruded menacingly from its mouth. Zhongming narrowed his eyes. It wouldn't be long before this monster reached level 5, 6, and eventually level 7. In fact, 1 year into the apocalypse, it would become one of the first level 9 beasts humanity would ever lay eyes on. Before humanity had a single 9-star powerhouse, this chained prisoner was already an invincible god. It had no goal. It simply wandered the earth, demolishing everything in its path. Even a sanctuary with 90 survivors was completely wiped out by its hands. It wasn't until humanity finally produced 9-star experts, who fully realized its terrifying power, that 3 of them teamed up to put it down. That legendary battle was what made the assassin Rose Mo Qingfei famous worldwide. As he kept thinking, his face twisted in frustration, as if enduring immense pain. Though he was still just a 1-star, he had consumed an enhanced evolution potion and eaten flame crocodile meat, making him far stronger than any ordinary 1-star. With that, Zhongming launched forward like a rocket, relying on his class advantages and future knowledge of the apocalypse. Deploying his Stardust War Ants to take on a level 2 beast was a breeze. With a few basic moves, the monster was torn to shreds. So, dealing with a level 4 beast shouldn't be too hard, right? With blood splattered on his cold, expressionless face, Zhongming picked up the small crystal from his kill. He threw it in his bag, his grim expression never softening. Zhongming stared at the massive beast before him, many times his size, and thought to himself, the top priority right now is that treasure monster. Capture it and seize the bag on its back. He kicked the door open with massive force, cracking it instantly. Zhongming stepped into the chaotic room, finding several lifeless bodies sprawled across the floor. He quickly radioed his teammate, saying, "Miss Park, I found the candy shop, but the treasure monster isn't here." Strange static and bizarre noises suddenly echoed from the other end. Static hissed. Zhongming froze as he realized both Park Xiuying and Liang Chuyin were completely unreachable. What on earth was going on? A sudden, deafening explosion caught his attention, making him turn his head to see what was happening. At the back exit, a squad in military uniforms was firing rapidly. Their leader screamed into his radio, as if his life depended on it. "Captain Yi, please send backup. I have spotted a monster carrying a yellow sack on its back. It just threw a potion bottle from its bag at us, and it turned out to be an evolution potion. This thing is definitely our main target today. That bag is loaded with treasure." Just then, a bright green monster armed with a weapon flew in, but got shot in the shoulder and shrieked in pain. "Aha!" The squad leader grinned savagely. "It's wounded. Don't let it get away. Pursue it. Find a way to knock it off that giant ant." Zhongming, who was sprinting, had to screech to a halt as they rushed past him. The soldiers suddenly pivoted and aimed their weapons at him. "Who's there? Show yourself," they barked. "Do not move." Zhongming swiftly clenched his fists. In a flash, he disarmed the first soldier, sending his gun flying. Turning around, he did the exact same to the next guy. The leader struggled to hold his gun, gritting his teeth in a desperate attempt to resist. Before he could even react, Zhongming drove a knee deep into his stomach. Whoosh! The gun flew right out of his shocked hands. The weapon landed smoothly in Zhongming's hand. Examining it closely, he confirmed it was indeed military-grade gear. It seemed their captain had spent a fortune equipping them for this raid. Having dealt with them, he quickly vanished, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Zhongming narrowed his eyes. The secret of the treasure monster wouldn't stay hidden for much longer. Soon, every fighter deployed today would catch wind of this. He had to secure that bag before anyone else could lay their hands on it. The fallen leader struggled to sit back up, pulling out his radio while coughing uncontrollably. Blood dripped from his mouth and veins bulged in his eyes. But he was determined to finish his mission. "Captain Ye, the treasure is right here. If we don't move now, someone else will snatch it." Meanwhile, Zhongming scanned the area, trying to figure out where the monster had run off to. Zhongming froze as a sudden growl cut through the silence. Right behind him, 2 monsters lounged on a rock, one casually gnawing on a chicken foot. Without hesitation, Zhongming charged forward, determined to crash their little party. There it is. But one thing made him pause. That monster was clearly shot just a second ago. So how on earth did it regenerate so fast? Man and beast locked eyes in a tense standoff, the creature looking completely baffled by this sudden interruption. Spotting the intruder, the beast shrieked a desperate SOS to its buddy, pointing wildly. Instantly, the idle purple ant snapped into action and charged straight at him. Zhongming casually slipped to the side, effortlessly dodging the incoming strike. Huh? This Zhan Ziyun ant was actually a 2-star general tier beast? He lunged with his blade, but the creature raised its massive pincers to block. Normally, these Zhan Ziyun ants are just low-level, tier 1 monsters. But in any colony, elite, high-level variants are bound to spawn. Generals are tier 2, kings are tier 3, and the missing queen? She could easily be a tier 4 beast, or maybe even higher. The beast spat a blinding blue light from its jaws in a desperate counterattack. Luckily, his sharp instincts saved him from getting blasted. Infuriated by the cheap sneak attack, Zhongming deflected the blow skyward. He lay flat on the rock for a second, fingers twitching, itching to finish this. It was his turn to dominate. Zhongming was fully back in control now. Trying to fly away? Not on his watch. With one clean slash, he clipped both its wings. Severely wounded, the purple ant scrambled in absolute terror, running for its life. There was no way he was letting a mere bug look down on him. He drove his blade straight through its head. His hands nimbly sliced open the carcass, pulling out a sparkling, precious beast core within seconds. Returning to the rock, he found the other little monster could no longer casually enjoy its meal. It broke into a cold sweat. Paralyzed with fear, the creature dropped its food, completely speechless. It looked around frantically, but its buddy was gone, sending its panic into overdrive. Zhongming grinned at its terror. Planning his next move, he delivered a clean, decapitating strike. That golden pouch was finally going to be his. The pouch sat on the creature's back. It clutched the bag tightly, staring at him. Despite breaking into a cold sweat, it seemed determined to fight. Was it planning another cheap shot? Something caught Zhongming's eye, making them light up with excitement. Wait, is that a scroll? Holding it in his hands, he was utterly baffled to see what it was. Basic soul condensing. Staring at it, he couldn't help but let out a silent curse. Damn it, it was a skill scroll. And of all things, a summoning skill, one of the most common types in this post-apocalyptic world. Ye Zhongming gripped the scroll tightly with a smirk. Good stuff. But wait, the trembling monster was holding another scroll, having absolutely no idea what to do with it. The terrified beast frantically threw several scrolls at him, leaving him completely baffled by its sudden submissive behavior. Catching one in his hand, his expression went completely blank. What he held was an advanced class promotion scroll. In his past life, people shed endless blood and paid terrible prices for this. Yet here, it was being thrown around like absolute garbage. To the timid beast, Ye Zhongming looked like a demon. But to him, this monster was starting to look incredibly cute. Got any more? Give me more, or I'll kill you. The beast frantically threw everything it had, utterly terrified by the scary threats playing out in its own head. Ye Zhongming glanced at a vial, just a standard 1-star evolution potion. But another item on the ground made his eyes widen in pure shock. This was a class certificate. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the gardener class. His jaw dropped as he imagined himself as a cheerful, hard-working farmer. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, Mo Ye entered the room, her face tight with visible irritation. Qing Long stammered in absolute shock. Mo Ye, what? What kind of gun is that? How does it even damage a monster like that? Before anyone could react, another gunshot rang out, leaving the team utterly shell-shocked. This gun was insane. Chengze stared in disbelief, looking highly anxious. You insisted you wanted to leave. Is this the real reason? Mo Yi remained silent, keeping her focus locked on the target. But deep down, she knew the truth. She had assumed the evolution, potion, bullets, and weapons were fair compensation for her help. But in reality, what she did was nowhere near deserving of such incredibly high rewards. But keeping her eyes glued to the target, Mo Yi softly whispered under her breath, there are many magical things, far more magical than any of us could ever imagine. Just then, a muscular, giant zombie ape appeared, freezing as it spotted her gun from afar. Squinting through the sights, she coldly replied, if we survive this, I will explain everything in detail later. Another loud gunshot echoed as a bullet grazed the monster's thigh, tearing off a chunk of its flesh. But that minor wound was nothing to its massive body, making the beast look like a ticking time bomb. From her high-rise window, she kept firing, forcing the giant monster to roar in absolute agony. That terrifying sound sparked frantic, nervous chatter among her teammates. It's coming. It's hurt. Keep targeting its open wounds. It got shot in the knee, so it can't run fast anymore. Keep firing. Don't stop. A sharp-dressed man behind Mo Ye adjusted his glasses, speaking in an authoritative tone. Who fired that shot just now? Follow me. Director Liu wants that person on his elite squad. The crowd turned toward Mo Ye, but chose to remain completely silent. She was too busy dealing with the monster to notice. But Mo Ye suddenly let out a shout. Help me strike its right knee. Hurry, she yelled, and the team immediately charged forward, weapons ready to strike down their foe. Completely ignoring the critical danger, that pompous man cleared his throat and demanded to know why she was ignoring his direct orders. He was completely ignored once again as Mo Ye aimed at her prey, when a hand reached out with an incredibly foolish question. Before he could even touch her strange gun, the angry beauty Mo Ye delivered a brutal kick straight to his stomach, sending him flying. Clutching his chest, the clearly weakened man tried to maintain his authority, demanding to know what Mo Ye thought she was doing. Is there something shady about your weapon? Why are you preventing me from inspecting it right now? Staring him down with icy eyes, she coldly told him she was saving lives and he should back off, making her teammates shiver on her behalf. I am staying right here. I am not going to that bureau, and if you keep bothering me, I will end you. Pushed past his absolute limit, he shook with sheer rage, pointing a finger straight at Mo Ye's face in disbelief. You are disobeying direct orders and will face severe discipline, he yelled, but a sudden gunshot right past his ear shattered his anger, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Mo Ye was done playing nice, using bold actions to issue a direct challenge. Once again, the teammates were completely stunned by her sheer guts, while the terrified man stuttered out, "Did you just shoot at me?" Mo Ye did not hesitate, screaming right back that if he did not beat it, she would smash his head in. His cowardice was pathetic, and he scrambled away instantly to save his own skin. Cheng Zi and Xia Lei asked with worried eyes how she planned to survive in the squad after being so impulsive. But Mo Ye just smiled warmly, her gentle eyes returning. Do not worry, because besides you guys, there is absolutely nothing left here for me to care about. Cheng Zi was not pleased with her attitude and asked how she could say that, but she stood her ground and fired back. Teacher, this place is not as noble as you think. Do you even know what we are risking our lives for, or what we actually get in return? She asked, making him worry about what she had discussed with the chief yesterday. She held absolutely nothing back, admitting she had overheard a highly confidential call between the chief and Captain Ye. They are using us as cannon fodder, so Captain Ye can secure a treasure dozens of times more powerful than my weapons. It might even be 100 times more powerful. While we sacrifice everything for absolutely nothing, our chief is securing evolution serums for his family to gain safe asylum with the military. Hearing this, the entire squad was left utterly stunned, unable to believe their ears. Xiao Hu nervously asked if it was true, and Mo Ye lowered her voice, offering a grim congratulations to anyone lucky enough to survive. You will witness the chief and his family successfully transform into highly evolved humans. Meanwhile, Zhongming stared at his new certificate in complete and utter disbelief. He kept wondering how he unlocked a second class as a gardener, which actually shared some similarities with the Glory Craftsman, offering more than just one skill. However, unlike the prefix Heavy Glory Craftsman class, this gardener class only had two distinct skills, cultivation and activation. Cultivation allowed him to raise any plant from a mere seed, nurturing it through germination all the way to maturity. Because it was a class skill, his cultivation speed, efficiency, and natural growth rates were far superior, occasionally granting unique abilities, while activation served as a direct method to control plants. It had bizarre effects, but it was guaranteed to help the gardener accomplish almost anything. In his past life, he had seen a mutated parasol tree evolve to an unimaginable level, whether it was a top 9-star human powerhouse or a dominant beast of the Forbidden Lands. Even the mutant king steered clear of this colossal plant, known to all as the Sky Tree. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled Zhongming became, even setting aside powerful mutated plants. Simply being able to grow normal crops and fresh vegetables would already be incredibly valuable. In this brutal apocalypse, food was worth its weight in gold, but his greed knew no bounds. So Zhongming cornered the foolish little monster for more loot. Shaking with fear, the creature reached into its backpack while he watched closely, and a second later, the monster threw something at him with a loud shout. And naturally, he instinctively reached out to catch it, but his sharp sixth sense screamed danger, making Zhongming realize it was a trap, and he quickly dodged out of the way. Sure enough, The object exploded upon impact, releasing thick smoke as he quickly covered his nose. He knew it was a trap, but as the smoke cleared, an uninvited guest appeared like a genie. The creature was completely green, prompting him to cautiously raise his blade while wondering what kind of monster it actually was. He noticed no magic crystal inside its head, and the glowing green slime dripping from its body dissolved instantly upon hitting the ground, proving to be highly corrosive. The beast launched itself like a rocket, giving Zhongming zero time to catch his breath as it closed in. He smoothly dodges, but it's risky. If he strikes and that thing's acid corrodes his Moonbreeze blade, he'll lose it for good. Meanwhile, the little monster that caused all this trouble sits nearby, gloating over her escape before roaring toward the lake. But Zhongming is much faster. Holding his weapon tight, he plunges it right into the water, staring down the beast with a smirk. Time to test his basic condensation, summoning magic. The water around his hand bubbles rapidly. Everything is going exactly as planned. Under Zhongming's command, a massive water beast rises up. He smiles inside. It actually worked. The newly summoned beast immediately shows off her skills, blasting a jet of freezing water. Before the green monster can counter, the searing stream hits its skin, making it howl in agony. A massive roar echoes as the two beasts clash head-on, neither willing to back down. Zhongming steps back to let the two battle, quickly checking his stats. The durability of his summoned water element is at 30 out of 30. With only 1 minute on the clock, he needs a fast victory. Slipping away, he's already moved behind the sneaky little beast. Absolutely terrified upon seeing him, the small monster can only cover its head and try to scramble away. But as it reaches the other side, a hostile group surrounds it. They are trying to use sheer numbers to steal what rightfully belongs to him. Gunfire erupts suddenly. "Kill them," they shout. Even Zhongming is shocked, quickly diving behind a massive boulder for cover. He swiftly pulls a pistol from his coat, frowning with utter annoyance. Trapped. The enemy caught up after just a brief delay. What now? He can't even reload his weapon in this tight spot. Is he really going to let them take the monster and its bag? Moving purely on instinct, Zhongming leaps out of cover. Boom. One enemy takes a bullet straight to the forehead. The rest share a similar fate, getting shot until they drop their weapons. Moving with blinding speed, he instantly reaches the little beast. Zhongming lifts it effortlessly, keeping his gun pointed at the crowd with a cold expression. Now, completely helpless, the creature can only let out bizarre, panicked squeaks. Holding it by the neck, he watches it squirm in terror. Jackpot, he scored big. In his past life, hunting and stealing rare monsters always meant stepping into brutal, bloody battlefields. The mortality rate back then easily exceeded 60%. Staring blankly ahead while clutching the struggling beast, Zhongming pauses, silently questioning his own luck. Is he truly the winner today? Suddenly, a bright green flash reflects in his eyes, tearing through the air almost at the speed of light. The sharp projectile strikes, forcing Zhongming to release his grip. His face darkens instantly. Who did that? The tiny beast falls through the air, looking utterly terrified, despite escaping his grasp. He stares at the distant crowd, mind racing with suspicion. If he hadn't sensed the danger and dodged in time, his hand would have been sliced clean off. It seems they want more than just the rare beast. Stepping out of the dust cloud are three unpleasant figures, 2 men and a woman. The woman sneers, speaking to him with absolute arrogance. "Get lost, and we might spare your life," she says. Zhongming freezes, realizing all three are brutal, ruthless awakened, who have clearly adapted to this harsh apocalypse. Without saying a word, he reaches behind his back, eyes locked onto them. Zhongming effortlessly flings his weapon in a wide spin. He has done this a million times before. The blade curves right back into his hand. Suddenly, a masked man lunges forward, a deadly, pointed weapon aimed straight at his chest. Zhongming barely dodges the strike, gritting his teeth in frustration. If his right arm weren't injured, he could easily handle this scum. But with his strength severely depleted right now and facing 3 powerful awakened enemies, retreating is his only logical option. Yet, as he dodges another strike, he delivers a sharp kick, sending the rare beast flying. Stunned by this unexpected move, the 3 awakened immediately halt their attack in sheer confusion. The beast lands near an ambushing squad. One of them instantly recognizes the creature as Wang Ding, shouting to seize the bag on its body. The rare beast crashes heavily onto a rock right in front of them. Wang Ding frowns slightly before a smirk plays on his lips. What a coincidence. Nearby, the masked man finally realizes what is happening. Damn it, he barks to his crew. Forget the kid, get the bag first. Wang Ding cracks his wrists, preparing to fight. I will stop them myself. Everyone, move fast, his ally shouts. Understood, comes the reply. He charges at the three, awakened, both sides radiating intense bloodlust. Zhongming stands back, watching the chaos unfold. The water has been thoroughly muddied. Now, how will he reel in the catch? Meanwhile, in a much quieter area, sunset slowly drapes over the ruined, silent city. Inside a ruined building, Mo Ye hides, never letting her guard down for a single second. The giant monster outside is still alive and growing larger. With the horde surrounding her, she grips her gun tight, a slight panic setting in. Is this monster seriously still standing? He pulls out an item. Ye Zhongming only has one last special bullet left in his arsenal. Switching targets is obviously useless now. Could all their previous efforts really just go to waste like this? Her eyes glisten, welling up with tears. Wait, what is that? In the distance, a familiar figure is desperately running through a dangerous war zone. Thoughts race through Mo Ye's mind as she spots Piao Shouying. When she left, the teacher was supposed to be right beside Ye Zhongming. With her showing up here, Ye Zhongming is bound to be somewhere close by. Xiao Hu panics the moment Mo Ye jumps down, shouting, "Are you crazy?" It is true though. Seeing Teacher Piao made her leap without even thinking. Mo Ye lands smoothly on a large rock and quickly calls out to Teacher Piao. The teacher smiles warmly upon seeing Mo Ye, relieved after a long search. Mo Ye? Thank goodness you are here. Mo Ye immediately asks, how did you get here? Where are Ye Zhongming and Liang Shuyan? Before she can answer, a sudden tremor shakes the ground beneath their feet. Both of them look over and witness the massive monster, collapsed on the ground, standing completely frozen. Xia Lei and Cheng Zhe witness everything, lost in their own thoughts without saying a single word. Xiao Hu looks at the man, nodding in perfect sync before they leap out the window together, yelling, "Let us go find Captain Mo." Cheng Zhe completely loses his cool at their reckless move, scowling at those foolish kids. Xia Lei holds his shoulder, stopping him. Just let them go. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from the main entrance. The two lock eyes, immediately realizing what is happening. The man from earlier is back, and this time, he brought back up, acting tough as if he had not just run away. Where is Mo Ye? She broke rules and must pay. Xia Lei sneers, her voice completely ice cold. What kind of time is this to be playing stupid political games? Zheng Zi suddenly yells out, completely fed up. The priority right now is to fight. Who cares about pointing fingers and shifting blame? The next second, he leaps straight out of the window, leaving one last shout. I am bringing Mo Ye back. The troublemakers are annoyed but powerless to stop him. Xia Lei can only watch in utter shock, her eyes wide. She smiles bitterly, her eyes welling with tears. She truly envies them, realizing she is just not cut from the same cloth. After reuniting with Mo Ye, Piao Xiuying explains the current situation. The last time she saw Ye Zhongming, he was heading toward that monster. Mo Ye stares ahead, her mind racing with worry. Ye Zhongming actually went after that beast. Can he handle it? What if something goes terribly wrong? Shaking with fear, Teacher Piao grabs Mo Ye's hand to steady herself. But we must save Liang Shuyan first. She is in serious danger right now. I saw her locked in a fierce fight just a moment ago. Mo Ye hesitates. But what about Ye Zhongming? Xiuying shakes her head quickly, reassuring her. I think he is fully prepared and looking for something specific. He will not blindly pick a fight with that beast. She adds, saving Liang Shuyan first and then meeting up with him is our best option. You know how it is. Most of the time, we only end up getting in his way. Mo Ye looks at the distant beast, anxious, but ultimately agrees. Fine, let us rescue Liang Shuyan first. Lead the way. Before they can move, a shout echoes from behind. Captain Mo, wait up. Her squad has finally caught up, ready to back her up. Cheng Long, Xiao Hu, and the instructor, why did you guys come? Cheng Long speaks up, asking what they can do. I see it clearly now. The entire world is in absolute chaos, so we do not have to stay back there. Xiao Hu shakes his head, completely carefree. Exactly, Captain. We are with you, and we go wherever you go. Cheng Zhe bows his head, looking slightly downcast. Every era has its own rules, and in this new world, you might actually be right. Mo Ye says nothing, but a wave of relief washes over her. The instructor, Cheng Long, and Xiao Hu are elite fighters. Having them around will definitely make that idiot happy. She pats Xiuying on the shoulder. All right, let us go rescue our companion first. Xiao Hu looks completely clueless. Wait, Captain, save who? She gives him a knowing smirk as the sun begins to set. Meanwhile, Shuyin is fighting for her life against an entire crowd, surrounded by fallen bodies, covered in blood. Shuyin is completely exhausted, panting heavily. She wipes the blood from her lip, realizing that taking a life feels just like this. The enemy leader is heavily wounded and grimacing in pain. Damn it, you are not leaving here alive today. As he pulls his hand away, blood gushes from his wound. Go, break her legs right now. I only need her alive. I do not care if she loses limbs. Gunfire erupts continuously, shaking the shooter violently. Shuyin calmly summons her thick vines, wrapping them tightly around the enemies one by one. She lifts a thug high and slams him down. Still, staying here is extremely dangerous. Just as hope begins to fade, a familiar voice calls out Liang Shuyin's name. Mo Ye's squad arrives just in time to back her up against the thugs. For these trained soldiers, these thugs are nothing more than buzzing mosquitoes. They drop them one by one without breaking a sweat, leaving the furious leader screaming after his easy prey gets snatched away. Who the hell are you? He barks. Mo Ye doesn't hesitate, delivering a devastating blow right to his face. That physical impact sends his teeth flying, leaving him speechless. He's left wondering how another evolved human could possibly show up here. Back with Ye Zhongming, we see him watching the other group tear into each other in a fierce battle. Looking closely at the scarred, muscular giant in the mask, Zhongming realizes this beast must have a specialized job class, and it looks like a highly unique, overpowered brawler type. Zhongming shifts his gaze to another fighter, who looks much more intact with remarkably pale skin. That spear-wielding fighter is definitely another class user, leaving only a red-haired girl with an incredibly sharp, piercing gaze. It seems these three didn't just spin the wheel to become one-star evolved. They were lucky enough to hit at least 3 different roulette wheels. Wang Ding rams hard into the heavily scarred giant. Watching this, Zhongming tenses up, focusing intensely as danger inches closer. In this apocalypse, finding evolved humans or people with specialized job classes isn't surprising at all anymore. After all, nobody knows exactly how many roulette wheels exist. There could easily be one hidden in any random, godforsaken corner. Plus, once you find a wheel, anyone can eventually figure out how to use it with a little courage and careful planning. It offers a massive shortcut to gaining power instantly. While Wang Ding closes in on the second fighter, that military guy who suddenly showed up turns out to be a 2-star, evolved. Feeling the pressure mount, Zhongming dashes toward the loot bag as fast as his legs can carry him. Gritting his teeth, his eyes flash. After all, he is a reincarnated regressor. Yet right now, he is still just a 1-star evolved. Without a stroke of pure luck, he wouldn't even have a class. Meanwhile, Wang Ding and the masked giant trade blows, both shocked and extremely wary of each other's hidden strength. Did this guy actually spin a level 2 wheel? But even if he found one, are there really enough level 2 mutated beasts around to harvest for crystals right now? And even if there are, could anyone actually kill them? Wang Ding wipes a smear of blood from his mouth, glaring. Before he can catch his breath, the spearman suddenly lunges, catching him completely off guard as he hurls his spear like a rocket. Terrified to his core, Wang Ding knows he absolutely cannot take that devastating weapon head-on. 2 spears fly by. One grazes his shoulder, while the other pierces his body, leaving a bleeding wound near his heart that stains his shirt. Calmly, he pulls the spear out. The attacker is frozen in utter shock, completely unable to believe Wang Ding actually survived that. Regaining the upper hand, Wang Ding unleashes heavy strikes, completely knocking his opponent off balance. Die. Seeing his ally fall, the scarred giant's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as if struck by lightning. What? Wang Ding coldly inspects the captured spear. You shouldn't try to steal things that don't belong to you in the first place. With a massive grunt, he hurls the spear past the giant, aiming straight for the red-haired girl. The man spins around, screaming, "Xiao Tong, run!" But it's too late. The spearhead pierces her chest, and with a horrified shriek, her face goes pale. Xiao Tong. Wang Ding regains his composure and scoffs at the weaklings. That loot bag is finally his. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. How dare you? Making Wang Ding's face twist in anger once again. Zhongming is already holding the loot bag, wearing a smug smirk. He turns to leave, waving mockingly while thanking him for stopping those 3. Of course, Wang Ding isn't taking this lying down. After putting in all that effort, he immediately gives chase, roaring, "Don't you dare run!" The high-stakes chase is on. As Zhongming sprints ahead, he desperately tries to figure out how to shake this guy off. But the path ahead is a total disaster. Zhongming skids to a halt, staring blankly at the nightmare in front of him. A colossal monster is rampaging through the city, kicking up massive clouds of dust, and surprisingly, this actually makes him smile. Cooking up a quick plan, he dives straight into the thickest layer of dust. By the time Wang Ding catches up, Zhongming is already fading into the haze. Wang Ding strikes with violent aggression, but Zhongming quickly pulls out his blade to counter. They clash fiercely in a brutal deadlock, with neither backing down. Capitalizing on the dust obscuring his opponent's vision, Zhongming makes a break for it to escape. Before long, they're locked in a tense stare-down, face to face, both of them sporting fresh cuts. Wang Ding looks down at the slashes on his clothes, analyzing calmly. Isn't this punk just a one-star evolved? If I hadn't dodged so quickly, that silver blade of his would have definitely taken a chunk out of me. A moment later, his muscles swell with power, ripping his shirt apart to reveal a dark, menacing skull tattoo on his chest. Spotting this detail, Zhongming finally puts the pieces together. He now knows how this guy reached 2-star status. It's the Dark Soul Devourer. Over at Commander Yi's defensive line, complete chaos has broken out. We see him continuously spray gunfire as a swarm of ravenous monsters charge forward, ready to tear them to shreds. A soldier was driving along when he spotted the horde and slammed on his brakes. He reacted quickly, but there was no way he could hold his ground against a horde this massive. A soldier rushed to report to Commander Ye, who was too busy fighting to notice his surroundings. "Commander, there are too many zombies. We can't hold them off." A young soldier reported in a panic. "We set up defenses in 4 directions, but we lost contact with 2. Director Liu called, saying they couldn't stop the giant mutant zombie and are forced to retreat as well." Commander Ye looked as if he had aged decades. Frowning, Yi ordered, "Pass my command." The soldier saluted. "Yes, sir." Yi then shouted, "Break the encirclement on the front left." Seeing the giant monster causing chaos nearby, the young man hesitated. "Commander, but over there." Yi cut him off. "I know," Commander Yi said solemnly, fully focused. "But that is our only way out of this." It was fine. Every sacrifice would be worth it, as long as Wang Ding succeeded. Yi could back him up. Even more sacrifices were acceptable. Meanwhile, things were tense but quiet between Wang Ding and Zhongming as they sized each other up. Zhongming pressed his lips together, staying alert. In his past life, he heard of a rare black card found on certain roulette wheels. Unlike regular cards with instructions, this one featured nothing but a creepy skull pattern on its surface. Once activated, the card granted only one specific ability. This meant that within a strict, limited time, the user could completely devour another living being of the exact same evolutionary level to instantly trigger a massive level +1 evolution. In other words, if a 1-star evolver activated this black card and then devoured a level 1 mutant creature, they would instantly become a 2-star evolver. Likewise, a 2-star evolver devouring a level 2 mutant would immediately ascend to a 3-star status. Zhongming furrowed his brows, incredibly tense. However, this devouring skill had its limits. It could only be used by someone at a maximum evolution level of 2 stars. Rumor has it the side effects are severe, cutting the user's remaining lifespan down to less than 10 years. Wang Ding spoke first, pointing his finger right at Zhongming's face. "Drop the bag, and I will let you walk." Zhongming didn't answer, simply narrowing his eyes. No wonder a 2-star evolver had appeared in such a short time. It almost shattered the confidence he had as a reincarnator. Zhongming calmly raised his blade as a silent threat. "You really are an unexpected factor," he said slowly. "You forced me to scrap my original plans, but that does not mean I will just abandon everything because of you." Wang Ding's face darkened at the threat. Gritting his teeth, he wondered, does this guy have another trump card, or is this a trap? He clenched his fists. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were nothing but child's play. Zhongming clutched his treasure bag and pointed. "Look over there. That giant beast is driving your soldiers right to us." Wang Ding gasped, spotting Director Liu. Zhongming did not look, simply pointing behind them. The 3 men Zhongming had defeated earlier arrived, raging. It felt like all yesterday's survivors were gathering here. Zhongming pressed his advantage, continuing his threats. "You know what? I heard your men call your name. Wang Ding. I used to admire you, but now I absolutely despise you." True soldiers deserve utmost respect. Even in a brutal apocalypse like this, they still fight to protect their honor. But you are not like them. Even your commander is better than you. Hearing this, Wang Ding's face grew incredibly twisted. Genuinely agitated, Zhongming raised his voice. "The apocalypse has corrupted the hearts of people like you. Everything you people did today was purely for your own selfish gain. Wang Ding angrily brushed off the heavy accusation. You are talking absolute nonsense. Zhongming lowered his voice, letting out a mocking chuckle. Am I wrong? A tank rumbled over. Commander Ye sat on top, with crossed arms, flanked by his remaining soldiers. Zhongming pressed on. When the disaster started, you had the only organized force in town. What did you do? Did you rescue anyone? Did you help the refugees? Did you clear out zombies? Each word hit a nerve, making Wang Ding's face darken with rage. No, you did nothing. Even when you killed zombies, it was for magic crystals, not to save lives. You did not help the civilians at all. Instead, you used other revolvers as tools. The perimeter guards defending you were just cannon fodder. They are the real soldiers, obeying orders unconditionally and leaving their families behind to fight bravely. Hearing this, the nearby soldiers were deeply shaken. With the monster still raging in the distance, Zhongming turned to leave. Clutching his hard-earned treasure bag, Zhongming quickly leaped onto high ground. He raised his prize, mockingly challenging everyone below, from Wang Ding to the highly decorated officers wearing proud military ranks. Your souls are filthy. You want this treasure? Come and get it. Charge. The treasure bag ripped open, letting all the loot rain down. Zhongming smirked, saying, Today is all about skill. Let's see how much treasure a simple 2-star revolver can actually grab. High above, a massive glowing orb floats the very treasure he dropped, but Zhongming himself has completely vanished from sight. Wang Ding's eyes popped in shock, while Commander Ye squinted. Even the guys he just thrashed are rushing back in. They move at lightning speed, leaving the masked guy thinking that the soldier's quickness is absolutely terrifying. Wang Ding is closest to the treasure, just a hair away from touching it. He thinks he won, but suddenly, a massive tail whips in, aiming for the prize. Talk about painful. Wang Ding can only watch helplessly as someone snatches the treasure right out from under his nose. A woman uses summoning vines to snatch the loot, leaving him staring in absolute, utter disbelief. Mo Ye's group charges in hot. Leaping into the air with perfect timing, the glowing treasure orb flies right toward her grasp. She clutches it like her very life depends on it. As another orb grazes her back, Mo Ye spins and screams, Miss Park? The orb falls directly toward Miss Park, landing right in front of her, as if on cue. The three of them successfully secure an orb each, smiling like fools. But Cheng Long quickly realizes there is still one last treasure remaining. He eagerly rushes to claim the final prize, but Wang Ding spots him just in time. Lunging like a hungry tiger, he shatters a boulder with a roaring, "Get lost!" Caught off guard, Cheng Long is blasted back several meters, taking a direct hit to the gut. Cheng Long coughs up blood, while Cheng Zhe, trailing behind, senses trouble. He tries to catch Cheng Long, who is hurtling through the air in absolute panic. Unable to stop, Cheng Zi checks on his teammate, anxiously asking if Da Long is okay. Sweating and battered from the ambush, Da Long lets out a curse. Damn, that was brutal. Meanwhile, Wang Ding is right next to the precious orb again, looking just as thrilled as before. But before he can even celebrate, a sudden chill runs straight down his spine. Gritting his teeth, Wang Ding relies on his raw experience and speed to dodge a hail of incoming bullets. It is Xiao Hu. Refusing to let this guy run wild, he unloads his weapon, venting all his bottled-up rage. Wang Ding drops suddenly to the ground, a desperate move that completely catches the shooter off guard. The treasure orb flies straight toward Commander Ye and Mo Ye. Surprised, both of them reach out to catch it at the exact same time. Still holding up Cheng Long, he calls out to his teammate, "Move fast, Xiao Ye, you need this more." Commander Ye makes his move, staring at her coldly. The tension between them is stretched to the absolute limit. Both are locked onto the same prize, and neither is backing down. The orb lands under a rock, and Commander Ye reaches out. Right then, a spearman sweeps the orb away, denying him any chance. The two instantly clash in a brutal, physical struggle. The three evolvers cheer as they snatch the loot. It is ours now. Meanwhile, Commander Ye gets kicked flying. Nearby, things are surprisingly quiet as we watch the commanders observe the chaotic battlefield ahead. Squinting into the distance, the chief coldly orders them to open fire. The soldier beside him asks stupidly, "Shoot? Who, sir?" The chief slaps him, yelling, "Who else? Are any of our guys over there? No? Then just fire blindly? You idiot!" Amidst this total chaos, Sha Lei wonders why on earth the commander would order them to shoot at their own kind. Paralyzed with worry, she huddles up, thinking of her teammates. Mo Ye and Cheng Zhe are still right in the blast zone. Suddenly, a massive blast echoes, drawing everyone's eyes. The two commanders turn around, their faces pale with dread. The giant beast is closing in fast. From a hidden corner, Zhongming watches with a satisfied smirk on his face. As the massive titan looms closer, he raises his rifle, takes careful aim, and pulls the trigger. Look closely with me. The high-speed bullet strikes a metal chain link, ricocheting away and screeching loudly against the heavy metal. Commander Ye stares at him, wondering if the kid has lost his mind. Nearby, a burly man grinds his teeth in pure rage. Does that idiot plan to lure the behemoth over here and take us all down with him? But only Zhongming knows his true goal. With his current power, taking down this chained monster is completely out of the question. It is a pseudo-level 4 threat, meaning even heavily wounding it is way beyond his league right now. But this chained prisoner holds far better rewards than any random monster treasure. That is why Zhongming keeps firing without hesitation. Yes, his target is the demon iron chains binding the prisoner. Under the heavy gunfire, the massive metal links vibrate violently. In this post-apocalyptic era, this rare metal is priceless. Sold literally by the gram, its value is absolutely sky-high. Rumor has it that adding just a tiny pinch of this rare demon iron during forging will skyrocket weapon quality, potentially granting gear legendary, supernatural properties. He kept firing at one spot on the chain around the giant monster's thigh like it was his last hope. His eyes flared, and finally, a crack appeared. The fat man noticed the shift and started screaming at his troops. "What are you doing? Get out there and steal it." Captain Yi stood tall and alone, drawing his weapon to fire mercilessly at the crowd. The fat man broke into a cold sweat, desperately waving his hands and ordering them to shoot. In stark contrast to all that chaos, Mo Ye and Park Shu-ying remained completely peaceful. Clutching the gemstone to her chest, the teacher anxiously asked what to do next. Mo Ye calmly checked her gun and smiled, saying, "Let them tear each other apart. We will just wait for the right moment to see if we can grab the 2 treasures Ye Zhongming dropped." Teacher Park was too anxious to sit still, asking, "What is he doing? Is he going to be okay?" Zhongming stood directly in front of the beast, pointing his gun right at its face. The monster raised its club, ready to strike a fatal blow. He threw his gun aside, glaring defiantly at the beast. As he ran, a massive explosion blasted the exact spot he had just left. Zhongming lunged forward with his signature blade. The monster swung, but his quick reflexes allowed him to dodge the strike just in time. Zhongming grabbed onto a chain link, his mind filled with deep uncertainty and dread. Damn it, he did not know if he could hold on. Dangling in mid-air, he clung to his lifeline, desperately trying to reassure himself. "Hang on, I must hang on. To get the ghost medal, I have to rely on my uninjured left hand." He slashed down hard, and the chain cracked slightly. His attacks were actually working. Confused, the giant beast looked around. It had no idea Zhongming was clinging to its body, hacking away furiously now that he found a way to break it. But the piece did not last long. He was violently thrashed, struggling to even keep his footing. Zhongming gripped the chain with all his might, sweat dripping down his face as his right hand throbbed with intense pain. Without his evolved physique, his fingers would have shattered by now. Yet, the crack on the chain was barely widening. This damn ghost metal was incredibly tough. Who knew how long it would take to break it? He had to brace his entire body. After coming this far, was he really going to give up? Suddenly, something caught his eye, making him completely forget the searing pain. He froze in place, his eyes widening. Right there, a deep crevice had opened up. Holding the chain with one hand, Zhongming spun his blade. A tiny sprout emerged from the crack, and he quickly readied his weapon. Pressing his blade against the damaged chain, he willed his gardener-class skill to activate immediately. Zhongming successfully triggered the skill with his index finger. A vibrant green light flared. Driven by his gardening skill, the tiny sprout began to grow at an unbelievable pace. Tiny, delicate vines crept out, stretching far beyond the narrow opening. Within seconds, a massive plant erupted, bristling with thick vines. Zhongming grinned, thrilled his skill had worked. It was a success. In his past life, the cannibal flower was an absolute terror. Brought from forbidden zones by massive beasts, they had spread across the entire planet, and bloodwood happened to be the ancestor of those deadly plants. Suddenly, his grip loosened. Zhongming completely let go of the chain. Channeling all his inner strength into his blade, he delivered a crushing strike right where the cannibal flower had just sprouted. Everyone below watched his every move in utter confusion. Without saying a word, they simply stood there, staring in silence. The moment the chain snapped, Wang Ding rushed over to snatch it. He laughed, shouting out his thanks. Grinning from ear to ear, he was thrilled. Even a fool knew that whatever Zhongming fought so hard to get was extremely valuable. Xiao Lei and the others understood the situation immediately. Ye Zhongming was risking his life to reclaim what was stolen. What now? As Zhongming plummeted through the air, he yelled for Yellow Ball. Hearing the call, the loyal dog leaped forward, soaring over Wang Ding. The man stared in utter shock at Yellow Ball. He crashed brutally onto the hard rocks, barely able to open his eyes. Liang Chuyin and her crew rushed over in a panic. Ye Zhongming and his companions looked tiny next to the chained giant as it began to fly into a rage. The horn on its head surged with electricity, growing larger as the beast's fury peaked. Finally snapping, the monster unleashed devastating green lasers from its horn. Chuyin and Mo Yi arrived, looking absolutely terrified for Zhongming. Drained of all energy, he could only weakly whisper a warning to them to run if they wanted to live. Saying that, he closed his eyes in total exhaustion as they screamed his name. Sometimes, he was just so annoying, acting cold and staring right through everyone. Sometimes, she found him incredibly annoying, cold as ice all day, staring at people like he wanted to see right through them. He always wore that indifferent face, acting like everyone owed him something. His eyes slowly opened as her voice continued. It is not like he is that amazing. Is he not just slightly stronger and better at fighting? So, can you just wake up and keep getting mad at me? I have been so worried about you lately. Zhongming was already awake, holding his breath, as Teacher Park bustled around him, grumbling about how she had never taken care of anyone like this in her life. He was completely bewildered, pulling a bitter face. He had assumed that Liang Shuyin, or Mo Ye, would be the one caring for him, not Park Shu-ying. Why did it have to be the most unreliable one? Clueless that he was awake, she kept rambling. He was clearly young, so why always keep that dead face on? She brought a warm towel over to Zhongming, who was still faking sleep, her mouth never stopping. When you first showed up, I thought you were a hero, but you just laid out terms and forced me to choose. Sweat poured down his face, from either the hot towel or her fiery temper. He internally begged her to get a grip on reality, since he had actually turned back to save her after all. This silly woman still thought he was unconscious, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Should he wake up now? Shu-ying's massive assets were right in front of him, putting poor Zhongming in a bind. Let me tell you, do not think saving my life allows you to act so mature. I am a teacher, after all. She winked and pouted, trying to act cute. Since you are clearly younger than me, what should you call me? No, that is too weird. Just call me Big Sister. Shu-ying did not let Zhongming off and pinched his cheek. That is right, little brother Ye Zhongming, you must call me sister. Suddenly, she turned serious, urging him to wake up. Their situation was terrible, forcing them to risk their lives every day just for food and water. Hunted daily, they had to fight off ravenous zombies, terrifying monsters, and even their own kind. She admitted that she had even used his knife to kill someone. Zhongming listened intently. Fighting zombies for supplies made sense, but why were they being hunted? Wringing out the towel, Shu-ying added that things were not peaceful in their group either. Those people are Mo Ye's former colleagues, who helped them escape a few days back. All they do is constantly scheme about how to divide up those treasures. Shu-yin had clashed with them many times. Even though Mo Ye managed to keep them in check, she was caught in a tough spot. Turning back to the bed, she continued, noting that Mo Ye's people had ulterior motives, which broke her heart. Only Xia Lei was decent. She spoke fairly, but it was completely useless since nobody would listen to her. Even she felt exhausted, so Mo Yi and Shu Yin must be far more tired. Urging him to wake up, she then stepped away to fetch him more porridge. At that moment, Zhongming spoke up, startling her. How long was I asleep? She even dropped the water basin in shock. Shu Ying stammered. When did you wake up? He finally sat up, rubbing his head, the blanket slipping down to reveal his toned physique. Outside, scorching heat enveloped the apocalyptic building. Now, Ye Zhongming and the others gathered inside a room, where Liang Shuyin and Park Shu-ying were chatting and laughing together. Watching them, he smiled warmly, glad to see Shu-yin and the others looking so happy. He shifted his gaze to the other group. The woman talking to Mo Ye was Xiao Lei, the one Miss Park called fair and highly righteous. At that moment, two sinister-looking men standing behind Xiao Lei were also staring intensely in his direction. He then looked at a chubby man with high cheekbones, slanting eyes, and thick lips, instantly recognizing him. That was him. According to Miss Park, Deputy Chief Yang Zhen had been constantly demanding their treasures lately. Just then, Di Huangwan happily ran over, barking twice. He squatted down to scratch its chin and asked, "Where is the stuff?" Wagging its tail, The dog placed its paw on his leg, enjoying the chin scratch. It then spat a sturdy iron bar from its mouth. He picked it up, examining it with satisfaction. Just then, the thick-lipped man walked over. Now that you are awake, kid, we should talk about our reward. Looking at the item in his hand, he calmly replied, "Go ahead." The man scoffed. "When you were blocked by that bastard Wang Ding, my men and I rescued you, right?" Hearing this, Zhongming turned his gaze toward Mo Ye. Meeting his gaze, Mo Ye looked back sadly, lowering her head as she responded, "After Cheng Long sacrificed himself to help us, Deputy Chief Yang and his men did indeed put in a lot of effort." Hearing this, he yelled, "These past days, searching for food, water, and killing zombies, and risking our lives against Wang Ding. Even old Ye never backed down, right?" Hearing this, Liang Shuyan immediately fired back. True, he never backed down, but he sure loved playing dirty and acting cheap. Hearing that, he screamed in her face, "Shut up, you bitch. If not for Mo Yi, killing you would be easy." Furious at his words, she instantly whipped out her plant vine. Gritting her teeth, she spat, "You," but seeing her anger, he placed a hand on her shoulder and stepped in front of her. She looked at him in confusion. Seeing this, he pushed even further and said, "So, kid, I basically saved your life a few times, so asking for some reward is not unreasonable, right?" He nodded and replied, "No, it is not. I know you guys got some great loot at Pearl Lake that day. How about we split those items? What do you say to that? Think of it as payment for saving your life." Hearing this, he gestured toward Mo Ye's group and asked, "Where is the stuff?" Mo Ye grabbed her bag and replied, "We managed to get a total of 3 treasures that day." She rummaged through her bag, pulling out a scroll and a hard, clear, transparent object. He asked, "Where is the last one?" She turned to nod at Cheng Zi, the guy with the buzz cut. Cheng Zi then pulled out a small, square white card, staring at them with cold eyes. He stayed silent for a moment before saying, "Let us look at these 2 first." Opening the white scroll, he quickly skimmed over it. To his surprise, he discovered it was a pharmacist recipe. While it was not a top-tier formula, it was highly useful. Sadly, nobody in their team was a pharmacist yet. The scroll was labeled as a hiking potion recipe, a pharmacist-exclusive potion that boosts stamina for 2 hours after consumption, with the boost depending on the pharmacist's level and material quality. The second item was a hard, clear, spatial crystal, holding 1 cubic meter of space. In this apocalyptic world, this was considered top-tier gear. Even though it did not directly boost the user's power, spatial items made everything so much easier. This spatial crystal was only about the size of an egg, making it extremely easy to carry. Though the space was just 1 cubic meter, it was enough to hold essential items like magic crystals, avoiding the hassle of bulky backpacks and keeping their loot hidden from greedy eyes. He looked at Cheng Zhe and asked, "What is that card?" Cheng Zhe replied, "A summoning card." Mo Yi looked at him with a heavy, sorrowful expression. "He was my instructor. During our retreat, I gave it to him for safekeeping, but I never expected this." Hearing that, he simply nodded without saying a word. He looked at the man and stated these items could not be shared. Angry, the man snapped, "Kid, I do not get what you mean." Immediately, the soldiers behind the chief aimed their weapons right at him. Hands on his hips, the man scoffed. "Are you trying to play me?" Raising his hands to show he had no intention of fighting, he said, "You saved our lives, and I am truly grateful for that. But these items were ours before you saved us, so they have nothing to do with you guys." After that, he made a different offer. "So, can I offer you something else instead?" The man gave him a creepy, sinister smirk and replied, "Sure, why not? Let me see what you can actually pull out of there." Chu Yin, grab my backpack. The bag was half open, revealing a pair of severed monster legs inside. He pulled out a small green vial, telling him, "Immunity serum. This will prevent you guys from turning into brain-eating zombies." Hearing that, the man sneered, licked his lips, and replied, "Good stuff, but still not enough." He pulled out a blue vial next, a 1-star evolution potion. Drinking this makes you a 1-star evolved human. As for what an evolved human is, I am sure you already know. The chief grunted, "Still not enough." He looked at him, raised an eyebrow, and muttered, "Really? Still not enough?" Liang Chusha, totally fed up with his endless greed, snapped at him, "Do not be so shameless. Do you really not know how highly priced a 1-star evolution potion is out there right now?" Getting worked up, she stepped forward, pointed outside, and barked, "Just yesterday, we ran into 2 groups slaughtering each other over a single bottle of evolution potion, leaving dozens dead. Even boundless greed has to have some damn limits. Mo Yi stared intensely at the chief, then finally spoke up to support her. Chief Yang, I think this is very fair. We risked our lives to get this immunity serum and evolution potion. He looked at her with pure contempt and sneered. Well, I do not think your lives are actually worth that much. With that, he slid his hand inside his suit vest. Hearing those insulting words, he spoke up calmly. I also have an egg from an ape turtle crocodile beast, which is a tier 2 mutated creature. Eating this egg for the first time will not boost you as much as the potion, but it can still double your physical stats, depending on your personal constitution. Hearing this, Chief Yang and his men quickly demanded, is it useful for an evolved human? He put on a serious face, looking directly at the man, and replied, yes. The effect is even better for a 1-star evolved human, but for anyone past 2-star, the boost is much smaller. The man chuckled with excitement. I want that. But his eyes gleamed with pure greed as he added, though it is still not enough. Look, kid, I know you are tough, surviving comfortably while leading a group of women around in this world. He slowly drew the gun at his side. Pointing the barrel up, he sneered. You even managed to make Wang Ding hop mad. Young Jen, I have to respect your skills. Once your injuries heal, you'll be right back to being as strong as an ox. Besides, getting your hands on this loot is a piece of cake for you, isn't it? He questioned our MC, before adding, think of it as paying a small price now to gain a massive payout later. It took me half a lifetime to learn this lesson, and today, I'm passing it on to you for free. Hearing that, our protagonist simply gave a thumbs up toward Cheng Zhe, telling him that single card would be more than enough. Both Yang Zhen and Cheng Zhe froze in utter disbelief. Though Yang Zhen kept his gun aimed dead at our main character, Cheng Zhe finally snapped out of it, aiming his weapon right back at them and warning, don't force my hand with this summon card. Yang Zhen quickly scoffed in response. Relax. I'm not that stupid. With a dark expression, Yang Zhen snarled, hand over your backpack and that black metal block right now, or I swear to God I'll blow your brains out. Our main character just stared at him, calmly asking if he was finally revealing his true colors. Dropping to one knee, he smirked and said, you wanted everything for yourself right from the very start. You didn't make a move earlier because you weren't sure where Officer Cheng Zhe stood, and you were still pretty wary of me. You had no idea how strong I'd be once I woke up, and you feared Mo Ye might turn on you, too. But once I woke up, you realized I was crippled with illness and far from my peak. That's when your fear of me vanished, he said, staring him down. And on top of that, you just witnessed Officer Cheng's attitude. Knowing he chose a different path than us, your fear of him instantly evaporated as well. As for the other three, even though they're evolved, they lack the killer instinct needed to survive. They aren't ruthless enough, which is why, despite being evolved, they let a bunch of weaklings like you take complete control. But you're just too greedy. You want to take absolutely everything we have, he mocked, mimicking a gun with his fingers. You mentioned earlier that this is the end of the world. You are absolutely right. But let me teach you another popular apocalyptic rule for free. He paused, smiling coldly. Greed only works if you actually have the raw strength to back it up. Yang Zhen gritted his teeth in sheer rage. But before he could speak, a sudden bullet tore right through his chest. His soldiers watched in absolute horror, instantly screaming out in panic. Chief Yang, spotting Lu Yan holding the smoking gun, the soldiers immediately whipped their weapons around at her, roaring in absolute fury. Damn it, kill her and avenge Chief Yang. Before they could fire, Di Huangwan lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, sinking its teeth deep into one soldier's throat as hot blood sprayed all over the place. The remaining men panicked, screaming in terror, "Ah, monster." Turning to Cheng Zhe, our main character smiled coldly. I win. Hand over the card, and I'll let you walk away. Hearing those words, Cheng Zhe began sweating bullets. In his past life, our protagonist would have instantly slaughtered anyone who dared cross him. But this time around, his circumstances were completely different. Golden sunlight filtered through the shattered glass windows of the towering skyscrapers, where Mo Ye and Xiao Hu stood on a high floor, quietly observing the city. Approaching Mo Ye, our main character gently said, he probably hasn't gone too far yet. Take this meat and these immunity potions and give them to him. Hearing this, Mo Ye looked at him with utter confusion. He knew killing Cheng Zhe would be easy, but it would alienate Mo Ye. Showing mercy was a tactical play to win her loyalty. With that in mind, he added, even though his actions weren't exactly honorable, he was still your mentor after all. These stat-boosting immunity potions should give him a genuine fighting chance to survive. Mo Yi looked up at him with immense gratitude. Mo Yi stepped forward and took the supplies, choking out, thank you Thank you so much. She then immediately turned and sprinted out the door. Zhao Hu, let's move, she called out as she ran. The young boy immediately followed behind her without hesitation. Right behind you, sis, he yelled, catching up. Lu Yan crossed her arms and smirked at him, saying, sending everyone away, huh? Don't you find your own charity a bit hypocritical? He casually tossed a blue vial toward her, with a knowing grin. Catching the vial, she frowned. What's this? A consolation prize for offing my coworker? Think of it as a down payment, he replied. I always keep my word. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll escort you to find your husband. With that, our protagonist turned and walked away, already planning his next move. It was time to calculate the profits and losses from this entire Pearl Lake operation. Back in his private quarters, he spread out a clean leather cloth on the bed to sort through his hard-earned spoils. Looking over his loot, he counted his losses. His primary spear was destroyed, and he'd used up several Tier 2 magic crystals and potions as payment. Then, he picked up a gleaming golden card. This was the very item Officer Cheng had tried so desperately to keep for himself. It was a rare Hellhound summoning card. He activated his space crystal, instantly vacuuming the golden card inside. Staring at the card securely stored inside his dimensional space, our main character smiled with deep satisfaction. All in all, this raid was a massive success, and his greatest prize was easily this incredible space crystal. He then uses his spatial crystal to suck in the other items before opening his backpack to stash it safely away. Suddenly, his hand freezes as he spots something shock-inducing. Huh? He mutters in complete disbelief, staring right at that golden fabric. Picking up the shimmering yellow fabric, he examines it closely. Wait, isn't this actually that legendary golden bag? He recalls the day of the treasure heist, when he deliberately sowed chaos among the rival factions to keep Wang Ding too distracted to cause him any trouble. Flashbacks of that day show treasures scattering everywhere. He had intentionally torn the bag, baiting everyone to fight over the loose loot so he could easily hunt down the demon gold. He clearly remembers ripping this very golden bag to shreds, right? Placing the fabric on his lap, his fingers gently trace across the material, feeling every single inch of the surface. It feels incredibly soft and smooth, but he knows for a fact this is not silk or any textile known to mankind. Drawing the blade from his waist, he attempts to slice through it, but the blade leaves absolutely no mark on the pristine cloth. He gasps in shock, wondering how his Moonwind blade can easily slice through hard demon gold, yet cannot leave even a scratch on this fabric. Setting it down, he points his blade at the cloth and slowly tries to carve a line straight through it. Wait, did that fresh cut just heal itself? A terrifying realization suddenly hits him, leaving him completely stunned. Quickly tossing the creepy cloth away, he yells, wondering if it is cursed. But as it lands over a green egg, it begins emitting a strange golden glow. He watches this bizarre sight with sheer confusion rising. Using his blade tip to lift the cloth, nothing seems out of the ordinary, until he notices the egg's color slowly starting to drain. It looks like the egg's life force is being sucked away. He realizes that this golden fabric can actually absorb life force to repair its own damage. This is an absolute treasure. Now it all makes sense why that beast, which was shot while carrying this very bag, managed to heal its fatal wounds in just a matter of seconds. It was not the monster's own power, but rather the unique property of this golden cloth. Unfortunately, he still has no clue how to trigger it. Realizing how unique this artifact is, he raises his spatial crystal and pulls the cloth safely inside. Next, a purple fruit appears in his hand. This solar essence fruit is the only item from his recent loot that can directly boost his core strength. He pops the solar fruit into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it down. His throat moves as he gulps the powerful essence. Instantly, pure power surges through him as his body begins to emit an intense, fiery red glow. His eyes turn completely bloodshot, with veins bulging across his face as he gasps heavily, struggling to absorb the massive influx of new energy. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, his eyes suddenly snap open as he realizes something. Wait, why has all the pain completely vanished? He looks down at his arm before leaping off the bed. Standing tall, he stretches and flexes his biceps with ease. He feels completely healed. His physical strength and attributes have skyrocketed, making him easily 8 or 9 times stronger than any average human. As a 1-star evolver, consuming a level 2 essence treasure has clearly yielded an absolutely massive payoff. Not only that, but he can also feel his mental power expanding at an incredible rate. Grabbing a nearby iron bar, he uses his spatial crystal to absorb it. This boost in mental power directly enhances the strength of his storage skill. Best of all, he now has enough mental capacity to finally unlock his artisan crafting abilities to process the massive chunk of demon gold. He tosses it high into the air and activates his refining harvester skill. Under his immense power, the raw demon gold instantly shatters into tiny fragments before being sucked right back into his spatial crystal. Checking his spatial crystal, he counts 100 portions of demon gold, each weighing 10 grams. Time to start crafting. Now, standing in the quiet basement with his blade in hand, he faces a black car parked directly in front of him. Looking highly focused and serious, he drives his blade deep into a concrete pillar, letting a surge of energy flow from his hands. He begins chanting the forging spell, causing the blade to hover in mid-air as his entire body radiates raw energy. A boiling, lava-like yellow liquid manifests directly in front of him, melting down 10 ounces of demon gold, several level 2 magic crystals, and the razor-sharp claws of a giant shell crocodile. Suddenly, an intense golden light erupts, blindingly flashing across the basement. As the blinding gold light fades, it reveals an incredibly sharp, newly forged blade. The upgrade is an absolute success. Gripping his newly upgraded Moonwind blade, he sees the demon gold integration has granted the weapon a brand new skill, Full Power Edge. When channeling full power, a glowing energy blade manifests, extending 1/3 the length of the weapon. He stares at the blade, remembering that his Moonwind was already capable of taking down level 2 or even level 3 evolved beasts. Now infused with demon gold, the blade is far stronger and boasts a new skill, prompting him to swing it to test its power. This raw blade aura is a high-level skill typically reserved only for elite master swordsmen. Is that a sign of whether this sector's occupation has reached an extremely high level? A profession must go through stages: apprentice, basic, intermediate, and advanced. In this apocalypse, the vast majority of survivors only ever manage to reach these early phases. But beyond that, the master, guru, and transcendent ranks are incredibly rare anomalies that most can only dream of. Reach the transcendent level, and you are granted the prefix divine. A divine bladesman is a transcendent blade user, and a divine craftsman is a transcendent artisan. Because of this, those at the master and guru levels are commonly referred to as sub-divine. The auxiliary skill of Ghost Metal is iconic. Holding the newly forged blade in his hand, his ambitious reflection gleams brightly on its deadly edge. With this weapon, he feels confident he can slash right through Tier 4 prisoner chains. Swiping the blade, he tests its weight, but he must stay calm. He is still only an apprentice craftsman. Without any better materials or blueprints, he cannot truly unleash the full potential of Ghost Metal. Continuing to forge right now would only waste such a precious and rare resource. Stepping away, he realizes he must quickly increase his strength, gather rarer materials, and find far superior crafting blueprints. Meanwhile, inside a quiet room, Mo Ye and Liang Shuyin are chatting on the sofa when the sudden sound of a door opening startles them. Xiaohu is the first to notice his return. He steps through the door with a calm demeanor, holding 2 newly forged blades in his hands. Seeing the weapons, Xiaohu excitedly calls out, asking if he managed to forge yet another badass blade. "Let me see it." But as the kid reaches out to touch the weapon, he pulls it behind his back, looking at him coldly and asking, "You want to look?" Then he challenges him, saying he can see it if he can manage to take it. Grinning like a kid, Xiaohu warns him not to complain about being bullied when he loses. With that, Xiaohu springs forward on his toes, launching himself across the room. He raises his elbow, aiming a sharp strike directly at him with full confidence. But the attack completely misses. The very second Xiaohu's elbow is about to make contact, Zhongming vanishes like a phantom, instantly slipping behind his back before he can even react. Before the kid can turn, a cold blade is pressed against his neck, leaving him completely stunned. Xiaohu pouts, complaining that since his speed and strength are no match, the fight is totally unfair. Zhongming laughs, lightly tapping the boy's head with his weapon hilt. He reminds him that nothing in this world is fair, and only the strong get to write the rules. Besides, even though you are an advanced evolver, you are still nowhere near my level. Hearing this, Xiaohu stubbornly grumbles that he does not believe it. Zhongming simply closes his eyes, completely ignoring the boy's complaints. When your strikes are no longer just meant to suppress the enemy, but are driven by a pure intent to kill, only then will you be qualified to face me in battle. Walking over to Mo Ye, he asks if they have a map and tells them to find one. Moments later, they locate a detailed map of the city. Pointing his finger at their current location, he explains where they are. Pointing his finger across the river to the opposite end of the city, he announces that this is where they will go. Lu Yan stares at him in absolute shock. That is the exact district where her husband works. Is this guy really preparing to fulfill his promise so quickly? Liang Shuyan stands beside him, analyzing the map before pointing out that even a straight path there would be far too long. He replies that driving is out of the question since the apocalypse began. The outside is completely overrun by hordes of zombies and mutated beasts, making even the slightest noise will attract hordes from all around. It is far too risky, meaning their only real option is to travel on foot. He then taps another spot on the map, warning them that the city center lies right here. This old residential district and these surrounding areas will be extremely difficult to navigate. Mo Yi finally speaks up, admitting she understands avoiding the other areas, but asks if that last location he mentioned is actually a combined medical rehabilitation and treatment center. Hearing her question, he replies that hospitals in the apocalypse are notoriously bizarre, making it a place they must absolutely avoid. He knows the dark reasons better than anyone, but he keeps quiet for now, since even he cannot be completely certain of the danger. Liang Shuyin speaks up, urging the group to put their full trust in him, reminding them that Zhongming's instincts have never led them astray. Taking a red marker, he draws their route on the map, announcing that since the destination is set, this is the path they will take. Looking closely at his marked route, Lu Yan realizes he wants to completely avoid the crowded old residential district. She understands the logic, but questions why they must take such a massive detour. Even if everything goes smoothly, this route will take over 15 hours, doubling their travel time for no clear reason. Zhongming looks back at her with a cold, serious expression. He tells her he promised to reunite her with her husband, but that never meant he would risk his own life or his team's safety. While he cannot guarantee a flawless journey with zero mistakes, he will do everything in his power to keep everyone as safe as possible. Hearing this, she begins to realize his true intention, muttering that the detour is actually meant to gather strength and ensure a successful rescue. Mo Ye wastes no time, immediately asking if they are ready to set out right away. He looked at her and replied, "No, everyone has suffered enough lately. We still need to settle this score." Meanwhile, in a ruined residential area, outside an apartment door, a silver-haired man holding a spear in his left hand knocked on the door, saying, "Brother Dang, it's me." Inside the room, a red-haired woman was getting her wrist wound bandaged by a muscular, buzz-cut man with a scar over his eye. The silver-haired man stepped inside and lifted a large bag toward the scarred man, proudly calling out, "Brother Dang, I got 35 more. This time, it should be enough." Brother Dang lit up a cigarette and glanced over at the silver-haired man, asking him, "How many magic crystals do we have in total now?" The silver-haired man lowered his hand and answered, "We have over 300, which is enough. Did you forget our failure last time? We wasted 260 magic crystals on that silver roulette for nothing." Hearing this, he replied with a look of deep sorrow. Who could have known each spin would require more magic crystals? He muttered, angrily squeezing the bag. Xiao Dong then got up from the bed and spoke up, "There is no point in complaining. Stumbling upon that roulette was already a massive stroke of luck for us. Otherwise, the three of us would be dead by now." Saying that, she turned around to close the curtains. The silver-haired man then spoke up, pointing out that Xiao Dong's luck was truly insane, spinning it 5 times, and getting 3 evolution potions and a skill scroll, with only 1 bad spin. That success rate was absurdly overpowered, especially on that colored roulette, where she got a profession scroll in 2 spins. That's amazing. Honestly, Xiao Dong, you? Brother Dang glanced at her, but before he could finish, a hand holding a blade shattered the glass, thrusting straight inside. Yet Zhongming was now holding Xiao Dong pinned down, pressing a blade against her neck, while crouching on the windowsill. Seeing this, Brother Dang let out a shocked shout. "It's you?" Ye Zhongming smirked and replied, "Yeah, it's me." He kept his blade pressed against Xiao Dong's neck as Mo Ye and Xiao Hu kicked the front door open, shouting at everyone to freeze. Xiao Hu aimed his gun at Xiao Dong's group, grinning, as he said, "Weren't you chasing me the other day? Come on, do it again." Ye Zhongming observed them, realizing a simple ambush could only capture 2 classed individuals and 1 evolved survivor this easily. Such easy victories could only ever happen during the early stages of the apocalypse. As time goes on, survivors will learn to become extremely cautious, setting up countless hidden traps and warning systems all around their shelters. Xiao Dong gritted her teeth, glaring at him as she spat, "If you're going to kill us, do it. We'll never beg." He glanced down at her with utter disdain. "Would it really take this much trouble to kill you? With how careless you are, I have at least 10 ways to kill you all silently." He then looked at Brother Dang and asked, "Answer one question and I'll let you go. If you don't, I'll kill you." Feeling the heavy gaze, Brother Dang replied, "Ask away." Fixing him with a sharp stare, Ye Zhongming demanded, "Where is that colored roulette?" The man remained silent, offering no answer. In response, he pressed the blade even closer to Xiao Dong's neck. The sharp edge broke her skin, and blood began to seep out. Panicked, he yelled out, "Wait, that roulette is at Longluan Garden, Building 83, Room 117. I'll take you there." Sweating cold, he realized that if he hadn't stopped him, this ruthless man would have truly killed her right then and there. The scarred man then led the way, guiding the entire group directly toward the location of the colored roulette. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu was carefully examining Ye Zhongming's blade, his eyes completely lighting up. Looking at him helplessly, Ye Zhongming sighed. "Hey, can you keep quiet for a second? What's so great about a trashy blade?" Hearing this, Xiao Hu yelled back, "A trashy blade? Are you kidding me? You seriously have no taste. This is a legendary, masterpiece blade. Brother Ye, did you see how it cut those zombies? It was like slicing through veggies, leaving severed bodies piled up instantly." Putting a finger to his lips, Ye Zhongming glared. "Shut it. At least lower your voice." Seeing that, Xiao Hu leaned in close behind him, whispering, "Brother Yi, those two blades in your hands have identical designs. That can't be a coincidence, right?" Yi Zhongming replied, "My class is craftsman. I forged them both." Hearing this, Xiao Hu scratched his head and asked, "Brother Ye, when will I get a profession too?" Yi Zhongming closed his eyes, walking as he answered, "You don't need to beat around the bush. I'll allocate profession scrolls based on specific rules. The main rule is..." He paused for a few seconds, then opened his eyes, asking with a serious expression, "Who will stand by my side?" Xiao Hu's face fell slightly upon hearing that. He muttered, "I only follow Captain Mo Ye's lead." Ye Zhongming glanced at him, thinking that this reaction was actually completely natural. If he had immediately pledged his loyalty just to gain a class, Ye Zhongming would absolutely never keep him around. After walking for a while, they finally reached room 117. The scarred man spoke up, "We are here. This is the place." Xiao Hu raised his foot and kicked the door wide open, storming inside first, with Mo Ye following close behind. Before them sat a circular device with 4 distinct colors, shaped like a large clock, with mysterious symbols carved upon it. Xiao Hu could only stare in complete awe. "Now this looks interesting." Yi Zhongming stepped forward, heading straight toward the massive object towering ahead. He stared at it before speaking. "Looks like we are staying here for a bit." Meanwhile, zombies swarmed everywhere. Sudden ticking noises from the box caught everyone's attention. They all turned around, staring at the strange device. Boom! A massive explosion tore through the area. Ye Zhongming slipped to the side, quietly watching the chaos unfold. Seeing his chance, Ye Zhongming pointed and ordered, "Your turn." Xiao Hu stared blankly at the wreckage, totally confused. "Wait, where did you learn to make bombs like that? And since when can you detonate them remotely? Someone is definitely going to investigate this." Ye Zhongming snapped back. "Quit complaining and move." Not wanting to push his luck, Xiao Hu drew his blade. All right, I'm going." Suddenly, Ye Zhongming remembered something important. He turned his gaze toward a distant building. Liang Shuyan should have gathered over 200 magic crystals by this morning. He yelled over the noise, "Once you finish here, go help Liang Shuyan. I am checking out another area. Fighting off zombies." Xiao Hu grunted back, "Got it, Brother Yi. On it." With that, Ye Zhongming accelerated, dashing away. He quickly did the math in his head. The color wheel requires more magic crystals with each spin. A previous failed attempt took over 200. This time, he needed at least 300 crystals just to play it safe. For the final spin, he would need 500. Arriving at the supermarket entrance, his expression grew incredibly serious. He knew there was no time to farm ordinary crystals. He had to target level 2 magic crystals instead. A massive supermarket meant high zombie density, plenty of human prey, and a much faster rate of evolution. Running into a level 2 mutant here was highly likely. Keeping his guard up, he slipped inside. Suddenly, a screeching zombie lunged out from behind a door, straight at him. With one quick slash right between its eyes, he dropped it effortlessly. Just a basic zombie. This floor was a bust. Suddenly, a strange, sticky liquid dripped from the ceiling directly onto his shoulder. Looking up calmly, Ye Zhongming spotted a massive mutated spider dangling right above him. He frowned. A mutated long-legged spider. Right then, The beast sprayed a thick web at him. The web was too massive to dodge, making it the perfect opportunity to test his wind blade at full power. With a swift, powerful strike, he sliced the web, shocking the giant beast. Yet Zhongming then lunged straight forward, hacking the spider into pieces and cleanly harvesting its core crystal. Once the mess was cleaned up, he smiled. Not bad. At least this trip wasn't a total waste of time. Suddenly, a sneak attack came from behind. He dodged just in time, frowning. Someone was trying to ambush him. Yi Zhongming spun around and recognized his attacker instantly. In his past life, shortly after the apocalypse began, a beautiful yet bloody legend spread about the Yupo and her companion pet. It spoke of a stunningly beautiful woman wandering the wasteland with her pet. Whenever she found a man she liked, she would spend the night with him. But as soon as the romance ended, the slaughter began. Her chosen lovers would have their limbs severed and their internal organs devoured. Drained of blood while still conscious, they died in excruciating agony. Eventually, humanity realized the legend was real. Beautiful young women who turned into zombies could evolve into a special variant called the Yupo. While the Yupo is not a top-tier mutant zombie, its primary innate ability is a mental seed. This unique innate skill allows her to mind control any mutated beast or creature. This mental seed grants absolute, flawless control. It forces the mutated host into total loyalty, all while allowing them to fully retain their original consciousness and instincts. Even worse, the companion pet evolves alongside the Yupo, eventually becoming incredibly overpowered. Feeling slightly uneasy, Ye Zhongming scoffed. Who knew this supermarket had a sneaky Yupo alongside that giant spider? Even worse, her companion pet was an incredibly agile mutated cat. 2 level 2 opponents. Interesting. As she cradled the cat, staring creepily, old memories flooded back to him. In his past life, rumors spread of a level 9 Yupo riding a massive, snow-white serpent in the Donghai region. She looked indistinguishable from a normal human, and her every smile and gesture seemed even more human than actual humans. Although level 9 mutants were rare, and rumors were often heavily exaggerated by survivors, only the Yupo could speak with a distinct human accent. High-level Yupos even traded peacefully with human survivors. Some even believed that once a Yupo reached level 9, a few actually recovered their pre-mutation memories, hiding their true identities to sneak back into the human world. But a pre-level 9 Whisperer crone is far more savage than other zombies. Her cat leaps from her arms, rushing over to the giant spider carcass to greedily gnaw on its flesh. Seeing her standing there dead silent without moving, Zhongming figures these monsters don't respect him at all. They probably think he's just free food they can devour later, which is why they're eating the spider carcass first. They're harvesting the fresh life energy before it fades, totally ignoring him. But this apocalypse isn't the same as his past life. Targeting the black cat, Zhongming lunges forward in a flash, his blade slicing clean toward the creature. The Whisperer crone screams out in panic. The cat finally senses the danger, but it's a step too late as it scrambles back to her. She quickly casts a healing spell on the beast. Watching her closely, Zhongming recognizes the talent skill, Energy Exchange. This skill allows the user to transfer damage, drastically boosting their healing speed and overall recovery. Once evolved, they can easily share evolutionary energy. At even higher skill levels, they can even share their very lifespans with others. For spiritual evolved beings like the crone, this powerful skill is usually only unlocked at level 9. Yet this creature in front of him awakened it at just level 2. He can't let her fully heal that black cat, or he'll be fighting 2 nightmare opponents at once. Without hesitation, he swings his blade to slash the cat. However, she tightly shields the cat and dodges his blow, shocking Zhongming. To move that fast, this Whisperer crone's speed is definitely no joke. Chasing her now is too risky and might not even work. His priority is to head back and bandage his wounds immediately. Otherwise, he'll just be a walking buffet smelling of fresh blood, attracting every hungry zombie in the area. Clutching his heavily bleeding back, he kicks through a glass pane and leaps out of the supermarket, but a lingering sense of dread hangs over him. Something feels off. Something is definitely not right. A dark premonition suddenly grips his mind. This fight is definitely not going to end so simply. The moment his feet hit the ground, 3 mutated birds swoop down from the supermarket, but Zhongming relentlessly hacks them to pieces without mercy. Just when he thinks he is safe after killing those birds, a massive swarm of sewer rats boils up and surrounds him, making him realize the crone is behind this. Even if she can only control one pet directly, she can still pass information to other mutated beasts nearby. This monster actually communicates with other mutated life forms, You really think this is enough to kill me? He smirkingly swings his blade to slash the swarm. But their numbers are completely overwhelming, and several manage to climb up and bite into his arm. Flinging them off, he slashes them dead, scattering bloody rat carcasses everywhere. Terrified, the remaining rats flee. Zhongming raises his hand, pointing directly at the Whisperer crone, watching from a nearby rooftop. Stunned that he cleared her trap so easily, she turns to leave, but not before throwing him a chillingly mocking look. Completely unfazed, Zhongming shouts out a clear warning. Next time, you are dead. Back in the room, Liang Chuyin, Park Shuying, and their tied-up captives suddenly hear a sharp knock on the door. Zhongming drags his battered, bleeding body inside. Seeing his state, Park Shuying gasps in panic. How did you get hurt this badly? Too exhausted to explain, he grunts weakly, telling them to grab the alcohol and bandages from his backpack. He sits quietly as Liang Chuyin tends to his wounds, scanning the room before asking, "Where are Mo Ye and Xiao Hu?" Clumsily wrapping the gauze, Chuyin replies, "They're out looking for food. How did you get hurt like this? How do I even wrap this?" Xia Lei steps up and says, "Let me handle it." As she wraps the wounds, she inspects them closely, realizing how bizarre they look. There are jagged cuts from sharp objects mixed with deep fang puncture marks. What on earth did he run into out there? Annoyed by her slow pace, Zhongming urges her to hurry. If they don't mask the blood scent quickly, every zombie nearby will smell it. Her face flushes red. Over in the corner, the tied-up flat-top guy sneers, mocking him. "What's wrong? Got your butt kicked? Too bad you didn't die out there." Just then, Xiao Hu and Mo Ye return. Xiao Hu holds up their haul with a grin. "We found some food, everyone." Just as the bandaging is finished, Zhongming stands up to address them. "Go ahead and eat first." He drops his level 1 magic crystals into the gacha wheel, counting exactly 360 of them. The roulette wheel begins to spin rapidly as everyone in the room stares in anticipation. Slowly, the pointer halts, pointing directly at a glowing class scroll. Looking at the scroll in his hands, he mutters, "Apostle of Light? What kind of job is this?" He's never heard of it. But reading further, he grins. It is actually a powerful main class. It is basically a hybrid of a healer and a light mage, though its skills focus heavily on defensive protection. He holds it up and says, "Everyone, look at this." Knowing a healing-focused class will keep them all alive. Not only can it defend, but it also supports attacks. Honestly, the ultimate all-rounder class of everyone's dreams. Too bad, it requires the user to be classless first. And once you become a bright apostle, you can never have any other class. Holding up the emblem, Zhongming asked, "Who wants it?" Little Tiger immediately raised his hand to volunteer, but the others instantly stared him down with pure disdain, forcing him to scratch his head and embarrassingly shout that he actually understood the rules. His time with Yi was too short, and since he was not evolved, taking any class would just be a total waste. Looking at Mo Yi, he asked, "You have multiple classes, right?" She waved her hand, replying, "Then I definitely do not want it. I refuse to be locked into just one class." Glancing over at Liang Chuyin, she thought about how she wanted to be as powerful as Ye Zhongming. Since he had multiple classes, it proved his path to power required multiple supporting classes, meaning she also had to walk down that very same path. Meeting her intense gaze, Chuyin quickly declined, saying, "I do not want it either. This class really does not suit my personality at all." Right then, everyone's gaze shifted directly to one person. Park Shuying flinched in surprise, nervously asking, "Wait, what? Me? Me?" Seeing her stutter so much, Chuyin lost her patience and gave her a loud scolding for being so incredibly hesitant. "You refuse to fight, right? This class fits your personality perfectly. A neat freak and a bright apostle, they are just a match made in heaven." Hearing this, she fell silent for a long moment before finally making her decision. "Yes, I want this class." Zhongming looked at her with a serious expression and said, "I can give this emblem to you, but you must understand what taking on this profession truly means for your future, and for all of us here." As the book was placed before her, Liang Chuyin looked at her warmly, her words seemingly giving her a surge of inner strength. The man who choked her and threatened them with a knife was not bad, right? At the very least, he is worthy of our trust. She took it without any hesitation, slowly absorbing its powerful essence. When Park Shuying's eyes finally opened again, she pointed her finger directly at Zhongming and quietly cast Sweet Dew Technique. In just a mere moment, the deep wounds on his body began to rapidly heal and vanish. His body glowing slightly, he asked, "How many times can you use it?" She thought and replied, 89 times. He couldn't help but feel impressed, thinking this truly was a legendary once-in-a-lifetime exclusive class. Either her massive mental energy pool was highly enviable, or the skill's low cost was enough to make anyone jealous. And she wasn't done yet, adding, "I also have another skill." Dumbfounded, he gasped, "Wait, there is more? Aren't you just an apprentice bright apostle?" She honestly replied, "Trainee, are you talking about my current class level? It is simply bright apostle." "Ah, I see. The next rank is bright envoy, followed by bright saintess, then divine bright envoy, and finally, the goddess of light." These words struck him like lightning, leaving him utterly dazed as he thought, "Damn, this class is absolutely insane." Park Shu-ying summoned a hovering diamond shield in front of them. Slipping his shirt back on, Ye Zhongming quickly asked, "Can this defensive shield only be used on yourself?" She immediately explained, "The diamond shield will automatically detect any incoming attacks and actively move on its own to block them. No, it can also be cast on designated targets. This defense is entirely automatic." Mo Yi walked over out of curiosity and exclaimed, "Wow, that is so magical." Chuyin eagerly rushed over as well, saying, "Let me touch it too." Zhongming looked back at the roulette wheel and said, "There are still 2 black and yellow slots left. Your defense will definitely scale as your bright class level increases. And I am highly anticipating what kind of power is unlocked when this class finally reaches its absolute highest rank." With that, he dropped the magic crystals into the slot right under the gaze of the tied-up captive. Seeing the high grade of the magic crystals, the bald captive felt a cold shiver run down his spine, thinking, "Level 2 magic crystals? The 3 of us combined couldn't even defeat one level 2 mutated zombie. Yet this guy single-handedly slaughtered 4. The roulette wheel began to spin, and after a while, it gradually came to a stop. He looked at the paper in his hand and said, "Wind Dancer." Then he immediately tossed it over, saying, "Catch, Liang Chuyin." Opening it up, she took a look and said, "This is Wind Dancer." It turns out that the Wind Dancer is a unique class that utilizes flexible materials like whips, silk ribbons, or fabrics as weapons, and is exclusively restricted to female evolved humans. To properly execute the required movements during combat, the user must possess a basic foundation in dancing. The first class skill a Wind Dancer unlocks is called the 4-directional shadow dance, which, once activated, allows the user to leap high up into the air, unleashing indiscriminate area of effect attacks. Mo Ye smirked and said, "Congratulations, since I certainly do not know how to dance." Shuing also added, "Plus, you happen to use a whip, so this class is practically tailor-made for you." Hearing this, Shuing quickly grabbed it to absorb its power and said, "All right, then I'll take it." Seeing the others getting their own specialized classes, Little Tiger jumped up and down, shouting impatiently, "Brother Yi, hurry up and keep going." Zhongming calmly replied, "We are completely out of magic crystals. If we want to spin the wheel again, we might be delayed for another full day, maybe even longer. Let's just forget it." Unable to accept this, he cried out in shock, "Wait, forget it?" Mo Yi walked over, smacked him hard on the back of the head, and barked sharply, "All right, quiet down." Quietly weeping, tears streamed down his face. Wasting no time, Ye Zhongming ordered everyone to pack up and get ready to leave. Everyone chorused in unison, "Understood." But then, the leader desperately shrieked, "Wait! Don't kill us, let us go, and I will tell you a secret. I swear on my parents' names. Everything I say is true and highly useful to you. You fight using a blade, right? I know someone who has a similar job certificate in their possession." This revelation immediately sparked Ye Zhongming's interest. He spoke with an icy tone. The man looked up timidly and confessed, 2 streets away is a small store called the Wow Wow Supermarket. Inside, a small group has gathered. There are only about 6 or 7 people. No one knows where they actually got that job certificate from. Since too many people wanted it, they couldn't divide it. So, they decided to trade it for evolution potions or other useful items. You can go find them, and how you negotiate the trade is entirely up to you guys. Deep in the Longhai Chuan district, Ye Zhongming's group gathered. Chu Yin stood before him and said, "Ye Zhongming, this is for you." Taking the Sea Dragon magic crystal, he replied, "This is the way. We must collect magic crystals in combat, while quickly mastering our new jobs." Xiao Hu grinned and said, "Brother Ye, you really are a good guy. You didn't even take the magic crystals from those 3. His face hardened. "I just left them a warning. The black zone on the colored roulette is a death trap." Curious, he asked, "What if the pointer actually lands on that spot? Does it mean game over for everyone?" even if they are a 9-star powerhouse. Hearing this, the faces of the rest of the crew turned completely pale. Mo Ye seemed to realize something. So, those 3. Before Ye Zhongming said coldly, "This is the last time I care about your feelings. Next time, I won't bother being this soft, nor will I waste hundreds of magic crystals. I will just strike directly," Chu Yin said in fear. "But you ruthlessly finished them off. Even though we promised to spare my classmates, they only yielded because we are stronger. If our positions were reversed, what do you think they would have done?" Turning his back, Ye Zhongming stated firmly, "Do not forget, at that lakeside plaza, they ambushed us silently. While I was unconscious, they hunted us down relentlessly the entire way. You think I am cruel now only because you have not been ruined by that pointless mercy of yours. Once the day comes when your foolish mercy forces you to suffer unimaginable horrors, you will not think this way anymore." He pointed at a nearby corpse, raising his voice, "because by then, you will have become a filthy, broken corpse just like her." Everyone fell into a heavy silence, fear quietly creeping into their hearts. He continued, "This is the apocalypse. Only when facing the dead do people have the luxury to grieve. For the time we have left, throw away your mercy. Those 3 definitely hate us, and I cannot allow anyone with that kind of hatred to live in this world." Meanwhile, in a bedroom, Ah Quan sat on a bed, reaching for a water bottle. He chugged almost all of it, then glanced back at the girl lying on the bed, staring submissively at him. Smirking, he handed her the bottle. "The rest is yours." She snatched it instantly, drinking it down without a single second of hesitation. A voice called from the door, "Dad." Another group of people arrived outside. "They look dangerous and want to spin the roulette." Cracking the door open, he asked, "How many?" The lackey replied, 6 of them, 4 women and 2 men, carrying guns. He frowned, realizing this group was exceptionally strong. Stepping out, he immediately began giving out orders. "Gather our people over there." The lackey nodded. "Got it. I will bring everyone. And make sure to move quickly." He pushed the door open, grinning. "Got it? Got it?" Looking at the girl on the bed, he burst out laughing. "Hey, you little bitch, take this and hurry up." He tossed her the water bottle as she silently pulled back the blanket. Out in the lobby, the 2 factions stood facing each other. Xiaohu eyed the roulette wheel behind the gang and cheered. "Brother Ye, that guy was not lying. There really is a roulette wheel here." Ah Quan stood at the front, raising his gun. "You want to spin the wheel? Do you know the rules?" Ye Zhongming stepped closer. 1 spin, 1 magic crystal, right? 10 spins. With that, he tossed the magic crystals over. Clutching them, Ah Quan ordered his men to step aside. Approaching the wheel, Ye Zhongming looked at Xiaohu. "You always brag about having lucky hands. Why don't you give it a shot?" Thrilled, Xiaohu grinned. "All right, watch me." Meanwhile, Ah Quan turned to his lackey and muttered, "Keep a close eye on them. Got it?" The lackey nodded. "Understood, boss." Xiaohu spun the wheel, gathered his prizes, and turned back cheering. "Brother Ye, told you my hands are lucky. With all these evolution potions we got, surely there is a share for me, right?" Suddenly, Ah Quan stepped forward, pointing his gun. "Leave those evolution potions behind, and maybe I will let you guys walk out alive." Zhongming sighed, shaking his head. "I knew this would happen." It was the perfect chance to train his squad. Before the confused thugs could even react, Zhongming ordered his crew to charge. The enemies screamed in terror as chaotic battle cries echoed through the area. In moments, the rival gang was left groveling on the floor. Zhongming calmly gestured forward. "Let's move. We need to reach the supermarket and trade our evolution potions for their job certificates." Chuyin looked deeply concerned. "But what if they demand an outrageous, extortionate price?" Wearing a sly, cunning grin, he replied. "Then we'll just force the deal." At the supermarket, the group gathered below, and a nervous Xiaohu asked, "Brother Ye, what's the plan now?" Deng Chao looked up, offering some advice. "You just consumed the evolution potion, so tag along with Moi to clear out nearby zombies and adapt. I'll scout around the block myself." The entire group immediately protested in unison. "No way. That's far too dangerous." He flashed a reassuring smile to ease their worries. "Don't worry. If they're begging for evolution potions, it means most of them aren't even evolved yet. They pose absolutely zero threat to me. Besides, going alone makes it easy to slip away. If real danger strikes, I can retreat instantly." Chui knelt down, gently patting De Huangwan's head. "At least take the dog with you." Zhongming nodded, agreeing to her request. Man and beast quietly slipped inside the building, completely unaware of a pair of feline eyes tracking their every move. Zhongming pressed his ear against the wall, listening to murmurs inside. Suddenly, a sudden shift in the air made him whip around, only to see Di Huangwan lunging straight at a mutant cat. As the two beasts clashed, one look was enough for Zhongming to recognize the enemy. It was that damn cat. The whispering hag was like an annoying, persistent ghost. He had tried to ignore her, yet she kept stalking him relentlessly. Anger flared within him as he stared her down. Then, noticing the ominous figure standing right beside her, he realized she had brought back a bone demon. Zhongming made a cold, throat-slitting gesture, calling her out. Aren't you supposed to be a high-level psychic zombie? Your intellect is supposed to dwarf standard mutants. So, I am sure you know exactly what this gesture means, right? Screw it. Today you die. He charged. Yuba lunged forward at blinding speed, but Zhongming nimbly sidestepped the strike. Suddenly, the bone demon leapt out from behind her, firing twin beams of lethal light from its eyes right at him. Spinning through the air, he narrowly evaded the blast, knowing that despite the scary name, it was just another specialized mutant. Their signature ability was the dreaded skeletal illusion, but at level 2, it could only fire basic blazing rays. After dodging the light, Zhongming spun around, sliced its arm off, and drove his blade deep with a roar. Go to hell. Just as Yuba rushed in to help, Zhongming booted the bone demon hard in the face while swinging his blade at Yuba. Suddenly, she spat out a barrage of bizarre, glowing purple rings. Zhongming gasped in shock. Psychic pierce? How is that possible? With no time to waste, he kicked her away while clutching his head in agony. He was stunned by the viciousness of the psychic pierce, an attack that targets the mind directly to shred a person's consciousness. But she was only a level 2 mutant zombie. She already possessed 2 innate skills, spiritual seed and energy swap. How could she possibly have a third? Seeing her snatch the cat, he realized they were attempting to escape. As Yuba clutched the cat and bolted, Zhongming barked an order to Di Huangwan to give chase. Fueled by pure rage, he hacked down on the bone demon. Die, you annoying trash. We have to hunt them down. He needed to eliminate them completely, or they would keep sabotaging his plans. Suddenly, a muffled voice echoed from inside the building. Damn it. Grab the crystals and let's get out of here. Are we really abandoning this place, Uncle? The voices snapped him back. He told himself to calm down. His main goal here was to complete the trade and secure the job certificate. Boosting his power as fast as possible was the top priority. Letting Di Huangwan clean up the bone demon's remains, Zhongming quietly approached the entrance. He knocked firmly. I know you're in there. I'm here to trade, and I've got evolution potions. Zhongming patted Di Huangwan's head, whispering instructions. Go regroup with the others. I'll meet up with you once this trade is finished. A tense voice asked, Where did you get that info? A man peeked out, revealing half his face. Is it just you out there? Zhongming confirmed he was alone. The man cautiously asked about nearby zombies, but Zhongming assured him they had all been taken care of. Satisfied, the man opened the door. Get inside, slow and steady. Keep your hands where I can see them. He aimed a readied bow straight at Zhongming. Scanning the dim room, Zhongming spotted 2 other survivors hiding. Deng spoke up first, demanding, Well, where are the evolution potions? Pulling one from his bag, Zhongming countered calmly. I've got plenty more. But first, let me see what you're offering. The leader nodded, signaling his ally to bring out the item. After inspecting it, Zhongming asked, All right, I've seen the goods. How do you want to trade? One of the thugs barked. Step back. The leader then bluntly demanded his steep price, 6 evolution potions. Zhongming shook his head. Too steep. The man scoffed, saying he didn't appreciate quality. Zhongming calmly countered. 2 bottles. Deng refuses to budge, demanding at least 5 bottles, but Zhongming holds firm at 3. Deng refuses to compromise, saying it is at least 4, or he can just get lost. Zhongming begins calculating the costs. In this early apocalypse, 1-star evolution potions are incredibly valuable, with each bottle representing 10 or even over 100 magic crystals. Even for a powerful evolver, slaying that many zombies is no easy task. With the apocalypse just beginning, securing an evolution potion to become an evolver is absolutely critical for survival. A profession certificate is nice, but without being an evolver, it is nothing more than useless waste paper. He swings his backpack back on, saying they must know how rare evolution potions are right now. 3 bottles of this liquid are already worth a massive fortune. Brother Deng refuses to yield, stating that if he insists on that price, he will have to leave. A companion nearby chimes in to advise him, saying 3 evolution potions is the best offer they have seen in days. He sighs gloomily. admitting he knows. But suddenly, Zhongming asks him for the exact reason why he needs to trade for 4 bottles. He does not hold back and explains, 2 of his family members are terminally ill and in terrible health, meaning they will not survive long without becoming evolvers. Zhongming ponders, finally understanding his deep desperation. Evolution potions completely upgrade every single aspect of human physical health. This means they can indeed help treat severe illnesses to some extent. Since that is the case, he realizes there might still be room for a negotiation. He pulls an item out of his backpack, telling them to look closely. He explains it is an egg from a level 2 mutated creature. He found 2 and ate 1, which gave him the effects of an evolution potion. While it does not boost stats like a real potion, this item can be eaten multiple times, providing benefits every single time. The group is completely stunned. One of them quickly asks if it works on everyone, and if it affects evolvers as well. He confirms it works, having experienced it himself. He states this is his final offer, and if they still refuse, he will simply walk away. Brother Deng stops making trouble, agreeing to the deal as night begins to fall. Before leaving, Zhongming kindly warns him that this place will not be safe much longer, so they should leave as soon as possible. Surprised by the warning, he thanks him. Zhongming then asks how he managed to obtain such a rare profession certificate in the first place. With all due respect, he does not have the strength to spin the roulette to win it. He explains that they happen to find 2 bizarre, incredibly powerful monsters locked in a fierce battle with each other. The certificate was hidden inside one of those nests. Zhongming thanks him and departs, eagerly thinking about the Glory Blade Seal Master profession. It is another overpowered profession featuring a special prefix. His subclass, the Glory Craftsman, is already incredibly powerful on its own, but this is a main class, and he is eager to see just how strong it is. Zhongming traces his finger through the air to form a magic circle, his expression deeply focused. Glowing text appears over the fire. He draws his blade and slices right through it, causing the weapon to radiate a brilliant, area-lighting rainbow glow. Zhongming swings his weapon wide, activating the Wind Flame Blade Seal. Instantly, a massive ring of fire taller than him erupts. The flames expand outward, sparing only his exact standing spot as the parched ground begins to crack. Once the fire fades into smoke, he finally relaxes. Incredible. This single strike is easily half as strong as a full power slash from his past life. He falls into deep thought. Although he was also a bladesman in his previous life, back then, he was a 6-star evolver, while he is only 1 star right now. Examining the inscriptions on his blade, he realizes the Glory Blade Seal Master is essentially 2 classes merged into one, a Seal Mage and a Bladesman. A Seal Mage uses mental energy in a special way to manifest physical seals outside the body, unlocking the unique powers of those seals, while the Bladesman half is self-explanatory. A small smirk plays on his lips, eyes shining bright. Now that he is a Glory Blade Seal Master, his entire profession tree is split into 2 distinct branches. For the Seal branch, his only active skill right now is Flame, which channels blazing fire directly through his sword. The second skill branch of the Glory Blade Seal Master focuses on swordsmanship. His only current skill is Blue Ocean Slash, but its energy cost is simply too massive to test out right now. Zhongming carefully slides the blade into his backpack, feeling quite concerned about the limitations. With his current energy reserves, if he combines the Seal and Blue Ocean Slash, he can only manage 2 strikes at most. Furthermore, a better quality sword will unleash much stronger seal powers, and he fortunately already possesses a craftsman profession. He leaps over the wall, landing safely in a secluded, hidden spot where nobody can see him. Zhongming decides to meet up with Liang Chuyin and the others first, then find a way to upgrade the Wind of the Moon. Suddenly, a loud bark snaps him awake. Is that Yellow Ball? This means his friends are in grave danger. Up ahead, a heavy, mist-shrouded silence hangs over the buildings. Mo Ye is fighting desperately, shattering shields left and right. Right behind her, Park Xiaoying provides vital support. They are facing a ruthless opponent, Wang Ding, who sneers in mockery. Haha, impressive skill. Every heal gives her 6 more shields. Let's see just how much longer you can keep this up. That blade is exceptional. Too bad you're too weak to unleash its true power. Today, it belongs to me. Mo Yi glares back at him in deep silence, saying nothing. Behind her, a heavily wounded little tiger spits blood and curses, while Captain Ye leaps into the air with dual blades, clashing directly with Liang Chuyin in a fierce, high-stakes duel. Yellow Ball is no exception, bravely facing 3 enemy fighters all alone. They form defensive circles to shield Little Tiger at all costs. With tension peaking, Wang Ding lunges forward to strike first. His blade clashes with Mo Ye's, sparking a deafening screech. Wang Ding's gaze is sharp enough to cut right through her. He forces his blade dangerously close, but a conjured shield saves Mo Ye just in time. She grits her teeth as his heavy slash forces her back. Drenched in sweat, both girls are pushed past their absolute limits under his relentless pressure. Once again, Xu Ying refuses to yield, casting another diamond shield. She strains her body to support them, already having used cleansing dew on Mo Ye once. The newly returned yellow ball also provides shields 5 layers for Mo Ye, one for Liang Chuyin, and one for itself. With their mental energy nearly depleted, they wonder where Ye Zhongming is. Meanwhile, Wang Ding locks blades with Mo Ye in intense focus. He grins like a victor, gloating. This blade is mine now. Ha ha ha. Wang Ding closes in on the weapon, while Mo Ye stands frozen, her face pale as a ghost. Suddenly, a familiar voice booms out. You're celebrating too early. Wang Ding's face pales. What? Raging flames reflect in his eyes. Zhongming has arrived, unleashing his powerful new magic, the Flame Seal Blade. His sudden entrance leaves both Mo Ye and Captain Ye completely stunned. Wherever Zhongming strikes, blazing fire follows. Wang Ding stumbles back, but he is too slow to escape the searing heat. The flames engulf his arm, searing his flesh with agonizing pain. Though feeling slightly awkward under the spotlight, Zhongming stands majestically as they cheer for their returning hero. Boss Zhongming. Wang Ding desperately forces his broken body to flee. With his arm charred and ruined, he barely escapes with his life. Zhongming watches him flee, unfazed. Captain Ye senses the danger and orders an immediate retreat, escaping before Chu Yin can even land a blow. Chu Yin refuses to let them go, shouting. But Zhongming clutches his aching head and calls them back. Chu Yin fumes over losing her chance for revenge. Realizing Zhongming is in bad shape, she rushes to support him. She asks what is wrong, and he weakly replies that his final attack drained him. Mo Ye quickly delegates duties. Zhu Ying tends to Yellow Ball, while Xia Lei assists Liang Chuyin. Following Zhongming's lead, they quickly escape the area. The next morning, sunlight breaks over the towering city buildings, signaling a fresh start. Ghosts of humans and zombies wander the streets. High on a rooftop, the group packs up after a restful night. Fully recovered, Little Tiger spars playfully with Mo Ye, boasting, "Captain, how was that? Pretty impressive move, right?" She pouts, claiming she let him win. As they train, Zhongming remains resting, quietly staring up at the sky. He sits up, still massaging his temples. Seeing him awake, Little Tiger rushes over in excitement. Mo Ye also keeps her eyes fixed on Zhongming. Zhongming waves them off, reassuring the group he feels much better after a night's rest. Nearby, Chu Yin prepares a delicious meal. Despite his calm words, he is troubled. Using his blazing blade twice last night drained his power, letting Wang Ding escape. Chu Yin approaches them, carrying a hot bowl with a bright smile. Breakfast is served, urging everyone to dig in. The group of 6 gathers around the warm fire like family. Little Tiger grins, asking, "Boss, since I can keep up with Captain Mo now, let me use the moon edge." Mo Yi immediately shuts him down. "Keep dreaming." As his face falls, Zhongming steps in to comfort him. "It's just a sword, right?" But Little Tiger is dead serious. "Just a sword? Boss, did you see Wang Ding yesterday? Despite his high evolution level, he didn't dare touch the edge of Moon Edge. He was absolutely terrified of that weapon. I saw it clearly." Zhongming simply finishes his food, smiling. "Making one for you is more than enough." Zhongming's sudden actions always leave everyone completely dazed. Wait, is he actually serious about keeping his promise? Using his forging skill, he presses his palm straight into the concrete wall, extracting just enough metal to shape a brand new blade. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupts from behind Zhongming, blinding everyone and completely concealing whatever mysterious magic he is performing. In mere seconds, a pristine weapon is born. Zhongming hands it over to Xiaohu, saying, "Didn't you want the Wind Moon Saber? Here, I forged this for you." Holding the actual physical weapon, the guy can't believe his eyes, muttering, "Holy crap, holy crap." Right beside him, Chuan's eyes light up with pure envy. "Brother Ye, this is absolutely insane." Mo Ye quickly chimes in, completely agreeing with him. "Seriously, Zhongming, what kind of skill is this?" Zhongming crosses his arms with a smug grin, explaining, "Just my subclass, I'm a craftsman." Hearing this casual response, Xiaohu is left totally speechless. But a second later, he snaps, scolding Xiaohu. You idiot! Forget the other materials. Crafting this literally cost us a whole level 2 demon crystal. If I hadn't taken down that level 2 zombie last night, we wouldn't even have this. Shutting up immediately, the boy obediently sits down without uttering another single word of complaint. Moments later, the girls dump a mountain of chores on him, leaving him weeping over dirty dishes. Meanwhile, Zhongming quietly slips away from the group to check the building's edge. Noticing him standing alone on watch, Mo Ye approaches and asks, Zhongming, this area doesn't deviate from our original route, but where do we head next? What's the plan? Pointing straight down, he replies, we're going down there to find someone. He keeps quiet, but he knows this person will eventually become famous in the future apocalypse as the legendary Master Li. Deep inside a dark building, a group of survivors lies scattered across the floor as a shadowy figure approaches. Kang Chun strolls in, casually chewing on a chicken drumstick. Well, hello there, my high-level technicians. What's with the silence? Nobody wants to greet me. The room stays dead silent. Pulling a gorgeous woman close, he sneers. I've got good news. Our food is almost gone. So you guys are heading out tomorrow to forage. Right now, I'm going to handpick a few to come with me. Volunteer, and you get a full meal and water, whether you find anything or not. And if you actually secure food, that's a 3-day bonus ration for you. Desperate for food, their eyes light up as they scramble to volunteer, shouting, pick me. Please take me. Pointing at 2 people, he says, fine, you 2 are in. Just then, a bald thug whispers something malicious in his ear. Nodding, Changchun points at Legong. We need one more musician. You're going too. Watching the old man, the bald thug wears a smug, satisfied smirk. Back with Zhongming, they sweep the room only to find rotting corpses. Xiaohu asks skeptically, boss, are you absolutely sure he's supposed to be in here? Besides these hideous zombies, there isn't a single living soul around. Even Zhongming begins to wonder if he somehow got the location wrong. He clearly remembers the past life rumors placing Master Lei right at this spot. Suddenly, Liang Chuin's sharp voice echoes from across the room. Zhongming, quick. Look across the street, they're using live bait to lure the zombies. He rushes over to the window to investigate. Across the street, Changchun brandishes a metal pipe, threatening the terrified captives. You're up next. Get moving. Horrified, the others desperately cry out, please, no. Lao Li was just torn apart by those monsters, but the tyrant strikes him across the face, roaring, shut your useless mouth. As the man screams in agony, Changchun coldly commands his thugs, throw him out of the building, force him to run as far as possible. The bald thug raises his blood-stained blade with a grim nod. Right away, boss. Pressing the cold steel against the captive's back, he forces him out. Meanwhile, Changchun stands guard, keeping a sharp eye on his men looting the place. Hurry the hell up. How much food did we actually find? One of his lackeys nervously runs over to report. Boss, there's barely anything left to salvage in this supermarket. Furious, he backhands the scout, yelling, damn it, this won't even feed us for a day. We wasted 2 perfectly good baits for this useless pile of garbage. He delivers a vicious slap to the messenger's face just as the bald thug returns to report. Boss, the bait drew most of the horde away, but there's still about 5 or 6 left. Changchun grinds his teeth. Still that many? I was thinking we could use this chance to hunt them down and harvest their demon crystals. The bald thug points directly at Legong, smiling wickedly. Boss, don't we still have one more piece of bait? Grinning, the leader agrees and barks at the old man. Listen up, musician. I'm going to spill a little of your blood, but I'll leave your legs alone. Once you're out there, run like hell. After we secure the food, we'll double back to rescue you. Got it? Outrun them, and you live and eat. Fail. And you've only got your own miserable luck to blame. Do we have a deal? Before the terrified man can utter a word, the bald thug slices his arm open. Changchun shoves the bleeding musician out, shouting, run, get moving. As he runs for his life, his mind drifts back to his past. How did his existence become so wretched? He was once a prestigious chief engineer, making a massive 6-figure salary, leading a brilliant research team, with a gorgeous young wife waiting at home. But then the end of the world arrived, bringing monsters and the undead. Everything crumbled. That day was the first time he ever raised his hand against another human. Since that moment, his spirit was broken. As his life flashes before his eyes, a sudden voice echoes through the chaos. Sweet dew technique. Shu Ying quickly used her power to heal the man. Supporting him, Yi Zhongming said, I am taking him out of here. Little who? Shu Yin, I leave this place to you two. Yue asked in shock. Who? Who are you? Hello. No need to say anything right now. Just follow me, and I will explain everything else very soon. Ye Zhongming was absolutely thrilled, thinking to himself that he had finally found the future creator of magic crystal weaponry. Soon, the city was overrun by a deadly plague. Horrific monsters appeared everywhere, reminding Ye Zhongming of his brutal past life during the apocalypse. Humanity had to fight to survive among mutated creatures, bloodthirsty zombies, and monstrous beasts. There were many reasons for survival. He had met some of them before the very last survivors of humanity. A few elite warriors used their unique skills and classes to fight back, but they were only a tiny minority. He had already planned his own defense, but what about weapons? Most only came from the mysterious roulette wheels. Too few weapons were forged by blacksmiths, and even fewer were found in the forbidden zones. It simply was not enough. This made Ye Zhongming highly curious, and he eventually realized that the absolute key to saving as many human survivors as possible was the invention of magic crystal weaponry, a legendary class of weapons whose creator was none other than Yue Daiyuan, the father of magic crystal weapons. Using advanced scientific methods, he extracted the raw energy from the crystals and unleashed it through complex processes, achieving devastating destructive power. Right now, inside a dusty room of an abandoned and completely empty factory, Ye Zhongming stood silently, staring straight at the wooden door. On the bed lay a wounded man being treated by Xu Ying. Suddenly, Moi walked in and spoke up. Ye Zhongming, who is this guy? Then, the wounded man spoke up in a trembling, confused voice. Why? Why did you save me? He spoke with empty, hopeless eyes. I am totally useless. I can't kill zombies. I can't find food. Ye Zhongming sweated silently at those words. He could not kill zombies? True, he did not kill many directly, but those he killed indirectly were absolutely countless. Calling him the Zombie Slayer King was no exaggeration. Ye Zhongming declared. I know who you are. Yue Daiyuan. Confused, the old man adjusted his glasses to see him clearly. I'm sorry, but I don't think we have met. Ye Zhongming quickly realized he had accidentally slipped up. I saw your profile in the factory's promotional brochures, which detailed your incredible technical background. I have deep respect for skilled technicians. Since I ran into you while you were suffering, I had to save you. Yue Daiyuan sighed deeply. That's all in the past. Now, I am nothing but a fading light, running out of oil. Ye Zhongming suddenly turned to instruct them. Moi, everyone wait outside. I want to talk to him alone for a bit. Though Moi wanted to stay, she did not dare disobey. With those words, Moi and the others headed outside. The door clicking softly behind them, Ye Zhongming pulled out a wrapped piece of bread and handed it to Yue Daiyuan. Eat some bread first. Then, out of nowhere, a bottle of wine appeared in his hand. I heard that you technical experts love to enjoy a glass of red wine. This is a dry red wine from Li Qibao that I found. Take a sip, Master Yue. Yue Daiyuan took it and gulped down a huge mouthful. Once the man had eaten his fill, Ye Zhongming got to business. He pulled out a strange crystal and asked, Do you know what this is? Yue Daiyuan recognized it with a single glance. Ye Zhongming smiled, knowing this was the first step to recreating his past life success. I have an idea. This crystal holds a powerful, hidden energy. If we can somehow extract this energy, refine it, and make it usable for humans, do you think that is feasible, Master Yue? This deeply intrigued Yue Daiyuan, who urged him to show it. Holding the crystal, he examined it and gasped. Incredible. This idea is absolutely brilliant. Ye Zhongming offered. If you do not mind, Master Yue, why don't you come with us? At least you won't starve. And to help you research these magic crystals, I will personally provide the absolute best working conditions. What do you say? The offer was incredibly tempting, but Yue Daiyuan hesitated, sinking deep into silent thought. After a long pause, he replied, Do one thing for me, and my life will belong to you forever. Cut to the morning sun rising over the misty streets. Changchun and his crew were resting inside a dilapidated building. Changchun smoked a cigarette, lost deep in thought. That group they encountered today was clearly incredibly powerful. But why on earth would they save such a useless piece of trash? Suddenly, a henchman approached with a jar. Boss, eat some canned fruit to get your vitamins. Changchun let out a cold grunt. Taking the jar, Changchun stared at his henchman's grin, remembering that this kid had actually stolen that useless guy's wife. Suddenly, a massive bang echoed as the door was violently kicked open. sending everyone in the room into a panic. Wait, what's going on? Is it a zombie? Did Changshan find it first? And what did he do to you guys? Sure enough, the one making that noise was Zhongming, followed by Daiyuan and the rest. Did Zhongming want to deal with these guys personally? Daiyuan frowned and nodded. Receiving the confirmation, Zhongming stepped forward as Changchun's group screamed, asking what they were trying to do. Zhongming swiftly grabbed one of the lackeys by his collar, startling him. What are you doing? Let me go. But Zhongming ignored him, gripping his shirt tight, pulling him back, and tossing him high into the air. With a terrified scream, the guy crashed hard onto the ground. Zhongming calmly added, "Musician, do whatever you want with him." Daiyuan stood there coldly, his entire body radiating intense, murderous intent. Without a second thought, Daiyuan grabbed a red brick and repeatedly smashed it directly into the lackey's head. In no time, the guy was sent straight to hell by Daiyuan. The onlookers shivered in pure horror at the brutal sight. Watching him, Mo Ye realized that Zhongming couldn't be considered a good person by any traditional moral standards, but as long as his interests weren't threatened, he wouldn't kill mindlessly. She then glanced at Daiyuan, completely baffled, wondering what was up with this man named Yue Daiyuan. Why was Zhongming treating him with such special consideration? It was only when Mo Ye grabbed his hand to stop him from going too far. But consumed by hatred, Daiyuan refused to let it go. Zhongming had no intention of forgiving them either, telling her to stay out of it if it didn't concern her. Mo Ye disagreed, but before she could speak, a voice called out from outside. "Boss, we found it in the room next door." Zhongming immediately followed, placing a hand on Daiyuan's shoulder. "Let's go." Only then did Daiyuan stop. The team then headed to a locked room where Liang Chuyin pointed to the wooden door. "Someone is inside." Zhongming frowned and looked at Daiyuan. "Go on in. There are some things you need to decide for yourself." Knowing what he had to do, Daiyuan stepped inside, while the rest of the group waited outside. Xiaohu asked curiously, "Boss, who is this guy? What kind of grudge does he have with them?" Zhongming began to explain. "In this chaotic world, killing parents and violating wives or daughters are unforgivable sins that can never be overlooked by anyone who still has a conscience." Suddenly, horrific screams echoed from inside the room, sending a cold shiver down everyone's spine. Moments later, Daiyuan opened the door and walked out, clutching a sharp knife. "I couldn't bring myself to do it," he said. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered to leave her to her own fate. Zhongming then turned to Liang Chuyin, ordering her to bring some food inside. Liang Chuyin didn't hesitate and agreed. Zhongming patted Daiyuan's shoulder to comfort him, saying they should go. Deeply grateful, Daiyuan whispered his thanks. After dealing with this group, the team continued forward. Suddenly, shouting voices echoed from behind them. "Musician, wait for us." A group of survivors caught up, desperately asking if they could tag along with him. Daiyuan turned back to see those who had been with him for a long time. He proposed a suggestion to Zhongming, saying he would need assistance for his research. Zhongming agreed. "Musician, I can only take 5 of them with us, so choose quickly." Even though he agreed, their current situation was still hanging by a thread. "We have a lot of critical things that must be done. 5 people is the absolute limit, and I hope you understand." As time ticked away, the ruined city gradually sank into darkness. Gathered on a rooftop, the entire team held a meeting. Zhongming's group sat on one side, with Daiyuan's squad on the other. Zhongming pointed at a specific spot on the map. "We are currently very close to the new zone. This is our final destination. Once we clear this place out, we will go search for your husband." Mo Ye looked slightly confused, so Zhongming quickly explained it was an ecological wild boar farm. Xiaohu chipped in with a teasing grin. "Boss, are you craving pork already? Honestly, eating nothing but biscuits and canned food every day gets super bland." Zhongming scolded him, saying he only thought about food. In truth, he wasn't after meat. His real target was the level 2 demon crystals. Liang Chuyin praised him, noting that Brother Yi had already slain level 2 evolved creatures more than once. "Even if we don't rely entirely on Brother Yi, our current combined strength and coordination should definitely be enough to take down any moderately strong level 2 mutated beast." But Liang Chuyin was dead wrong. Zhongming revealed the actual number, which wasn't just a single level 2 beast, but an entire pack. There are at least 50 of them. The moment he revealed this massive number, everyone's eyes widened in utter disbelief. "What?" Meanwhile, down below the mist-shrouded buildings, a massive figure was slowly trekking across the ruined ground. He was dragging a lifeless corpse. With unkempt hair and a long, messy beard, he took a swig of alcohol, muttering about how awful it tasted. "This stuff tastes awful," he muttered, before casually tossing the corpse into the air. Gu Fan ruthlessly discarded it. As the body slammed onto the ground, it instantly drew a pack of lurking monsters. They resembled wild boars with sharp, menacing tusks. The moment they spotted the corpse, they tore into it. After feeding, they would evolve and grow even stronger. This man's sole job was to collect dead bodies and turn them into feed for these monstrous beasts. Once they evolved to level 2, he wanted them to help him find a level 2 roulette so he could become a 2-star evolved human. A new day dawned with bright sunlight creeping in, illuminating a man sitting in a messy room overflowing with empty alcohol bottles. This was Gu Fan, a 1-star evolved human, lounging indifferently on his sofa. Before the apocalypse hit, he had graduated from a prestigious university. He should have built an admirable, successful career in this city by the age of 30. He envisioned reaching his peak, marrying a beautiful wife, raising a healthy child, and establishing a proud family legacy. But his rosy dreams shattered when dirty schemes by backstabbing colleagues and bosses left him buried under massive debt. His parents worked themselves to death, trying to pay off his debts. Despite facing absolute ruin, Gu Fan refused to give up. With financial backing from an old college classmate, Gu Fan decided to start a wild boar farm. He realized he had an extraordinary talent for breeding, but disaster struck again. A buyer's default broke his capital chain, pushing Gu Fan's farm right to the brink of collapse. Despair consumed Gu Fan once more, but fate was not done with him just yet. When the apocalypse struck, Gu Fan realized his entire herd of wild boars had mutated into terrifyingly powerful, bloodthirsty beasts. Crucially, they remained completely loyal, obeying their master's every single command. While drowning his sorrows in alcohol, Gu Fan suddenly felt a chilling premonition that his mutated boars were dying one by one. He jumped up, staring outside as another connection severed. Gu Fan shuddered at the dark thought, desperately hoping his senses were just playing tricks on him. No, his heart skipped a heavy beat. He only felt this crushing pain when they died, so this could not be an illusion. Gu Fan clutched his chest, feeling another pulse fade as another beast died. What on earth was happening out there? Could they have run into a level 2 mutant zombie or some other deadly beast while foraging? Gu Fan immediately rushed outside to investigate. Gu Fan put 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled, prompting his massive herd of boars to stampede toward him like a flood. Mounting the back of his largest beast, Gu Fan rode off, completely unaware that he had just walked right into a trap. Hiding in the shadows, Xiao Hu whispered into his walkie-talkie, reporting that the target had left, leaving 7 boars behind, 3 at level 2 and 4 at level 1. Up on a nearby rooftop, Ye Zhongming and his team received the signal, while Mo Ye kept watch through her binoculars. The target had taken most of his herd, which, combined with the others and the 7 left behind, totaled 74 mutated boars. She meticulously counted every single beast, noting 46 of them were level 2 mutants, and 28 were level 1. Hearing this, Xiao Hu gasped over the radio at the insane numbers, while Xu Ying grew deeply worried. Xu Ying anxiously suggested they reconsider, but Ye Zhongming remained completely unfazed, firmly believing that high risks always yielded the absolute greatest rewards. Since they were already here, why not take the gamble? Handing the radio to Da Yuan, he warned that this operation would be highly dangerous. With this spot offering excellent visibility, he ordered Yue Gong to stay behind and manage their communications. He then directed Xia Lei to stay as well, to protect Yue Gong, before continuing to delegate specific roles to the rest of the team. Xu Ying was sent to back up Liang Shuyin and De Huangwan. With a quick nod, she agreed, leaving Mo Ye as the last one to receive orders. Her mission was to hunt down any level 1 boars nearby, while Xiao Hu was instructed to quickly prep a motorcycle. Mo Yi gripped her weapon tightly, ready to jump in during Phase 2. As for Yi Zhongming, he had his own critical role. He would handle the 7 boars inside the farm himself, ordering everyone to get ready to move out. Before they initiated the plan, he offered one final, serious warning. They had to stay ahead in the evolution race to survive, because in this brutal world, falling behind meant certain death sooner or later. With his sword tip scraping lightly against the ground, Ye Zhongming approached Gu Fan's house, remembering a legendary figure from his past life. The legendary 9-star powerhouse, known as the Boar King, Gu Fan. In his past life, he commanded an army of high-level mutated boars, including 5 that reached level 8. He stepped calmly toward the heavy iron gate. Unfortunately, he was always a lone wolf, living only with his beasts, until 2 rival 9-star powerhouses teamed up to kill him. The moment he stepped inside, A mutated boar lunged to attack him, but Ye Zhongming didn't even flinch. Only after Gu Fan's death did people compile biographies of the absolute strongest humans of the apocalypse. Only then did Ye Zhongming realize they had been in the same city, where Gu Fan ran his farm. Shifting his stance lightly, he executed a few swift, effortless slashes to put down the beast, before calmly extracting the glowing crystal core from its head. He needed to evolve again, requiring a massive stash of level 2 crystals, and this farm was the perfect place to get them. It was his fastest route to power. But Ye Zhongming also realized this meant he might have to execute a future 9-star powerhouse. But did he have a choice? Right after one beast fell, countless mutated boars flooded out of nowhere. If they didn't deal with them immediately, this battlefield would surely end in a bloody disaster. He even noticed some of those mutated boars were still chewing on severed human arms. If they failed to wipe out these monsters, their end would be brutal, leaving the ground soaked in human blood. With a cold smile, Zhongming slashed them down without mercy, believing none of these vile creatures deserved any pity. Deep in the forest, Mo Yi was running for her life from a herd of mutated boars. Suddenly, she spun around, raised her gun, and fired a rapid barrage to drop them. However, these mutated beasts were incredibly fast and managed to dodge her shots with ease. As they charged, Mo Ye leaped aside, drew her combat knife, and slashed at them until they finally went down. That made 10 kills in total. Without wasting a second, Mo Yi immediately reported her current status. Reporting in, Mo Ye finished her fight and would reach the second zone in 2 minutes. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, 2 mutated boars were feasting on a corpse. They suddenly froze, sensing an ominous presence approaching. Sure enough, Chu Yin appeared holding her wire, instantly drawing the monster's attention to her. Remaining completely calm, Chu Yin swung her metallic wire high into the air. The wire split into multiple threads, wrapping tightly around the beasts. Unfortunately, this attack failed to take them down, only driving them into a wild frenzy. Just as she thought she would be sent flying by their charge, the boar slammed hard into a barrier. The beast knocked itself out cold, making Chu Yin realize she had backup. Did Xu Ying arrive to help? Xu Ying rushed over, shouting a warning to watch out as another angry boar charged from behind. Thinking quickly, Chu Yin shot her wire toward a building, leaping high into the air just in time. She barely avoided becoming dinner for those wild mutated beasts. Hanging in midair, Chu Yin drew her gun and fired repeatedly at the rampaging monster below. In just seconds, another beast lay dead, and Chu Yin safely landed back on the ground. Xu Ying quickly radioed in, reporting that she and Liang Chu Yin had completed their mission and were now heading directly to the second objective. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu was happily riding a newly found motorcycle after taking down several wild boars, looking incredibly pleased with himself. But his smirk faded as a thick dust cloud rose, revealing hundreds of mutated boars finally catching up. Gu Fan led the pack, riding atop a massive beast. She demanded to know who he was, but Xiao Hu teased her, telling her to chase him if she wanted answers. Revving his engine, Xiao Hu sped off as Gu Fan and her horde gave chase. Gu Fan grit her teeth, her mind racing with furious questions. Who was this kid? And what was his plan? While riding with one hand, Xiao Hu used his radio to report his success. This is Xiao Hu. Mission accomplished. I am now heading to the second target location. Back at the farm, Zhongming cleared out 7 mutated boars. It seemed everyone was completing their duties without any major issues. Message received. I have cleared my area and am now moving to the second checkpoint. After assessing the situation, he decided to move to the final objective to eliminate the Boar King. Stick with me, because these quiet streets are about to host a massive clash. While Mo Ye watched the perimeter, Chu Yin and Xu Ying approached, their jaws dropping in utter disbelief. Brother Ye had actually done it. Chu Yin's eyes sparkled with deep admiration. Taking out 3 level 2 beasts and 4 level 1s in minutes was truly legendary. Xu Ying immediately noticed that Chu Yan had developed feelings for Zhongming. She teased her, saying she was just completely infatuated. Chu Yin blushed as red as a tomato, though she desperately tried to deny it. Chu Yin fired back, asking who kept screaming for Brother Ye when trapped by Wang Ding. Flustered, Xu Ying instantly lost her cool. I didn't mean it that way at all. I was just hoping he would show up and save my life. Unconvinced, Chu Yin jokingly suggested offering her hand in marriage as repayment, leaving a flustered Xu Ying completely speechless at her teasing. Stop projecting your thoughts on me. Suddenly, Mo Ye interrupted, her expression dead serious. They had arrived. Looking down, they saw Gu Fan approaching with her massive beast horde. Everyone prepared for battle as Chu Yin set up several strong energy barriers to trap them. Chu Yin couldn't help but complain, muttering that dying today would be a tragedy since she hadn't even had a boyfriend yet. Xu Ying snapped back, telling her to shut up. Meanwhile, Gu Fan was marching forward while counting her remaining beasts. Out of her 74 combat beasts, nearly a third of them were already dead. Strangely enough, that annoying biker boy had completely vanished from sight. Gu Fan searched frantically, vowing to tear that biker to shreds. But in that exact moment, a sudden, cold shiver of pure terror gripped her entire soul. Before she could react, her beasts were suddenly hit by a relentless barrage of attacks. Gu Fan forced her beast to leap back, realizing they were ambushed as deadly arrows rained down. Realizing the attacks came directly from the rooftops, she ordered her pack to charge. Standing above, Chu Yin held her wire, watching the beasts draw near. Chu Yin leaped down from the rooftop, shouting that if they survived today, they would definitely go out and celebrate. With a swift flick, Chu Yin lashed her glowing whip in all directions. The rope seemed wrapped in a mystical force, binding the mutant boars so tightly that they couldn't take a single step. The other boars got peppered with bullets, unable to escape. Looking up, Chu Yin saw Mo Ye covering her from above. Mo Ye kept her finger glued to the trigger. Go, I've got you covered. Seizing the moment, Chu Yin bolted forward with every ounce of strength she had left. Right on it, Chu Yin used her rope to hoist herself into the air. Hooking it onto a door frame, she pulled herself up to safety in the blink of an eye. Luckily, she made it just in time, escaping the charging boar's brutal trampling. Mo Yi reached out to pull Chu Yin up. With the team covering them, Chu Yin managed to leap safely into an empty room, collapsing onto the floor with a painful grimace. My mental energy is completely tapped out. Noticing her injuries, Xu Ying immediately activated her healing magic to treat Chu Yin, while Mo Ye focused on checking their remaining weapons. The armor-piercing rounds Ye Zhongming gave them were entirely depleted. Normal ammunition did absolutely nothing against the thick hides of those mutant boars. Our mission is complete. Let's fall back. But their escape was cut short. Gu Fan blocked their path with a menacing sneer. You think you can run from me? Bursting through the entrance, Gu Fan roared. None of you are getting out of here alive. He clenched his fists, his face contorted in pure, burning rage. I will capture you all, torture you until you spill every single secret, and then throw whatever is left to the boars as feed. Fortunately, Ye Zhongming arrived just in time. Is that so? The team struggled to stand, overjoyed to see him there to save them. Brother Ye. As Gu Fan whipped his head around to see who it was, Ye Zhongming delivered a brutal kick, launching Gu Fan straight through a glass partition. Since they were high off the ground, the devastating impact sent Gu Fan tumbling over the edge. Looking up, Gu Fan's eyes reflected a sudden, bright glow. Standing before him was Ye Zhongming, with a blazing fire swirling right in the palm of his hand. Ye Zhongming stared at the flame he had just conjured. With this power, he had successfully annihilated the entire beast horde. Little Tiger walked over with a grin and began counting. Moments later, he reported respectfully, Boss, we gathered over 70 boars, but 2 managed to escape. Ye Zhongming frowned with concern. We can't track down every single beast. Wiping out the vast majority is already a massive win. He waved his hand, signaling to Little Tiger. I'll leave these boars for everyone to process. Hearing this, Little Tiger gasped in utter disbelief. Ye Zhongming frowned and explained. The tusks, manes, and certain body parts of these mutant boars are incredibly valuable materials for localized evolutionary upgrades. He suddenly smirked. Besides, weren't you complaining about wanting pork? Just thinking about it made Little Tiger's mouth water instantly. Definitely, we have a mountain of meat here. Mo Ye chimed in from behind. Take the bike and bring Yue Daiyuan and his crew to help. She glanced at the team, adding, we'll search for salt and wood, then get to work curing all this meat to preserve it for later. Ye Zhongming nodded tiredly. I'll leave the rest to you guys. I need to get some rest. The team cheered happily in response. On it, Brother Ye. Little Tiger rushed off, while the girls began grilling the meat. Nearby, others sorted the food, preparing to distribute it once everything was processed. Sitting alone in his room, Ye Zhongming pondered. The class skills of a glorious imprint master, combined with his dual elements, had absolutely devastating power. But the drain on his mental energy was simply too massive. Looking out the window, he knew this mutant boar meat would serve as an incredibly nourishing tonic. Though the effects on his own high stats would be minimal, it could easily give Liang Shan's group a decent physical boost. Excited, Ye Zhongming examined the bag of loot beside him, His biggest prize this time was over 40 level 2 magic crystals. Now, he just needed to locate a roulette wheel to try his luck. The beast gently crept over, catching Ye Zhongming slightly off guard. Huh? He noticed the magic crystal on its forehead was beginning to fade. Feeling the strange energy fluctuation, he wondered if it was actually evolving again. Lowering his legs, Ye Zhongming smiled. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Once the creature woke up, the real transformation would begin. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside. Who goes there? What do you want? Don't shoot. It's just us. A couple of unfamiliar men had wandered into their territory. Ye Zhongming stared at them coldly, asking, "Who exactly are you guys?" Sensing no evolutionary aura from them, he deduced they were just ordinary humans. Sensing his hostility, one of the men quickly spoke up in a panic. "My name is Jiamin, and this is Daming. We're both from the new base." Standing nearby, Xiaolei gasped in absolute shock. The new base? She froze. Could it be the facility set up by the district government? If so, Qingyu might actually be alive and well there. Mo Ye remained calm, whispering, "Let's get the facts first. If it's a military base, they'll have strict rules." Xiaolei quickly stepped forward, her voice tense. "How was this new base of yours built?" Jiamin explained that an artillery battalion had joined forces with the local district government to construct it. They had gathered surviving government officials, active soldiers, and various laborers from nearby construction sites. Xiaolei pressed on, full of hope. "Do you know Qin Yu?" He worked in the district office. The two men looked at each other, completely clueless. "No idea. We've never heard that name." Ye Zhongming stepped back in, continuing the interrogation. "So, were you two out here hunting?" Jiamin sighed dejectedly. "As you know, this new district was barely developed before the end. The basic infrastructure is practically non-existent. This base was built out of desperation, so resources are extremely scarce with food and basic necessities in short supply. Unless they want to go hungry, they must hunt for food themselves, or search for ammo and the crystals in those monsters' heads." Xiaohu asks bluntly, "So, what are you guys doing here?" Jiamin speaks up, suggesting that the group is probably heading to the new base. He gives a forced laugh, explaining that they are very familiar with the other side and can act as guides to ensure the group does not get scammed by anyone. Xiaohu replies calmly, asking why they would need guides when they have their own two hands. Daming fearfully chimes in, explaining that the new base is completely surrounded by zombies and mutated beasts, making entry impossible through normal means. They must find another route, so Zhongming commands them to get to the point, forcing Jiamin to comply. Jiamin admits that moving to and from the base requires navigating the sewers, which can be absolutely disgusting. But the pipe network is massive, and beginners always get lost, which is why the two of them want a guide. He glances toward the appetizing aroma, thinking of those juicy chunks of meat, and Zhongming immediately catches on and approves. Zhongming offers them 2 pieces each, but they must stay to help process the meat before guiding the group inside. Daming stammers out a thank you, while Jiamin quickly explains that they were forced into this by desperate circumstances. They have families back home to feed, totaling about 7 or 8 mouths. Zhongming strictly orders them to hurry and process the meat, as they cannot transport it all at once, splitting it up for everyone to carry. Mo Ye loudly commands Xiaohu to check the farm and make sure the pork is safe, and he obediently agrees. Just then, a dog starts barking from inside, prompting a startled Zhongming to rush over and investigate. For Di Huangwan, the evolution process could take anywhere from a few hours to 2 full days, but it has barely been any time at all. It has not even been 10 minutes, so why is it reacting already? The dog writhes on the ground, making Xiaolei extremely worried. Xiaolei asks, "What is wrong with Da Huang?" And Zhongming explains that the evolution process is probably just a bit difficult for him. Xiaohu gasps in surprise, pointing out to the boss that Di Huangwan is actually sprouting new fur. It is a bright golden color, with sparks crackling around its body, as the dog opens its fierce eyes. And just like that, Di Huangwan successfully evolves into a level 2 mutated lifeform, suddenly pouncing on Ye Zhongming and making him gasp in surprise. Everyone bursts out laughing as the dog playfully rolls around, and they cannot help but marvel at how golden De Huang has become. He evolved into a fire dog. Zhongming wipes the drool off his face, telling everyone to ignore the dog and hurry up with the pork. He then calls out to the silly dog to stop and follow him. Di Huangguan is busy playing with Xiaolei but has to obey. Once they reach a quiet spot, Zhongming asks if the dog has unlocked any special talent skills. The dog tilts its head in confusion, leaving Zhongming to wonder. Just as he wonders if it got nothing, Di Huangguan tenses up and unleashes two massive waves of energy, cracking the wall behind Zhongming. He is completely shocked. Recalling De Huangwan's previous skill, a dense needle spray, which was a common area of effect attack that many furry animals possessed. Its power was average, but now, it can clearly control both the quantity and intensity. Is this really an evolved talent? Two massive, sharp spikes even sprout from the cracked wall. As sunlight filters through the city streets, a mysterious figure stands high above, quietly observing the scene below. It is a military man, silently watching Zhongming's team through a scope before falling into deep thought. The strange man who controlled those wild boars outside the base is dead, and his livestock has now ended up becoming a feast for this group of people. A younger man approaches him with a quick question, asking Captain Ming what he sees up ahead. He snaps back, telling Qin Ke not to call him captain anymore, since they are all just working for the base to earn their next meal. Qin Ke casually suggests calling him Wu instead, while silently staring at the weapon and making plans. If only he had a gun, he could gather magic crystals and become an evolved human. He could survive and gain endless power and privileges at the new base. While he is lost in thought, a subordinate approaches to report that preparations are nearly complete, though zombies and monsters have already invaded and picked this place clean. There is very little edible food left, and most of it is heavily contaminated, leaving only a single bag of rice. However, they found 7 or 8 barrels of soybean oil and some scattered noodles. The captain gets furious at having only oil and no actual food. He stomps his foot in anger, frustrated that this hunting trip has yielded such pathetic results. They barely managed to get 10 magic crystals, which they still have to hand over. But the captain suddenly realizes that killing the pig-controlling freak counts as a harvest too. If they were to align with the base, wouldn't their strength grow even greater? He calculated that those dozens of wild boar carcasses they held were worth more than 10 magic crystals. If the base seized them, could he instead secure an evolution potion for himself? The captain turned and hurriedly signaled Qin Ke, "Head back to the base. We must report the situation here immediately." Ye Zhongming's team followed Jiamin's guidance. "My family and I discovered the entrance to that sewage treatment plant, and no one else knows about it." As an old building appeared ahead, Jiamin pointed toward the chaotic new base. Zhongming fell deep into thought, knowing this new base would eventually become the Yunshan battle group, only to be destroyed 6 months later. Meanwhile, Jiamin began complaining that life here was miserable. Tons of mutated zombies lurked out of sight, mostly level 2. Pushing open an iron door, he compared them to Zhongming's dog, with their white crystals. They occasionally attack the base, and people die every single time. Chuyin gritted her teeth nervously. "Brother Yi, will Big Yellow be okay guarding all that meat by himself?" Zhongming offered a reassuring smile. "Do not worry too much. This area is wild beast territory with barely any zombies. Besides, we can't carry all that pork on our backs anyway." Two men pried open the manhole cover as Jiamin whispered a warning. "Everyone, keep your guard up. Mutated worms or rats often lurk down here." Daiyuan's family asked in a state of sheer panic, "Since it is so dangerous, what on earth will you do if we run into those things?" Jiamin replied, "We just have to deal with it. It beats starving to death inside the base. Luckily, the mutated creatures in these sewers fear fire, so holding lamps and flashlights and keeping batteries handy helps." Zhongming stared down into the dark abyss and coldly signaled to move out. Jiamin explained that 4 sewer paths led into the new base, each heavily guarded. They charged strangers entry fees, but he quickly assured them there was no need to worry. The demands are low. Anything goes, though food and good weapons are always preferred, and just a small bribe gets you in. The rest depends on the guard's mood. The turn ahead is the West Passage. Another team approached, and they quickly crossed paths. A man with a sneer stepped forward and spoke up. "Well, look who it is. Jiamin. Out hunting? How was the haul?" His lackey chimed in, demanding to see their findings. Jiamin panicked and tried to refuse, but was instantly shoved to the ground. The thugs grinned excitedly at the contents of the bag. "Look at all this meat." Jiamin desperately tried to claw it back. The thug fell hard, hitting his head. Stunned, his ally called out to Atai. The leader growled, "We only wanted a look, yet you act this ruthless? Got no manners?" Daming held Jiamin back, pleading weakly. "He only got anxious because you are taking the meat we risked our lives for. Please, let us off. Take half the meat to help Atai recover." The leader seemed to soften slightly. "Fine, I won't press you, but we keep all the meat." Jiamin snapped, "Uncle, don't be so greedy." The man barked angrily. "What did you say? I am taking everything." Daming, Leave your meat here too. The group stood helpless, completely unsure of what to do. Ah Tai rubbed his aching head, smirking cruelly. Uncle Zhao, this is not enough. We cannot let them off that easily. Are those guys your friends? Leave all your gear behind. Chu Yin glanced at Zhongming, her expression tense. She stepped forward with a warning. That is enough. Give back the meat and get lost right now. Ah Tai refused to lose face, snapping back. What did you just say? Let's see you try that. Roaring, he charged. Chu Yin calmly aimed a sharp, heavy blow right to his stomach. With a swift kick, she sent him flying, shocking his lackeys. They rallied to swarm her, as Zhongming called out coldly, "Make it quick, Chu Yin." She calmly nodded. 10 minutes later, she was dusting off her hands. The thugs lay beaten half to death on the floor. Unbothered to waste any more time, Zhongming signaled the group, "Let us go." A final thought crossed Uncle Zhao's fading consciousness. Could these people actually be evolved? After walking a bit further, Jiamin spoke up with a serious expression. "Guards are ahead. Just stick close to us and we'll get through." "Thank you," Zhongming advised them. "Get used to this. In this world, half your battles will be fought just to protect your gear." He explained further that although taking items seemed minor, in the apocalypse, those very resources were a matter of life and death. Therefore, he believed that looting was no different than cold-blooded murder itself. So leaving them severely wounded was merciful. Even killing them outright was entirely justified. Zhongming smiled warmly, praising her. "You did great." Hearing this, Shoyan blushed deeply and politely thanked him. "Understood," she replied as Zhongming stopped. To prevent any chaos, he ordered everyone to hand over their weapons for safekeeping. Zhongming casually dangled the necklace in his palm, urging the group forward. Thankfully, the path ahead looked much brighter. The manhole cover popped open, and Zhongming's crew helped each other climb out. Jiamin excitedly announced that they had finally reached the bustling new base. Jiamin then made a friendly suggestion, noting that they had nowhere to stay just yet. He invited them to join his group, mentioning empty shelters nearby. Zhongming politely accepted, thanking him for the generous offer. However, Xia Lei declined, explaining she needed to find her husband, surprising Mo Ye. The two women shared a warm parting hug, wishing each other safety. Xia Lei whispered, warning her to leave Ye Zhongming as soon as possible. She warned that he was too cold-blooded to be trusted. Turning to Zhongming, she admitted that although she disagreed with his methods, their pact was fulfilled, and they were now even. Xia Lei waved a final goodbye to everyone and walked away alone. Zhongming then inquired, asking if there was a local market where they could purchase essential survival supplies. Jiamin pointed toward the south, explaining that those basic items were incredibly easy to find. A small market nearby sold almost everything, and they only needed some food to trade. Zhongming probed further, asking if there was any source for ammunition, which left Jiamin completely stunned. He revealed that only the former artillery battalion and Director Wang had ammo, making it impossible to find in standard markets. However, his expression grew serious as he mentioned rumors of a hidden black market that occasionally sold rare ammunition. Zhongming was quite surprised, wondering how a black market could have already formed when this new base was established so recently. Curious, he asked if Jimin had ever seen any strange goods for sale, like mysterious skill scrolls, certificates, potions, or other unknown relics. The two of them looked utterly baffled, admitting they had never encountered anything like that. Still, they recalled rumors about a merchant in the Eastern District selling some rare formula for a high price. Hoping it was what he wanted, Zhongming immediately asked them to help locate the seller. He calculated that such a rare formula was incredibly hard to find, and its potential value would be absolutely massive. He offered them 5 kilograms of meat as payment for their valuable help. Even if they failed, he assured them it was fine. Jiamin eagerly agreed to take the job right away. They decided to split up, planning to tour the market first before heading back to the safe house. Daming watched them leave, feeling quite anxious about the plan. As they began moving down a silent and dark alleyway, Shuing suddenly grabbed Zhongming's hand out of fear. They noticed a shivering girl in tattered clothes huddled in the corner. Shoyin remained quiet, and even Xia Lei felt tense. Seeing 2 more starving people nearby, Shuing anxiously asked if they could spare some food to help them survive. Zhongming snapped in frustration, warning her that as her teammate, he would explain this harsh reality one final time. He explained that feeding one person meant they would have to feed everyone else in this market. If they ran out, they would be robbed instantly. Shuing was left stunned as Zhongming coldly asked if she was prepared to kill dozens of people just to protect herself. He demanded to know if she was ready to slaughter others just to defend her charity. Stunned and trembling, Xu Ying stammered a few words before falling completely silent. Daming agreed nervously, noting that carrying plenty of food in these desperate times was more of a curse than a blessing. He revealed that people were being murdered daily in this new zone, almost always over a scrap of food. Having nothing meant starving to death, but having too much made you a target. Wealth was simply a death sentence. He added that becoming an evolved was a massive stroke of luck. Hearing this, both Xiaoyan and Mo Yi felt deeply disheartened. They quietly urged Xiao Ying to keep moving forward with Zhongming, while Xiaoyan could only look on with utter helplessness. She whispered that without his protection, they would have ended up just like those desperate women. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught Zhongming's attention. Two massive, muscular men swaggered past them with arrogant smirks, clearly not fearing anyone. Zhongming coldly inquired about their identities. Keeping his head low, Xiao Dai whispered that they were Yue Chao and Yang Shilong, both powerful evolved fighters. Yue Chao stopped, clutching a heavy stone, and brutally ordered a terrified girl on the ground to lift her face as she trembled and begged. She begged that she could not do it anymore, prompting Shilong to brutally kick her head while shouting vicious, cruel insults. He continued to ruthlessly abuse her, furious that she was trying to back out now. He mocked her, accusing her of playing innocent. Yue Chao grabbed her hair, dragging her along despite her agonizing screams, while the terrified onlookers stood by, too afraid to intervene. Xu Ying wondered in terror why they would find joy in forcing others, while Xiaoyan worriedly pointed out that the poor woman clearly did not want to go. Zhongming frowned, explaining that if the evolvers gained nothing, ordinary humans would literally be tortured to death. Those two definitely had a history of doing this, which explained why that woman refused to go with them. Daming sighed in frustration, agreeing that Brother Yi was right. Those two scumbags didn't even view ordinary humans as people. They had already slaughtered several women over the past few days, and their reputation was utterly ruined. He added that the evolvers here were all the same, making life in this base a living hell. Daming sighed, hands on his hips. They only act this cocky because they control the three roulettes. Hearing this, Zhongming suddenly shouted, demanding to know what he meant. How many roulettes are here? Ouch, Brother Ye, that hurts. Daming winced, rubbing his arm and explaining, everyone in the base knows about those three roulettes. Before they were locked down, tons of people saw them. Intrigued, Zhongming asked what level those roulettes actually were. Daming looked confused, murmuring that they were probably level 1 or 2. After all, the crystals on the zombies outside are grayish-white with white tops, so it definitely has to be a level 2 roulette. Zhongming smiled. A level 2 roulette actually existed here. In his past life, he had left the city right after becoming a level 1 evolver, missing this entirely. Tossing over a chunk of meat, he demanded all the monster legs for himself. Thinking in his head, he originally only planned to trade for some supplies and find a job scroll, but stumbled upon a level 2 roulette instead. That night at the apartment building, Zhongming's team gathered to cook while Nan's crew handled the heavy lifting, like chopping up firewood. Suddenly, Zhongming paused as he realized he had almost forgotten something incredibly important. With everyone lacking fresh greens for so long, even powerful evolvers would eventually suffer major health issues. Zhongming grabbed Xiaohu, telling him they were going shopping, leaving the young man totally stunned. Huh? Sure. Zhongming then asked him if he knew where to buy plant seeds. A short while later, Xiaohu collapsed, whining that they were finally done. Panting, he asked how on earth growing vegetables now would help them in time. Ignoring him, Zhongming concentrated, channeling his energy as he roared, Gardener class skill, activate nurture. Closing his eyes tightly, he felt his mental energy flowing outward, seamlessly becoming an extension of his own physical body. As roots stretched deep into the soil, every single cabbage seed they touched registered as a glowing node in his mind. Each node lit up upon contact. Xiaohu stared, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. As the aura faded, Zhongming let out a soft sigh. A green mist rose from the soil. He wondered to himself, they only planted these seeds 10 minutes ago, yet they already sprouted? Zhongming stared at his palms. It had drained over half his mental energy in minutes, but the experiment was definitely a massive success. He carefully examined the tender green sprouts, realizing they would never have to worry about vitamins or key nutrients ever again. There was no need to worry about food anymore. Once his gardener class leveled up, both crop yields and nutritional value would skyrocket. Zhongming smirked. This green thumb meant he could feed an army, giving him an unmatched competitive edge. Standing up, he gestured. All right, let's head downstairs. Xiaohu followed him down, buzzing with excitement as he asked if this was his second-class skill. What is your subclass anyway? Zhongming casually answered, gardener, leaving Xiaohu completely baffled at the thought of a simple farmer. If you don't understand, keep quiet. Later, as they feasted, Daming stuffed his face while Xiaohu scoffed, telling him this was nothing. Just wait, the boss is about to bring out something way better. Daming perked up instantly, demanding to know what it was. Xiaohu just grinned mysteriously, refusing to reveal the secret. Zhongming quietly planned to rest up, restore his mental energy, and push the cabbage growth tomorrow so they could finally enjoy some delicious meat stew. A sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Daming opened it, surprised to see Jiamin standing there. He called out to the room, "Brother Ye, I found the location of that recipe you wanted." Zhongming calmly looked up, asking where it was. Jiamin pointed east toward the Haiba Community Club. Meanwhile, in another hotel downtown, Xiaolei sat face to face with her husband, looking deeply concerned. She anxiously questioned him, asking how he got so badly hurt and who did this. Qingke avoided her gaze, muttering that it was just a fight and that women shouldn't worry about men's business. Clutching the food packaging, he smiled gently, telling Xiaolei how delicious it was and wondering why he hadn't tried it before. A wave of relief washed over Xiaolei. As the son of Secretary Qin, he would normally never touch such cheap instant food. Glancing at her suitcase, she was thankful Xiao Ye had left behind some meat and an evolutionary potion. Without those, finding Qin Yu in this massive new base would be a nightmare. Suddenly, Qin Qi doubled over, clutching his stomach in agony, throwing her into a panic. What's wrong? Before he could answer, the door was violently kicked open as an aggressive stranger barged in. Qingke stammered, calling him Brother Fan. Forcing an awkward laugh, he quickly made excuses about the food and promised to wash his clothes right away. Xiaolei stood there completely stunned. Qin Yu quickly whispered to her, "Let go. I will explain everything later." Meanwhile, Fan kept his eyes glued to Xiaolei, thoroughly enjoying the view of her gorgeous curves under her shirt. Sneering, Fan licked his lips and snorted before turning around, saying he was leaving. Qin Qi could only watch in total silence. Sensing danger, Xiaolei felt an awful premonition. She needed to find Xiao Ye and the others right away. She hoped to grab a gun for self-defense. Elsewhere, two men were relaxing, enjoying a private massage in their room. The hostess asked in a sweet voice, "So, did you see Qin Yu's wife, Fan? Isn't she as absolutely breathtaking as I promised? A real masterpiece, right?" She was asking around for that useless loser earlier today, which is how I realized she had actually made it to our base. He slowly recalled her face, realizing she was indeed breathtaking. Actually, she was a top-tier beauty, a pure masterpiece. Fan muttered that he had heard rumors about Qin Yu having a gorgeous wife, but never expected her to be even hotter in person. Hearing this, his partner immediately grew incredibly excited too. Is she really that stunning? Seeing Fan nod in agreement, the man jumped out of bed, asking what on earth they were still waiting for. A wicked grin spread across the bald guy's face. Fan simply waved his hand at the staff, ordering everyone to get out of the room. Bowing respectfully, the madam quickly excused herself, leaving Fan and Dong alone to talk. Once the door clicked shut, Fan smirked, telling Da Dong to calm down. He asked him why they had managed to seize everything they owned. Fan reminded him that they used to be just a lowly apprentice and a basic repairman. Yet now, they got to enjoy luxury, while gorgeous art school campus queens massaged them. Da Dong remained quiet. Fan clenched his fist tightly, declaring that it was solely because they were now evolved humans. A sinister grin spread across his face. Their superior power let them easily slaughter zombies, claim magic crystals, and spin the roulette wheel to reach their current absolute top status. But do you honestly think this is enough? Da Dong growled. Of course, it is not, Fan replied. You already know how incredibly unstable the situation at our base is right now. Surrounded by hordes of mindless zombies and mutated monsters, nobody knows when they might finally breach our defenses. Lighting a cigarette, Fan calmly asked, "So what if we are evolved? Can we take down 1,000 zombies alone?" Da Dong went silent before whispering, "No, exactly," Fan concluded, which was why they needed to keep growing stronger. Da Dong nodded anxiously, but wondered what any of this had to do with Qin Yu's gorgeous wife. Fan gritted his teeth, reminding him they were both just level 1 evolved. Why did Director Wang and Chef Kim get to rule over the entire base, while the two of them were left with absolutely nothing? Da Dong pointed out that those leaders possessed powerful skills and heavily armed men, making them far too formidable. Fan calmly agreed, Noting that their powerful skills meant they would be the ones surviving if the base fell, they had the highest chance of survival. Even the valuable magic crystals gathered from daily hunts always ended up directly in their hands. Whenever anything truly valuable was discovered, they claimed it first, leaving the rest of them to fight over the measly scraps. Fan revealed that on a mountain, 5 kilometers away, scouts had found a mysterious spot heavily guarded by zombies and beasts. You and I have probably heard about that magic roulette wheel packed with powerful weapons and skill cards. The leaders were preparing to seize it. Da Dong recalled rumors of someone actually photographing the wheel on their phone. Snuffing out his cigarette, Fan smiled coldly. He pointed out that Chef Kim had a massive weakness for beautiful, mature women. If they kidnapped Xia Lei and presented her as a gift, the chef would be absolutely thrilled. Once the base successfully captured the magic wheel, Chef Kim would surely reward them out of gratitude for the woman. Even if they did not get any skill cards, securing a couple of top-tier weapons would be an absolute guarantee. Grinning with excitement, Da Dong agreed it was a brilliant plan. He suggested they head out immediately to find and kidnap the gorgeous woman. Fan quickly warned him to wait, joking that Da Dong might not control himself overnight. They would strike the next day and deliver her straight to Chef Kim's private quarters. By noon the next day, Jia Min leaned in and whispered that the target was a man named Li Chang, who actually was not an evolved human at all. He explained that the man used to be a national-level champion shooter. Having hoarded powerful weapons after the apocalypse, even high-level evolved humans could not get anywhere near him. Though his large crew lacked evolved humans, their overwhelming firepower was insane. He was likely trading only for the highly coveted evolution serum. Naturally, many factions wanted to seize Li Chang's valuable formula. This included the base leaders, Director Wang and Chef Kim. Jia Min added that Li Chang was demanding an incredibly steep price for a deal. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming wondered why they did not just steal it. Terrified, Jia Min explained that Li Chang commanded over 200 men, with more than 100 loaded guns. This made his group the most formidable private army inside the entire base. To make matters worse, Director Wang and Chef Kim rarely agreed. He suddenly whispered, pointing out that they had finally arrived at the destination. Watching the massive crowd moving slowly, Jia Min explained that Li Chang was the only leader recruiting normal humans. Here, ordinary survivors could do hard labor in exchange for simple food rations. Even though getting chosen seems highly unlikely, a small sliver of hope still remains. The guard sternly asks, "Are you the two who want to see Mr. Li? Get searched and follow me." Jia Min reassures him. "Do not worry, Zhongming. I arranged this yesterday." The guard presence here is just slightly heavier. Inside, a man slowly sips hot tea. Jia Min quickens his pace and politely calls out to Mr. Lei, announcing their arrival. He coldly responds, "I already know. What else could you possibly want from me?" It is obviously for that recipe scroll. Le Quang reflects for a moment before speaking up. "Let's be direct. As long as you can pay the price, it is yours." Zhongming requests to inspect it first. Le Quang nods to his subordinate, and the guard steps forward with an open box. Zhongming eagerly tells Mr. Lei to name a price. Le Quang smiles, scanning him. "You look unfamiliar. I did not know this base had someone like you." Zhongming claims he just arrived. Le Quang sighs, raising his hand. "If that is the case, 5 one-star evolution potions, and this is yours." Zhongming scoffs, muttering that it is no wonder he has not sold it yet. That price is way too high. Le Quang sneers, claiming his goods are top tier. Zhongming cuts to the chase, asking, "If it is really that good, why haven't you used it yourself?" Asked sarcastically, Le Quang unconsciously presses his lips together. Zhongming aggressively points out that the recipe requirements are too harsh for him to learn, leaving him no choice but to sell. Irritated, Le Quang snaps, telling him to get out if he cannot buy it. Zhongming makes a different offer. "How about this? 100 level, 1 magic crystals. What do you think?" Furious, Le Quang roars, "Are you kidding me? Where is everyone? Throw this guest out." Before being escorted out, Zhongming speaks up. "You control a roulette wheel, right?" Le Quang rests his chin on his hand, looking confused. "So what?" Zhongming smiles calmly. "These magic crystals here are enough for me to spin your roulette wheel once." Le Quang snatches the pouch, staring at it intensely as if inspecting its contents. Surprisingly, he accepts the offer and tells them to follow him. Together, they walk down a spacious corridor toward a roulette wheel heavily guarded by several armed soldiers. Le Quang reluctantly invites them forward. While Jia Min stands there completely dumbfounded, Zhongming quietly begins to calculate his odds. Since the best recipe has already been removed from this particular wheel, it only requires 6 level 1 magic crystals to spin now. And there is nothing valuable on it, except for a basic 1-star evolution potion. He figures Chef Kim and Director Wang allowed Le Quang to control this wheel, precisely because of that reason. Without the formula, it is basically no different from any low-tier wheel. As the dial spins frantically, it finally stops on a mysterious green prize. Le Quang fumes internally, utterly annoyed. How on earth does this kid have such incredibly good luck? Meanwhile, his own luck was garbage, failing to win even a single evolution potion. When his guard steps forward to intervene, Le Quang quickly holds him back. Le Quang hesitates, sensing a deeply unsettling and dangerous aura radiating off this young man. Though his stance looks completely casual, he is subtly positioned next to his partner, blocking Le Quang's primary line of fire. Zhongming calmly asks, "Well?" Le Quang falls silent before agreeing to 3 bottles. Zhongming smirks, offering only 1 bottle of potion plus a high-quality gun, which leaves Le Quang utterly stunned. What? Le Quang's expression darkens with deep suspicion. A single weapon? He asks skeptically. Is this a joke? What kind of gun has he not seen? A Barrett? Meanwhile, Zhongming calmly reaches into the bag behind his back to pull it out. Le Quang flinches, his suspicion growing rapidly. How does this guy have a gun hidden on him? Didn't the guards perform a full-body search earlier? Zhongming fires a sudden shot, leaving everyone utterly paralyzed in shock. The bullet blasts directly into the stone wall. Le Quang gasps. Is this a pistol or a literal hand cannon? Zhongming remains perfectly calm. 1 evolution potion plus this gun. If you think it is fair, let's trade. Otherwise, we can forget it. Le Quang fully accepts the trade. Back at the shelter, the chef serves a plate of fresh green vegetables neatly on the table. The girls cannot help but praise the delicious cabbage. Zhongming pulls out the evolution potion and hands it over, saying, "Musician, this is for you." Da Yuan accepts it with trembling, emotional hands, breaking down in tears of pure gratitude. Zhongming stands up, advising them not to overindulge since they will have plenty of food in the future. Resting on his soft mattress, he opens the scroll to study the technical requirements. Zhongming feels extremely confident. At this early stage of the apocalypse, it is no wonder Le Quang, Director Wang, or Chef Kim had absolutely zero interest in this formula. Just a few level 2 magic crystals are enough to terrify ordinary 1-star evolvers. Putting the treasure away, he knows it holds incredible potential for his own future. Zhongming gazes thoughtfully out the window, wondering if he should go check out that high-tier roulette wheel tonight. If the opportunity arises, he will aim for a 2-star evolution potion next. Later that evening, in a far more luxurious and opulent hall, old Kim sits proudly on his golden throne. Ching Kei bows deeply and respectfully before him. Old Kim clapped his hands excitedly, laughing out loud. "Haha, what do you mean, sir? I am just a simple chef. You can just call me that." Jin Kei stammered fearfully, asking if Mr. Kim had summoned him, but the man quickly cut him off. He had heard of the secretary's great reputation and admired him for long, but sadly, he never survived the initial mutant tide. Mr. Kim suddenly wore a mysterious smile, saying he heard Chin Kei's lover had actually traveled through the zombie-infested city to reach this new base. A true heroine, Mr. Kim praised, leaving Chin Kei in absolute panic, wondering how on earth the man knew this. Casually swirling his wine glass, Mr. Kim admitted he had also admired the famous armed policewoman, Xia Lei, for a very long time. He asked Chin Kei to bring her over sometime to strengthen their friendship through a little exchange. Before draining his glass, wiping his mouth with a finger, Mr. Kim decided to speak frankly. He openly admitted his desire for Chin Kei's lover, demanding a meeting, which left Chin Kei's mind utterly torn about this fat bastard's obsession with Xia Lei. His clenched fists trembled violently, but he had to stay calm. This damn fat bastard was an evolved human. Mr. Kim continued his provocation, claiming he hated forcing people since it lacked thrill, and offered him a deal instead. Pulling out a glowing vial, he threatened to take her by force right before Chin Kei's very eyes, and then kill them both, or Chin Kei could convince her to stay for a few nights in exchange for an evolution potion. Chin Kei froze. It was a level 1 evolution potion, granting immense power upon injection, a rare privilege reserved only for the elite. He gritted his teeth in sheer terror, while Mr. Kim casually began to ramble on. To get this potion, dozens of people died in the base every single day, sometimes even numbering in the hundreds. He reminded Chin Kei about how many evolved humans were currently in the zone, what high status they held, and the luxury they enjoyed. Leaning close, Mr. Kim whispered sweet poison, saying all he needed to do was convince his wife. Then, he would join the ranks of the elite, enjoying absolute power, endless food, weapons, and women in the base. He whispered that it was only for a few nights, claiming that if she truly loved him, she would gladly agree for his sake. He suggested Qin-Ke could simply compensate her once he became an evolved human, urging him to decide. Qin-Ke bit his lip, turning to leave while saying goodbye, leaving Mr. Kim satisfied that the boy knew what to do. Once Qin-Ke left, Mr. Kim glanced at 2 hidden corpses inside the room and chuckled to himself. Giggling with amusement, he looked out. Meanwhile, shrouded in a thick fog, Zhongming hid behind a tree, eyeing the level 2 roulette on the rooftop. As he suspected, the guards protecting this level 2 roulette were nowhere near as strict as the ones for level 1. Since no one was currently capable of spinning a roulette of this high tier, guarding it was practically pointless anyway. Zhongming slipped inside carefully, watching the treasure's light flicker in the dark before gently reaching out to touch it. Disappointment washed over him as he realized there was no jackpot, meaning no skill scrolls or crafting recipes tonight. Examining the rest, he found a 2-star evolution potion and a gray-tier defensive bracer fragment. Suddenly, Zhongming froze in shock, wondering if what lay before him was actually an attribute stone. According to his knowledge, this precious stone could be embedded into weapons and gear to boost secondary stats. But another, far more valuable secret function was discovered completely by accident in his past life, when a weapon embedded with an attribute stone shattered during a brutal battle and was abandoned on the field. Later, a starving survivor who desperately couldn't find a single scrap of food happened to find it. In absolute desperation, he swallowed the crushed stone fragments like rice, only to find himself completely revitalized and remarkably stronger. The secret was that consuming the stone directly granted its elemental properties. And the news quickly spread. Everyone finally realized that consuming an attribute stone directly granted humans the specific powers contained within that very stone. Its once stable price skyrocketed instantly, making it highly coveted. Zhongming realized that if history repeated itself as before, these attribute stones would remain completely obscure for years, their true value known to absolutely no one. He could take advantage of everyone's ignorance and quietly hoard them in massive quantities now. He reminded himself that, aside from crafting puppets, he had to save at least 5 level 2 magic crystals. With his current stash of level 2 crystals, Zhongming calculated he could spin the roulette 6 times, hoping to land on at least one of these 2 items for a massive victory. Not far from Zhongming, Yue Chao was furiously cursing, complaining that the girl was simply far too weak. She died before they could even have their fun, forcing them to sneak out at midnight to dump her corpse. Xilong quickly pointed out they had no choice, since leaving a decaying body in the warm base would breed diseases, the stench would be unbearable, and throwing it over the wall would only agitate the zombies, leaving them with no choice but to head out. Yue Chao sighed in frustration, suggesting that if things were going to be like this, they should just find 2 other people to play. How could that even be? Following Xilong's panicked gaze, you and I can see someone is already spinning the level 2 roulette wheel. The moon ruled over the vast night sky. Xia Lei sat silently in her room, while Qin-Ke stood before her, desperately trying to persuade her. Lei, I know I'm wrong, but you can see the situation we're in right now. He was incredibly anxious without becoming an evolver. They wouldn't survive a single step, with absolutely nothing to eat and no water to drink. In the end, they would either starve to death or pay the ultimate price anyway. Shivering under Xia Lei's sharp glare, Qin-Ke stammered that Mr. Jin was offering a genuine deal to make him an evolver, making all of this sacrifice completely worth it. He promised that once he became an evolver, he would treat her 10 times better, he would never look down on her, forgetting everything about today so they could build a great life and eventually get her evolved too. Hearing this, Xia Lei coldly shot back. Look down on me? Weeping in sheer, bitter frustration. What right do you even have to look down on me? Damn it. Xia Lei snapped with absolute venom. You want me to do something that disgusting, yet you keep acting like you're doing me a favor? Who would actually believe your garbage? She straight up called him a coward, a pathetic loser, and absolute trash. Grabbing her suitcase, Xia Lei completely ignored Qin-Ke's desperate pleas and made a firm decision to walk out. I'd rather go anywhere else than stay here and feel disgusted by you. Qin-Ke suddenly grabbed her sleeve, fiercely warning her that she wasn't going anywhere. Xia Lei fiercely pushed him away. Stay so you can throw me to that creep? Get away from me. Amidst the tension, another voice suddenly cut in. Qin Wu, It seems your little persuasion attempt failed. Looks like I'll have to take matters into my own hands, Xiaolei demanded angrily. Is that you, Mr. Jin? She lunged forward to attack him, completely forgetting that Mr. Jin was a powerful, evolved being who just smiled calmly and said, I really love this feisty type. Xiaolei's body went stiff as he slammed her onto the bed. Since negotiations failed, I guess I'll just have to claim my prize by force tonight. Xiaolei gasped in horror as hands pinned her down. Her own husband, Qin Qi, held her down while shamelessly flattering Mr. Jin. Mr. Jin, she's all yours. I've got her. Just don't forget my evolution serum. But Xiaolei kicked him hard in the head, breaking free and leaping back. Sobbing, Xiaolei pulled 2 vials of liquid from her suitcase and asked, Is this what you wanted? Is this really it? She screamed in absolute rage. You betrayed your own wife just for this? Open your eyes and look at what is in my hands. Both men froze in utter shock. Qin Ke glared at her, screaming, You bitch, you had the evolution serum this whole time and didn't tell me? You didn't want to give it to me, did you? So why the hell are you showing it now? Did you ever actually see me as your husband? You used to do whatever I said. Now you're hiding things over a stupid bottle of medicine. I really misjudged you, you worthless bitch. Xiaolei remained strangely calm, replying, You are truly beyond saving. Mr. Jin rushed forward to stop her, yelling, Don't you dare drink that. But a sudden shout about someone spinning the level 2 roulette wheel made him freeze. What did you say? Mr. Jin roared. Who the hell dares? With a furious leap, he crashed right through the glass window. Mr. Jin screamed out orders to assemble. Our target is the level 2 roulette wheel. All guards, capture that thief right now. Zhongming stood tall amidst the swirling, surging energy. He bit his lip and waited as the indicator on the wheel ticked forward incredibly slowly. Suddenly, echoing footsteps approached. Trouble was coming fast. But Zhongming grinned with relief. It was finally over. He bent down to grab his treasure, a magic crystal, his absolute last chance to spin the wheel. He had to move fast. Down below, Mr. Jin was frantically barking orders to his men. Go. Capture the bastard who's spinning that wheel. As the indicator spun wildly, Zhongming kept muttering for it to hurry up. The exact moment the pointer ground to a halt, the rooftop doors were violently kicked open. Several soldiers immediately aimed their guns at him, shouting, Don't move. Put your hands behind your head right now. Zhongming wasn't intimidated by their useless threats at all. Remaining completely calm, he smiled in triumph, tightly grasping the treasure in his hand. Mr. Jin was utterly shocked the kid had actually scored a level 2 evolution serum. He instantly roared, Kill him. A hail of gunfire erupted immediately. Zhongming quickly took cover behind the massive wheel, before throwing himself off the edge, falling dozens of meters. Zhongming pulled out a small dagger and drove it deep into the concrete wall, successfully stopping his dangerous, life-threatening freefall. Mr. Jin was still absolutely furious, swearing up a storm. Where is that bastard? Search everywhere. Bring him to me alive. Zhongming carefully made his move and landed safely on the ground. Knowing he couldn't stay here long, he had to move fast before Chef Jin and Director Wang's subordinates could gather their forces and trap him inside. But as he slipped into a narrow alley, a guard spotted him and yelled, He's over here. Within seconds, Zhongming took them down, leaving the rest screaming in terror. Don't shoot. Watch your fire. He's coming this way. Realizing the chaos, Zhongming calculated his next move. He desperately needed to find a quiet, hidden spot. If he can just refine this 2-star evolution potion slightly and use it to evolve, everything will be solved. He slips through the main hall and rushes toward the glowing light. Mr. Jin's thugs chase him relentlessly. Don't let him escape. Alert the entire base to lock down and capture that guy. The crack in the wall is just wide enough for Zhongming to squeeze his body inside. Nearby, Qin Ke is kicked hard, groaning in agony, while Xiaolei recalls Mo Ye's warning, Take this. He wanted me to give it to you. Drink it if you face danger. Xiaolei sighs with deep emotion. It is ironic. A complete stranger, someone she only did a business trade with, willingly gave her a precious evolution potion, while her actual husband, the one legally bound to protect her, sold her out to the enemy for his own selfish gains. As Qin Ke gritted his teeth, Xiaolei made up her mind and drank the potion. Why is life so incredibly cruel? Absolutely disgusting. The empty vial shatters on the cold floor. Qin Ke quickly changes his face, calling out to her softly. He starts plotting again. Even if he lost the potion, now that she is successfully evolved, he can still use her. Suddenly, Xiaolei strikes him with a heavy blow. She says coldly, We are officially done. Speak to me again, and I will end you. Teen K panics, screaming. Where are you going? CLA sneers. I just realized some people are actually worth following, unlike you. Outside, the chasing soldiers continue to roar. Find him. Do not let him escape. Zhongming quickly scans the area. Enemies are everywhere, completely blocking every exit. There is absolutely no way to escape on foot. Looking at the vial, he thinks. If he can get just 10 minutes of peace, he can upgrade this potion and reach 2-star evolution. Over there, a scout screams, carefully moving toward Zhongming's hiding spot. Zhongming curses under his breath. They are closing in. If he cannot find a way out before they surround him, he is dead. He pulls out a card from his pocket, his spoils of war from defeating Hu Yuzhai, a hellhound summoning card. In this brutal apocalypse, summoning cards are highly popular because they instantly boost a survivor's combat power. They are the absolute best items for an instant power boost in this wasteland. Zhongming points his hand forward and commands his beast, "Go kill them all." The two massive beasts charge through the hail of gunfire to buy him time, but Zhongming immediately runs into another wave of enemies. He presses his hand against a giant tree and activates his basic transmutation skill. Instantly, the thick branches twist violently. The tree comes alive, whipping and smashing into the enemies, throwing them into utter chaos. What on earth is that? The soldiers scream. Spotting an abandoned car, Zhongming casts the exact same spell again. Armor instantly wraps around the vehicle as a giant robot rises. Zhongming strains to control his mental energy while maintaining this complex summon. This kind of summon beast won't last long, but it is more than enough to distract the chasing guards for now. He quickly drops into a deep trench. But without taking down Chef Jin and Director Wang, he will never find true safety. Heavily armed soldiers surround the main hall, shouting out orders to search every single room. The command is absolute. Find that bastard now. Walking side by side with old Wang, Mr. Jin worries that with so many residential houses around, it will be a pain if the target blends in. Old Wang snarls coldly. If we let that thief with the evolution potion slip away tonight, we will never find him again. Mr. Jin simply sneers. Actually, after tonight, the real question is not whether we can find him, but if he will come back for us. Furious, old Wang barks to his subordinates. Wipe them all out. Kill everyone who is not one of us. Leave nobody standing. Instantly, agonized screams echo through the dark night, begging for mercy and salvation. Mr. Jin smiles wickedly, wondering where the brat could possibly hide. Through the thick smoke, Zhongming steps out of the central zone, where Chu Yin and the others are already waiting, cheering happily for their boss. Little Tiger grins excitedly. It's pure chaos out there. Did you do all of this, boss? Zhongming remains silent. He looks at the other two girls and realizes they also ran into some serious trouble tonight. Chu Yin and Little Tiger have blood on their hands, adapting perfectly to this hell. Zhongming nods in satisfaction. Let's go. We talk at the base. Little Tiger is surprised. Mo Ye, with her hands on her hips, speaks up, noting that Zhongming feels completely different now. With a mysterious look, Zhongming says they will talk later. Little Tiger, go call Jiamin over here. A moment later, Zhongming stands tall and addresses Jiamin directly. There is something I want to discuss with you. His next words shock everyone. Do you want to rule this entire base? Jiamin grabs his head in utter disbelief. Brother Ye, what do you mean by that? Are you joking with me? Zhongming replies with total calmness. Both of the leaders here are already dead. I killed them. Jiamin screams in absolute shock. What? You actually killed Chef Jin and Director Wang? Zhongming explains calmly. I need a stable base, so we need a new master to run things here. He places a heavy hand on his shoulder. Are you up for it? Jiamin is shocked, stammering that he is not an evolved human, but Ye Zhongming reassures him that desire is enough. Glancing at Da Ming, he notes his lack of followers. Frankly, this base has no shortage of desperate, jobless people. Jiamin remains fearful, admitting his lack of management experience. Ye Zhongming simply smiles and gives his reply. Management does not matter, only combat experience does. The two men stand in silence for a few tense seconds. After a long hesitation, Jiamin asks why he was chosen. Da Ming chimes in, claiming he could do it too. Ye Zhongming rubs his chin, smiling, simply because he likes him. If he says Jiamin can do it, then he will. Jiamin seriously accepts, asking what duties he must perform for Ye Zhongming once he takes control of the base. Ye Zhongming frowns, replying that while help is needed, they should wait until Jiamin secures the entire base. Turning toward the door, he departs to meet another ally whose support will help Jiamin manage the base far better. The group watches in utter confusion as another building is detonated. Hiding behind a barricade, a mushroom-haired teammate anxiously warns brother Qing that the entire base is on the verge of collapsing. He points toward the eastern passage leading out of the base. Countless desperate people crowding that exit have already slaughtered one another. Brother Chang knows the situation but feels completely helpless about what to do. Securing this single block is already his absolute limit. Suddenly, Ye Zhongming's voice rings out behind him, asking what they are looking at. Li Qiang instantly aims his weapon. He freezes upon realizing it is Ye Zhongming. How did he sneak up so fast? He wonders if tonight's riot started because someone spun the level 2 roulette. Li Qiang grows suspicious, demanding to know why Ye Zhongming returned when their deal was already completed. Ye Zhongming calmly replies, praising brother Li's quick wits. Gesturing with his finger, he requests a favor, making a relieved Li Qiang show a bit more respect. Li Qiang agrees, while Long wonders to himself if this mysterious man is indeed a 2-star evolved warrior. Wild bushes rustle as they tangle together. Amidst the shadows, an elderly zombie listlessly wanders forward. Another creature follows behind, its throat emitting raspy, broken words about delicious prey waiting inside. The old zombie commands a massive sandworm to attack. This beast of wood and stone roars on instruction as the growing horde of zombies slowly invades the city. A sudden burst of fireworks illuminates the silent central district, triggering absolute panic among the residents as they scramble to escape. Fearing a massive zombie siege, the crowd panics as the base gates unexpectedly swing wide open. Everyone watches in confusion as a figure appears on the high platform. Jia Min calmly speaks through a megaphone. He orders the crowd to stay calm, stop running, and light up everything they can find. He tirelessly reassures the crowd to stay calm and keep order, promising that the base remains safe from zombies and everything will return to normal shortly. Jia Min decisively orders all married men under 30 to step forward and join him in extinguishing the fires. Xiao Hu happily praises his efforts, noting how quickly Jia Min managed to stabilize the chaotic situation. Hu Yin remains worried, knowing one voice cannot stop the countless monsters waiting to exploit this chaos. Xiao Hu gazes up at the sky, realizing dawn is near and hoping their boss has finished his task. Li Qiang reports that they secured the food depot as instructed, though the remaining supplies are quite scarce. Jia Min smiles, suggesting they can now officially start recruiting new members. With daytime temperatures rising rapidly, the bodies inside must be cleared out immediately. Sensing danger, Ye Zhongming tenses up and orders a swift evacuation of the southern sector. Confused, Jia Min asks why, but Ye Zhongming urgently commands everyone to move. Jia Min obediently complies. Before they can even separate, a sudden blast of dark energy strikes them out of nowhere. Ye Zhongming curses in anger as they are too late. He immediately orders Jia Min to organize a rescue team and evacuate the southern district. Turning to Da Ming, he instructs him to take Li Qiang's men and set up blockades on the southern roads. They must wait for survivors to retreat or seal the paths if things get out of hand. All intersections must be completely sealed off immediately. Ye Zhongming then turns to Li Qiang, asking if he has adapted to the 1-star potion. Li Qiang signals his readiness, and the vanguard team rushes ahead as the remaining fighters follow Ye Zhongming. Ye Zhongming senses an approaching sandworm, warning them that the survival of the entire base is up to them. He hurriedly explains that the sandworm is a mutated creature with massive size and raw power as its only weapons. They can tunnel underground at high speeds, and the resulting tremors are already shattering the southern walls, leaving Li Qiang stammering. Ye Zhongming interrupts with grim concern, explaining that these old peacetime structures cannot withstand a sandworm and are bound to collapse very soon. Xiao Hu panics, realizing that once the walls collapse, thousands of monsters are rushing in from outside, and we might not hold them off. Boss, when did you get so soft-hearted? Zhongming replied coldly. I am obviously not a saint, but we still need this base for now. He explained that although the building will collapse, its massive ruins will serve as a barrier to block the incoming zombies. They just need to wipe out all the sandworms, then organize survivors to reinforce these ruins to keep the base safe. Right on cue, the neighboring building collapses. The monster appears, and Zhongming warns everyone to stay sharp. The sandworms are finally here. The creature's destructive power is absolutely terrifying. Zhongming grits his teeth and grips his sword tightly, putting all his weight into his right foot. He leaps up and cleanly slices off the creature's pincer. Zhongming roars an order to target the legs first and restrict its movement. Quickly changing direction, Zhongming drives his blade down, piercing a lighter section of shell on its back, just 2 meters from the tail. Directly beneath lies its heart, causing dark, putrid blood to splatter everywhere. He calmly warns them to avoid its blood, explaining that the neurotoxin will paralyze anyone it touches within just a couple of days. The giant sandworm crashes down. Xiaohu excitedly praises his boss's incredible combat skills, but he is abruptly cut off as absolute panic erupts. Two more massive sandworms burst from the ground, trapping Zhongming's team in a deadly situation. He decisively declares that he will handle two of them, leaving the rest to the team. Zhongming remains resolute. It is kill or be killed. Li Qiang thinks in sheer terror. What? Those are level 2 sandworms. And even with his recent evolution, can 5 one-star fighters handle 3 at once? Mo Ye calls out to Tu Ying, who immediately understands. Li Qiang is confused, but Xiaohu smiles, explaining that she and Miss Park will block the flanking worms so they can focus on quickly killing the remaining one. Mo Ye asks seriously if Li Qiang has good marksmanship and a gun given to him by Zhongming. He quickly confirms it, prompting her to shout out the order to attack immediately. Tu Ying casts defensive magic to shield Mo Ye from behind, making Li Qiang realize they are just trying to save his pride. They chose to guide instead of giving orders, so he proudly steps up to assist. Meanwhile, Xu Yin uses her vine whip to tightly bind the sandworm's horn. Using the momentum to vault onto its back, Xu Yin draws its attention as the beast roars furiously. From the ground, Xiaohu throws a dagger to Liang Shuyin, who catches it instantly. She targets the weak spot just as Zhongming instructed, but another monster suddenly lunges. Luckily, Li Qiang steps in, shouting that they will not touch her. His bullet grazes the beast's face just as Shu Yin drives her blade home, splattering dark blood across her cheek. Meanwhile, Tu Ying conjures an impressive defensive shield. Mo Ye holds the line, calling out to Xiaohu, who is busy preparing something with absolute excitement. Captain, we are done here and heading your way. Zhongming hears a massive explosion as thick smoke fills the air. The endless horde of zombies catches him completely off guard. Zhongming grinds his teeth, wondering how they arrived so quickly. Even if they kill the last sandworm right now, there is simply no time to organize survivors to reinforce these ruins. About 15 minutes later, Xiaohu smiles brightly, announcing they are on the very last one. He turns to offer the captain his help, only to find that Zhongming has already cleared his targets. Dumbfounded, Xiaohu asks what happened to the other 2 sandworms, only for Zhongming to calmly say they are taken care of. Wiping the blood from her face, Xu Yin asks why he intervened when they could have handled things on their own. Zhongming gestures urgently, warning them that they are out of time as they look down at a chaotic scene below. Mo Ye is shocked by their speed, realizing that this entire invasion must have been carefully planned. Xiaohu agrees, pointing out that multiple sandworms hit the exact same spot. He adds that zombies from nearby sectors must have pre-planned this massive, coordinated gathering. They are driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh. Zhongming wonders if they can still save the base, or if they should escape. Suddenly, a familiar face arrives, claiming to have a solution. Everyone is stunned as Mo Ye runs down to greet Xia, absolutely thrilled to see her back. She asks if Xia has evolved, who simply points toward 2 nearby structures and begins to calmly explain her strategy. If they detonate those buildings to fall precisely, they can block the southern passage and seal off access to other territories. This will buy the base enough time to rebuild their defenses, adding that she luckily recovered explosives from the eastern sector. With just a bit of time, she can pull it off. Xiaohu agrees, knowing her skills rival those of veteran demolition experts. Calculating a directional blast like this is child's play for someone of her caliber. Zhongming smiles, asking how much time she needs. Xia confidently requests 30 minutes to set the charges with help from Xiaohu and Mo Ye. Zhongming gives his full approval, granting her 30 minutes with a warning not to let him down. Zhongming knew survival meant taking huge risks. As the undead swarmed the cliff's edge, he took full command, ordering his soldiers to unleash a relentless, heavy hail of gunfire. Li Qiang's face filled with dread. Spraying bullets blindly was a dead end. They were rapidly running out of ammo. Zhongming immediately ordered a ceasefire, coldly telling the crowd, "If you're too scared to fight zombies, then get out of here." Then came his ultimate promise: "Stay and survive this fight, and I guarantee you'll get the coveted evolution serum." Without waiting, he plunged headfirst down the dark abyss. A protective ring of fire blazed around Zhongming as he charged, eyes filled with cold malice. Meanwhile, Chu Yin unleashed her Xuanwu shadow skill, dragging the zombies into its gentle yet lethal aura. The soldiers watched, completely jaw-dropped. Who was this insane woman? Was she really on that guy's side? With power like that, His promise of evolution serum had to be real. Pumped up, they charged in, ready to slay. The playing field was finally even, and Zhongming smiled. Because in any world, raw courage is humanity's ultimate weapon, and this apocalypse was no different. The soldiers screamed warnings to keep their distance and stay calm, knowing one wrong step meant getting torn to shreds. As the wild bloodbath erupted, Zhongming roared out vital combat orders, telling everyone to use kick attacks to maintain their distance from the horde, but they had to watch their kicking angles, aiming to kill in a single blow to avoid wasting precious stamina. Checking her watch, Shuing suddenly froze in sheer panic. Only 15 minutes remained. A frustrated soldier snapped at Xu Ying for hiding behind them, but the alert girl spotted a sudden threat and screamed a warning. Look out. Luckily, her heavy energy shield deployed just in time, saving his life. The soldier fought on, feeling guilty. He realized she was actually a support class, giving her a quick thumbs up of gratitude. He even offered to buy her dinner later, but Xu Ying sighed, knowing she only ate high-grade mutated meat. A low-level fighter like him could never afford her diet. But she quickly shook the snobbish thoughts out of her head. Blaming Chuyin for corrupting her mind, Xu Ying clutched her chest, praying fervently that everyone would make it out alive. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air from behind, making Zhongming realize the first casualty had fallen. A grotesque mutated beast called a death ghoul was gnawing on the corpse. Furious, a comrade charged blindly at it, vowing to avenge Ah Gui. The man swung wild. Zhongming screamed for him to stop, but he was too late. His blade nicked the ghoul, triggering a toxic blast of poisonous gas that hit the stunned soldier dead on. Collapsing to his knees in sheer agonizing pain, the soldier screamed that he wanted to die. Cursing in frustration, Zhongming stepped forward and instantly executed the wretched beast. Before he could catch his breath, a bizarre, giant-headed creature with twisted facial features emerged, sparking fresh panic. What kind of nightmare is that? Did even chickens mutate? Gross blue tongues whipped out from the zombies, instantly slaying soldiers as the mutated giant chickens swarmed into the fight. Keeping his cool, Zhongming ordered everyone to regroup before shouting to Xu Ying, demanding to know how much time they had left. She anxiously yelled back 11 minutes. Zhongming ordered her to cover him while he held them off, telling the others to fall back slowly. Slicing through the blocking horde, Zhongming screamed at Li Chang to provide cover fire for the retreating squad. Looking through his binoculars, Li Chang shrieked in terror, shouting that he spotted someone lurking behind the massive undead horde. Zhongming asked if they were in range, but they were too far. He bit his lip, his mind racing wildly. If Li Chang was right, his theories were 90% correct. This assault was coordinated, and some terrifying entity was controlling everything behind the scenes. A shadowy figure of an ancient zombie emerged, lock-on targeting Zhongming's face as its prime target. The ancient zombie grinned with savage hunger, drooling as it declared Zhongming its next delicious meal. Nearby, Chuyin kept channeling her massive Xuanwu shadow skill, but the sheer number of monsters soon exhausted her, sending her collapsing. She cursed herself, frustrated that using the technique only twice had completely drained all her energy. She needed to grow stronger. But just as she braced to hit the cold dirt, Zhongming caught her. Zero romance here, though he immediately spun and tossed her to Xu Ying, who caught her in absolute confusion. As Xu Ying fumbled, Chuyin snapped, threatening to strangle her if she spoke. Zhongming barked, ordering everyone to clear the debris immediately. Xu Ying looked worried, but Chuyin coldly cut her off, noting their energy was spent, and they'd only hold him back. They had to trust him. As they climbed the rope ladders, Xu Ying anxiously wondered if he could actually survive. Mo Ye frowned, assuring her that he would easily survive, at least for a little while. Previously, having allies nearby held his true power back. Now unleashed, Zhongming ripped into the horde like a savage beast. Mo Ye analyzed his growth, noting that his attack range had expanded significantly. He had fully mastered the power release techniques she taught him, gaining vital experience from the brutal life-and-death combat. The soldiers gasped in disbelief, wondering who this guy was and if he really blocked that massive horde of monsters, even if he could only hold out for a brief moment. It was insane. Was he even human anymore? Zhongming stood heroically atop a mountain of giant corpses, estimating he could hold his ground for another 5 minutes. He realized that, fortunately, before his 2-star evolution, he had consumed that mysterious stone, which granted him raw, primal endurance. Zhongming gripped his dual swords tightly, doubling his endurance and physical recovery speed. He pressed the attack, even though his stamina seemed to be depleted. But he knew this buff did not make him run faster. It simply allowed him to fight much longer. It did not let him jump higher. but allowed him to jump endlessly. Meanwhile, an old zombie grinned, letting out a bone-chilling roar. The surrounding horde understood the signal, cackling as they swarmed forward. They were now far more frenzied than they had been at the start. Zhongming grew anxious, wondering if these monsters had lost all self-preservation. Liqiang panicked, unable to understand why they suddenly went wild. On top of that, where on earth did so many Tier 2 mutants come from? The soldiers repeatedly screamed Zhongming's name. A massive swarm of zombies grabbed him, piling on top like a living grave to bury him alive. Liqiang trembled in absolute terror, muttering that they had to leave. He turned away in despair, resigning himself to fate since they had done their best. Mo Ye suddenly stopped him, urging him to wait. She pointed forward, showing everyone that a massive fire had suddenly erupted in the distance. A violent explosion erupted as a giant sword slashed through the air. Zhongming emerged standing tall from the ruins, completely unharmed. The soldiers watched in utter shock, wondering how he could still be alive after that. Liqiang rejoiced, wasted no time, and announced that the hour had come. Once the battle concluded, Jia Min solemnly ordered his subordinates to move. Hurry up, secure those sandbags, and transport stones to the wall. We are running low on ammo. We can only use stones now. Pour all the oil on the other side, and move quickly. Xiao Hu said wearily that they had retreated, as continuing would have been bad. It seemed these monsters were being commanded by someone. Did everyone hear that long screech? The zombie horde shuffled into the shadows where light could not reach. Chu Yin felt incredibly tense. After that long screech, the monsters obediently pulled back, suggesting that something was indeed commanding them from the shadows. Mo Ye smiled gently, relieved they had survived. She insisted that they focus entirely on resting to recover their peak condition as soon as possible. That evening at the camp, everyone discussed the situation as the final casualty numbers were finally tallied. From last night's chaos to the end of today's defense, the new base suffered over 3,000 casualties in total. Most of them were dead, with only a few hundred wounded. It was unlikely the zombies would attack again late at night. They had successfully scared them off. Jia Min remained anxious, insisting that the ruins still required guards. Liqiang replied seriously that he had already arranged it. Suddenly, a red-haired man sitting in the corner spoke up. He raised another issue regarding those who were wounded in today's battle. Looking fearfully at Zhongming as he spoke, Zhongming's order to tie them up had been executed. Jia Min tried to reason. He argued that even though those wounded had been scratched by zombies and the base lacked vaccines, they had still shed blood to defend their home. Zhongming coldly replied that it was for the safety of the base, as any mutation would trigger internal chaos without needing an outside attack. Therefore, they had to isolate and control all the wounded survivors first. Jia Min stubbornly raised his voice, arguing that those people were brave enough to fight zombies, unlike the cowards who hid at home shaking. He called it completely unfair. Zhongming snapped, asking what else could be done except letting them mutate. Jia Min was instantly left speechless. Zhongming continued in frustration, stating that if they did not bind them, they would have to expel them. Once mutated, they would join the horde and attack their own home. Would that really be fair? For those with relatives, they could harvest their magic crystals after mutation and give them to their families. He believed they would be glad to provide for their loved ones even after death. Jia Min was shocked. Zhongming continued, explaining the policy for those without any family. Their crystals would be pooled to acquire evolution potions for the soldiers who fought today. Jia Min sadly accepted the order, agreeing to the harsh terms. Zhongming smiled, ordering a notice to be posted recruiting 1,000 volunteers to head outside the city gates tomorrow. These volunteers would receive food and water, with their families getting similar benefits. Top performers could even earn evolution potions, which Jia Min fully agreed to. Zhongming grabbed his hand, assuring him that he was merely teaching him how to properly govern a base. Zhongming pulled out a mysterious vial with a cold expression. He stated he had no interest in ruling forever, but while he remained, his word was absolute law. Later that night, Xiao Hu curiously asked his leader if he found this base unsatisfactory. Why do we have to leave? Xia Lei answered for him, because he has a much bigger goal. Zhongming casually asked, tell me, everyone, what's the downside to this base's greatest strength? Chu Yin spoke up first. The massive population here means we can train qualified warriors and build a powerful fighting force. That has to be its biggest advantage. Little Tiger added excitedly, there are 3 roulette wheels here, which is definitely the biggest perk. He then pointed out the downside. Too few weapons and ammo, leaving their defenses incredibly weak. Xia Lei curiously asked Ye Zhongming, what do you think? He replied coldly, The real advantage here is actually the resources. Xiaolei was taken aback. Are you talking about those monsters outside? Zhongming pointed out that the downside was they only had a level 2 roulette, leaving everyone utterly confused. The guy was actually complaining about it being too low tier. Zhongming smiled to reassure them, don't worry. I am going to show you guys the real good stuff. But first, let's go secure some loot. Heading deep into the city center, Little Tiger looked completely baffled. A treasury? Zhongming explained, just a safe. Right now, it is just paper money and precious metals worthless. Dai Yuan tapped it a few times. Luckily, the lock is simple. Give me a few minutes, but I need some tools. Zhongming drew his blade and said, no need for all that hassle. It is not like this is the national treasury, with a few clean slashes. He shattered the door, revealing the massive vault inside. Zhongming grinned with excitement. All right, let the treasure hunt begin. The squad approached a massive iron cabinet covered in heavy locks. Little Tiger said excitedly, looks like there is tons of stuff in here. Let me check. He swung his sword and sliced straight through the iron bar. Afterward, Little Tiger called out loudly to Sister Lei, get over here, quick. Pointing at his find, he eagerly asked if it was an emerald. Xiaolei examined it and nodded. Little Tiger's eyes lit up like stars. How much is this baby worth? Xiaolei appraised it. A piece like this is worth about 2 million. He immediately drowned in pure joy. Holy crap, does this mean I am filthy rich now? Xiaolei sighed helplessly. You idiot, this is the apocalypse. 2 million is just a few kilograms of scrap paper now. Huyin hesitantly called out to Zhongming. Is there anything good in here? He stared intently at locker number 18. Remember those 2 evolved guys we ran into at the market? Recalling the smug faces of Yue Chao and Shi Long, Yin felt incredibly annoyed. Remembering those 2 scumbags, Zhongming picked the lock. He pulled out a worn, long box and said calmly, their character was pretty trash, but they were the trusted henchmen of the 2 previous base leaders. One survived, and I ran into him 3 days ago. To save his skin, he spilled some pretty useful info. Xu Ying looked at the long box, curious. What is it? Xiaolei gasped in surprise, realizing, is that a sniper rifle case? Zhongming placed his find on the ground, proving Xiaolei was spot on. Little Tiger was absolutely thrilled. A Type 88. Wow, this baby is fully loaded, both mechanical and optical scopes included, plus 20 rounds. Zhongming smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Let's move to our next spot. When Little Tiger asked where, he quickly replied, it's been a whole day. The area outside the base is practically littered with magic crystals and resources. Little Tiger grinned from ear to ear. Boss, you mean we are going to scavenge the dead? Zhongming agreed. Exactly. But before we head out, wait for me by the ruined city wall over there. I have something to take care of. The night sky was filled with stars, but in this harsh apocalypse, it did not feel romantic at all. Little Tiger sat in deep thought. The boss is super mysterious, don't you think? Sitting beside him, Dai Yuan replied casually, everyone has their own secrets. Little Tiger took a drag of his cigarette and explained, that's not what I mean. Don't you think the boss acts like a prophet sometimes? He seems to know way too much about this apocalypse. Dai Yuan naturally shrugged it off. So what if he does? Chuyin suddenly appeared, chiming in. Exactly. What is wrong with him having some secrets? She looked rather sad. No matter how mysterious he is or what his real identity might be, I only know that he saved my life, gave me the evolution potion, helped me unlock my class, and taught me how to fight and survive in this wasteland. Xiaolei added firmly. I think we are all incredibly lucky. We can survive well, all because of this young man, who is barely over 20. Whatever his secrets are, even if he's carrying some grand destiny like in those stories, I don't care. I will still follow him. If he tells me to save someone, I will save them. If he tells me to kill, I will kill. Xu Ying teased. Wow, you really are his ultimate fangirl, huh? Xiaolei replied coldly. On my way here, I did not meet many good people. Almost all of them had dirty motives toward me, except for our crew. Even if we don't say it aloud, looking at that dark sky, I know we all think about those we once loved, who ended up betraying us. It is just human nature, and something that none of us ever want to bring up again. Yue Yuan snorted. That is all in the past. Ever since he dragged me out of that freezing, humiliating building, just like the rest of you, my life belongs entirely to him now. Little Tiger scratched his head, completely confused. Guys, I only asked why the boss is so mysterious. The kid waves his hands, joking that people will brand him a villain. He insists on following the boss. especially since he still doesn't have a class. Besides, the boss promised to show him some amazing loot, and he is still waiting to see it. Moi chuckles, admitting that she, Xia Lei, and Park Shuing all want to see just how far this guy can go. The others start whispering. How long has he been gone? Anyway? Yeah. It has been over half an hour. As they gossip about him secretly training some ultimate move, Zhongming stands on a rooftop, staring down at a massive, horrifying mass grave. Down below, the pit is absolutely packed with rotting corpses. Zhongming feels a cold chill. Sure, body disposal is normal in this post-apocalyptic world, but this many? A deep sense of unease begins to creep in. The zombie attack yesterday claimed so many lives, yet this new base was established just a few days ago. Have this many people died already? Zhongming heads to the pens where mutated cows stand dazed and ruthlessly decapitates them one by one. Fresh, dark blood gushes into a prepared trough, filling the air with a thick, suffocating stench. Shilong lies on the ground, absolutely paralyzed with fear. As Zhongming slowly walks over, the coward stammers, asking what he is planning to do. Zhongming coldly replies that he just learned a new skill. To cast his basic puppetry skill, he needs about 500 kilograms of blood. These 2 mutated cows should be more than enough. Inspecting his blade, Zhongming points out that since he just learned the skill, he is not very good yet, meaning he needs practice. Shilong shivers in absolute panic, begging for mercy. He promises to be a loyal dog and do whatever Zhongming wants if he is spared. Zhongming flashes a cold, sinister smile. He tells Shilong to ask the rotting corpses in the pit if they would forgive him, pointing his sharp blade right at the man. It is time. Shilong screams in terror as Zhongming closes in, silently noting that his puppetry skill requires a dying subject to work. Using this scumbag as raw material is actually a great way to make him useful for once. Still, the thought is a bit sickening. Suddenly, a strange sound startles him, causing Zhongming to whip around immediately. Something is moving inside the mass grave. Right in the middle of the pile lies a blonde woman with lifeless eyes. Zhongming is stunned. It is the woman who was dragged away at the market. He grits his teeth in pure anger. This world is dog-eat-dog, but there is no excuse for torture. Clenching his fists, Zhongming leaps down into the pile of bodies. Gently lifting her, he confirms she is barely breathing. But even if Park Shuang were here with her healing magic, she couldn't be saved. Zhongming can tell her internal organs are completely failing, and her body is on the verge of shutting down completely. Death is inevitable. He tells her he needs a dying subject for his skill. Even if her future is uncertain, at least she will live on in another form. The blonde girl weakly opens her left eye. Shilong bursts into tears at those words, realizing she has a far better right to this fate than he does. Zhongming places her into the pool of blood, tosses in some energy crystals, and feeds her a mysterious liquid. Zhongming focuses his mind, casting the basic puppetry skill. Instantly, the magic takes hold as the blonde girl's pupils vanish. A crimson glow washes over her pale skin as black blood erupts violently, forcing Zhongming to leap back to defend himself. Her strange, transformed feet touch the ground. Frankly, it is probably better to call her red now instead of blonde. Zhongming approaches his creation and checks her neck. Her pulse is still there, but it is only beating a few times per minute. Zhongming smiles. Each heartbeat is incredibly powerful, even though she is barely breathing. An iron corpse? Not bad at all. Time to test her abilities. Pointing directly at Shilong, Zhongming orders his new iron corpse to eliminate the target, and Red obediently complies. In a blind panic, Shilong tries to run, but it is too late, as Red lands a devastating punch. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Jiamin arrives to relieve the guards. Jiamin asks if Ye Zhongming is back yet, wondering if anything went wrong since he is taking so long. Xiaohu shrugs it off. What could possibly happen to their overpowered boss? Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from beside them. Xiaolei's cheeks flush as she sweet-talks Xiaohu, asking if she has been treating him well. Xiaohu sighs, knowing exactly what she is after, and tells her it won't work. Hearing this, Xiaolei gets incredibly annoyed. She snaps, arguing that she actually knows swordsmanship, while he doesn't. Xiaohu just rolls his eyes and reminds her that she taught him. Xiaolei groans in frustration, yelling at him for ruining her mood. As they bicker, a familiar figure approaches. Zhongming speaks up, asking if they are really fighting over a single blade. The group cheers in excitement as their boss finally returns. Right then, Ye Zhongming happily hands over the weapon to Xiaolei. Xiaolei is thrilled, thanking him repeatedly. Meanwhile, Chu Yin looks suspicious, asking, Zhongming, who is that behind you? Zhongming puts his hands in his pockets, casually replying, we will talk later. Business comes first. He seriously signals them. We are going down from here soon. Daming, take your men to make some noise on both sides, and throw the scavenged meat inside. Xiaolei requests that once the zombies are distracted, she will go down first to clear the area, creating a safe opening for the group. However, this window is extremely brief, meaning they have to move incredibly fast. Zhongming whispers, I do not care how much loot you find. Once you see me return, fall back instantly. Remember, we are not here to fight, just to scavenge. The rest of the team nods in agreement. The team sets out, led by Zhongming, Xu Ying, and the musician, while others use flashlights to guide them, keeping watch from the edge of the abyss. Landing on the ground, Xiao Hu panics. What on earth is that? Jiamin observes that its eyes and hair are completely blood red. De Yuan nervously realizes it is a zombie, but Zhongming has already controlled it. Xiaolei impatiently snaps at them to stop talking and move. Zhongming leaps into the battle like a madman, casting an admiring look at the red-haired warrior. She is truly a perfect humanoid weapon, with razor-sharp claws, a bizarre stream of energy leaking from her mouth. Zhongming cannot help but marvel at her raw, terrifying physical power. His mind races as he observes her insane defense. Even level 2 monsters can barely scratch her skin. He realizes that, although she does not possess complex active skills, she can rely solely on her brute, physical power to easily overpower a 1-star evolved human. Even 2-star evolved humans who lack combat classes or specialized skills would have a massive headache trying to deal with her. As chaos erupts, Zhongming shouts a warning. The horde is growing too fast. Move out. The team instantly complies. Cold night mist wraps around the city. Inside the room, everyone gathers silently around a large wooden table. Moye calmly reports that they collected over 1,000 level 1 crystals, converting them into plenty of 1-star evolution potions. We only got 20 level 2 crystals. We spun the wheel 3 times but got nothing good, so we stopped. Zhongming responds calmly. It is fine. Keep the rest as backup. He knows in his heart that 2-star evolution potions are never easy to obtain. From outside, the doorknob rattles. Jiamin politely calls out to Brother Ye, looking absolutely terrified. The survivors from the ruins battle have gathered. Zhongming smiles, gesturing to the items. I am sure you all know what these are. The soldiers gasp in disbelief. Zhongming smiles and explains, your efforts earned this. But remember, we got these by risking our lives to harvest crystals from the dead outside. We will share the potions, but tomorrow, every single one of you must march outside the city walls to fight with us. Early the next morning, as sunlight bathes the ruins, Zhongming leads his squad as they march aggressively toward the battlefield. Standing tall as their leader, he sternly observes the crowd. Daming runs up excitedly. Brother Yi, the gear you wanted, including the shovels, we have gathered quite a lot. However, it still falls short of your target number. This is the absolute limit of our base. Li Qiang hesitates, adding, we also managed to gather 1,000 young men to fight alongside you. But Daming interrupts with a worried look, saying, the 13 people who received potions yesterday. Before he can finish, Jiamin appears with a grim proposal, surprising Daming by offering to explain. Jiamin takes a deep breath and says, Brother Ye, we have a major problem. Out of the 13 newly evolved, only 7 showed up. Looking terrified, Jiamin admits he is unsure if the others will come. Zhongming coldly cuts him off, asking, do you seriously not know what to do? I told you before. This base is now under your command. You spent days building this place, yet you never thought about how to handle those who dare to disobey you. Jiamin looks down. Zhongming sternly reminds him that there are only 3 ways to solve problems in this harsh world. Raising his fingers. The law, benefits, and force. Meaning reason, money, and weapons. His gaze sharpens. In this apocalypse, laws and morals do not exist, so forget about the first option. That leaves us with only the remaining 2. Yesterday, we already used benefits by giving out evolution potions to reward their efforts and keep our promise. But now they want to break their word, so only one solution remains. Jiamin gasps in utter shock, but Zhongming relentlessly presses on. Use the gun in your hand. As the future leader here, you must teach them a lesson. Obey and live, defy and die. He suddenly calls out, Xiao Hu, Xiaolei, come over here. Brother Li, you go along and lend Jiamin a hand too. Li Qiang nods silently. Zhongming places a hand on Jiamin's trembling shoulder, ordering him, Go find those deserters right now. His expression turns cold, adding, tell them they either join the hunt or they die. 10 minutes later, as Zhongming waits calmly behind a stone wall, a massive explosion echoes. Zhongming grew excited when he saw the kid arriving with his soldiers. Brother Yi, someone tried to resist, so I put them down. Zhongming nodded in praise, then frowned at the others. Good job. As for you four, don't think this is over. Perform well today. If you fail to satisfy me, well, things are going to get ugly. Whatever I give you can easily be taken back. The men stood frozen in helpless silence, until one finally stammered out of pure fear. Yes, Brother Ye, we learned our lesson. Hearing this, Zhongming smiled with cold satisfaction. All right, move out. The scene cuts to a massive construction site, where workers dig frantically while others stack heavy sandbags to build a massive defensive wall. Zhongming surveyed the area through his binoculars. The defenses were coming together nicely, and their progress was surprisingly faster than he had originally expected. Standing beside him, his female companions were completely puzzled. Mo Ye asked, aren't we supposed to lure the monsters out? Why are we just standing here? Zhongming smiled mysteriously and replied, I am looking for someone. Stunned, the two girls immediately pressed him for answers, asking, who? Zhongming grinned excitedly. Relax, you two will find out soon enough. Looking at his weapon, he calculated his next move. If his theories were correct, only one terrifying creature could control both zombies and mutated beasts at this stage. In his past life, humanity called it the brainworm. From what he remembered, an individual brainworm was actually not that physically powerful. They relied purely on their extreme speed, tiny bodies, and stealthy ambush tactics. Their camouflage let them blend seamlessly into the environment, ready to strike the moment a human let their guard down. This creature never killed its prey instantly. Instead, it completely took over their consciousness, turning them into a walking puppet under its absolute control. And finally, while the human puppets themselves were quite weak, the brainworm's greatest threat lay in its ability to manipulate magic crystals. Essentially, any mutated creature harboring a magic crystal would fall under the hypnotic command of the brainworm's human puppet. Zhongming suddenly sliced his own hand open with his blade. Mo Ye screamed in utter horror. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Grinning despite the searing pain, Zhongming calculated that if he could not find the beast, he would have to lure it out. He calmly explained, we lack fresh meat and blood. Even if we make a massive racket, there is no way we can draw all the zombies in this area to us. He slowly added with a calm smirk, sure, pulling them in small groups is safer, but the efficiency is far too low. Once darkness falls, our combat power drops significantly. But those mutated monsters will not be slowed down at all. Instead of hunting them, I'll let it hunt me. Mo Ye looked at him, completely puzzled. Wait, what exactly is it? Zhongming smirked. The mastermind controlling the zombies and mutated beasts to attack our new base. Peering through her small scope, Mo Ye was left completely stunned. Hundreds of mutated zombies of all shapes and sizes were flooding into the area. Zhongming, however, looked absolutely thrilled. He ordered, let's move. They're heading right for us. Meanwhile, Chu Yin was supervising the defense force when she suddenly realized something with pure joy. They're back. Zhongming and the two girls sprinted towards safety, effortlessly leaping over the defensive barricades in a single bound. Zhongming gave a stern warning, reminding her that she commanded the first line of defense and should not play the hero. Once the trenches are filled with bodies, fall back as the horde advances and regroup in the residential sector. Chu Yin nodded firmly. Understood. She cracked her vine whip, roaring at the troops. Buckle up and show some backbone. Act like real men. Take that courage you used to stare at my face and use it to slice these filthy bastards' heads off. Don't hold back, or I will give you a shameful nickname. You weaklings, Chu Yin shouted. Survive today, and you might just earn yourselves a brand new life in this apocalyptic world. Fired up by her words, the entire squad roared in unison and charged forward. A brutal, bloody clash officially erupted. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming, the red-haired fighter, and Huang Huan stood at the edge of the dense, eerie forest. He carefully deduced that the brain worm lurking nearby would not launch an all-out assault on the base without a specific, calculated motive. The path ahead was dead silent. Zhongming analyzed the situation, realizing that for an evolving parasite like this, its prime target was almost certainly him. Since I am the highest evolved fighter in this entire district, if that creature wants to undergo another evolution, I am the perfect host for it, he quietly thought, gazing up at the vast, gray sky. Its target is me, but my target is also it. He turned back to look at his loyal beast, Huang Huan, and smirked. "Hey, buddy, do you like eating worms?" Suddenly, the dog's eyes went wide as a low growl escaped its throat. Sensing immediate danger, Zhongming instantly wiped the playful smirk off his face. Following Huang Huan's tense gaze, he carefully scanned the surrounding area. Stepping forward, Zhongming realized that at this point in time, absolutely no one else on Earth knew the brainworm even existed. He let out a quiet chuckle. Nobody knew that while this creature struck terror into hearts, it was also a highly coveted prize that would make anyone drool. Just like attribute stones, the brainworm is edible. Zhongming gasped in shock upon seeing an old zombie sitting on a stone slab. "Is that you?" Zhongming recognized him as leader Ye. Right beside the old man lay a gleaming black magic crystal, a level 3 mutated 100-beast lifeform. The thought flashed in Ye Zhongming's head. No wonder the brainworm stayed instead of fleeing when he arrived. With this massive 100-beast zombie backing it up, the parasite could easily control a powerful level 3 mutated creature. The old zombie hag hoarsely croaked the word delicious. Ye Zhongming's face darkened as he cursed. "Screw you." Looming several times his size, the giant beast lunged. Ye Zhongming unleashed his sacred fire to incinerate the monster. Though thrashing violently, the beast remained incredibly strong, fueling Ye Zhongming's excitement. It survived. This was the first time a strike from his glorious Blade Engraver class failed to instantly kill. Impressive for a level 3 zombie. It roared ferociously as Ye Zhongming and De Huangwan charged, anticipating this fight. His blade sliced slimy tentacles, while De Huangwan sank his teeth deep into the beast's arm. Overcome with agonizing rage, the beast violently threw the dog aside, refocusing its lethal fury entirely back onto Ye Zhongming. Watching that massive fist hurtling toward him, he realized this level 3 threat was terrifying. In a normal state, even he would struggle to win. Yet, Ye Zhongming remained entirely confident, knowing a fatal weakness the beast simply could not overcome. He barked an order, telling Di Huangwan to bite that black parasite instead. Moving like a blur, the hound lunged at the decoy zombie. Exactly as Ye Zhongming predicted, the giant beast immediately moved to protect its brain. Thick, grotesque tentacles whipped out, tightly binding Di Huangwan's body. Unleashing a relentless barrage of razor-sharp needle fur, the hound left the old hag frozen in panic as she frantically tried to block the painful stings, channeling explosive energy into his legs. Ye Zhongming launched himself high into the air. Seizing his chance, he severed the tentacles to free Di Huangwan. Grabbing the slimy red parasite, Ye Zhongming aimed directly for the core gem in its abdomen. Suddenly, a massive boulder came flying out of nowhere, blasting Ye Zhongming backward before he could react. Bracing his feet against the dirt, he muttered, "What now?" Two bizarre mutated beasts emerged, catching Ye Zhongming completely off guard. Wait, is that the twin fiends? He knew these legendary powerhouses had completely mysterious evolutionary origins. The humanoid half, called the minor fiend, possessed terrifying strength and specialized in devastating boulder throws. Ye Zhongming glanced to the side, while the bear-like major fiend specialized in brutal close combat with claws that could effortlessly shred steel. He paused for a moment, finally feeling a hint of real concern. That brainworm was remarkably intelligent, keeping such formidable beasts hidden away as a backup plan. He feared more level 2 threats lurked in the shadows. Annoyed, Ye Zhongming ordered Di Huangwan to charge ahead while he pressed his attack on the 100 beast. Clutching a mystical jade bracelet, Ye Zhongming summoned a colossal stone construct into existence. He activated his basic summoning spell. The heavy golem instantly charged, crushing the 100 beast's head underfoot, shattering the ground in an explosive cloud of dust and debris. Ye Zhongming smirked mockingly at his foe. Confused why you cannot even take a step? This towering summon was forged from pure osmium, its colossal frame vibrating with overwhelming, crushing mass. Ye Zhongming frowned and explained. Osmium is the densest elemental metal on Earth. With each cubic meter weighing over 22 tons, the 50 cubic meters of salvaged metal made this construct weigh over 1,000 tons. Ye Zhongming gripped his blade tightly. So, even though you are the strongest level 3 lifeform here, he roared, plunging his sword down. Your death is well deserved. Successfully extracting the abdominal gem, he stood completely calm even as the bear monster and its ally charged straight at him. He mentally ordered his metal summon to defend, while the red-haired warrior continued her relentless assault on the decoy zombie. The helpless zombie could only watch its impending doom as the red-haired fighter brutally severed its head. Seeing his chance, Ye Zhongming barked, "Hurry, throw it away." He knew whether the brainworm could parasitize humans was still a mystery, and he had zero intention of taking that dangerous gamble. The severed head rolled across the dirt, slamming hard into a tree trunk. Creepy tentacles burst from its pale skin, desperately writhing to find a new host. Zhongming bolted forward as the worm's horrifying true form finally revealed itself. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave slammed into him, halting his progress. He grimaced, realizing the parasite hit a devastating sonic attack. Dozens of fresh zombies flooded the area. Tense, Zhongming ordered his metal summon to block the incoming horde. He sneered inwardly, knowing that summoning an army for rescue at this late hour was completely useless. Meanwhile, heavy gunfire echoed through the chaotic city center as human survivors desperately fought to hold back the zombie horde. Suddenly, the horde froze, turning back as if summoned. Mo Ye watched the chaotic shift, completely bewildered. Why are the zombies suddenly retreating? Deming thinks hard about it. It has to be Brother Ye. He must have used some crazy trick to make them pull back. Chuyin shouts at the top of her lungs. What are we waiting for? Go after them. Every kill is one less threat for Zhongming to deal with. The soldiers roar in unanimous agreement. Exactly. Anyone who passes up a massive opportunity like this is a total fool. Every single kill is a win. Meanwhile, Zhongming keeps chasing down the fleeing brainchild. With beasts roaring behind and a sheer cliff ahead, the cornered brainchild is absolutely terrified. With nowhere left to run, Zhongming pulls out his jade ring, summoning a fire extinguisher to spray directly at the brainchild. It thrashes for a few seconds before freezing stiff. Shoving it into a container, Zhongming scoffs. Your mind control is incredibly powerful, but your actual physical body is absolutely pathetic. You are terrified of ammonium phosphate. Once it touches you, you don't just stiffen up, you completely lose your ability to parasitize. A wicked grin spreads across his face. You must be wondering how I knew your weakness, aren't you? A pitiful, desperate plea echoes in his mind. Please. Zhongming is surprised. Is this telepathic communication? Can this creature actually communicate with him like that? Just then, the massive horde of zombies catches up. Zhongming threatens the brainchild, telling it to order them to halt if it wants to live. The monsters instantly freeze, forming a massive, still circle. Pressing his sword right against the brainchild's eye, Zhongming nods with satisfaction. That is it. Good boy. He then coldly orders, Di Huang, kill them all. The massive dog immediately rips their throats out, creating a bloody feast right before Zhongming's eyes. Instead of being disgusted, he is extremely thrilled. Suddenly, something catches Zhongming's eye, taking him by surprise. Over there, red hair is turning an item over in her hands. Zhongming realizes she is actually eating mutant crystals, leaving him completely baffled. Could this be the way the Iron Corpse evolves? Zhongming opens the container. Zhongsheng tells the brainchild, all right, get inside. He locks it securely before calling out to his allies. Let's go. We're heading back. Time flies, and it is soon late at night at the shelter. Everyone gazes at the treasure chest, happily guessing how many level 1 mutant crystals they harvested in total. Little Tiger thinks hard, seriously guessing, maybe over 5,000? Shuing bursts out laughing, teasing him. Too conservative. You only get one guess. Xiaolei chimes in with a warm smile. The survivors we brought today lacked both experience and courage, causing chaos later on. Normally, they couldn't even kill 10 zombies. Wiping a tear of laughter from her eye, she adds, but even factoring in the casualties and traps, I still think getting over 1,000 mutant crystals is highly likely. Shuing excitedly gives a thumbs up in admiration, as expected of Sister Lei. That dummy little tiger couldn't even count to that. Carefully sorting through the glowing stones, she announces that there are over 1,500 mutant crystals in total. Little Tiger's jaw drops in shock. That many? How many evolution potions can we buy with that? Zhuing smiles gently. I don't know about the level 2 crystals. Zhongming has those. Resting his chin on his hand on the sofa, he says, we harvested plenty of level 2 mutant crystals too. Zhongming calmly tells Little Tiger to keep 1,000. Then take Jiamin and Boss Li to spin the roulette wheel. Little Tiger beams with joy, shouting, got it, boss. You have great judgment. You already know how crazy my luck is. Zhongming falls deep into thought. If your luck is decent, this batch should yield about 100 evolution potions. I will keep 50, and you can distribute the rest however you want. He adds, we must always have trusted allies. While I cannot control all the evolutionary power in the base, we must at least control the majority of it. Do you understand me? Jiamin replies resolutely. Understood, Brother Ye. Zhongming smiles faintly, making a proposal. Tonight, assemble a team so they are ready to head back out to hunt zombies tomorrow. Jiamin asks in confusion, we're still going? Brother Ye, out of the men we sent today, only 300 survived. More than half of our evolved fighters died. Zhongming replies that tomorrow is their last day, promising him 1/3 of the harvest. After that, we are leaving this place. Hearing this, Jiamin panics. Brother Ye, you're leaving? Turning around, Zhongming waves his hand, dismissively ordering, go gather your men and rest. See you tomorrow at the eastern wall. Early the next morning, everyone looks anxiously at the container Ye Zhongming brought back. Inside, the shivering brainchild begs desperately, please spare me. Zhongming says viciously, I know you understand me. Now, order them to gather below. The brainchild does not respond, seemingly hesitating. A few seconds later, it emits a powerful sound wave. As the zombies swarm in, Zhongming confidently urges, go. They won't fight back. The soldiers charge forward like hungry tigers, unleashing absolute slaughter. The weak brainchild begs, I did what you asked. Please spare me. Zhongming raises his sword, scoffing, you still have one last job. He decisively stabs the brainchild, playfully muttering, I heard you taste like chicken. As their military truck leaves the zone, Zhongming impatiently speaks up. All right, they're all gone. Stop looking. He then anxiously presses, what about Li Qiang's side? Jimin laughs and replies, he wanted to go with Brother Ye, but got rejected. He's staying behind to run the base with us. Jimin looks deeply satisfied. Brother Ye was worried we are too weak. Boss Li is a great shooter and a massive help, but they still have to sort out their food problem first. Zhongming added, but I understand why Brother Yi left. With them around, it won't take long before they can easily create thousands upon thousands of evolved warriors. At that rate, the surrounding territories and this entire city will belong to them. Down below, the workers are still grinding away tirelessly. The team sits facing each other inside the massive armored vehicle. Little Tiger can't help but complain. This truck's engine is okay, but it's such a fuel guzzler. If we don't find a gas station soon, in a few hours, this thing will just be a heap of useless scrap metal. Zhongming snaps back. If we run out of gas, we dump it. This ride is just temporary, anyway. Little Tiger gets a mysterious look on his face. Boss, can you finally tell us where we're actually going? But his answer leaves the entire squad completely speechless. Yunding Villa? Little Tiger is full of questions. A major city in the neighboring province? That's over 1,000 kilometers away. Xiaolei is just as confused. Why make such a long trip? Ye Zhongming has no choice but to explain, because we can safely rebuild and grow there for at least 2 years. Xiaolei checks the map, questioning, but we're heading the wrong way. This route leads to Wulong County. Zhongming calmly replies, yeah, we need to find someone. Then he asks the team, do any of you have people you want to look for? Speak up, and if they're on our way, we'll find them together. Mo Ye looks down. I don't know where my parents are. Park Xiuying stays quiet. Before the world ended, my family went abroad to teach. Little Tiger proudly pipes up. No need to worry about my folks. They're incredibly tough, and I know they're surviving just fine. Liang Chuyin sighs, sadly, my family situation isn't that great, and I don't even know if they survived the initial mutation wave. Honestly, their chances aren't looking good. As the crescent moon lights up the dark sky, the team decides to set up camp. Zhongming and Xiaolei head out to scout the surrounding area. Ahead of them lies a massive, chillingly quiet territory. Little Tiger points out that it looks like a highly organized survivor base, complete with guards and a pretty large population inside. Zhongming smiles in approval. Building a solid base like this so quickly is impressive. Humanity's ability to adapt to the apocalypse is truly beyond his wildest imagination. Xiaolei smirks sarcastically. Still not nearly as fast as you, though. Little Tiger asks, boss, why don't we just head into the city? At least we wouldn't have to sleep outside tonight. Zhongming calmly replies, I'm only here to find someone. Nothing else matters. Little Tiger chuckles. Knowing you, boss, you definitely have a backup plan ready. Zhongming sighs, annoyed. You talk too much. Xiaolei, tomorrow you're coming with me into the city. I need your help with this. The next day, Zhongming blends into the bustling crowd inside the city. The local men stare with wide eyes, practically drooling as they whisper, look at that gorgeous woman. Xiaolei, wearing a tight, alluring dress, instantly commands everyone's attention. She looks at Zhongming skeptically. I'm making a massive sacrifice here. What kind of reward do I get? Xiaolei grumbles in annoyance. I'm your teammate. I'll gladly fight and die beside you, but using my looks as bait was never part of the deal. Zhongming sighs helplessly. I only need you to act as bait. Once the target shows up, we're done. I'm not asking for anything crazy, he explains. It just saves us a lot of unnecessary trouble. Are you serious? Xia snaps back. This is absolutely a sacrifice of my pride. Now, tell me, what's my payoff? Leaning in close, she glares at Zhongming, whispering, don't be so stingy. My demand is completely reasonable. I know I can't compare to that red-haired girl you treat like a close assistant, nor to Ladai Wan, whom you protect like a priceless treasure. But other than them, I want to be the third person to reach 2-star evolution. He looks puzzled, asking, and what if I refuse? Xia lets out a smug laugh. Then I'll go back and tell everyone you only brought me along to hit on me. Meanwhile, they approach a heavily guarded checkpoint. Zhongming takes a moment to think. Her threat might be a joke, but her request is actually quite reasonable. He knows that when deciding who gets the next 2-star evolution potions, the top candidates in the squad are definitely Mo Ye and Xia. Besides, with Xia master-level sword skills and her Moonwind Blade, her combat power is on another level. While Zhongming is occupied, an angry shout of, out of the way, echoes. 3 military trucks kick up massive clouds of dust as they speed inside. The crowd immediately starts whispering, look, the convoy is finally back. Several onlookers point and gossip. Look at their belts. They're absolutely loaded with so many magic crystals. More wild rumors begin to circulate. The place burned for 2 days. As soon as the fire died down yesterday, they escaped. They spent the whole night out. Tell me, didn't they just strike it rich? They easily got over 2,000 to 3,000 magic crystals. Remember, there are not just zombies over there, but also tons of trapped survivors who probably mutated during the fire. Hearing that, several people shout in pure anger. Is that really true? Those absolute monsters. But the world has changed. They are evolved, so there's nothing we can do. They knew those thugs were trouble, but getting into the city was the priority. To stay safe, they chose to endure it. Both Xia and Zhongming fell silent. Following orders, they walked past the guards. Zhongming took the lead, casually strolling with his hands in his pockets. The moment the guards spotted a beautiful girl, they were instantly mesmerized. Hey, you see that? Obviously. They showered Xia with endless praises. She was a total 10. Women that fair and beautiful were rare nowadays. The guards immediately whispered among themselves to report this to young Master Huang. I think so too, one guard agreed. If the young master was pleased, he might happily reward them with 2 evolution potions. Heading deeper into the central area, Xia gestured to Zhongming. The two of them quickly split up. I will wander around on my own. Come find me in a bit. Sure. Just do not go too far. Xia browsed the souvenir stalls before turning into a few narrow alleys. Of course, she had already noticed she was being tailed by a group of thugs. Xia suddenly vanished from their sight, leaving them in a panic. After her, she hid behind a stone wall, scoffing in contempt. You guys are way too slow, she mocked. A worried lackey quickly called their leader. Young Master Huang, that girl is different. She is not panicking or screaming at all. Xia called out casually. I lured them out. Aren't you showing up? Zhongming stepped forward and replied coldly. I am here. The thugs roared aggressively. Where did this kid come from? Playing hero? Die! Zhongming punched him straight in the chest. The first thug coughed up blood and collapsed. The remaining thugs froze in terror. Zhongming took them all down one by one. He towered over young Master Huang like a god. The young master sobbed and begged. Are you a 2-star evolver? Do not kill me. I will give you everything. He was so terrified he even wet his pants. Zhongming scowled and demanded, where are you keeping Sheng Yuan? Give me the answer, and I won't kill you. Trembling, young Master Huang pointed and stammered, the Shuanan Grain Depot basement. Carrying a bag, a woman entered the small house. Seeing her, the 2 guards quickly greeted her out loud. Nurse Ji, you are here again. The nurse replied coldly, yes, do not let him die yet. The boss is not done torturing him. The 2 guards looked annoyed. Sheng Yuan deserved it. Just for a woman, he actually killed the boss's mistress. Exactly. He used to be a top subordinate with a class. But look at him now, tortured every day until he is barely human anymore. Suddenly, Zhongming strolled right in without any fear. The guards snapped angrily. Who the hell are you? No entry. He glanced at Xia, signaling her to act. Nurska panicked upon seeing the intruder. Boldly, she shrieked, demanding to know who dared cause trouble here. Before she could finish, Zhongming grabbed her throat. His expression was brutal and bloodthirsty. With a sickening crack of bones, Nurse Ge collapsed dead. Inside the room, an unconscious young man lay bound. Zhongming felt a surge of worry upon recognizing Sheng Yuan, the burly man who was once his brother in arms. He recalled his past life. His own class had been a long-range sniper, while this giant from Wulan district was the absolute fiercest warrior. His class was a shield guardian, a defender who bravely blocked any incoming damage for his team. During 5 years of fighting side by side, this giant had blocked countless fatal attacks for him. Yet, 2 months before his rebirth, he had died during a mission. Zhongming gently lifted the young man's head, lost in thought. So, after his rebirth, he realized that if the time and place were correct, this guy would already be locked up for offending someone. Choking back tears, he whispered, "Big guy, I am sorry. I got here a bit late." Outside, Xiaolei casually wiped her blade. Curiously, she asked, "Is this the person you were looking for?" Zhongming replied softly, "Yes, a kid who can block any attack." Half an hour later, the corpses were neatly lined up on the ground. This man was Huang Xiye, the leader of the Wulan base. Behind him, a pink-haired woman sneered, saying it must be Sheng Yuan's trashy friends who saved him. Enraged, Shiji slapped her hard. "Didn't you cause this mess in the first place?" he growled furiously. In just a moment, 6 of my men were killed, 6 evolvers, slaughtered like chickens and dogs, after which they just strolled away as if this town were completely empty. Shiji brutally beat the pink-haired woman, cursing her over and over. Was not all of this because of a stupid, petty matter like killing Sheng Yuan's woman? "You idiot, it is all because of your damn habits." He then questioned young Master Wang, confirming there were 2 people, a male 2-star evolver and a female who didn't even fight. Just then, Dr. Mu suddenly appeared and spoke seriously. "Mr. Huang, Nurse Ge's autopsy is complete. Judging by the bruises on her neck, the one who strangled her was a man with swift precision. He is either a 2-star evolver or has a class focusing heavily on strength." Frowning, he analyzed further. Based on the blood coagulation, the 2 guards outside were killed with a sharp weapon around the exact same time as Nurse G. Shiji hesitated. "Are you saying?" Dr. Mu quickly interrupted. "Both of them fought, and their strengths are on par." He smirked. "Their power completely crushes any 1-star evolver." Wearing a polite smile again, Shiji shook his hand. "Thank you." Dr. G cheerfully declined, saying, "No need. I will be taking my leave first. Do not forget what we discussed, Mr. Huang." Watching Dr. Mu Yin walk out, young Master Huang began to whisper suspiciously, "Why did you let him go, Dad? We could have used him as backup." Meanwhile, Dr. Mu Yin stood silhouetted in the light. Huang Ji snapped, telling him to shut up and put the entire city on maximum alert, ready for battle at any second. Young Master Huang obediently complied, but the father gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing they could never afford the price of keeping him. And this was the city's most renowned doctor. Meanwhile, Zhongming's squad was busy setting up camp to cook lunch. Inside the tent, Sheng Yuan lay unconscious, as sunlight slowly crept in, coaxing him awake from his deep slumber. Waking up in a completely unfamiliar place, Sheng Yuan panicked. Suddenly, a strange voice broke the silence right next to him. Finally, awake, Sheng Yuan screamed in terror. He recognized this person from before he blacked out. Was this his savior? Zhongming smiled gently and confirmed it, leaving Sheng Yuan highly suspicious. Why would a stranger go through all that trouble? Sitting down, Zhongming bluntly explained that he was heading into a death zone and needed someone to absorb all the damage. Sheng Yuan finally understood the deal. Zhongming quietly rejoiced. Though they were brothers in their past lives, in this current lifetime, they were still absolute strangers. Because of that, a mutual transaction was the best approach. Still, Sheng Yuan curiously pressed, asking why he chose him specifically. Zhongming calmly replied, "Because of your class." This answer only fueled Sheng Yuan's anxiety, making him ask if he was going to die. Zhongming reached out his hand and said, "Without me, you would already be a corpse." Sheng Yuan grabbed his hand, fully accepting the dangerous proposition. As they ventured deep into the dense Wulan Mountains, Zhongming warmly asked if he liked his new shield. Sheng Yuan politely replied, "Not bad at all. After all, my class is a giant shield user. How could I let you go without a proper weapon?" Sheng Yuan then hoisted the massive shield and effortlessly shattered a giant boulder blocking their path. Zhu Yan gasped in sheer disbelief. Lifting such a heavy shield so easily? He is barely even human. He really is a monster. Meanwhile, Zhongming analyzed the stats. Strength and endurance increased by 40, with a self-repair attribute that heals damage over time. Although adding the metal plate kept this shield at a basic white tier, its incredible durability and the vital self-healing trait of the ghost metal made it amazing. Zhongming was thrilled. Risking his life earlier to fight the chained prisoners for that ghost metal was absolutely the right move. This single ability made this shield far superior to the green tier ones he relied on in his past life. Sheng Yuan suddenly called out to Ye Zhongming, asking curiously if this was indeed the correct location. Zhongming replied with sheer excitement, "Yes, I finally found you." This was the Devil's Roulette. Slowly approaching the bizarre object, Zhongming touched the lock, recalling that many types of roulettes existed in this apocalypse. Most of them were common tier, but following the laws of this world, the rarer they were, the more valuable they became. This roulette was no exception. Its unique colors represented extremely rare and precious classes. The treasure roulette guaranteed abundant loot, while this golden wheel, known as the Devil's Roulette, symbolized extreme danger. Xiao Hu quickly stepped closer to investigate. Da Yuan chimed in with curiosity. "This looks highly unusual. Is it different from the other roulettes?" Zhongming calmly explained, "This is a high-risk, high-reward Devil's Roulette. We are going to take a big gamble on this." He gently instructed, "Miss Park, stand right next to me." Then Zhongming added, "But you do not need to protect me. Focus your energy on Sheng Yuan instead. Give him a protective shield when things get critically dangerous. Musician, take your men 500 meters east and wait. No matter what emerges, do not take a single step closer." Da Yuan stepped back instinctively, muttering in fear, "This must be insanely dangerous if you will not even let me watch the fight." Zhongming issued serious orders. Sheng Yuan would take the front line, while Red Hair would stand right beside him. "The rest of you defend the gap between Sheng Yuan and me. If any enemy breaks through, handle them immediately." He turned around and warned, "Get ready." With that, Zhongming began channeling his mana into the Jade Ring. What they were about to face was a creature unlike anything they had ever seen. Furthermore, Zhongming warned that he might not join the fight for a long time. Everyone had to rely on themselves. It was do or die today, so they needed to stay sharp. Zhongming then slotted a demon crystal into the lock. Instantly, a blinding white light flashed. The individual blocks composing the strange object began sliding apart. Zhongming tensed up, muttering, "We have a result." He cut himself off, silently analyzing the outcome in his mind instead. Zhongming knew that unlocking the cage would grant them a combat pet with unique abilities. Normally, creatures like Di Huangwan shared a profound bond with their masters long before the apocalypse even started. Even after mutating, they still maintained this loyal connection. However, if those feelings ever shifted, such combat pets could abandon their owners or even turn against them. But battle pets obtained from the taming pavilion must obey strict rules. If the master dies, the pet dies with them. They are nothing more than an accessory to their owner. Zhongming weighed his options. Besides, Di Huangwan's class of battle pets is extremely singular. Born purely for combat, they have an independent evolution system. Unlike other highly versatile battle pets, they come in all shapes and sizes, capable of fighting independently, while also providing invaluable support abilities. Some can even grant incredible non-combat skills. Grabbing another ancient treasure, he suddenly recalled a powerhouse from his past life, a man whose pet was a mermaid with 0 combat strength, but possessed incredibly potent healing powers. The box began to spin, locking into a square shape. Zhongming growled, "Heads up, it's coming." The monster slumbering inside bared its glowing green eyes, unleashing a terrifying wave of power that caught the team completely off guard. Massive flames instantly erupted from the center, and out stepped a terrifying, ferocious beast with an entirely crimson-colored body. Tense, Zhongming barked, "Blazing lion, block it." Sheng Yuan quickly asked, "What level is that thing?" He coldly replied, "Rank 3, stay sharp." Slamming his heavy shield into the dirt, Sheng Yuan roared in fury, "Come on, you beast." Zhongming waited anxiously, wondering what would appear next. The box morphed into a beetle, and a massive, razor-sharp pincer erupted from the ground. A skull-faced monster bared its jagged teeth and roared, causing Xiao Hu to curse in absolute panic. "What the hell is that thing?" Zhongming quickly shouted, "Everyone, stay back. That is a rank 3 insectoid." The blazing lion braced itself, knowing any stray flames would be highly troublesome. Watch out for this dark insectoid. Its acid spit is highly corrosive. Its entire body is made of black bones that can unfold instantly. Do not let its current appearance fool you. He then glanced at the device, seeing the final results. For the final slot, Zhongming grinned excitedly, realizing that luck was finally on his side. Without hesitation, he tossed his jade ring, casting an elementary conjuration. A metal golem instantly joined the battle, its sheer weight shattering the ground. Not stopping there, Zhongming cast the spell a second time. This time, a colossal warrior clad in gold armor emerged, wielding a massive broadsword. Awakening at his call, the massive golden warrior rushed forward to clash with the blazing lion. Zhongming cleared his throat, casting the spell once more. Instantly, the solid ground softened beneath them, turning the soil into a sticky, adhesive trap. Zhang Yuan gasped in confusion. Wait, what is this? Moving with blinding speed, Zhongming leaped off the metal golem's shoulder, unleashing a sacred flame to strike the dark insectoid as his blade tore a massive gash across its beetle-like body. Zhongming let out a heavy sigh, realizing he had done everything in his power. He then called out to his team, "The rest is up to you." Xiaohu confidently grinned, "Leave it to us, boss." Inside, Zhongming was incredibly tense. Casting 3 consecutive summonings had drained at least 600 points of his mental strength. If he had not devoured that brain worm earlier to boost his mental energy, handling such a massive drain would have been completely impossible. He cursed in frustration. Damn it, a rank 2 crystal, just to lock the wheel. Zhongming analyzed the situation. Once a matching pattern appeared on the slots of the devil's roulette, the user could expend a magic crystal 1 level higher than before to permanently lock that specific pattern in place. Once locked, that block would remain fixed on subsequent spins until all 4 matching symbols were won, or the timer completely ran out. He felt anxious. However, this locking mechanism did not just apply to the patterns. The spinner themselves would also be physically bound to the wheel until a reward was won or the time ran out. Zhongming glanced over at the chaotic battlefield, knowing everything now rested on his teammates. The devil's roulette could manifest the spinning patterns into actual living monsters to attack them. The more it spun, the more creatures would materialize. Furthermore, the rank of these summoned beasts was usually 1 or 2 levels higher than the crystal used to start the wheel. If they spun once and got nothing, 3 high-level monsters would spawn. A second failed spin would unleash 6 of them, if they failed 3, 4, or 5 times. Zhongming grimly noted that once locked, the spinner would be completely bound in place. If the others failed to hold off the monster's relentless onslaught, the spinner would face certain death. He watched his allies fighting desperately on his behalf, their sturdy shields absorbing the scorching heat radiating from the blazing lion's flames. Zhang Yuan resolutely stood his ground. The 3 summoned beasts rushed forward into the fray. Xiaohu yelled in panic, "Boss, why did you trap yourself in there? If spinning this wheel forces you to stay completely still, why didn't you just let me do it instead?" Zhongming replied anxiously, "Because this wheel requires the spinner's rank to be 1 level higher than the crystal used to activate it. He had activated it with a rank 1 crystal, and since he was the only 2-star user, no one else could turn it. He silently calculated that to align all 4 blocks with the same pattern, they would need to lock the wheel twice at most." Yi Zhongming reminded himself that while the first roulette spin needed a crystal above level 1, this second spin required a level 2 magic crystal. If he had not killed that 100-handed zombie to get a level 2 magic crystal, he would not even have the right to spin this roulette. The central box glowed red, and through the iron bars, a bizarre shadow was visible. Ye Zhongming was surprised to see another insectoid. Luckily, just a level 2 mantis, which would not affect the battle much. The armored beetle appeared, raising its weapon mockingly, passing the left block, which made Ye Zhongming absolutely furious. Yet another level 3 mutant. He cursed his luck, wondering why he had to be so incredibly unfortunate. 3 level 3 beasts, and 1 level 2. Could they survive? The team huddled in a corner, completely overwhelmed and losing ground. Ye Zhongming was filled with anxiety. The 3rd round was nearly complete. Everyone just had to hold on. As the wheel stopped, it landed on the black-boned, heavy-armored swordsman, a level 3 mutant creature. A total failure, just pure bad luck. Yi Zhongming barked out orders, telling them to focus fire on the level 3 insectoid, while his summons held off the other monsters. Red Hair slipped behind the monster horde as Mo Ye, Xiaohu, and Xia Lei quickly moved into action. On it, 3 artillery shells locked onto the black insectoid as it leaped up to evade. Di Huangguan sank his teeth into the beast to pin it, letting 3 rounds tear through its massive mutated body. Mo Ye looked grave. Di Huangguan retreated behind Brother Sheng, and Red Hair pulled back too, warning them not to take risks. Both summons complied. Meanwhile, The raging flame lion mauled a warrior's shoulder, a mermaid attacked the metal golem, and the swordsman shattered the earth. Sensing defeat, Xia Lei panicked as she realized all of their leaders' summoned beasts had been completely wiped out. She worried they were low on armor-piercing rounds. Xiaohu, Mo Ye, take down that level 2 beast first. They calmly acknowledged, immediately severing the mantis's head. Ye Zhongming was pleased by Xia Lei's quick and decisive judgment. If armor-piercing ammo was scarce, targeting a level 3 was foolish. Taking out a threatening level 2 was much smarter. Staring at the hovering lock, his fist clenched tight, Ye Zhongming took a deep, steadying breath. Just one last pattern left to go. Examining the item in his hands during this second spin, Ye Zhongming urged himself. Just one last pattern, and he would win. Faster, Liang Shuyin gasped as a beam of blue light summoned a level 3 fog demon, followed immediately by an even more devastating explosion. A level 3 blood zombie, a second mantis, and a dark entity called Black Heaven emerged. Terrified, Liang Shuyan screamed at the 4 new arrivals, demanding to know if Ye Zhongming was trying to get them all killed. Ye Zhongming worriedly realized he had spun the final white block 7 times. Trapped with no way out, he had to gamble everything. As the magic wall shifted, 2 round eyes flashed behind the bars, filling Ye Zhongming with sheer joy. Got it. A small treasure chest emerged from the slot. Ye Zhongming grabbed the chest and crushed it to activate. Flames erupted around his body, finally summoning a weak-tier roaring mech battle pet. He stared at it in dead silence. His jaw dropped in utter despair. He expected a giant beast, a fox demon, or a baby dragon, but got a piece of high-tech hardware. The Roulette did occasionally spawn super advanced technology, but such items were incredibly rare and limited. The most famous was the Golden Holy Light battleship from the level 9 Roulette, the very same massive golden starship that had bombarded Earth from the blue sky on that fateful day. Ye Zhongming carefully touched the metal block, ignoring what it actually was. The only thing that mattered was whether it could help him. He growled, ordering it to attack the monsters. The robot beeped, flashing a warning of insufficient energy and requesting a refill. Ye Zhongming's face darkened in utter confusion. What now? He quickly inspected the mechanical toy. It was supposed to be his battle pet, yet it demanded extra energy just to fire. Annoyed, Ye Zhongming pulled a magic crystal from his pouch and stuffed it into the slot. The robot's eyes instantly flared to life as it deployed a small energy cannon. Ye Zhongming stared blankly. Was this a joke? With such a tiny barrel, could it even kill a normal, unmutated rat? Xiaohu yelled frantically, begging for help as the team was pushed to their absolute limits. The earth was split in half, and their metal barrier shattered. Sheng Yuan, exhausted and battered, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ye Zhongming's mind raced. He had to act fast, or everyone would die right here. The machine whirred, asking him repeatedly to designate a target. Snapping under the constant noise, Ye Zhongming pointed and barked to attack. He pointed directly at the snake. The fog demon's corrosive mist was rapidly eating away at Sheng Yuan's shield, and they had absolutely no other defenses left to protect themselves. With its target locked, the robot opened fire. The mist demon stared in horror as the bullet barreled toward it, roaring in agony as its body began to fracture. Ye Zhongming watched in absolute shock. He couldn't believe a single shot had dealt such massive damage to a level 3 mutated beast. Currently, only his own class skills as a Shining Blade Master could pull off something like that. He deduced that this mini turret, fueled by just a single level 1 magic crystal, could unleash an attack equal to a 2-star evolved combatant. This was a top-tier reward that normally only appeared on a 4-star roulette. As the robot slowly shuffled forward a few steps, Ye Zhongming smirked in pure amusement. A single 1-star magic crystal actually had the juice to cripple a level 3 mutant. He wanted to see what a level 2 crystal could do. The robot's eyes flared, displaying 98% power as the secondary turret primed. Driven wild by that blast, the mist demon thrashed its tail, flattening 2 of their allies. Xu Yin scrambled to catch Mo Yi. Meanwhile, Xiaohu slammed into a massive tree, sending Xiu Ying rushing over to cast her healing Sweet Dew spell. Ye Zhongming braced and blocked the mermaid's attack. As the backup robot finished charging behind him, prompting a target lock, he swung his blade, roaring the name of his heavy armor sword style. The cannon instantly swiveled toward the beast. Before the monster could even register what was happening, the blast launched it high into the sky. Xiaohu muttered in utter disbelief. What the hell? Is that a mortar? Ye Zhongming barked his next orders. Sheng Yuan, hold off that flame lion. I'll handle the mermaid and the blood zombie. Everyone else, eliminate the level 2s. The red-haired girl and Huang Huan joined the fight. The impatient flame lion slammed against the shield, but failed to break through. Ye Zhongming smirked. The devil's roulette might be terrifying, but it certainly dropped the best loot. He had expected to risk a desperate final gambit. But now, the sweet dawn of victory was actually in sight. As the brutal clash raged on, Ye Zhongming eagerly resolved to lock down the mermaid himself. The robot's next strike would easily strip more than half of its target's combat strength, even without a direct hit. But suddenly, a warning flashed. The machine was entering cooldown. Ye Zhongming froze. What? Cooldown? He cursed inwardly. Damn it. No wonder this high-tech toy had the word fragile slapped onto the end of its name. Ye Zhongming quickly barked a warning. Sheng, fall back and regroup near me. Shuing, cover him. Sheng Yuan violently shoved the lion back as Shuing deployed a void barrier and cast her sweet dew healing. She gritted her teeth, filled with growing dread. If Ye Zhongming hadn't given her that mysterious powder earlier, her mental energy would have depleted long ago. But as the stalemate dragged on, Xiao Lei grew increasingly agitated. Do something. We can't sustain this. Ye Zhongming's eyes filled with bloodshot rage. Did he really have to resort to that final ace? The roaring machine had practically handed them victory. He glared at the robot. It was incredibly efficient, but that cooldown was a massive bottleneck. He couldn't afford to gamble on when it would reboot. Ye Zhongming braced himself. If that was the case, sticking to the original plan to fish in troubled waters was still viable. He swung his magic-infused blade with fierce determination, unleashing a wall of fire that forced his own allies to scramble. His primary target was the Mist Demon's Eye. The beast spat a torrent of corrosive acid, but fortunately, Ye Zhongming finished it off before taking critical damage. Securing the black crystal, he barely blocked a sudden counterattack from the remaining two beasts. Xu Ying backed him up by continuously casting Sweet Dew. Ye Zhongming pulled out his jade ring and roared for a retreat. The team formed a double-line defense. Ye Zhongming stared calmly at the roulette, prompting Xu Yin to gasp in horror. Are you seriously going to? Ye Zhongming offered a devious grin. Yep, if we're going down, we go big. He hastily slammed the start button, and the box displayed an icon of an iron barrel. Ye Zhongming felt a wave of anxiety. He didn't know what it was, but roulette items were always top tier. Up front, his allies held the line, but the monsters shrugged off their heavy artillery. Xiao Hu stared at the pile of prepped grenades, calling out in utter confusion. Boss, are you actually gonna? Ye Zhongming cut him off, grinning with manic excitement. Exactly. No hesitation. All right, lock it in. Sheng Yuan pressed Ye Zhongming. Do we trigger the explosives now? He coolly replied. Not yet. The beasts are launching another wave. Sheng Yuan gritted his teeth and roared. Damn it, if I die here, consider my debt to you fully paid. Xu Yin quickly activated her black tortoise barrier to hold the line, but a sharp spike pierced her knee, bringing her down in exhaustion. Xiao Lei frantically pulled her back, yelling, Watch out, Red Hair's squad is getting overwhelmed too. Xiao Lei urged him desperately. We can't hold them off much longer. Ye Zhongming, hurry up. He grew anxious. The Mist Demon's level 3 crystals were completely depleted, leaving him with his absolute last one. Mo Ye was wrapping Liang Yin's wounds when they were suddenly ambushed, making Xiao Hu scream, Captain Mo. Ye Zhongming watched the spinning wheel in intense suspense. It landed perfectly on the exact box, and he roared, I got it. Ye Zhongming kicked the dynamite away with his foot, pointed at the big guy, and triggered his class skill. Sitting tight like an unyielding stone slab, Sheng Yuan tensed every muscle and obediently followed his lead. A single shield instantly multiplied into a massive wall of barriers, spinning rapidly to guard the allies inside. Ye Zhongming leaped onto the very tip of the main shield, pulled out his gun, and immediately locked onto his target. Sheng Yuan let out a mighty roar. Ye Zhongming, I am ready. Let's do this. Tracking the falling explosives, Ye Zhongming squeezed the trigger, unleashing a massive blast that sent violent shockwaves ripping through the area. Da Yuan and the allies panicked, shouting, What is going on? Could he be trying to? Rushing forward with frantic steps, Da Yuan froze in shock, realizing they were surrounded by a roaring wall of fire blazing across the grass. Mo Yi and Xia Lei were severely injured, paralyzed on the ground, and Redhead was not doing much better. Nearby, Pu Shuing exhausted her energy to heal Sheng Yuan. Da Yuan yelled in a panic, Quick, we must help them. Ye Zhongming muttered softly. Perfect timing. You did great. His body and clothes were soaked in blood, but seeing everyone alive brought immense relief. Thank goodness. Clenching his fists in pure excitement, Ye Zhongming whispered, "We won the bet." 4 days later, the battlefield was quiet, with the monsters reduced to dry, hollow husks. Di Huangwan lay lazily, basking under the warm afternoon sun when a massive piece of meat flew in from out of nowhere. Xiao Hu grinned, teasing, "Hey, Di Huangwan, do you even taste your food, or do you just swallow it? You need to savor the flavor, got it?" Suddenly, the heavy wooden door creaked open, signaling someone's return. Ye Zhongming and Da Yuan walked in calmly. Xiao Hu cheered like an excited kid. "Boss, you are back." Taking their bags, he gasped. "Must have been a tough run. What did you find?" A teasing voice chimed in from the upper balcony. "Hey, handsome, did you find us anything good to eat? Eating dried meat every day is giving me terrible acid reflux." Xiao Lei shot back with a smirk. "Hey, Chu Yin, are you sure it is the dried meat making you sick? Or is it something else?" Blushing deeply, Chu Yin replied in embarrassment. "Sister Lei, what is that supposed to mean? I don't get it." Yi Zhongming set his bags on a chair, rummaged around, and pulled out a water bottle, asking with concern, "How is Sheng Yuan doing?" Pu Xiuying answered softly, "He is doing slightly better than yesterday, but he still needs plenty of rest." She sighed with a worried look. "Also, Redhead's injuries are severe. My nectar healing spell did not seem to help her very much." Yi Zhongming smiled gently. "Don't worry, I will find a solution. You need to rest too. You've cast that healing spell constantly these past 2 days," he announced enthusiastically. "The musician and I brought back some canned fruit and snacks. Xiao Hu, distribute them to everyone." Xiao Hu nodded eagerly in response. 4 days ago, Ye Zhongming had made a high-stakes gamble with his team members. The ultimate trump card was the stash of explosive Xiao Lei left behind after destroying 2 buildings at the new base. The final step was detonating those charges to deal a fatal blow to the monsters, while Sheng Yuan bore the brunt of the explosive shockwaves. This move allowed them to claim rewards from the Devil's Roulette, wipe out high-level mutated beasts, and keep the entire team completely safe. Talk about killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Although the plan was extremely risky, fortunately, they had all pulled through alive. Ye Zhongming opened his bedroom door, realizing that while the hall was massive, he still had no time to organize it. Sinking onto his soft bed, now that everyone was healing and provisions were secure, he decided it was finally time to sort through and inspect their hard-earned spoils. Laying out 2 rare treasures, he recalled how he had pushed himself to the limit after the blast, to eliminate every monster in sight. With the apocalypse underway, the first true evolutionary wave was fast approaching. Since level 2 mutated beasts were about to multiply rapidly, securing level 2 magic crystals would be a breeze. Ye Zhongming stared at the glowing stone and smiled. The real prize is this level 3 magic crystal. These high-level mutated creatures are incredibly rare right now. Having 15 crystals lets us spin a standard level 3 roulette twice. Shining his jade ring over it, he realized that with enough luck, they might even spin a coveted 3-star evolution potion directly. Examining the other materials harvested from the slain monsters, Ye Zhongming ran his fingers over a glowing pearl. This unique soul pearl was easily the most special find. In his past life, survivors called this rare artifact a soul pearl, the core engine of a heavy armored sword tower, while ordinary evolvers found no use for it. A soul pearl held immense value for specific classes, unlocking powerful hidden potentials. It could power gear with unique abilities or serve as a catalyst for crafting special recipes. Certain high-level combat skills even required a soul pearl as a trigger. Deactivating his skill, Ye Zhongming smiled, knowing the biggest prize of this haul lay elsewhere. Utilizing his craftsman class talents, he could easily appraise and fully understand the immense value of this next item. It was called the Sacrificial Gate. Frowning, Ye Zhongming analyzed its core mechanics. Simply put, a user offers up various items as a sacrifice, and the gate returns valuable rewards based on the exact market price of those offerings. Most importantly, this incredible item was classified as gold-grade equipment. Picking up the artifact, Ye Zhongming admired the gold-grade, epic tier gear. In his past life, he had to become a 7-star evolver just to get a glimpse of such legendary equipment. Zhongming wondered what it would take to get that 8-star rating. He turned the ignition key and waited with bated breath, but nothing happened, leaving him pretty disappointed. Why was nothing happening? Could it be that he was opening it the wrong way? Zhongming decided to give it one more shot, but he was left completely baffled. Still no change. What on earth was going on here? Was the sacrifice wrong? The tier too low? Or was he just incredibly unlucky? He debated before trying another approach. This time he used a level 3 magic crystal, And surprisingly, it worked. His eyes widened. The energy flow was new, meaning his previous sacrifices were just too cheap. Zhongming pressed the magic crystal onto the shield. Suddenly, he felt like he was being sucked deep inside, completely unable to break free. Finally, Zhongming made his assessment. Sure enough, that faint white energy stream had actually grown a little bit stronger. He was totally confused. He had poured so many resources into this, yet it barely showed any change. Zhongming calculated that at this rate, even if he threw in every single asset he owned, it still wouldn't be enough. Checking carefully, he saw it had thickened slightly, but it seemed impossible for him to fully fill it at his current level. Zhongming sighed. As expected of gold-tier gear. Still, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Once he actually filled it and got a reaction, the rewards would be off the charts. First, he summoned a creature to study the robot. Zhongming stared at the hunk of iron. Over the last 2 days, he had at least figured out its cooldown. It took about 30 hours. But a question lingered in his mind. This thing was called the Roaring Gear Mechanic, not a Roaring Gunner. Its actual function couldn't be as simple as just building a fort, could it? A sudden thought struck him. Wait, this was a crafted robot, and he was a master craftsman. He placed the stone right next to the jade ring. If he processed it using his craftsman skills, it would technically count as his own upgrade, right? Would some of its attributes match the wind of the moon he had previously acquired? A magic seal glowed on Zhongming's palm as he yelled, "Enchantment!" But to his utter confusion, absolutely nothing happened. He stubbornly tried one more time. The robot didn't budge, leaving Zhongming sighing in sheer frustration. Enchantments usually only failed if the target material had already been enchanted multiple times. But this was a brand new combat robot. Why on earth wasn't it working? His brain was working overtime. The rank of Devil Gold should easily match the stature of a roaring mechanic. Could the Devil Gold have somehow expired or gone bad? Zhongming tossed it directly onto the shield, waiting in suspense. It seemed the Devil Gold wasn't the issue after all. It seemed that if he sacrificed half the Devil Gold, he could use regular gems to fill the rest. He scratched his head with a wry smile. Devil Gold was incredibly rare. If he wasted it and got something of lesser value in return, it would be a massive loss. He re-examined the machine. It seemed the issue lay within the robot itself. Suddenly, he gasped, "Huh?" He noticed there were socket slots on it. Excitement surged through him. In his craftsman arsenal, he had used refining, forging, and enchanting. But his socketing skill had never once been put to use until now. Sockets weren't just random holes punched into gear. They allowed the equipment to directly inherit some of the unique attributes of the socketed items. It was a complex energy transfer process that had to align and bond seamlessly with the gear itself. There were only 3 ways to get sockets. First, the gear came with them naturally. Second, a skilled craftsman could create them manually. And third, you could use a rare, single-use puncher tool. To his amazement, this machine came with 3 sockets. Inserting a black magic crystal, Zhongming closed his eyes and cast his socketing technique. The robot's head glowed brilliantly, upgrading the weak front lines of the roaring mechanic. It now featured 4 different firing modes, which completely caught him off guard. He began to analyze it. Unlocking the second firing mode required 1 million energy units. 1 unit equaled a level 1 crystal. Even converted to level 2, that was 10,000 crystals. He sighed. Even if he swapped them for level 3 crystals, the conversion rate still demanded 100 high-grade magic crystals. Zhongming groaned in frustration. Both the sacrificial gate and the roaring mechanic were incredible assets. This adventure was definitely going to pay off, but it demanded resources like he was some billionaire playboy. Walking toward the door, he knew his next priority was treating the redhead. She sat lifelessly in the corner. Zhongming examined her wounds. If she were human, an injury like this would have killed her 10 times over. But as a puppet, her internal organs had already mutated beyond recognition. He pulled out a soul treasure, unsure if this special gear of hers was actually good or not. In his past life, he had heard some rumors about puppet construction, and he just happened to have a soul pearl on hand. Zhongming gently inserted the pearl into the redhead's body and fed her the magic crystal. The rest was up to fate. Inside the tent, everyone was chatting happily. Zhongming slowly walked in from outside, holding a mysterious item. Xiao Hu asked in surprise, "Wait, boss, bulletproof vests? Where did you get those from?" Zhongming motioned toward the highway nearby, explaining that Li Gong had discovered an overturned armored truck loaded with plenty of military gear. He added that he had upgraded these vests himself, using his professional crafting skills. The crowd stared in absolute awe. Zhongming happily announced that they could block normal firearms. Then, he handed one to Xu Ying, telling her to put it on. Confused, Miss Park asked why she was getting one first. He smiled and replied that since they only had 3, Sheng Yuan must get one. As their core support, she needed protection too. Zhongming then held up the last bulletproof vest, asking who wanted it. Xiao Lei immediately voiced her dislike, calling it too ugly. Chu Yin quickly chimed in, agreeing with her. Indeed, they didn't need it, so the men should take it instead. Hearing this, Xiao Hu playfully shouted that he wanted it. Zhongming warned him that wearing it meant standing on the front lines. With absolute confidence, the young man claimed that was his specialty. Turning to leave, Zhongming told everyone to eat first, while he checked on Sheng Yuan, who was resting in his own private room. As Zhongming walked in, Hua Ya asked if he had eaten. He simply laid the protective vest on the bed as Sheng Yuan's new gear. Sheng Yuan hesitated, asking if his shield could still be repaired. Yi Zhongming casually explained that it would self-repair on its own. Hearing this, Sheng Yuan's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, Zhongming promised him that following their group would reveal wonders he had never imagined before. Then he asked if Huang Shiji was an elementalist and Liang Wan was a whirlwind bowman, leaving Sheng Yuan completely startled. Sheng Yuan wondered how a group from another city could possibly know everything, but Zhongming calmly and coldly began to explain the harsh truth. Their classes countered a shield specialist perfectly, meaning he stood absolutely no chance against them on his own. Getting revenge for Li Ying was practically impossible. Gritting his teeth, Sheng Yuan demanded to know who he really was. Zhongming waved his hand, calling himself a friend and telling him to just consider if he needed help rather than asking questions. Intrigued, Sheng Yuan asked what his plan was. Zhongming gave a mysterious look, asking if there was any way to settle a grudge in this cruel world besides pure slaughter. Confused, Sheng Yuan asked about the catch. Zhongming answered directly, stating that his squad was currently missing a solid shield bearer. Sheng Yuan pondered this, realizing their squad had high offensive power but extremely weak defense. They wielded sharp blades and had several class holders, but only one support who acted as their healer. Facing massive hordes of beasts or higher-level evolved monsters would inevitably put their lives in serious danger. He agreed, promising that if they helped him get revenge, he would follow them. He knew they needed a shield like him to unlock their full offensive potential. Filled with anticipation, Zhongming urged him to rest, as their next operation required him to fully recover within 2 days. Before Zhongming could leave, Sheng Yuan voiced his doubt, asking if he was worried about being used. Zhongming calmly replied that if he was smart, he would know that only he could continuously upgrade that shield, and only he could help him evolve at such a rapid pace. He concluded with a sharp, decisive remark. Besides, with his current strength, what right did he have to exploit him anyway? Sheng Yuan agreed, but warned him that Huang Shiji was backed by a massive force. Before he could finish, Zhongming cut him off, asking if it was the Royal Guild. Sheng Yuan stood frozen in shock. With a look of pure disdain, Zhongming scoffed, calling them nothing but a bunch of self-righteous fools. He told him not to worry. Later that night in the forest, Dr. Mew informed his allies about a dozen level 2 mutated goats down the slope. If they could harvest their monster crystals, guild rules dictated they could spin the level 2 roulette. He asked his hesitant men if they wanted to test their luck with a spin, causing them to immediately murmur in excitement. They admitted they wanted to, but their current power was not enough to eliminate the entire herd. It seemed like an impossible battle. Dr. Mew casually reassured them that everything was prepared, pulling out a syringe already filled with a strange liquid. He let out a sinister smile, whispering that it would only take a moment. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion, Shiji sat brooding in the living room. The man kept downing glass after glass of wine, eventually smashing the glassware to pieces as his absolute rage boiled over. He grabbed the bottle to drink straight from it, but a soft, pale hand suddenly reached out to stop him. Liang Wan gently called his name, cooing that even though they were evolved humans, he still shouldn't drink like this. It was bad for his health. He merely ignored her concern, asking if the Royal Guild members had already departed. Liang Wan hesitated, replying that she had found some girls to serve them. She then asked if they truly needed their assistance. Their price was incredibly steep, and they were not even sure if Sheng Yuan and his mysterious saviors would ever return. Given the insane salary we offered them, shouldn't they be doing a bit more? Clenching his fists tightly, Huang Shiji snapped at them to shut up, knowing Sheng Yuan and his savior would return. Waiting right outside the hallway was a man named Xiao Dao. Slowly, the doorknob began to click open. As a fat, bald man stepped out, Xiao Dao cursed in frustration, asking why Huang Xiji's old guards were so much stronger. The fat man just smirked mockingly, saying he had no idea who he was dealing with. Zero humility, and absolutely no way of knowing the truth. Lighting up a cigarette, he noted that Huang Shiji and Liang Huan had already invested way too much capital to sweat over such a small matter. Xiao Dao argued back, demanding to look inside. He mocked him, asking if he was really going to block his own brother, slamming the door shut. The fat man glared at him, warning that he did not care about the future, but right now was off limits, at least for the next few days. Xiao Dao scoffed, walking away while muttering that he would respect his decision. Suddenly, two figures stepped out from the opposite room. A pink-haired guy grumbled, calling out to A Quan. Xiao Dao was getting out of hand, looking down on them just because of his elite class. Mushroomhead, standing beside him, immediately agreed, asking if he truly believed all the guild's favoritism was actually due to his own skill. The guild was clearly unfair, questioning why they would waste resources grooming someone like that. Rumor said even the 2-star potion was reserved for him. The fat man calmly explained that his family had made massive contributions to the guild during peacetime. The guild president had ties to his father, but told them to drop the subject. For now, their only mission was to assist Huang Shiji for 3 more days. Once that time was up, they would grab the loot and leave, regardless of who showed up. Mushroomhead looked completely confused. Since Huang Shiji and Liang Huan only had basic classes, the 4 of them could easily kill them and take the goods. Why wait? A Quan simply raised a finger to make his first point. Huang Shiji was a sly old fox who would never reveal the hidden stash if he died, because the old fox knew silence was his only lifeline, while talking would undoubtedly get him killed instantly. Raising a second finger, he explained that the higher-ups wanted the Wulon base protected to some extent, aiming to turn this place into a magic crystal production site to fuel their resources. After all, Huang Shiji was a highly valued pawn to their superiors, and harming him would deeply anger them, risking their share of the guild's resources. A Quan shoved his hands into his pockets, telling them not to worry about Xiao Dao. Since the higher-ups would clean up any mess he made, they just needed to focus on their own job. The 2 subordinates obediently agreed. Right at that moment, over by the city gates, the guards were completely taken aback by a strange sight. One terrified guard recognized Cheng Yuan, marching forward aggressively alongside Zhongming and their fierce squad. They scrambled to report the intrusion, but escaping wouldn't be that easy. They were cut down before they could even run. Jia Lei scoffed, saying he had been itching to butcher these scum since his last visit. The surviving guards fled in pure terror. Realizing they were dealing with powerful mutants, the guards retreated. Xu Yang asked in horror if they had really burned down a town for magic crystals. Jia Lei nodded coldly, confirming that those monsters didn't care about the 1,000 innocent people living there. They didn't die from zombies. They were slaughtered by fellow humans, standing right before the massive gates. Da Yuan wondered how they were supposed to get inside. Drawing his sword in silence, Zhongming unleashed a devastating slash that engulfed the gate in flames and a massive explosion. He smirked, saying they would simply walk right in. Following his explosive strike, a squad of guards opened fire, desperately screaming to block their advance, ordering them to protect the town. Zhongming patted Da Huang on the head, sending the loyal beast leaping straight up the high stone walls. The beast sunk its fangs deep into the first guard it reached, sending blood spraying across the battlements. As the guard shrieked for help, Zhongming led the squad straight into town. Mo Ye spoke up with a question, expressing doubt about how a base could hope to survive, let alone actually develop, without any sustainable production or industry. Zhongming replied that they relied purely on plunder, reducing the base to its most primitive state. Their leader relied on selling cheap and totally unreliable protection to squeeze wealth from desperate survivors, using those stolen riches to feed a ruthless gang of thugs. They spent their days silently robbing local residents and neighboring scavengers, behaving exactly like a pack of parasites. Just then, Liang Chuyin spotted Da Huang racing up from behind and cheered that the loyal dog had returned. The beast barked happily in response. Glancing back at his team, Zhongming issued his next commands. He ordered Chuyin and the musician to take Da Huang to track down the base leader, Huang Shiji, reminding them to stay extremely safe and report back immediately. He looked at them and warned, "We used to only fight mutated monsters, but that is not the whole apocalypse. Now, we must also fight our own kind. Today, we face an organization known as the Royal Clan. They are evolved humans just like us, but this guild is known for having a massive number of specialized class users. Their power is both immense and bizarre. To survive this treacherous world, you all must learn how to handle people like them. They are far more dangerous than zombies or beasts. Today, we get revenge for Sheng Yuan, but it is also our training ground. If you can overcome this today, you will have truly adapted to the end of the world." He then gestured for them to begin, waving his arm and calling for action. Immediately, Di Huangguan led Liang Shuyin and the others forward. Yue Shi and Park Sua split off to execute the mission he assigned. Pointing in the opposite direction of Liang Shuyin's group, he shouted for them to move. Deep inside the town gates, several dark, shadowy figures began to emerge. He noted that their targets had arrived as a group emerged from the shadows, revealing their faces. The leading man had bright red hair, a muscular build, and long, mysterious scars running down both of his eyes. Flanking him was a short, chubby man with a balding head, followed closely by a young man and woman walking behind them. Recognizing the newcomers, he realized they were old acquaintances, starting with Xiao Dao, a professional blade master he once clashed with at a base bar in his past life. Then there were Zhang Di and Zhang Jing, a twisted pair of siblings who ended up dying quite early. They were killed during a conflict between the royal clan and another war group. As for Ah Quan, he eventually became the vice leader of the royal clan. Known as one of the royal clan's 5 giants, he was rumored to have reached 8-star strength before the rebirth. In his past life, seeking vengeance led to a clash with the blood-washed Wulon battle team. After that, even though the royal clan did not openly turn against his group, they constantly sabotaged them from the shadows. Xiao Dao glared at him and sneered. "You trash, really have a death wish, acting so arrogant. Today, I am going to teach you trash a lesson, so you realize that some places are not for you to visit, and some things are not for you to mess with." Infuriated, Xiao Hu pointed his blade straight at the man and bellowed, "What the hell are you looking at? Get over here and let me kill you." Staring at the weapon in Xiao Hu's hand, Xiao Dao hesitated, thinking, how does this brat have a white-tier weapon in his hands? Zhang Jing smirked at him and volunteered, "Leave this brat to us. We will handle him." Zhang Di cracked his wrists, eyeing the blade, declaring they would claim it after the kill. Lu Yan stepped forward, raising her own weapon, asking if they were in a rush. "Do not worry, I have one too." Mo Yi joined in with her blade, suggesting a fair 3-on-3 match. Xiao Dao was absolutely shocked, his eyes widening as he gasped. 3 white-tier weapons? Are you kidding me? How can they be this rich? In that moment, the enemies realized just how powerful his group really was. He sensed something was terribly wrong. Their opponent's strength made no sense. Cold sweat broke out on Ah Quan as he grabbed Xiao Dao's arm in a panic. Ah Quan tried to warn him that they needed to retreat immediately, but before he could finish his sentence, his shadow suddenly loomed right behind them, radiating a suffocating, murderous intent that sent shivers straight down their spines. His heart screamed in terror at the overwhelming bloodlust. Ah Quan looked up to see him staring back, his glowing red eyes radiating pure danger. He realized their leader was locking eyes with him, tracking his every move. Was this a warning? It seemed to say that if he stayed put, he would let Xiao Dao's group fight a fair 3-on-3 match against his subordinates. But if he dared to take a single step, he would suffer the consequences. The word kill flashed in his mind, terrifying him so much that cold sweat drenched his entire body. Without warning, both sides clashed in a brutal, life-or-death struggle. Xiao Hu unleashed a massive strike against Zhang Di, forcing him backward as he struggled desperately to block the incoming blade. Meanwhile, Mo Ye engaged Zhang Jing, executing a swift horizontal slash that completely threw her off guard and left her trembling with fear. Shocked by her flawless swordsmanship, Zhang Jing wondered how these opponents could possibly be this strong. Lu Yan faced off against Xiao Dao, but unlike the other intense duels, he simply stood there, staring at her while greedily licking his lips with a disgusting grin. "Hey, beautiful, nice body you got there." Ignoring his comments entirely, she swung her blade, forcing him back to create some distance between them. Grinning, Xiao Dao spun his dagger with impressive speed, showing off his skills. He caught it midair, bringing it back into a perfect guard. In the blink of an eye, he activated an illusion skill, moving at lightning speed right before her. He watched in total shock, her eyes widening as his knife suddenly vanished into thin air. Her eyes never left him, tracking his every move. But then, the weapon in his hand simply vanished, leaving her completely baffled and struggling to comprehend what was happening. Out of nowhere, his voice and image flashed clearly inside her mind. He warned her about the phantom strike on her left. Reacting instantly, she spun around and drove her blade deep into the empty air he pointed out. Her blade sank into something soft, forcing Xiao Dao's invisible body to materialize. She had stabbed him right in the chest, leaving him completely frozen in pure shock. Writhing in agonizing pain, his face darkened as he realized his secret technique had been exposed. "How is this even possible?" he stammered, his voice trembling. "Not even my closest allies knew about this technique." With that, the assassin collapsed face down onto the dirt. Watching him fall, our hero felt a satisfying sense of sweet revenge. He had it coming, especially after the hell he put our protagonist through in his past life. Seeing Xiao Dao down, Zhongjing and Zhongdi screamed in absolute horror. Had Xiao Dao really been taken out? Gritting their teeth in rage, they watched as Mo Ye and Xiao Hu seized the moment to launch a ferocious counterattack. Both of them shouted in unison, "Where do you think you're looking?" Sensing danger, Zhongdi quickly stepped in front of Zhongjing to block the incoming strike. Meanwhile, Zhongjing spun toward Ah Quan, screaming his name as if desperately pleading for his guidance. Hearing her cries, Ah Quan roared back, "Watch out, you two. Stop holding back and unleash your class skills." Getting the green light, Zhongjing shouted for Zhongdi to combine forces as a thick white mist suddenly engulfed Mo Ye and Xiao Hu. "Did they vanish?" Xiao Hu called out anxiously. Mo Ye replied grimly, "This thick mist is designed to completely blind us." Feeling the tension, Xiao Hu suggested they stand back to back, and she quickly agreed. Pressing their backs together, they braced for an attack from any direction. Our protagonist calmly analyzed the battlefield, sizing up the enemy's setup. The sister was a mist walker, a supportive class that was nothing special on its own. Its primary focus was battlefield support, making it a fairly average class. But paired with her brother, a void rogue who specialized in deadly sneak attacks, they were a dangerous duo. Suddenly, deep inside that blinding white fog, a cold blade struck right against Xiao Hu's heavy armor. An enemy voice cheered in triumph. "Got you!" Xiao Hu gasped, his pupils shrinking in sudden shock. Zhang Di laughed mockingly, sneering. "In front of an official class holder, you normal evolvers are nothing but weaklings." But then, Xiao Hu chuckled, swinging his massive blade right through Zhang Di's defense, leaving the rogue utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Hu mocked him, saying, "Our boss said you fools were just arrogant idiots. Now I finally believe him." Zhang Di could only gasp in utter shock. "How is this possible?" Zhang Di stammered. Xiao Hu smirked, replying, "Next life, make sure you actually check your target first." As the mist cleared, Zhang Jing rushed toward her brother in tears, screaming for him. But before she could even grieve, Mo Ye stepped up and cleanly slit her throat. Zhang Jing collapsed face down beside her brother. With the enemies dealt with, Mo Ye and Xiao Hu walked back to our protagonist, who gave them a proud, warm smile. Together, the three of them advanced toward Ah Quan, who stood alone before them. Ah Quan watched them approach, sweat dripping from his brow. This group was terrifyingly strong, wiping out 3 of his best fighters without even breaking a sweat. But before he could think further, our hero stood right in front of him, demanding, "Who is the leader of the Royal Guild? Your answer buys your life." Ah Quan slowly closed his eyes, knowing deep down that he stood no chance, yet refusing to go down without one final struggle. A thick, metallic layer of gold began to encase his hands, creeping all the way up to his massive biceps. His muscular arms, now completely coated in solid gold, formed 2 powerful, deadly fists. But our protagonist easily grabbed his wrists, mocking, "The Iron Hand Executioner class, is it?" But it is nothing impressive. With a casual squeeze of his hand, the gold armor encasing Ah Quan's arms instantly shattered into pieces. The man shrieked in absolute agony. Without hesitating, our hero delivered a brutal kick to his chest, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. "Keep your secrets. I do not really care anyway," he muttered. He then looked at Xiao Hu, telling him to search the bodies for any valuable loot. "On it, boss." Xiao Hu grinned, immediately kneeling down to thoroughly strip and search Ah Quan's unconscious body for anything useful. Sheng Yuan stammered in absolute disbelief. You actually killed them all? Do you even know what kind of terrifying powerhouse the Royal Guild is?" Our hero casually glanced back at him and shrugged. "Of course I do. But like I said, they are just a bunch of arrogant, self-righteous fools." After finishing his search, Xiao Hu happily jogged back with a loaded sack, ready to report their findings. "Awesome loot, boss. We hit the jackpot with 7 level 2 magic crystals, over 200 level 1 crystals, a silver-grade willow leaf blade, and even a gray-grade dagger." Just then, Fa Xuying stepped forward from the shadows to nervously stammer out her own report. I managed to find 3 level 2 magic crystals, over 50 level 1 crystals, and a 1-star evolution potion. Inspecting a delicate necklace holding a glowing space crystal, our protagonist quietly nodded in approval. Not bad at all. They carried some decent gear. In this brutal world, hunting others for their gear is only going to become more common, he noted, sensing the dark reality of their new apocalyptic lifestyle. Giving her a sympathetic look, he warned, "So you all need to get used to this fast." Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention, and he quickly spun around. Liang Shuyin ran over to tell Zhongming they found Huang Shiji's hideout. Hearing that, Sheng Yuan stepped up, eagerly asking where they were. She quickly spun around to lead the way, calling back to them, "Follow me." Night fell on the town. 3 people sat staring blankly on a rock outside. A nearby musician waiting for Zhongming's group noticed them approaching and began to stir. Waving one hand while pointing toward the gate with the other, he whispered, "They are inside." Super quiet. "It looks like they are waiting for someone." Zhongming smirked. "Well, that person is never coming." Inside a quiet room, a man and a woman sat staring intensely at a wooden box. The pink-haired woman turned, questioning the white-haired man. "Shiji, do we really have to give it up? We risked so many lives for this. It took 4 or 5 evolved ones and hundreds of guards to get this from the level 2 roulette. How can we just give it away?" A white staff rested on a plush red velvet cushion inside the exquisite wooden box, highlighting its extreme rarity. Pressed for an answer, Shiji just stared silently. Sensing his heavy silence, the woman slumped down and whispered, I know I was wrong. If I had not lost my temper and killed Sheng Yuan's woman back then, none of this would be happening." Shiji finally broke his silence. "Stop. You are responsible, yes, but it is not entirely your fault." Lighting a cigarette, he watched the smoke drift before speaking. "It was only a matter of time before the Royal Guild discovered this item. Right now, the gap between our strengths is not too massive. They will hesitate to strike, especially since they still need our base. So, we can still use this treasure to trade for their protection." He gently touched the staff. It was silver tier. If socketed with a gemstone, its power would be off the charts. Just then, Tianjia shouted, "It is silver tier now, but with a gem socketed. Who knows how powerful it could get, right?" Hearing his words echoed back, Shiji let out a heavy, weary sigh. What if the Royal Guild's elite are defeated by that bastard Sheng Yuan and his crew? He looked at Tianjia and scoffed, claiming it was impossible. Those 4 Royal Guild members were incredibly strong and would never lose. Just then, a shadow appeared at the door. "Give it up. Since we cannot find the socket gemstone anyway, this item is useless. We might as well trade it for our own safety." With that, Zhongming kicked the heavy door wide open. As Zhongming and his group stormed inside, Tianjia stared in utter confusion before screaming in shock. "How on earth are you guys here?" Wasting no time, Liang Shuyan unleashed her plant manipulation magic, sending vines whipping directly toward their enemies. Her lashing vines sent Shiji's guards flying backward. However, Shiji managed to protect Tianjia with a glowing green barrier. Zhongming admired the green shield. "Not bad. An elemental barrier. The elemental mage class is indeed formidable. I happen to know another class skill. Why not show us your elemental drill and blow everyone away?" Hearing his mocking words, Shiji let his green barrier dissolve. Beside him, the pink-haired woman grew incredibly restless and panicked after what he just said. Suddenly, the pink-haired woman unleashed a blast of dark energy from her palms, aiming straight at the group. 2 deadly arrows shot directly toward Zhongming and Luyan. However, she remained completely calm, looking back at Park Su-young who was casting a shield to protect her. Meanwhile, Zhongming caught the flying projectile with his bare hand. Looking at the dart, Zhongming recognized the weapon immediately. She shrieked in absolute terror. "This strength, are you actually a 2-star evolved?" Hearing this, Shiji broke into a cold sweat. The elemental shards in his hand began to glow as he unleashed a powerful blast toward Zhongming. But Zhongming remained completely calm, using just 2 fingers to flick the dart straight back, hitting the incoming elemental arrow and completely shattering those condensed shards once again. Just then, Sheng Yuan charged forward with his shield. Seeing this, Xiao Hu called out, "Sheng Yuan, let me help you." Seeing him prepare to charge, Zhongming reached out to stop him, saying this fight was for Sheng Yuan alone. He and the rest then walked over to the closed wooden box, watching quietly. Sheng Yuan raised his massive shield, blocking both Huang Shiji and his ally. Then, he fiercely hurled his shield directly at Lu Zhenghong. Huang Shiji stumbled backward, staring at him with pure caution. Sheng Yuan roared in absolute fury. "I have never done anything to wrong you." With a face twisted in rage, he charged forward. Because you let me become an evolved out of kindness. I even gave up the elemental mage class to become a mere shield bearer. Sheng Yuan smashed a fist into his face. The classes you and she have were bought with my life. When I nearly died, he glared at the groaning Lu Zhenghong, his anger boiling over. And how did you treat me in return? Why did you always favor this woman? Grasping the opportunity, Huang Shiji tightly pinned Sheng Yuan down, screaming for his son to strike. His son hesitated in confusion before shouting that he was coming to help. But suddenly, he sensed something behind him and shrieked. Di Huangwan lunged forward, sinking its teeth into his neck. Watching this, Huang Shiji's eyes widened as he shrieked in horror. From behind, Sheng Yuan whispers coldly, "Hurting for your son? Then go join him." He immediately grabs Huang Shiji's head and bites down with absolute fury. Once you get down there, do not forget to apologize to Xiao Ying. Lu Zhenghong is absolutely terrified by the sight. Meanwhile, a murderous aura erupts from his body as he approaches her, whispering in a dark, bone-chilling voice, "Now it is your turn." Leading the group forward, Ye Zhongming instructs them, "Let us head out. We will leave Sheng Yuan to handle things here." The group stops to rest in a corner. Standing beside Ye Zhongming, Little Tiger cannot help but feel worried for Sheng Yuan. "Boss, is he going to be all right?" His state earlier was a bit. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming falls into deep thought. He needs to vent. He has held on to that unbearable pain for far too long. Once he recovers on his own, there is no need to worry. Liang Chuyan and the others approach him in confusion, wondering what the wooden staff inside the box could possibly be. Holding the glowing staff in his hands, Ye Zhongming looks at them and explains, "This is a nature staff." He instantly realizes why the Royal Guild spared no effort to back Huang Shiji. Xia Lei steps forward, stroking her chin, and remarks that, despite its silver glow, it must be one of those rare items. "And what about these round holes?" Holding the staff tightly, Ye Zhongming looks on with a serious expression. "These are sockets meant for embedding natural elemental gemstones. The staff's attributes change with the stones, but it is a bit of a pity." Hearing his words, Xia Lei looks extremely puzzled and glances ahead. Looking at the staff with a neutral expression, Ye Zhongming explains that it requires natural elemental gemstones to function. Unfortunately, it cannot socket a holy light gem. Otherwise, Miss Park could have used it. Hearing this, Park Shuing is completely shocked. Everyone stares at her in absolute shock. Doubling its power would mean the healing effects of the Sweet Dew skill would skyrocket. The defensive power of the barrier would also be greatly enhanced. As they crowd around her, making her feel nervous, everyone sighs at how unfortunate this is for Teacher Park. Watching an opportunity to get stronger just slip away is brutal. Still, they promise her that they will find her an even better weapon soon. Watching them bicker excitedly, Ye Zhongming chuckles. The true utility of a nature staff goes far beyond simply socketing gems to cast basic elemental magic. In his past life, survivors highly valued such ultra-rare equipment. It provides excellent offensive and defensive utility during large-scale team battles. To put it simply, the staff unlocks a different ability for every single element. Once a gemstone of the corresponding element is slotted, the wielder can instantly activate that unique ability. Generally, fire, ice, and lightning grant offensive skills. Water and earth focus on defense, while wind and other elements grant unique utility skills. Since elemental gemstones are consumable, the nature staff allows wielders to adjust skill intensity. It can be used repeatedly, or unleash all the gemstone's stored energy in a single, devastating blast. This unique trait makes it incredibly popular among combat legions. They are typically kept as trump cards to completely turn the tide of battle. In his past life, even the infamous Killer Rose wielded a gold-grade nature staff. Yet, even she struggled immensely to acquire high-grade or top-tier natural elemental gemstones. With that, Ye Zhongming immediately stores the nature staff away. Although its current grade is not exceptionally high, it remains an incredible treasure. Once he finds the proper natural gemstones, it will become his ultimate trump card. Suddenly, a noise catches his attention. Ye Zhongming looks over at Sheng Yuan and asks how he is doing. Silently glancing at the man sitting beside him, he quickly calls out for Park Shuing to treat Sheng Yuan's wounds. Meanwhile, the man next to him makes a suggestion. Once Sheng Yuan recovers, let him reveal himself so we can take control and clean up this entire county together. Turning to the group, Ye Zhongming commands, Chuyin and Yue Gong, take some men to search the areas Huang Shiji's evolved subordinates frequented. Let's see what we can find. Immediately after, he looks over at Little Tiger and Xia Lei, delivering their instructions, lead a team to set up a food exchange station, and organize a hunting party to harvest more magic crystals. Next, Ye Zhongming addresses Sheng Yuan and Park Xiuying, tasking them with organizing a town patrol squad to prevent any chaos while also taking full charge of gathering local intelligence. Clenching his fist, Ye Zhongming states firmly, "The level 2 mutation wave is fast approaching, and we must prepare," counting down every second. 3 days later in the courtyard, Ye Zhongming gathers everyone to listen to their progress reports. Zhao Lei quickly steps forward to report, "Lately, we have been hunting down and clearing out mutated lifeforms to secure the county's safety." She continues detailing how they traded food and clean water with the survivors in town. In total, they managed to gather over 1,000 level 1 magic crystals and 50 level 2 magic crystals. Standing nearby, Le Dayuan suddenly speaks up. "We have also completely inventoried the warehouse of Huang Shiji's group. Both Liang Chuyin and he are absolutely thrilled by their impressive findings. They stockpiled over 4,000 level 1 magic crystals, more than 150 level 2 magic crystals, and even a batch of 1-star evolution potions." Sheng Yuan's face is full of confidence as he promises that security will be flawless. Beside him, Park Xiuying beams with joy. "Boss, after counting everything up, we currently have nearly 20,000 level 1 magic crystals, almost 500 level 2 crystals, over 100 bottles of 1-star evolution potion, plus 2 armored trucks." Hearing this report, Ye Zhongming is incredibly satisfied, his face glowing with pure excitement. He also shares that based on local intelligence, he scouted the surrounding area over the last 2 days, securing 2 level 3 magic crystals and some crafting materials. Hearing this, Xiaohu's eyes instantly light up as he showers him with praises. Ye Zhongming pauses for a second before making a proposal. Once inventory is done, they hit the road. This announcement causes a stir among the group, with everyone asking if they are not going to make this place their permanent base. They worked incredibly hard to stabilize this area, and many believed the boss had chosen this exact spot when they left their previous base. Ye Zhongming flashes a calculating smile, telling them he has a better plan in mind and they should get ready. The 2 military vehicles quickly speed forward, soon pulling up at another outpost. Stepping out, Ye Zhongming immediately turns to Yue Dayuan with some crucial instructions. He tells Yue Dayuan and his assistant to inventory the supplies here and pack up absolutely everything they can possibly carry. Looking up in deep thought, Ye Zhongming decides that since they are in the area, they should go pay a visit to Redhead. Ye Zhongming walks inside, sits down right across from Redhead, and carefully studies her condition. There is no change in her wounds and no signs of healing. She is beyond saving. Nearby, Park Xiuying sheds quiet tears, remembering how Redhead protected her during the fight. Standing up abruptly, Ye Zhongming glances back at them and makes a final suggestion. Since she was basically a comrade, he proposes digging a grave in the yard to bury her. Later, as he prepares to drive away, he calls out to Park Xiuying. While he waits, she reluctantly walks toward the vehicle, unable to stop looking back at the fresh grave with regret. The group quickly departs from the villa at noon. However, as dusk begins to settle in, a mysterious red vine starts creeping closer and closer to Redhead's quiet tombstone. Raising its sharp tip, the vine reveals a glowing, sparkling gem before violently stabbing straight down into the dirt of the grave. As the vine slowly retracts from the earth, Redhead's body is dragged up along with it, rising back onto the ground. Suddenly waking, she tightly grabs the vine embedded in her chest and slowly pulls it out. It vanishes from her hand instantly, leaving her utterly stunned and confused by what just happened. A raspy, terrifying voice suddenly echoes behind her, making her jump as it gasps out that it needs her. Redhead immediately whips around, only to see a hideous, grotesque monster slowly crawling directly toward her. Before she can even react, a small, multi-eyed, multi-legged parasite leaps straight out of the monster's gaping mouth. It latches right onto Redhead's face, cackling with dark glee as it declares that her physical body now belongs to it. But then, pure shock hits the parasite as it senses something strange inside her brain. One red, one white, and its own power is draining. Redhead grabs the creature with an iron grip, tearing it off her face and staring it down, leaving the parasite absolutely terrified. Suddenly, Redhead opens her mouth wide, ready to swallow the creature whole, but she pauses, instantly sensing danger nearby. Up on a nearby rooftop, silhouetted against the dimming sunset, a mysterious figure and a cat are staring down at her. The rooftop stranger keeps a very close eye on Redhead. As their eyes lock, Redhead defiantly grips the multi-legged monster, preparing to shove it into her mouth. The black-haired girl and her cat leap down, and she instantly summons several razor-sharp metal arrows mid-air. Redhead stays completely calm as the cat pounces, casually swiping the feline away with one hand, while using her other hand to block the incoming arrows. Her teeth remain clamped tight on the struggling parasite, as the black-haired girl charges forward to seize the opportunity. Throwing a heavy punch, the black-haired girl strikes Redhead hard enough to force the multi-eyed parasite right out of her mouth. As the creature flies off, the black-haired girl scrambles to grab it, but Redhead isn't about to let her have it. Staying hot on her heels, Redhead brutally headbutts her right in the spine, sending both female ghouls crashing onto the grass before the black-haired one slowly picks herself up. Now, standing face-to-face once more, they warily eye each other, both laser-focused on their target lying right between them. Redhead's gaze is razor-sharp, overflowing with sheer killer intent, while the black-haired girl glares back with a cold, deadly stare. Redhead charges forward, prompting her rival to quickly conjure up another barrage of magical arrows. They collide with absolute fury, ready to tear each other apart. Each girl grabs one end of the multi-eyed creature, glare locking with pure malice as they try to pull it away. With their insane raw strength, the poor parasite is ripped clean in half, leaving both of them completely stunned by their own power. They share a blank stare before quietly heading their separate ways, happily chewing on their respective halves of the monstrous snack. Meanwhile, Zhongming's group is gathering around a campfire to keep warm when he suddenly senses something and snaps his head up. Jia Lei, eating next to him, asks if everything is all right. Zhongming gently shakes his head, claiming it is nothing, but secretly, he is deeply puzzled. For a brief split second, he felt his mental connection to Redhead reconnect, though it was far too weak to confirm. Folding up a map, Zhongming speaks up to get their attention and start their discussion. He explains that once they reach their destination, they must abandon the vehicles and travel on foot through the danger zone, prompting Mo Ye to raise a question. Why are we abandoning the vehicle here? This is a high-speed zone on a national highway outside the city, and the road conditions are actually not bad at all. Zhongming explains with a serious face, because there is a dead zone ahead. When the apocalypse first started, what rained from the sky was not just roulettes, but dead zones formed after thousands of golden holy lights bombarded the earth. These zones are crawling with extraterrestrial creatures, where mutated beasts run absolutely rampant. They house powerful entities so terrifying they plunge humanity into absolute despair. Yet they also hide rare, exotic plants and incredibly precious minerals. It is a place where you can find practically any known treasure. However, that is mostly speculation, since some of these dead zones have completely unknown origins. One thing is certain though, a dead zone is both heaven and hell for any adventurer. Zhongming calmly shares this, prompting a highly skeptical Jia Lei to speak up and question him. Since this dead zone is so incredibly dangerous, can't we just bypass it? He quickly shakes his head in disapproval. This dead zone is massive. Bypassing it would take us several extra days, and there is still no guarantee we would be safe. Xiao Hu grins broadly. He chimes in. Boss, if you decided on this path, you must have a good reason. Let's just go with your plan. Zhongming pats his shoulder with a smile and makes the call. All right, everyone turn in early tonight. Tomorrow morning, we venture into the dead zone. Before long, the rest of the crew drifts off to sleep, leaving him as the only one awake. Zhongming gently tosses another branch into the crackling fire, then stands up to scan the horizon with his binoculars. What Zhongming is looking for is that legendary gemstone ice mountain. As he watches, his brow furrows in deep thought. The red chaotic barriers outside suggest this dead zone carries a highly volatile, bloody attribute. He clenches his fist with sheer determination. If his memories serve him right, there is a gemstone mountain and a rich mineral vein here, making it worth the risk. A thick, crimson haze wraps around the frozen peaks, giving off a heavy and invisible pressure. Hiding deep inside a cave, Zhongming peers outside with a slight frown. After assessing the area, he waves his hand to signal his crew that the coast is clear. Jia Lei is filled with curiosity as they move. What kind of mutated monster could grow this massive? It looks as big as a dinosaur. He chuckles softly before giving an answer. Monsters inside the dead zone absorb the massive energy stored within these gemstone veins, which allows them to skyrocket their evolutionary levels. He continues sharing this vital survival knowledge. These gems are highly prized resources in the apocalypse, used by craftsmen, alchemists, and pharmacists alike. Even elementalists, mages, and players with battle pets depend on these precious stones to feed and upgrade their companions. Liang Shuyin speaks up from behind with curiosity. So, does this dead zone actually have a vein? Zhongming points toward the frozen peak in the distance. See that icy mountain? It is a giant pile of raw gemstone minerals. He points directly at the peak shrouded in a thick crimson mist. Xiao Lei runs ahead, shouting directions to guide the team. 3 o'clock. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming scopes out the terrain with his binoculars. He notices strange patches of grass covered in a deep crimson mist. Zhongming pipes up beside them. That is actually the marking of monster urine. Park Soo-young timidly asks from the back. Do these monsters actually mark their territory just like wild animals, spraying their urine around to claim this entire area as their own? Liang Shuin glances over at him, highly anxious. Are those the raw, natural gemstones you were talking about? The ones that can be embedded directly into magic staffs? Still scanning the area, Zhongming replies. See those lighter-colored spots? Those are water element gems, while the darker ones are ice element. They are coexisting minerals. He is talking about those sparkling, crystal-like gemstones ahead. Furrowing his brow, he quickly issues a firm warning. Stay close behind me, everyone. I will lead us safely through this dead zone. Deep down, Ye Zhongming is growing increasingly anxious. He never expected a beast to have already claimed this territory. Just how strong has it evolved? He worries. With our current team's strength, do we even stand a chance? Dozens of mutated beasts patrol the base of the gemstone mountain, acting like a highly coordinated guard force. The team gasps in utter shock. Wait, you are going back inside? Zhongming offers a reassuring smile. Relax, I will be fine. Moving solo makes me a much smaller target. It is easier to sneak around, and I will retreat if things go south. Xiaolei frowns heavily and raises her voice. We already know there is a level 4 beast lurking inside. Park Soo-young adds quickly, along with an army of over 200 level 2 monsters. Both girls desperately try to stop him, but Zhongming has already made up his mind. Flashing a bright grin, I will take De Huangwan with me. His sense of smell and hearing are incredibly sharp. With his keen senses, nothing can catch me off guard. Besides, I have a special mission for the rest of you. He shifts his gaze, brow furrowing. The mission is to secure their future base, Cloud Peak Manor. Since they are already quite close to the target, it is the perfect time to strike. Before he returns, everyone must thoroughly investigate their surroundings. Ye Zhongming solemnly points out that they need to know if any rival factions are lurking, what kind of monsters reside here, and if there are massive zombie hordes. He even tasks them with finding the local roulette wheels to check their tiers. His face is incredibly serious as he gives one final, crucial warning. Absolutely do not go near Yunding Villa. Sheng Yuan solemnly steps up and offers to tag along, promising to shield him on the front lines. But Ye Zhongming declines, insisting that Sheng Yuan stay behind to protect the musician. With a reassuring smile, he turns around and waves a casual farewell. It is settled. When he returns, that is the exact moment they will conquer Yunding Villa. His eyes burn with pure determination. Deep inside the Shanghe village danger zone, he stands on a high cliff with De Huangwan, scanning the area below. Grinning, he realizes luck is on his side. So early into the trip, he has already spotted a mutated sweet potato ginseng sprout. These mutated sweet potato ginseng sprouts are incredibly hostile. From the moment they shoot up from the soil, they automatically lash out at any living being that draws near. Their surface stems unleash a barrage of unpredictable strikes, and a single moment of distraction means brutal injury. An ordinary person would be killed instantly, ending up as nothing more than fertilizer for these mutated seeds. Since they are mutated plants, these sprouts contain precious magic crystals. They might only yield level 1 magic crystals, but with proper care, they offer a highly stable harvest. Best of all, the potato itself is edible, delicious, and enhances one's physical strength. With that in mind, he harvests the sweet potato ginseng, planning to cultivate it for his future farming projects. Next, Ye Zhongming pulls out his binoculars to scan the village below and immediately curses. Damn it. He did not expect a level 4, 3-tailed demonic frog. Even among same-tier monsters, this thing is an absolute nightmare to deal with. The creature is massive and hideous, enough to send shivers straight down anyone's spine. He hesitates, debating whether to press forward or retreat. Ultimately, Ye Zhongming summons his courage and decides to gamble everything on this dangerous excursion. Right at the foot of Gemstone Mountain lies a small cave. Inside, the mutated demonic frog sits, enjoying a quiet meal. Suddenly, a golden-furred dog wandering near the entrance catches its attention. The frog squints, trying to get a better look. Di Huangwan paces back and forth outside the cave, wearing an incredibly smug, arrogant, and downright provocative expression. This completely infuriates the massive frog. It snaps its long, sticky tongue out to snatch the intruder, but the agile dog dashes away just in time. Hiding nearby, Ye Zhongming cheers his companion on. "Run, you silly dog. That three-tailed demonic frog might be level 4, but it lacks long-distance pursuit speed and burst mobility. It will never catch you." Having observed the frog for 3 whole days, he has already mapped out its reaction time, its running pace, its attack patterns, and the absolute maximum distance it is willing to travel. He watches intently, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. 1 minute is the absolute maximum time it will chase that silly dog. Any longer, and it will realize the chase is futile and turn back. Ye Zhongming smiles as he looks down at the tiny, sleeping creature. "So, buying more time depends entirely on your mother." He sighs softly, staring at the deep-sleeping beast pup. Surely she would chase after whoever took her baby, right? Meanwhile, the demonic frog halts its pursuit, looking utterly baffled as Di Huangwan vanishes. It glances back casually, only to realize an intensely hot, blazing foot is stomping toward it from behind. The frog and the new beast lock eyes, their gazes dripping with pure malice as they roar threats at one another. Ye Zhongming approaches, pats Di Huangwan on the head, and praises him. "Great job, buddy. Now, it is time to strike it rich." He quickly dashes off, calculating how to delay the monsters longer so he can dig up the natural gemstones. He had bided his time, waiting for the level 4 scarlet flame-armored beast to go hunting before sneaking into its nest to steal its cub. A water attribute beast versus a fire attribute beast. They are natural counters to each other, and both are at the exact same level. Possessing a degree of intelligence, they normally would never fight to the death over nothing. He sprints toward the gemstone vein, his mind racing. But now, with one searching for its lost child and the other perceiving an invasion, they will instantly clash as mortal enemies. But if Ye Zhongming lingers too long on Gemstone Mountain, the three-tailed demonic frog will notice, meaning he must work with lightning speed. Ye Zhongming silently tells himself to stay perfectly calm. Handling this with absolute caution, he grips the hilt of his blade tightly and whispers, observing the veins to trace the energy flow, ensuring the spiritual network remains unbroken. Otherwise, the harvested gems will be worthless. Frowning slightly, he knows this is the perfect moment. He carefully extracts the first gemstone, then swiftly secures the second one right after. At that exact instant, the three-tailed demonic frog senses an intruder in its lair, glaring fiercely back toward its territory. Opening its massive maw, it spits out a volley of razor-sharp ice shards. This is one of its innate talents, Giant Array Impact. The ice shards fly straight at the scarlet flame-armored beast, striking it dead-on as both monsters turn to fiercely clash with one another. You and I are dropping right into the action, as Yellow Ball growls beside Ye Zhongming, who wonders if his pet has already hit its limit with the third crystal. Ye Zhongming's eyes darted around in pure anxiety. Damn it, that monster had found them way faster than he ever expected. He patted the dog's head, signaling for them to make a break for it, trying to slip right past the mutated three-tailed ghost frog. But the beast spotted them instantly. Deep within its massive mouth, a freezing vortex of ice began to form, ready to blast. With a furious roar, the beast unleashed a devastating icy gale. As Ye Zhongming scrambled to escape, he couldn't hide his pure shock. A polar ice tornado. How could a level 4 monster wield such a terrifying skill? Thinking fast, he instantly cast his basic summoning spell. A roadside tree warped into a mutated weapon, lunging straight at the frog. But it was useless against the crushing force of the blizzard. The tree froze solid in an instant, forcing Zhongming to quickly unleash his blazing wind flame blade. But those sparks of fire did absolutely nothing to slow down the furious storm. Trapped in the freezing vortex, Zhongming felt the frost locking up his entire body. Frustrated and desperate, Zhongming gritted his teeth, racking his brain for any escape route. Enveloped completely by the freezing tornado, he realized the terrifying truth: there was absolutely no way to survive this monster's ultimate attack. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a glowing magic circle and channeled all his remaining energy. Roaring, inlay technique, activate. With absolute resolve in his eyes, a brilliant, blinding green light suddenly exploded from his body. Right behind him, a massive goddess statue carrying an urn materialized, casting a protective barrier over him. Smirking, he knew exactly what this was: the powerhouse water skill from his nature staff, the Aquarius shield. But as the seconds ticked by, the shield began to crack. Zhongming panicked, It was buckling under the weight of a level 4 beast's attack. A desperate thought crossed his mind. If only this crystal had been higher quality, even mid-tier, his defensive power would be 10 times stronger. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the nature staff tight, deciding to gamble everything and cast the inlay technique once more. Blinding green energy erupted, filling the entire room. Zhongming channeled all his remaining power into the staff, spawning a crystalline ice flower. The icy petals shattered, surging toward the frog like daggers. The dazzling blast of his counterattack slammed dead on into the mutated beast. Thinking he finally had a shot at winning this, Zhongming quickly grabbed Yellow Ball and charged straight ahead. But watch this. Zhongming sensed danger and spun around just as the two spells collided, erupting into a massive explosion. Panting heavily, Zhongming cursed. Damn it. It took so much grueling effort just to collect those 3 crystals. And now, just to escape with his life, he had to waste 2 of them. The gem on his staff suddenly shattered, sending a lethal hail of sharp ice shards flying straight at him and Yellow Ball. Zhongming stared in absolute shock. The mutated ghost frog was still standing, unleashing a barrage of ice from its thrashing tails. Facing the relentless icy barrage, Zhongming gritted his teeth and drew his blade. This damn thing held a serious grudge. Leaping into the air, he lunged forward, executing a blazing slash the wind flame blade. Sharp, jagged ice shards pierced deep into his body, bringing agonizing pain. He crashed hard onto the ground, realizing his defenses were utterly useless. But right then, a massive crimson flame-armored beast suddenly lunged straight at the ghost frog. As the two monsters clashed, Zhongming saw his golden opportunity. Seizing his chance, Zhongming grabbed Yellow Ball and ran without looking back, escaping deep into the nearby forest, which was shrouded in a creepy, blood-red mist. Covered in severe wounds, the two of them finally collapsed against a cliffside to rest. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, but knew their situation was still incredibly critical. Turning to Yellow Ball, he wheezed, "Hurry, go find someone to save us." In his heart, only one thought kept him going as long as he stayed alive. He could start over. Luckily, Yellow Ball managed to locate a group of survivors moving through the nearby area. When they discovered Zhongming, everyone was shocked by his horrific state. The loud chatter slowly woke him from his deep coma. The crowd murmured, trying to figure out what could have caused such severe injuries. Holding some medicine, a girl anxiously asked if they should help him, but a cold-faced man snapped back immediately. "Save him? For what? We don't have enough recovery medicine. If we waste it now, who's going to save us when we're in danger?" he argued. "Tang Guo, you made the medicine, but we all found the ingredients." Hearing this, the girl fell silent, unable to argue. Suddenly, Tang Guo gasped and pointed. "Wait! Look, this guy. He's actually awake." Zhongming stared at the crowd in front of him with highly vigilant eyes. Scanning them, he realized they had proper weapons and a healer. They seemed like a highly experienced hunting squad. After gazing at Zhongming, the cold-faced man turned to an older survivor in a military uniform. "Uncle Da, he's awake now. So what do we do?" The older man frowned. "Tian Dong, don't be so heartless." Zhongming realized this girl was only 15. "Let's see what happens next, shall we?" The green bottle in her hand is the unmistakable signature of a neutral alchemist. Could she be a sorcerer? Zhongming immediately realizes why this squad is lurking around here. No wonder this squad stayed behind to watch over a dying man. It's because their sweet alchemist girl refused to leave him behind. And she is actually the core of their team. Seeing Zhongming staring, Tian viciously stomps his heavy boot right onto Zhongming's leg. Does this grumpy jerk even know how to talk? Zhongming struggles to sit up and probes for their real identities. Tian points straight at his face and barks. "Who are we? You do not need to know. But you better tell us exactly who you are. Why are you wandering the red egg zone alone? Do you have teammates?" Tang Guo sees Zhongming's terrible state and quickly steps in, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhongming replies, "I came here completely alone, just hoping to scavenge some decent gear." The surrounding hunters gasp and immediately start whispering in disbelief. "No way. Is he kidding? This guy survived out here alone? Is he some kind of monster?" Uncle Da pushes Tian aside and approaches Zhongming, highly skeptical of anyone brave enough to roam this zone alone. But Zhongming's steady gaze proves that danger will never stop a true survivor. Propping himself up against the rocky wall, Zhongming explains that he obtained a map of this area and decided to hunt here. Suddenly, a sharp, agonizing pain shoots through his right arm, making him stagger. Tang Guo quickly rushes over to support him. She tells him to be careful since his wounds are still fresh. Zhongming forces a weak smile and thanks her. Tang Tian scowls at their closeness and snaps for Tang Guo to get back over. Just then, a scout whispers some urgent news into Uncle Da's ear. Before long, the squad gets back on the move. Tang Guo cheerfully follows them, while Zhongming watches her leave with absolute gratitude in his heart. In an apocalypse like this, soft-hearted souls like her usually die first. Still, he is incredibly grateful for her kindness. Testing his stiff joints, Zhongming wonders just how many days he has been lying unconscious in this desolate place. Fortunately, thanks to the passive healing of a 2-star evolver, he can finally manage to stand up and move around. Analyzing his options, he realizes it will take at least 7 or 8 days to fully heal. His best bet right now is tagging along with this hunting squad to guarantee a basic level of safety. Meanwhile, the hunters gather in a tight circle to discuss their next move. Tian points out that Zhongming claims to have a map. Another hunter immediately suggests stealing it so they can stop searching blindly and save precious time. Tian frowns and asks if they actually found any physical map when they searched his body earlier. The man admits they found absolutely nothing. Tian sneers, calling the guy an idiot for not seeing the obvious truth. The kid is playing them. Whether he actually has a map or is just faking it, his goal is identical, getting them to escort his injured self out of here. With a wicked smirk, Tian suggests abandoning the boy right here while they search on their own. Tang Guo immediately objects, calling them completely heartless. She argues that he might be useful. If carrying him is too much trouble, she and her brother will gladly look after him. Tian grows increasingly frustrated, telling Tang Guo to stop causing trouble and mind her own business. Finally, Uncle Da steps in to keep the peace, agreeing to let Tang Guo have her way and bring him along. Tian is shocked and tries to argue. Uncle Da flicks his cigarette away, finalizing the decision. He orders the crew to find a sturdy wooden branch to serve as a makeshift crutch. He tells Tang Guo to inspect the boy's wounds. The rest of the crew quickly disperses to carry out their assigned tasks. Tian is still baffled and asks why they are keeping a potential threat. He is an evolver and could easily turn on them once healed. Uncle Da just chuckles and asks, how is that a threat? They are an entire squad of armed evolvers, so there is no reason to fear a lone survivor. Patting Tian on the shoulder, Da explains the girl is useful. They will need her to brew more valuable potions later, especially the paralyzing neurotoxins they rely on to hunt down level 2 mutated beasts. She might be innocent, but she is no fool. If they do not show her some respect, she might grow to resent them. Plenty of other squads would gladly steal her away. They both glance over at Tang Guo and her brother tending to Zhongming. Moreover, if the kid really has a map, that is a huge win. If not, he can still serve as a disposable scout. This setup will naturally delay his recovery anyway. Uncle Da grins coldly, hinting he makes a perfect distraction for unbeatable monsters. Tian laughs, praising the older man's brilliant, devious plan. The pair walk back over to Zhongming. Da casually asks if he truly has the area map memorized, and Zhongming quickly nods. Tian points aggressively, calling him a liar with no map. Zhongming just taps his temple confidently, saying it is all safely locked in his head. Uncle Da pulls out a piece of paper with a sly grin, asking if Zhongming has ever encountered this specific ingredient list. Zhongming takes the paper, recognizing the formula for a powerful nerve-paralyzing neurotoxin with a single glance. He realizes Uncle Da only dared to show him this secret recipe because he knows Zhongming is neither an alchemist nor a pharmacist. Glancing at Tang Guo, Zhongming smiles. Having a pocket alchemist on his future team does not sound bad at all. Yi Zhongming sat there, his face wrapped in bandages as he built a fire, surrounded by an eerie, dead silence. With a dark, doubtful expression, he wondered how a squad this clueless and weak could call themselves an elite unit. Clenching his fist, Zhongming smiled, relieved that his recovery was on track, though he was still 2 days away from ditching his crutches. Turning his back to the massive tree trunk, Ye Zhongming carefully pulled out a brilliant gem from his necklace, instantly bringing back memories of his brutal fight with the 3-tailed devil frog that desperately threw this stone to hold him back. Zhongming focused on it intensely, finding another mid-tier ice gem, making all his brutal injuries completely worth the struggle. He reasoned that channeling the blue blood lotus through this mid-tier ice gem would easily match the raw force of his polar ice dragon fist. In other words, he now held a trump card equal to a level 4 mutant's strongest attack, sparking a mischievous idea the moment he turned around. Once he fully recovered in 2 days, he would slowly use a few alchemy recipes to win over the little girl. Under a crimson sky, the group trekked deeper into the woods, and Zhongming decided to ask a few questions. Tang Guo mentioned he was her brother, so Tang Qian explained they were half-siblings, which explained the huge age gap between them. The two of them introduced themselves. Zhongming wondered why he seemed to be the only non-evolver. But Tang Qian explained he had given his evolution potion to Tang Guo. Tang Qian asked if something was wrong, while Ye Zhongming struggled to stand, saying they had failed to find the materials they wanted. He pointed behind his back, pointing out the tiger tooth grass they had been searching for. Hearing this, Tianjiang rushed over, drawing everyone's attention, and picked it up while calling out to his uncle that it was real. Uncle Da smiled, confident more grew nearby. And as they scattered to search the brush, Zhongming secretly rejoiced at his luck. It seemed his luck was holding out, miraculously stumbling upon two incredibly useful herbs, and one of them already perfectly matched one of his active formulas. Tianjiang was thrilled to find 10 more tiger toothgrass stalks, a stash large enough to brew 10 paralysis potions, as Uncle Da happily pocketed them. With these paralysis potions, they could hunt level 2 mutants, making their own 2-star evolutions a real possibility. A sudden scream startled them all, instantly drawing the attention of both Zhongming and Tang Qian. A young man dashed over, shouting a frantic warning to run from the level 2 red-eyed deer charging their way. Tianjiang panicked and urged his uncle to run, while Tang Guo hesitated, only to be dragged away by Tang Qian as Ye Zhongming stood firm. Facing 2 level 2 mutants was suicide, leaving Tang Guo with no choice but to follow her brother's lead. Looking at his necklace, Zhongming calculated that if his body were at peak strength, he could crush those 2 beasts with a snap of his fingers. But now he had to waste a valuable gem as his staff flared to life. Bracing for battle, he recalled the 3 low-tier gems he had started with. This was his last one, so he drew only 1/4 of its power to conserve it, unleashing the blooming blue blood lotus. Once the group reached safety, Uncle Da asked if they had the gear, and Tianjiang held up the bag to confirm everything was secure. Tang Guo grew increasingly anxious, and even Tang Qian began to worry about Ye Zhongming's fate. With nearly half an hour gone, the beasts had likely moved on, prompting someone to suggest returning, if only to retrieve his remains. Uncle Da agreed and led them back in single file. While Tianjiang grumbled about returning to such a dangerous area, Uncle Da reminded him not to forget the valuable tiger tooth grass still left behind. Zhongming sat casually roasting meat next to the carcasses of the 2 red-eyed deer, leaving a stunned Tianjiang to gasp at his survival. Tang Guo cheered, overjoyed to see Ye Zhongming alive, while another young man stood in absolute disbelief at his survival. He wondered if a natural predator nearby had killed the beasts, marveling at the sheer luck of this crippled kid. Another noticed the demonic crystals on the deer's heads were missing, causing Uncle Da to demand answers in a furious rage, demanding to know where the level 2 magic crystals went. Zhongming casually pulled them out to show off. Tianjiang grinned and reached out, but Zhongming sneered, telling them they were dreaming if they thought they deserved these. Zhongming tightly gripped the magic crystals, repeating his cold rejection, leaving the entire group absolutely stunned by his defiance. They broke into mocking laughter, jeering that a cripple who could barely walk dared to talk about entitlement. They joked his brain must be damaged, but when Tang Guo tried to intervene, Tang Qian held her back as the others drew their weapons. Tang Guo threw herself in front of them, begging everyone to stop and drop their weapons. She desperately pleaded with Zhongming to just hand over the 2 level 2 magic crystals before things turned fatal. Ye Zhongming quietly thought that a sweet, kind-hearted kid like her truly belonged safe inside an alchemy lab. Tian shoved her aside, gritting his teeth and snapping at why they were even wasting their breath. But then, Ye Zhongming casually tossed 2 magic crystals onto the dirt, utterly shocking them both with a sudden gesture. Uncle Da frowned and threatened him. He warned that since he ignored the rules, it was too late now, and a harsh lesson was in order. Zhongming just smiled, suddenly asking an entirely unrelated question. He asked the guy in the back if he felt the same, making him instantly explode. What? Is my business any of your concern? Kid, quit being delusional. But Ye Zhongming just turned to the hooded guy next, asking if he also shared that view. The hooded guy spat back, telling him to shut up. Zhongming then turned his gaze to Tang Tian, Tang Guo's older brother, asking him the exact same question. Glancing behind him, Tang Tian gave a slippery reply, dodging the question. Does it really matter what I think? Zhongming scoffed, his voice ringing out. You want magic crystals? Well, I have plenty right here. He cast a spell, and a massive pile of magic crystals suddenly materialized on the ground. They gasped in absolute shock. What kind of sorcery was this? Didn't we thoroughly search him already? How on earth does he have this many? Ye Zhongming simply pulled out a glowing necklace with a cold smirk. Why the blank stares? Look, there is even more, he teased. Their panic spiked. How could there be this many? There had to be at least 3,000 crystals there. Zhongming smirked deviously, telling them not to rush. As even more began piling up, Uncle Da started sweating. These were level 2 magic crystals, and there were far too many. Ye Zhongming just opened his hand, whispering there was still more. He glanced over, mocking them by asking if they even recognized what was next. They stared, completely unable to believe their own eyes. Level 3? No way. How could a single person possess this many high-level magic crystals? It was terrifying. He let out a soft whisper, saying there was more, freezing them all in place with sheer terror. Zhongming unleashed the magic of his staff. There was plenty left, but unfortunately, he pointed it right at their faces. Like I said, you are not qualified. A sudden burst of magical energy erupted, slamming directly into Tian and Uncle Da. The two collapsed instantly, leaving the rest of the gang panicking, unable to comprehend his insane power. One of them squeaked out, "Now I get how those two monsters died." Tang Guo stammered, calling out Ye Zhongming's name. He offered to teach her a special potion formula, asking if she wanted to learn. Then, he tossed over a bundle of herbs, leaving her completely baffled. He turned his cold gaze to the terrified survivors. They instantly fell to their knees, begging for his forgiveness. Ye Zhongming sneered, telling them they must work for him if they wanted to live. Above them, the crimson sky swarmed with savage, bloodthirsty beasts. Tang Guo excitedly turned to Ye Zhongming, asking what lay down below. Below them, a massive pack of horned monsters with savage, bloodthirsty eyes roam. He calmly explained that they were called cloud hooves, since they resembled horses on Earth, but possessed 4 distinct, pure, white toes. Struggling off his stretcher, Zhongming felt his body aching all over, but his mood was fantastic. It had been brutal trapping these cloud hooves in the Shanghai Deathlands, and running into an alchemist like Tang Guo along the way meant his master plan was finally ready to go. Turning to Tang Guo, he asked how many potions she had managed to craft. She smiled proudly, showing them all off while pacing curiously around him. "But what is this red liquid? Is it some kind of poison? And where did you hide that magic staff from earlier? Also, what were those 2 sparkling gems you were polishing along the way?" Ye Zhongming chuckled helplessly. "Are you basically a walking encyclopedia of questions?" With the group following closely behind, he led them further down to scout out a much better vantage point. They reached a vast, desolate field without a single soul in sight. Ye Zhongming smiled with satisfaction. This spot would do perfectly. He instructed Tang Guo to hand out the Luohong water, ordering the rest of the crew to sprinkle the mixture evenly across the dirt. Ye Zhongming turned to Tang Tian, whispering, "Tang Tian, in a moment, you will lure those cloud hooves over." Tang Guo panicked, trying to intervene. "That is way too dangerous. My brother is not going." Ye Zhongming's voice turned ice cold. "Everyone must prove their worth here. I do not carry dead weight." He stared intently at Tang Tian, reading the man's true intentions easily. "I know you are no ordinary guy, and I know you want your sister to follow me." Tang Tian frowned, calmly asking what he could actually offer her. It played out exactly as Ye Zhongming expected. The only thing this protective brother truly cared about was his sister's safety. He immediately sharpened his tone. "I do need Tang Guo to do something, but unlike your previous squad, working for me is incredibly safe. There is absolutely zero risk." He spoke with utter confidence, promising that she could easily become a 2-star evolver, and eventually 3-star, rising to an intermediate or advanced alchemist. Tang Tian remained anxious, asking how he could possibly trust him. Ye Zhongming looked back calmly. "You do not have to believe me. You just need to survive, and see it for yourself." He coldly pointed behind him. "If this is a suicide mission, those 3 are much better suited than me. Of course, there is no absolute safety anywhere in this hellish death zone." Tang Tian steeled his resolve and declared, "I will go. But if anything happens, you must protect Tang Guo." Ye Zhongming smiled with absolute satisfaction, tossing him the evolutionary potion as an advance reward. Catching it with pure shock written all over his face, Tang Tian quickly drank it, sighing in relief. A 1-star evolutionary potion. He realized Ye Zhongming had been testing his loyalty. Sharp pain hit, making him wince. If he had refused earlier, even if they tag along, his and Tang Guo's lives wouldn't mean any more to him than those other 3. The other 3 soon returned from their mission to report. "Boss Ye, we have successfully dispersed the potion." Ye Zhongming immediately barked out his orders. "You 3, guard Tang Guo. Tang Tian, as soon as you are ready, move out." Tang Tian fought to stay calm, preparing to carry out his dangerous mission. Ye Zhongming stepped into the drug-soaked zone alone. ready to accelerate the growth of the plants covered in red liquid. He quickly unleashed his special gardening ability. Brilliant green light instantly flooded the sky, causing the surrounding flora to sprout at a dizzying, unnatural speed. Feeling his energy drain, Ye Zhongming knew it was time to hide. He and Tang Guo ducked behind a massive boulder to observe. As Tang Tian sprinted past, Tang Guo urgently signaled to catch his eye and guide him towards safety. He panted heavily as he ran up, warning that the beasts were right behind him. Ye Zhongming grinned. The cloud claws were successfully lured to the trap. Suddenly, the pack froze. Their sharp eyes locked onto the patches of grass ahead, completely filled with deep suspicion. Driven by insatiable hunger, the beasts began greedily devouring the grass. A stunned Tang Guo whispered, "What did you make me brew? Why do they love it so much?" Ye Zhongming chuckled quietly. The recipe was incredibly simple, yet barely anyone used it. It was no secret before his regression, but the formula only appeared on rank 3 wheels and above. To be precise, it only became widely known 5 years after the apocalypse first started. By then, the evolutionary levels of mutant creatures had already skyrocketed. Back then, the potion was useless against high-level monsters, but right now, it was absolutely perfect. Tang Guo chimed in. "Is it poison?" Ye Zhongming gave a sly grin. "An aphrodisiac." Tang Guo stared at him, absolutely speechless. Down below, the drugged beasts began acting highly hyperactive and agitated. Their crazed eyes locked instantly onto the females in the pack. Driven by raw primal instinct, they clashed. Tang Tian quickly shielded Tang Guo's eyes, saving her from the chaotic spectacle. He shot a deeply skeptical look toward Ye Zhongming, asking, "Seriously? This is the grand plan of yours?" Ye Zhongming smirked smugly, replying, "Hey, as long as it works." Tang Guo gently pulled his hands away, protesting, "I am really not a little kid anymore, just slightly surprised." Tang Tian asked skeptically, "Should we kill them now?" Ye Zhongming calmly shook his head. "Patience, just a little longer." He then pulled out a massive chunk of fresh meat. Handing it to a lackey nearby, he warned, "Those beasts below are completely crazed. Go down now, and they will trample you into mincemeat." The group quickly built a fire to roast the meat. Ye Zhongming urged everyone to eat as much as possible to build up energy for later. Exchanging brief glances, they all nodded in agreement. As the surviving cloud claws tore each other to pieces, Ye Zhongming ordered, "All right, let's get to work." Below, the ground was littered with a massive pile of dead beasts. Tang Guo couldn't help but worry about Ye Zhongming, asking if he could handle the work in his current condition. He smiled warmly. Though not fully healed, he was already back to about 70% of his maximum strength. Tang Tian asked out of pure curiosity, "How on earth did so many of these beasts die?" Ye Zhongming calmly explained, "The potion did more than arouse them. It drove them mad, sparking a frenzied bloodbath as they fought aggressively over mating rights." He lowered his voice, warning, "Stay far away from any that are still breathing. Only harvest crystals from the dead ones." Tang Guo and Tang Tian hesitantly stepped closer, warily inspecting the massive heaps of dead beasts. The rest of the crew eagerly harvested the rank 2 magic crystals, laughing arrogantly. One cocky survivor even went to mock a barely living beast. "A rank 2 beast? Look at you. You're pathetic, and can barely even move." But before he could even finish his boast, the dying beast lunged with shocking speed, sending him flying through the air with a brutal tackle. The entire team stood completely paralyzed. Ye Zhongming frowned, his icy gaze sweeping over the shaken crowd. "You two, keep gathering crystals. Everyone else, listen to me closely." He paused, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Do not touch any of the living ones." As Tang Guo trembled with worry, Tang Tian quickly comforted her, saying the idiot got exactly what he deserved for ignoring warnings. "Tang Guo, you're just too soft-hearted." Ye Zhongming then turned, urging them, "Move faster. The potion is going to wear off very soon." After some time, they finally finished gathering the magic crystals and handed them over to Ye Zhongming. He immediately issued the next order, picking out several fresh, intact carcasses to drag over to the valley entrance. They had to slice open their veins to let the blood flow heavily. The two had no idea what Ye Zhongming wanted, but they still nodded in agreement. They quickly located the cloud claw beasts and dragged them away. After a grueling effort of dragging carcasses and draining their blood, they finally finished. Ye Zhongming nodded with satisfaction, but in the next second, he suddenly drew his cold blade. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, and the loudmouth slumped to the ground with a fatal chest wound. Tang Guo let out a terrified shriek, her eyes wide at the gruesome sight. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming calmly searched the dead body. Tang Tian panicked and quickly hid the magic crystals. Yet, Ye Zhongming remained dead silent, ordering everyone to set up an ambush with him. The sudden execution left Tang Tian and Tang Guo deeply shaken, yet they still followed him. They slipped behind the dense forest to hide. Keeping watch, Ye Zhongming spotted an incoming shadow in the sky, a level 4 mutated eagle, clearly lured in by the scent of fresh blood. The atmosphere around the campsite was thick with heavy tension and dread. Huddled figures sat in the cramped space right next to the piles of defeated zombie corpses. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the heavy silence. Drop the magic crystals and get lost. Liang Shuyin spun around, her sharp gaze locking onto the thug standing nearby. One of the thugs recognized her immediately. Wait, wasn't this Liang Shuyin, that super famous internet celebrity and online hot girl? The leader barked out a cold command. Leave the magic crystals and the girl behind. The rest of you, beat it. Xiao Hu smirked and teased. Well, aren't you a popular one? Gorgeous? Furious. Liang Shuyin snapped that his slacking guard duty let the enemy slip right in. Since he caused this mess, he had to clean it up. Standing nearby, Yue Daiwan just smiled. Xiao Hu wasn't actually slacking off. Luring all those zombies to this exact spot earlier was entirely his doing. Xiao Hu gave a thumbs up, signaling Master Yue was the absolute best. Meanwhile, the ignored leader grew furious at their jokes. Feeling completely insulted, losing all patience, he barked out the order. You won't cry until you see your coffins. Kill them all. But before he could react, a massive iron shield came hurtling straight into the group of thugs. Xiao Hu casually picked up a wooden stick and complained, I sent you so many signals. What took you so long? Sheng Yuan shrugged sheepishly. My bad. Fell asleep. Working in perfect sync, the duo swiftly laid waste to the entire gang of thugs. In no time, the thugs were completely wiped out, groaning on the ground. Liang Shuyin walked over to them and calmly warned them to leave immediately. Xiao Hu calmly asked her about today's haul, which brought a very smug smile to Liang Shuyin's face. Counting today, they had gathered 1,500 level 1 crystals and 20 level 2 crystals. Xiao Hu sighed, disappointed that those thugs only carried such a measly amount. Mo Ye quickly chimed in, reminding them that it was almost time to meet up with Sha Lei. Lighting a cigarette, Xiao Hu sighed. Gu Pu had been waiting at the wasteland for days with zero news. They had no idea when their boss would return. Right at that moment, a green flare shot high into the sky, leaving a brilliant streak of light. They instantly recognized it as Sister Xia's emergency signal. What was happening? The entire sky suddenly began turning a deep, fiery red. Standing firm, Ye Zhongming focused and unleashed his blue blood strike. The hideous beast collapsed instantly, left with absolutely no strength to fight back. He ordered everyone to harvest the magic crystals as quickly as possible. To Ye Zhongming, these screaming toads were the absolute perfect prey to hunt. He drew his knife and carved a decisive slice right into the monster's body. Their internal glands could be harvested, dried out, and soaked in strong liquor. Once prepared, this would drastically boost one's resistance against highly toxic poisons. He smiled, thrilled to secure such valuable loot. A single gland from these screaming toads could easily be traded for a 2-star evolution potion. Ye Zhongming was thrilled. Since these monsters lacked speed and defense, using those cloud claw carcasses as bait in this valley was the perfect call. Suddenly, his instincts flared with a bad feeling. Ye Zhongming shouted a warning to the team, telling them to fall back to the hillside and hide. Something massive was approaching, and everyone could feel the raw danger looming in the air. His mind raced as he calculated their haul. Over 3 days, they got 500 level 2 crystals, 7 level 3 crystals, and rare materials, a highly stable harvest. Still, Ye Zhongming felt a pang of regret for missing his chance to tame that level 4 mutated eagle. But there was nothing he could do. The 3 novices before him were nothing like the elites he had personally trained alongside Liang Shuyin. Ducking back into hiding to observe, Ye Zhongming spotted a pack of fanged cavalry beasts marching in tight formation in the distance. They were easily the most disciplined monsters he had ever encountered in the Shang wastelands. The fierce beasts made him hesitate, especially since only 2 level 3 monsters led the pack. Ye Zhongming cursed under his breath. Taking down level 3 beasts would require using mid-grade gems. Even if he slaughtered their entire pack, he would only walk away with 2 level 3 magic crystals. It was getting late, and the hunting trip was almost over. Suddenly, a loud howl echoed, jolting Ye Zhongming awake. That was Di Huangguan's howl. The goofy dog had actually succeeded in calling the others over. Ye Zhongming recalled the past. Sending the dog to find help was a desperate gamble, given it was only a level 2 mutant creature. Without his guidance, crossing a deadly zone alone to search for Shuyin and the others seemed like an impossible mission. Yet, the result blew past his expectations. Not only did the loyal dog succeed, but it also guided the squad straight into the danger zone to rescue him without a single second wasted. As soon as the fanged beasts heard the commotion, they instantly swerved and charged toward the source of the noise. Zhongming seized the opportunity to tell the group that they should bypass the hillside to meet up with their allies. But Tang Guo panicked, realizing their allies were charging head-on. She covered her mouth in fear, wondering if they were crazy to fight the monsters directly. Zhongming watched the approaching group, finding their reckless actions incredibly strange. No one in his squad was that reckless. Even though Little Tiger talked big, he was always exceptionally calm under pressure. The savage fanged beasts were closing in fast. Zhongming grew anxious, knowing his comrades would never make such a reckless decision under normal circumstances. Why on earth were they charging down? The squad rushed down with everything they had, while Sheng Yuan activated his immovable fortress to shield everyone in the area. Fa Tu also summoned his void shield, boosting Sheng Yuan's defensive barrier to the max. Zhongming ran over and shouted for Sheng Yuan to open a gap for them. The squad welcomed him happily as he slipped inside the barrier. Scanning each of their faces, he strictly asked if everyone was all right, his voice tense with concern. Then, he demanded to know who authorized them to charge at these terrifying beasts. As the fanged beasts charged aggressively, Little Tiger smugly tossed him a card, telling him that this was the reason. Zhongming caught it, shocked to see it was a powerful beast-taming card. Once activated, this legendary card could seal any mutant creature that matched its specific rank. If the seal succeeded, the captured mutant would transform into a loyal battle pet. These tamed mutant beasts would lose all their original memories, obeying only their master's commands. Furthermore, they had absolutely no way of evolving unless a highly specialized upgrade card was used. Zhongming smiled with immense satisfaction, demanding to know where they scored such a prize. Xia Lei grinned mischievously, admitting they stole it, leaving Tang Guo and Tang Tian utterly panic-stricken. Xia Lei teased them with a smirk, while Liang Shuyin chimed in, asking if his taste in companions had suddenly changed. Maybe he prefers raising them from scratch. Hearing this, Little Tiger stared at Zhongming with eyes full of pure admiration. He jokingly praised the boss for planning his future happiness, a ridiculous statement that instantly drew disgusted glares from the entire squad. Zhongming chuckled, acknowledging that these monsters were indeed some of the most highly disciplined mutants out there. He noticed the beasts attempting to split their forces, with one group trying to flank them from behind. Little Tiger broke into a cold sweat, asking how to handle them. Zhongming sighed, asking if he completely forgot to consider this when rushing in. He smirked proudly, pointing out they had the card. They could seal one level 3 beast, leaving just one level 3 and some level 2s. For the boss, that would be child's play. Zhongming honestly did not expect his team to have such blind faith in him. He looked at them, a faint smile gracing his lips. With his loyal squad by his side, they might actually have a real chance. Without saying another word, Zhongming leaped past the defensive barrier to face the savage fanged beasts. A massive, radiant glow of pure energy erupted from his hands, unleashing the basic summoning spell. The fanged beasts immediately panicked. They roared and retreated, but could not escape the control of the massive stone summon. Seeing his chance, Zhongming charged forward, heading straight for the alpha beast. He pulled out the special card, releasing a violent wave of energy that left the beasts utterly stunned. The beasts could not comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, Zhongming stood firm, his face showing absolutely no emotion. In his hand sat the card, now perfectly imprinted with the image of the massive beast he had just defeated. As the remaining beasts stood dazed in the smoke, Zhongming suddenly soared into the air, activating his wind flame blade. Raging fire erupted from his blade. With a swift downward strike, he engulfed the panicked horde of beasts in a massive, roaring sea of flames. Little Tiger laughed and praised his boss's power, but Zhongming only offered a cool response. He reminded them that they were still surrounded, prompting Little Tiger to raise his blade with extreme excitement. As another pack of beasts charged from the outside, Zhongming quickly ordered Tang Guo, Tang Tian, and Yue Shi to stay inside the defensive barrier. Chuyin, you're tough. You two make sure to protect them. Liang Chuyin calmly replied, no problem, leave it to us. Raising his blade, he said, all right, The rest of you and I will face the enemy. With that, Ye Zhongming threw the robot down and inserted the core. A cannon immediately emerged as the system announced its activation. 99 energy units. Tier 2 Fortress mode activated. Laser Fortress. A shell rapidly fired toward the charging beast riders. Xiao Hu and his team seized the moment and charged. Meanwhile, a beast rider eyed Ye Zhongming and lunged at his blind spot. Ye Zhongming threw out a card, sending it flying straight toward the lunging beast. Once struck by the card, the beast turned and charged at its own ally. While the confused monsters roared, Ye Zhongming dashed forward with incredible speed and quickly finished off one of them. Ye Zhongming then shouted, "Xiao Hu, seize this chance. Don't let it slip away." The young man quickly called back, "Understood, boss." Striking down a beast, Xiao Hu realized how insanely powerful his boss had become. With that robot, he probably did not even need a taming card to solo this entire pack of monsters alone. Watching from behind the protective shield, Tang Guo gasped in awe. She had no idea Ye Zhongming was actually this powerful. Hang Tian chimed in, saying, "We risk our lives just for Tier 1 crystals and run from Tier 2 zombies, but he is truly on another level." Glancing at Tang Guo, he thought to himself, "But we are incredibly lucky." Tang Guo's kindness did not go to waste. This team will definitely go far. Sometime later, silence finally returned to the forest. Ye Zhongming instructed everyone that the fangs and sharp claws of these fallen beasts made excellent crafting materials. "Be careful when harvesting them," he warned, and everyone agreed. He then turned to ask, "Xiao Hu, do you guys want mounts?" Xiao Hu asked, utterly confused. "What kind of mounts?" Liang Chuin chimed in with curiosity. "Are they cute?" Ye Zhongming casually replied, "Those cloud hoof eggs, once they hatch and grow, will become our personal mounts. And as for cute, they are adorable when they are babies." Their eyes sparkling, they asked where, and he pointed near the exit of the cloud hoof nest. Looking at the mountain ahead, Ye Zhongming continued, "We have cleared out the cloud hoofs and fanged beast riders here. The remaining mutated monsters will not pose much of a threat. Either way, we must move fast." Before he even finished speaking, those two happily ran off. Just then, Xia Lei and Mo Ye approached. "Zhongming, we have gathered info from Ancheng. The situation around our Yunding Manor is actually pretty similar." Xia Lei pulled out a map and added, "Since you told us not to touch Yunding Manor, we left it alone. But a massive crowd has gathered there, seemingly divided into 3 factions. Since we did not make direct contact, we still need to verify their exact strength." She spread the map out on the ground and began to analyze the situation. The biggest local threat is not Yunding Manor, but rather other forces around it. There are at least 5 main factions here. Xia Lei pointed to a specific location, explaining that the Sci-Tech City Squad had occupied a village 12 kilometers east of Mount Yunding. She went into detail. Their leader, named Da Kai, is a formidable 2-star evolved human. There is likely a Tier 2 wheel in that village. He controls quite a large group, probably over 500 men. They have at least 31-star evolved members. Over here, 70 to 80 survivors currently occupy a massive cement factory, calling themselves the Hungry Lake Knights. Pointing to another spot, she continued, "Most of them are quite young, but they have already made a formidable name for themselves. Though they lack a 2-star evolved, almost all of them are 1-star. There is likely a wheel inside that factory too, and several of them have acquired incredibly powerful combat classes. A few days ago, they clashed with the Sci-Tech City Squad, and their combined forces nearly killed Da Kai himself." Moving on, Xia Lei pointed and said, "This is Ancheng Prison. Mo Ye investigated this area, so she can fill us in." Mo Ye immediately reported, "This prison is highly notorious in our police system, housing some of the most desperate and twisted criminals. Now, those ruthless inmates have completely taken over the entire facility." She scouted near the prison for half a day and estimated their numbers to be at least 1,000. They also possess a vast array of vehicles and weapons. Their current boss is Zhang Dalong, known to everyone as Black Dragon. When he was first captured, she and Xia Lei were both present. He is incredibly dangerous. He previously went to Thailand to master authentic Muay Thai, then to South Korea for Taekwondo. After training, he smuggled goods along the Miaojiang border, stole from a major kingpin, and then arrived in Ancheng to run high-stakes, bloody operations. Xia Lei wondered how he was still alive, since he technically should have been executed long ago. Mo Ye continued, explaining that he is a 2-star evolved with a class, rumored to be a summoner. Ye Zhongming quickly corrected her. He is not a summoner, but a ghost cat master. He knew this villain well, knowing he would become a powerhouse in the future. That evening, at the factory, everyone finished gathering and transporting the Cloud Claw eggs back. With their work done, they all gathered around the campfire to eat and relax. Ye Zhongming and his group sat to one side as Mo Ye pointed to a spot on the map. Right now, the most important target they needed to watch out for was Zhang Dalong. He and his subordinates were showing a strong desire to expand, wanting to seize more roulette wheels and hoard more resources. Mo Ye analyzed further. After surviving this long in the apocalypse, anyone with a brain knew that those roulette wheels were key resources. Whoever controlled them would get a head start on evolution. As they spoke, Ye Zhongming's cold gaze grew increasingly sharp. The brutal struggle for these roulette wheels had officially begun. This chaotic race would continue for several years before finally stabilizing. And even when things did settle, human conflicts would simply shift toward high-level roulette wheels instead. Xia Lei suddenly remembered something. There was another strong faction here, a powerful minority group that had occupied an island in the middle of a reservoir right after the apocalypse began. The massive reservoir protected them incredibly well, allowing them to freely retreat or attack, and their development was going smoothly. Mo Ye added that while their true strength remained a mystery, they were undoubtedly very powerful. They are a clan of several hundred people who possess incredible spear skills, making them savage in battle. Xiaolei then added, "Our final neighbor is Dongshanku village." This faction was organized entirely by the local villagers, boasting the largest population among the 5 surrounding forces. Rumor has it they have over 5,000 people, and they closely guard a level 1 roulette wheel right at their entrance. Their leader is the village chief, known to everyone as Uncle Hai, a powerful 2-star evolved. As for how he reached 2 stars, they knew he traded a job scroll to young Master Yun, the boss of the Hungry Tiger Knights. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming muttered the name quietly, while Mo Ye voiced her own doubts. During her scouting, she noticed a very strange detail. They had an incredibly large arsenal of weapons. Although they looked homemade, their quality was excellent, as if made in a military factory. Ye Zhongming praised his team, saying they had gathered excellent intelligence, and he now understood the situation well. Ye Zhongming stared at the map, lost in deep thought. Those weapons from Dongshanko village weren't actually from a military facility. They were crafted by the master artisan, Li Hao. He recalled that Dongshanku would later become the Dongshan battle team. In his past life, Master Li Hao was the very craftsman who upgraded his own green-grade sniper rifle. He also vaguely remembered that when he visited Ying City in his past life, they had been completely wiped out, likely due to a monster tide or some other disaster. Stroking his chin, Ye Zhongming pondered. He had never even heard of that technology squad or the Hungry Tiger Knights in his previous life. The primary target remained Zhang Dalong. After all, Ye Zhongming had chosen Cloud Peak, which was Zhang Dalong's territory, in his past life. Reincarnating had allowed him to encounter 3 future 9-star powerhouses in such a short time. Unfortunately, except for Mu Xinfei, he had already disrupted the evolution paths of the other 2. After a moment, Xiaolei spoke up again, mentioning that besides these 5 forces, there were also numerous scattered small squads around. Though they didn't require much attention. Only a group called the Black Cloak Squad and something called the Soul Merchant Guild were worth noting, as their strength was respectable. Ye Zhongming frowned, muttering the name of the Soul Merchant. Seeing his sudden shift in attitude, Mo Ye asked with confusion, "What is it?" He hadn't reacted at all to the 5 major powers. Why did an insignificant group like the Soul Merchant trigger such a strong reaction from him? At that, Ye Zhongming suddenly stood up and told everyone to go get some rest. He instructed Little Tiger's group to keep watch while he went to handle something. The 3 watched him leave in confusion. Meanwhile, in Ying City, a glass shattered loudly. President Wang roared in anger, demanding why, after so many days, this was the only result. Dong Yang replied with cold indifference, "President Wang, I know Xiao Dao's death was a heavy blow to you, but what is done. As long as the bastards who murdered Xiao Dao and the others are still breathing, we will track them down. In this chaotic apocalypse, they cannot have gone very far." Furious, President Wang slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "He wasn't your family, so of course you are in no rush." Dong Yang smirked coldly, casually raising his wine glass before speaking. "It's not like you only had one relative anyway. So, what if one died?" As President Wang roared in rage, a nearby ally stepped in to stop their bickering. He ordered the search to continue, declaring they must locate the nature staff at all costs. He added that representatives from the Soul Merchant had just arrived. Their new trade list surprisingly included a 2-star evolution potion, which was definitely something everyone desperately wanted. Everyone stood up in shock. Dong Yang questioned, "Without the nature staff, what does that side even want from us now?" The masked man replied, "They want people. Lots of them." He continued, explaining that they demanded 10,000 ordinary humans, or the equivalent of 1,000 one-star evolved survivors. The shocking revelation left the entire group trying to figure out what those merchants were actually planning. The masked man coldly says, "Even though we found the 2-star wheel and paid a heavy price to take it, spinning it requires level 2 magic crystals. It took us a whole week of saving just to spin it 2 or 3 times, and we haven't got a single 2-star potion this half-month. To make it worse, the colored wheel explosion caused us severe losses. The deaths of Xiao Dao and Ah Quan have weakened our overall strength even further. What we need right now is to boost our own strength. But I don't get why the Spirit Merchant Association, which can help us power up, requires so many people." Everyone listens with grim faces as he explains the situation. Suddenly, Tong Yang speaks up with a suggestion. "President, is this timeline too tight? With danger lurking everywhere outside right now, our manpower is actually very limited, and trying to capture 20,000 people in under a week is a bit." Then, the president cuts him off. "There are some gathering points we originally planned to use as sources for magic crystals, materials, and intel, so we were quite polite," the masked man says, picking up a wine glass. "Unfortunately, everything there has been snatched by someone else and is no longer under our control. So, there's no need for us to be polite anymore, right?" He stares playfully at his red wine, before dropping a specific name, Wulan County, for instance. Sitting in his room, Ye Zhongming ponders, shocked to hear the name of the Spirit Merchant Association this early on. Pulling out a stone, he recalls his past life. In those 10 years of the apocalypse, the Spirit Merchant Association was the largest, bloodiest, and most heartless organization. Though there is no need to provoke them just yet, he must still prepare thoroughly, just in case a clash happens. If they cross him, he will show them no mercy. Bringing the stone near the sacrificial gate, he smiles. Luckily, this deadly zone trip yielded plenty of materials to finally unlock the gate. Tons of materials pour from the stone into the sacrificial gate. As it absorbs them, the embedded gem glows brilliantly. Ye Zhongming notes that all his currently useless junk has been sacrificed. Just one final tiny step left, but if he relies on magic crystals, it might take over 10,000 level 1 once. Forget that. Compared to ghost metal, which is useless now, keeping those crystals is way more important. So, he pulls out a piece of ghost metal and tosses it in. Ye Zhongming stares at the gate with high hopes, waiting for a treasure to pop out. But after a while, nothing happens, leaving him puzzled. Grabbing the gate, he blurts out, "What gives? Why is there nothing?" Examining the embedded stone closely, he is confused to see a progress bar appearing. Surely he doesn't have to fill the gem up all over again, right? He inspects the gate, filled with doubt, especially since, even if he throws in his entire fortune, what if this thing demands a 3rd round? He tries to comfort himself, thinking it cannot be that bad, and that he just did it wrong. Reaching out, Ye Zhongming presses the stone, and a dazzling golden beam erupts instantly. He watches in absolute shock as the light shoots straight up. Spurred to action, Ye Zhongming rushes outside, only to find the massive beam has pierced through the ceiling, lighting up the entire night sky. Just as he had guessed, it is indeed nighttime now. This golden pillar is so bright that the entire city can easily spot it. Ye Zhongming immediately barks orders to his crew. "Pack up, we need to leave right now." Confused, Xiao Hu asks, "Boss, what are you talking about?" Meanwhile, inside the room, strange words begin to materialize beneath the glowing sacrificial gate. The team quickly finishes packing up and speeds away in their vehicle. Standing at the front of the vehicle, Liang Chuyin scans ahead, spotting what looks like a small town. Passing through that town will lead them straight to Yunding Manor. After pulling over at a safe spot, Ye Zhongming suggests, "Let us rest here for a bit and grab some food. That small town is bound to have zombies, so a fight is highly likely." Fa Shuying happily chimes in, "I'll handle the cooking then." Mo Ye volunteers, "Xiao Lei and I will keep watch." Xiao Hu joins in too. "I'll scout the surrounding area with Tuo Se to gather intel." Sitting by the vehicle, Ye Zhongming inspects the box, studying the small text written on it. He realizes the fine print on the container has a special meaning, showing that the gate's gem can be refilled multiple times. The more times it is filled, the better the rewards. Ye Zhongming speculates with excitement, wondering what exactly he will get: a level 3 evolution potion, a skill scroll, or a class certificate. He opens it up, only to find a pair of boots. Disappointment washes over him. The blood-stepping warflower boots? Why did it have to be this piece of gear? Even an equipment blueprint would have been better. He quickly runs an appraisal, only to find out it is still an incomplete item. After finishing the appraisal, he sighs. I have to put in my own materials to activate it before it becomes a completed item. This thing is just trying to drain my materials. What a total scam. He pulls out a claw from a cloud beast to use as his first material. Tossing the claw into the boots, they instantly burst into a brilliant, blinding light. The system analyzes the boots, boosting agility, speed, and unlocking the rapid dash skill, increasing movement speed by 100% for 3 seconds with a 10-hour cooldown. He gasps in shock, realizing a mere 2-star cloud claw material actually yielded an active skill. Ye Zhongming then takes out a tail, discovering he can slot in a second upgrade material, choosing the tail of a lizard man this time. Once more, the system chimes, balanced agility and speed, enhanced flexibility, the sprint skill, plus a 100% speed boost for 3 seconds, with a 10-hour cooldown, and a stab skill that uses mental energy to deal damage. Seeing this, he is absolutely thrilled to have unlocked a second unique skill. Watching the boots adapt, Ye Zhongming weighs his options, knowing there is only one upgrade attempt left. Just combining the cloud, claw, and lizardman materials has already skyrocketed the quality of these boots. Next, he pulls out some ghost metal and immediately tries to slot it in. Unexpectedly, the system flags it as incompatible with the gear, requesting a different material. Ye Zhongming cannot believe his ears and shouts, "What? This is rare ghost metal from a chain prisoner that reached level 9, capable of clashing with weapons of any tier." Scratching his head in confusion, he is frustrated it cannot upgrade the boots. Since ghost metal is a no-go, he decides to use the inner tendon of a level 3 mist demon instead. He pulls out a glowing golden fabric, hoping it will do the trick. As Ye Zhongming stuffs the fabric in, the boots instantly explode with a brilliant golden radiance. Nearby, his companions enjoying their meal suddenly spot the blinding flash of light. Jiale mutters under her breath, "Why is he making such a scene instead of coming over to eat?" Mo Ye quickly warns, "Everyone, finish up fast and watch our surroundings. We need to be ready to move." Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming stands dazed before his upgraded boots. The system screen flashes once more, showing balanced agility, speed, and increased flexibility, along with the sprint skill, granting a 100% speed boost for 3 seconds, a 10-hour cooldown, and a kick skill that damages targets twice. It consumes 100 units of mental energy, unlocking a passive storage skill with an upgradable 2 cubic meter capacity, and a second passive skill, upgradable energy absorbing sand, absorbing all latent energy from any living being or organic matter touched, replenishing the user's stamina, and healing their physical injuries on the spot. Seeing this, he exults. Another gold epic grade gear piece, and unlike the sacrificial gate, I can put its power to use immediately. Putting on the boots, Ye Zhongming thinks to himself, putting aside the incredibly priceless spatial storage ability, that second passive, energy absorbing sand, is the ultimate guarantee for keeping him in the fight, acting as a god-tier passive that basically makes the wearer unkillable, especially since both of these abilities can be leveled up. After lacing them up, he tests them with a few hops before walking back to the group with absolute confidence. Spotting him, Xiaohu cheerfully asks, "Boss, what were you up to? Why the loud noise?" Before he can even answer, the kid quickly follow-ups. "Did you get new kicks? Are you that excited? Is it some limited edition release?" Hearing this, Mo Yi rolls her eyes and says, "All right, Xiaohu, why are you asking so many questions? Just shut up and eat." Ye Zhongming sits down and urges them, "All right, let's hurry up. Once we finish eating, we need to head out and try to reach the vicinity of Yunding Manor today." After their meal, the car hits the road again, but mid-journey, he suddenly senses something off. An armed group with guns drawn has completely blocked their path ahead. Everyone steps out of the car. Judging by their matching dark clothes, Mo Yi deduces they must be the black-clothed convoy. The leader of the group raises his hands, claiming they mean no harm. Mo Ye dryly replies that if they have no ill intent, they should tell their men to lower their weapons. Having guns pointed at us for too long makes everyone tense, and if someone reacts poorly, I cannot guarantee what might happen. Hearing this, the leader turns around and orders his crew to relax. He then beckons them to welcome their new friends who traveled from afar. He calls out for Lu Zi to bring over his pack of Wanghalu 1916. He then introduces himself as Yuan Shang, leading a convoy made up of family and close friends, known as the Black Clothed Convoy, because of their matching outfits. Though he claims they are just simple wanderers, Yuan Shang adds politely that seeing them pass by, he just wanted to check if they could do some business, hoping there is no misunderstanding. Standing behind him, Xia Lei raises her voice boldly, saying a misunderstanding is perfectly fine, and sometimes, a little misunderstanding can even be a good thing. Pausing with a smirk, she continues, "Fortunately, I love doing business, but let's see what you actually have." He flatters her, praising her sharp wit, before admitting they do not have many premium treasures on hand, mostly just food, water, and daily essentials. "Since you all look exhausted, how about buying a few things to eat?" Right at that moment, Ye Zhongming suddenly moves with blinding speed, blurring past Yuan Shang's men to snatch a package, sitting on top of one of their vehicles. Sprinting right back, Ye Zhongming tosses the bundle directly at the man's feet. Yuan Shang is stunned, recognizing his own bundle of explosives, while the young man is already back in his spot. Holding up the detonator, he said, "Boss Yuan, to do business, you have to show sincerity to get sincerity back. We do not kill needlessly, but we prefer discussing things in a completely safe environment." Seeing this, Yuan Shang was stunned, frantically wondering exactly when his own bomb detonator had been swiped right from under his nose. Yuan Shang sweated while clutching the package, as Ye Zhongming let out a smug, satisfied smile. Immediately, Yuan Shang frantically shouted, "My fault. Completely my fault. Brother, please do not get angry. After all, is not life tough for everyone in this broken world?" He then handed the package to Jialing and his lackey to throw away far away. Turning back, he flattered Ye Zhongming. "Whatever you need, just say the word." Ye Zhongming did not hesitate and went straight to the point. "I need 3 things. If you have them, price is negotiable." Raising 3 fingers, he listed them out: ammo, food, and intel. Hearing this, Yuan Shang stammered, looking troubled. "Ammo is pretty hard to find around here. I have a little, but not much. Food, however, is our main trade, so that is no problem at all. As for intel, I just do not know what you want." Ye Zhongming replied impatiently, "You do not understand my meaning. Forget about the ammo for a second. For intel, anything you think is useful can be used for trade. I will reward you based on the value of your information." Smiling mysteriously, he emphasized, "Finally, what I want is long-term grain reserves, not just some cooked food. There is a massive difference." Hearing this, Yuan Shang felt a deep sense of dread and suspicion. This guy wanted massive grain reserves in a world where people killed each other over a single piece of bread. What could he possibly be planning to do? Snapping out of his thoughts, Yuan Shang gestured for one of his lackeys to hurry over. The man brought a small bag to Yuan Shang, who opened it with a smile, counting 90 rounds for 50 magic crystals, a great fit for their guns. Ye Zhongming simply crossed his arms and agreed. Yuan Shang was thrilled. This guy did not bargain at all. He was incredibly rich. "In that case, would you be interested in some other handguns?" Yuan Shang asked, taking another bag of ammunition from his subordinate. Ye Zhongming asked, "How many?" Yuan Shang handed him the bag. "Not many, about 10 guns, gotcha crafted with guaranteed high quality, but only about 300 bullets in total." Ye Zhongming examined one of the handguns, praising its pristine condition, before telling him to name his price. Wide-eyed with surprise, Yuan Shang stated a price, and Ye Zhongming bought them all without hesitation. The lackeys cursed silently, completely shocked by how insanely wealthy this guy was. Boss Yuan made a massive profit, but they had to keep quiet. Rubbing his hands together with a flattering smile, Yuan Shang pondered his next move. "Do you want some flour, salt, and vinegar too?" Ye Zhongming casually tossed him a bag of magic crystals, saying, "No, just take your payment." Yuan Shang caught the small pouch and weighed it. "This feels like you paid way too much." Ye Zhongming's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, sharp gaze. "These are 500 level 1 magic crystals. Now, tell me where the armory is." Behind him, Yuan Shang's men panicked instantly. "What? How did you know that?" Sensing a threat, the men behind Yuan Shang quickly moved forward, ready for an immediate clash. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming and his group simply stared back at them, completely calm and unfazed. Yuan Shang quickly held his men back, urging calm, before turning to Ye Zhongming, who coolly said, "With your current strength, obtaining these weapons is already impressive, but since you cannot take the armory anyway, why not trade its location for some valuable magic crystals? With these 500 magic crystals and a bit of luck, You could even raise another evolved fighter for your squad. This is far more practical than keeping an armory you cannot even reach. Spicing up the deal, Zhongming smirked confidently. At this moment, sheer terror gripped Yuan Shang's mind. How did he know about the hidden armory? 10 guns, 300 bullets, and 200 magic crystals without bargaining, making him look like some legendary, mysterious tycoon. Gulping, he raised one finger. 1,000 crystals. Brother, and I will throw in the location of a small grain depot too. Zhongming looked genuinely intrigued. How much food is in there? He confidently replied. At least enough to feed 1,000 people for 2 whole months. Zhongming agreed. Deal. But I also want specific details on all the local factions around here. As the sun began to set, Zhongming boarded his truck to leave when Yuan Shang suddenly called out. Hey, are you not worried I might be lying? Zhongming simply glared back. Warning. Betraying me carries a heavy price. Do you dare try? Cold sweat dripping down. Yuan Shang stammered. Of course not. As his truck sped away, Zhongming yelled back. If you want to keep trading, bring more food to Cloud Peak Manor in 2 days. One of the lackeys hesitantly whispered. Boss, what if we? But Yuan Shang cut him off, snarling, get rid of that stupid idea right now. He then turned to glare at his crew, warning them all. You all know, I used to be a headhunter. My only real talent is judging people very accurately. So listen closely, because I am being dead serious right now. Never target that squad or cross them, no matter what. If you do not blame me for showing absolutely no mercy. His glare is terrifying as he warns them that wanting to die is fine, but dragging everyone else down is not. As dusk settles over Yunding Villa, a pair of binoculars focuses on the houses while Mo Ye peers through them to analyze the area. From a strategic standpoint, this place is a perfect stronghold, perched high on the cliffside with only one narrow path, making any direct assault incredibly difficult. Lowering his binoculars, Mo Ye stands on the car hood to deliver a grim warning. Unfortunately, this only applies to humans. CLA completely agrees, noting that to bloodthirsty zombies and mutated beasts, terrain differences are just minor inconveniences on their path to hunt. If the villa had not previously built a massive, sturdy boundary wall to protect visiting tourists from the dangers of the dense surrounding forest, this entire place would have been breached long ago. Yue Daiwan also chimes in, explaining that based on his quick calculations along the way, there are several thousand zombies here, not to mention numerous mutated beasts. With such lush greenery and abundant water, this environment naturally attracts hordes of terrifying, mutated creatures. Xia Lei adds with a serious expression that, according to Heya, 4 factions control the supply routes here, conflicting with their own findings. Standing behind them, Mo Ye carefully breaks down the details for Zhongming. To move in and out of the villa, these factions constantly use loud noises to distract the zombies before speeding past them in their vehicles. Almost every run costs lives, but this sheer danger is exactly why outside factions have left the villa alone for now. Liang Chuyin is shocked, wondering why they would choose such a terrifying place. Meanwhile, Zhongming rests his hand on his chin in deep thought. He has his reasons, but relying on memories from his past life means he cannot guarantee everything will go smoothly this time. Reassuring her, he promises to head out to Yunding Villa tonight to personally scout and assess the situation. As night falls, Xiaodong sits smugly on a long bench while Sister Rong and her 2 companions angrily slam the table over the meager offerings. She warns Xiaodong not to push his luck, but he sneers back, asking who does not understand the brutal reality of the world outside. He points out the terrifying hordes of zombies surrounding them, claiming his men risk their lives to secure even this much food, and she still complains. Lu Yan screams in anger, calling him an untrustworthy, shameless bastard. Xiaodong mockingly turns to his henchmen, asking if they also think he is an untrustworthy bastard who breaks his promises. His lackeys burst into mocking laughter, loudly agreeing with Lu Yan and joking that their boss is indeed a massive, shameless scoundrel. They mockingly suggest that maybe she actually likes bastards, teasingly offering to show her just how bad they can really be. Driven to tears, Xiao Xiao warns that divine retribution will eventually catch up to them. Xiaodong scowls, violently slamming his hand on the table as he roars that if trading their only assets for food is karma, he is happy to call off their deal entirely. Do they honestly think they can scavenge for food themselves? He mocks them as foolish, naive women acting noble in the apocalypse, calling them nothing more than a bunch of useless trash. Pointing directly at Sister Rong, he aggressively warns them to stop bringing up the fact that they once worked at the same company before the world ended. Overwhelmed with anger, he stands up to keep ranting. He warns them to be grateful, pointing out how brutally Wei Xiaoyang treats women, claiming that without his protection, they would have been slaughtered long ago instead of bargaining here. Cooling down slightly, Xiaodong gestures to the 3 small packages on the table, offering them a take-it-or-leave-it deal. He demands they remember the same old rules tonight. His henchmen snicker alongside him, loudly demanding they send different women tonight instead of the same familiar faces. Xiaodong smugly warns them to comply or have their rations cut in half. Fighting back tears, Xiao Xiao calls out to Sister Rong, who grits her teeth, grabs the supplies, and urges them to leave. As they leave, one of Xiaodong's new recruits wonders if they really have to keep supporting these helpless women. Xiaodong turns around, exhaling a heavy cloud of cigarette smoke as he sighs and explains that they have no choice. Wei Xiaoyang's faction, in the offices, and Old Man Lu in the warehouse, are both highly dangerous adversaries. As the number of evolved survivors rises around them, their own faction is mostly composed of helpless women. However, having 3 evolved fighters among those women is the only reason they can barely hold their ground for now. Without their combat support, they are doomed. They would have been completely wiped out long ago. He then continues discussing the situation with his trusted underling. He finds it baffling how these women acquired their evolution serums, especially since they thoroughly searched their villa and found absolutely no roulette wheel. These women are definitely hiding a major secret, and until they can uncover what it is, making a hostile move against them is out of the question. Meanwhile, the women return to their shelter. The waiting women eagerly anticipate Sister Rong bringing back food, only for their faces to drop in disappointment at the sight of just 3 tiny bags. They whisper in despair, wondering how this meager amount can possibly sustain their entire group for 3 days. Lu Yan snaps angrily, telling them to shut up. This food was bought with the other girl's dignity. If anyone complains, they can go serve Xiaodong tonight. Xiao Xiao adds grimly that it is not like no one has tried to stand up to Xiaodong and his crew before, but we all know how that ended. Instead of wasting energy complaining, they need to focus on finding a way to survive this nightmare. Sister Rong, who has been quiet, finally speaks up, noting they have barely anything left. Only a couple of bottles of water and very little food, so everyone must ration it. She adds, if anyone wants to volunteer tonight, you get extra food. Come see me later. As the evening sun shines through the window, Sister Rong lets out a helpless sigh. Looking out, she cannot help but think how such a beautiful place could become so incredibly filthy. With a heavy sigh as the sun sets, she wonders what this villa will eventually turn into. With a grim look, she heads downstairs, her face filled with sheer frustration. The 2 guards waiting downstairs greet her warmly when they see her. Sister Rong steps inside and asks Jia Yi if they found any clues. Meanwhile, Jia Yi is busy bandaging Momo's injured hand. Xia Baiqi leans against the wall with a cigarette, while Momo reports with a worried frown. She warns that the mutant plant still attacks anyone who gets within range, and its strikes are far stronger than before. Leaning back to rest, Momo explains that she and Jia Yi tried charging in together but were instantly repelled, failing to cut even a single vine. Hearing this, Xia Bai suggests that if all else fails, they should use the old method where she acts as bait to let the others cut a vine. Sister Rong angrily yells Xia Bai's name and grabs her shoulders. Don't you dare talk like that. Don't you dare give up on yourself. Xia Bai turns away grimly, saying, don't touch me, I am filthy. Jia Yi quickly tries to reassure her, saying she is not dirty and only did it to protect them from those vile men. Xia Bai shrugs it off. She calmly explains that she has had enough of living like this, and she might end up taking her own life one day anyway. Staring at her burnt-out cigarette, she adds sadly, you know what? Every single time, I have to cover my mouth just to stop myself from throwing up. I have truly had enough of living like this. If my life can buy us an evolutionary fruit so another sister can awaken, then at least my miserable death will actually mean something to this family. Sister Rong grabs her shoulders angrily, pushing Xia Bai against the wall and snapping. Don't you dare think like that, she adds fiercely. Once we get another evolutionary fruit, you are next in line to awaken. We promised we would survive this together, didn't we? You are our sister for life. Sister Rong then calls out to the others, and Moo Moo quickly opens the basement door. Jia Yi turns a blue vase, revealing a secret door. Sister Rong leads Momo and Jia Yi right up to the entrance. She declares confidently, the 3 of us will charge in today. I refuse to believe we can't take down that rotten mutant plant. Meanwhile, in another part of the settlement where lights are still shining, a man opens the door to report, Uncle Lu, People from Lu Jianning's side are here. They want to trade for food. Sitting at his desk, Uncle Lu calmly asks about the price. Zhang Tao, holding an axe, starts listing off their demands. 1 bottle of 1-star evolutionary potion for 20 bags of rice, 50 cans, 10 bags of salt, 10 barrels of oil, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and 200 liters of water. Hearing this, Uncle Lu frowns. Even though they control the storage area of this massive farm, none of these resources are infinite. The exchange rate keeps getting worse. Zhang Tao reports that they currently only have 10 awakened, while Xiao Dong has 12, Wei Xiaoyang has 13, and Zhan Ning has 14. Just 2 weeks ago, their numbers were perfectly balanced, but now they are falling behind in overall raw strength. Uncle Lu shifts his gaze towards Zhang Tao, asking what he has in mind. He snaps back. Besides Zhao Zhangying and Zhu Zheng, everyone coming for this trade is just a normal human. If they wipe them out right now, it will bring Zhan Ning's number of awakened down to only 11. Uncle Lu finishes his thought, which means we would finally be equal to Zhan Ning's side with 11 awakened. His expression darkens. But then what? If we strike first, no one will ever dare to trade evolutionary potions with us again. Zhang Tao raises his axe. We can just go out and hunt ourselves. It is a path they must take sooner or later anyway. Why not seize this perfect opportunity right now? Uncle Lu clenches his fist and slams it hard on the desk to seal his decision. He orders them to begin preparations. Meanwhile, in another area, a mysterious shadow sneaks around. Ye Zhongming sits atop a utility pole, scanning the surroundings while feeling a bit uneasy. It was surprisingly easy to sneak in. Oddly enough, there are plenty of level 2 monsters nearby. Why are they surrounding this place? They aren't attacking, only blocking ordinary zombies at the perimeter. No matter, more important business awaits. He remembers the target is the basement of one of the villas, but he completely forgot which exact building it is. Making up his mind, Yi Zhongming leaped down, moving silently to another spot. Landing softly, he slipped into a corner and began his search, but that place was stirring with some serious commotion. A sketchy, inappropriate conversation drifted from inside. Ye Zhongming cursed silently at the noise. It sounded like quite a crowd. With so many people there, he decided to save it for last. He leaped up, changing spots, but right as he landed safely, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air. Naturally, that terrifying shriek instantly grabbed Ye Zhongming's attention. Thinking he was busted, Ye Zhongming drew his pistol from his hip. Tense, he aimed it straight ahead, ready for anything. Screams and curses echoed from within, but no one seemed to notice Ye Zhongming standing right outside the door. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. It was just an unexpected accident. That was a close call, almost getting hit. But he needed to see what was going on to find an opportunity. Moving silently, Ye Zhongming crept over to peer through the window. Inside, Xiao Dong was screaming in agony on the bed, frantically yelling at some woman to let go. His lackeys stood at the foot of the bed, calling his name in panic. Sweating profusely, Xiao Dong blasted fire from his hands, roaring, "I told you to let go." He kept shooting fire from his palms down toward his lower body. While his lackeys screamed, "Boss Dong, burn her to death." Gritting his teeth, he was forced to negotiate. "Just let go," he spat, "and I will let you live." Meanwhile, Lu Yan tried to stop the woman kneeling on the bed, but a nearby thug grabbed and held her back. He immediately slapped her hard across the face, shouting curses at her. The thug then angrily aimed his gun at the woman on the bed. Seeing this, Xiao Dong panicked, screaming at him to get lost. "I will give you 2 choices. Let go, and I will give you 2 evolution potions. We can act like nothing happened today." He clenched his fists, spitting out threats. "If you do not, I will slaughter every single one of you women. Besides, I want to know your evolution secrets anyway. I will tear down your entire villa, and I will personally destroy your basement too." Xiao Dong gritted his teeth, his eyes red with rage. But at the mention of a basement, Ye Zhongming instantly realized something. Inside, the boss lost all patience, raising a ball of fire high. "If you want to play hardball, then die." But suddenly, a projectile slammed right into Xiao Dong's wrist. He shrieked in agony. Realizing they were under attack, his lackeys immediately scrambled, desperately searching for the shooter. But Ye Zhongming had already shattered the window, crashing inside. Before one stunned thug could even react, a bullet went straight through his head. Another quicker thug barely dodged the gunfire. Ye Zhongming landed on the floor, leveling his weapon and barking an order. "Surrender. Hands on your heads." Staring at the lifeless bodies sprawling on the floor, the remaining thugs completely panicked. Terrified, they complied. trembling and begging for mercy, keeping his gun trained on Xiao Dong, who had his hands up on the bed. Yet Zhongming ordered the girl to release him. Once Xiaobai was helped up, Xiao Dong desperately tried to strike a deal. "Take whatever you want. I will give you everything," Xiao Dong pleaded, keeping his gun steady. Ye Zhongming coldly demanded the location of the basement, but Xiaobai suddenly screamed, begging him to hand Xiao Dong over to her. Stuttering, she promised to reveal the secret of the basement, as long as his life was hers. Ye Zhongming frowned, looking down at the pleading Xiaobai. After a brief silence, he nodded. "He is yours." Instantly, she pulled out a razor-sharp knife. A dark, twisted smile spread across Xiaobai's face as she pointed the blade directly at Xiao Dong. Terrified, he raised his hands, screaming, "What are you doing? Stay back. Don't touch me." Gritting her teeth, she spat out a roar of pure hatred, telling him to die. In an instant, the knife plunged deep into his chest, unleashing a horrific scream of pain. As Xiaobai laughed maniacally, Sister Rong suddenly kicked the door open, leading a group of girls inside. Taking in the bloody scene, Sister Rong stood frozen in confusion. Xiaobai turned to her, tearfully apologizing for agreeing to trade the basement secret to Ye Zhongming. Ye Zhongming quickly stepped in, noting that she seemed like a loyal and honorable person. "So, can you tell me about the basement now?" Sister Rong frowned cautiously, clearly wanting to negotiate some conditions first. Ye Zhongming cut her off coldly. "I don't think you are in any position to negotiate with me." Hearing that, Sister Rong scoffed. "We are not afraid to die. You can see it yourself. This is their end, and it is likely our future as well. For us, death would actually be a merciful release." On the bed, Xiao Dong's eyes rolled back as he completely passed out. Sister Rong gritted her teeth, her voice low. "I don't know you, but I hold what you want. I will hand it over, but only on my terms. Otherwise, kill us. It is better than living like dogs." Listening to her, Ye Zhongming finally let out a sigh and agreed. "Name your terms," Ye Zhongming said, gesturing. Soon after, he stood silently with his arms crossed, leaning back against the wall. Behind him, Xiao Dong's remaining lackeys were screaming and begging for mercy. He never expected their sole condition would be the lives of all the men in the villa. As he stood there, frowning in deep thought, Xiaobai approached him, her voice suddenly breaking his trance. "I can't think of what value I still have for you." Frowning, he reminded her of her promise, asking if she was not willing to do whatever it takes. Xiaobai smirked twistedly, raising her index finger with a quiet huff. "Other than sleeping with you, I honestly cannot think of any other use I could possibly have. Besides, my current look probably isn't to your taste, and it seems like I'm about to die anyway." Ye Zhongming glanced over with a mysterious smile, completely agreeing with her words. "With me here, you will not die." He reached out with a confident smile, adding, "And I happen to need someone who will obey me completely and do absolutely anything for me. Covered in the fresh blood of anyone who dares to oppose me, I just need someone standing in the shadows to threaten all my future enemies, selling their very soul to me." With that, Ye Zhongming asked Xiaobai if she would agree to be that person, leaving her completely stunned. Xiaobai snorted, smiling happily as she reached out to accept, like summoning a demon. "But I like it. You just need a dog, right?" Their hands locked tight, sharp as a blade. Just then, Sister Rong suddenly pushed the door open, and he immediately asked her if everything was finished. Sister Rong nodded, telling him she would lead him to that basement now. A short while later, at a brightly lit villa, one of the girls turned a decorative vase, and a secret door leading down to the basement instantly slid open, while Sister Rong whispered that this was their ultimate secret. Looking at the scene, Ye Zhongming frowned, desperately hiding his shock. This was actually a pseudo-devil tree. Just looking at the pseudo-devil tree from the outside, no one could ever tell how far it had evolved. That was because it completely concealed its own magic crystal. Various fruits grew on its tentacles, releasing an aroma that tempted everyone to eat them, and any survivor who did would gain the power to evolve. Usually, their evolution level was lower than the tree itself, so eating these tempting berries was guaranteed to work. In the beginning, survivors rushed to it in massive numbers, believing it was a brand new way to evolve without needing human evolution potions at all. It meant that humanity could finally escape the absolute control of the roulette. However, that so-called evolution could only be maintained for about 1 month, and eventually, the survivor's body would turn into a living vessel for it. The seeds would sprout and grow inside the eater's body, and by the time they realized their powers were vanishing, it was already far too late. The victim would become its best fertilizer, slowly transforming into a mindless tree person. Once their flesh and blood were sucked completely dry, a brand new tree would violently burst forth from inside the hollow human shell. Realizing this, he leaned over and asked Sister Rong and the two girls behind her if only the three of them had eaten its fruit. Sister Rong hesitated nervously. When Yi Zhongming asked how long ago they ate it, she admitted it had been over a month, and she was the first. He quickly calculated that they still had some time. Suddenly, Di Huangguan rushed in from nowhere, causing the terrified women to scream out loud. Ye Zhongming knelt down to pet the dog. It seemed Xia Lei and the others noticed the chaos inside the villa and sent it to find him. Standing up, he gripped his blade's hilt tightly and led Di Huangguan further into the room. Nearby, the pseudo-devil tree noticed the two intruders and let out a growl, stretching its massive branches toward them. Seeing the branches closing in like giant pincers, Ye Zhongming conjured lightning beneath his feet and launched himself forward at incredible speed. Ye Zhongming zipped close to the pseudo-devil tree, which tilted its body to track his rapid movements. A second later, Ye Zhongming swung his blade like lightning, cleanly slicing through its reaching branches. Roaring in pain as its severed branches fell, the pseudo-devil tree thrashed, and he immediately ordered Di Huangguan to charge. Instantly, the dog lunged and bit down hard on a severed branch. He shouted, "This thing is still useful. Di Huangguan, keep it pinned here." Leaving those instructions behind, Ye Zhongming spun around and sprinted with all his might toward the doorway up ahead. In his previous life, Zhang Delong had claimed this very spot to become a 9-star powerhouse. If everything in his memories was real, then he could surely reach those same incredible heights. Ye Zhongming laughed out loud with pure excitement, but suddenly, several different roulettes materialized to block his way. Stunned, he stood there carefully evaluating the 4 distinct wheels. "So, they really are here," Ye Zhongming muttered with a smirk. He looked at the level 2 white and level 3 black roulettes, then turned to the level 4 green and level 5 blue ones. Combined with the 3 level 1 wheels scattered outside Cloud Peak Villa, there were 7 roulettes in total, forming a rare 7-star link. Calculating quickly, Ye Zhongming pulled a stone from his pendant. This was the key to how Zhang Delong claimed this place in his past life, allowing him to become a 9-star powerhouse in one go. Still analyzing, he placed the stone into a matching slot, watching the wheels begin to spin. Ye Zhongming knew it was finally his turn to conquer this world. Meanwhile, outside, Sister Rong and the others waited anxiously, wondering if anything had happened to Ye Zhongming since he was taking so long. Suddenly, Yu and I watch a panicked runner arrive, reporting that Wei Xiaoyong is bringing a massive crowd. Sister Rong grits her teeth in a panic, barking orders to find the kid immediately while a massive crowd begins to gather outside. Leading the pack, Wei Xiaoyong stands with crossed arms and a smug grin. Lu Yi made his move against Jenning's men and even killed 3 evolved fighters, leaving both sides locked in a fierce deadlock, with absolutely no time to spare. And those recent gunshots from Xiaodong's side might mean internal fighting, which is the perfect opportunity. Adjusting his hat, he believes he holds all the cards. Moments later, Sister Rong finally leads her own crew outside. The moment he sees her, Wei Xiaoyong demands to know about Xiaodong, but she calmly tells him to get lost. Wei Xiaoyong arrogantly declares that even if Xiaodong were here today, he would still flatten this hot spring villa. His bold claim makes her grit her teeth in anger. With a wave of his hand, he orders his men to advance. Suddenly, a sharp scream makes the thugs look back to find Xia Bai standing right behind them, prompting one of them to curse in disgust. What kind of monster is this? With a twisted smile, she stares at the thug as he spits up blood in agony. Sister Rong's group immediately calls out her name, while Wei Xiaoyong's men raise their weapons, calling her a monster. One thug charges at her with his blade raised, trying to slice her down. Xia Bai suddenly shoves the dying man toward him. Seeing a massive hole in the corpse's back, the attacker stammers in pure horror. Repeating Ye Zhongming's words, she calmly tells them that those who do not resist will be allowed to live. Furious, Wei Xiaoyong orders his men to kill Xia Bai. They charge at her immediately, and she opens her arms to welcome the clash. Xia Bai leaps forward, landing a brutal kick to one guy's face before spinning around to strike another target. Even as her hand is still buried deep inside her victim, another thug swings a wild punch at her. With stone coating his arm, he roars, "Die, monster." Heavy rock fist, only for Xia Bai to smile and punch right back. As their fists are about to collide, the other lackeys smirk, fully convinced that she is done for. But the moment their fists actually clash, you and I see the thick stone layer shatter completely. Wei Xiaoyong gasps in absolute disbelief, crying out that it was crushed. Still paralyzed by shock, He and his men quickly dropped to their knees, desperately begging Xia Bai for their lives. Surrendering, they plead that those who do not resist should live. Suddenly, something taps Wei Xiaoyong's shoulder, making him turn around. Looming right before Wei Xiaoyong is the massive, drooling, slime-filled mouth of Di Huangwan. He screams in absolute terror, while Sister Rong's group looks on, deeply shaken by the horrific sight. Up on the roof, Ye Zhongming has been quietly watching the whole time, feeling highly satisfied that she is indeed the perfect fit for his plans. On a fine morning elsewhere, Uncle Hai holds his pipe and squints, teasing Yuan Shang about his big haul of goods. Are you rich now? Yuan Shang quickly denies it, explaining he found a new buyer, then offers him a cigarette. Hearing about a new buyer, Uncle Hai puffs on his pipe thoughtfully, noting that very few people around here could afford his gear. Is there a newcomer? Yuan Shang sits down beside him with his cigarette, mentioning he met a new squad that seems headed to Yunding Villa. They even reserve the place. Suddenly, blowing out a cloud of smoke, Uncle Hai asks if he has considered their previous offer. Yuan Shang's gaze locks onto the pipe bowl the old man is holding. Last time I saw that pipe, it was gray tier. Now, it's white? Your village must have someone with a special class. Yuan Shang sizes him up, replying that they only have a few guys with barely any guns. Our presence won't make a big difference anyway, so I'm staying out of it. Dongshanku village has more than enough strength to take that place. And I'll just buy gear from you. Uncle Hai still tries to persuade him, arguing that earning something yourself is entirely different from buying it with money. If you skip out this time, my prices definitely won't be cheap for you next time. Scratching his head, Yuan Shang stands up, saying he'll think about it but warns the old man not to hope for much. Just then, a lackey reports the cargo is ready, and he orders them to move out. Sitting under the roulette wheel, Uncle Hai looks up and reminds Yuan Shang to stay safe. If you run into the Lu family, tell them to pay me a visit. He waves back, signaling he understood. On the road, the lackeys carefully ask Yuan Shang if they are joining them. Noting they heard there is plenty of good loot waiting, he immediately dismisses it, warning them that Uncle Hai has no good intentions and that entering that death trap will get them killed. The thug raises a finger to change the subject, wondering if the new guy would join the fun if he got wind of this. Yuan Shang drives on in grim silence. Meanwhile, at a beautiful mountain villa, Ye Zhongming gently strokes Di Huangwan, smiling at his group. Xiao Hu scratches his chin, asking if they weren't supposed to scout the villa first. I'm totally buying into this. Sister Rong raised her hand and reported. John Ningxi's side currently had about 300 people, while Lu Yi had only 200. Daily casualties meant the exact number of corpses was now completely unknown. In total, they had 57 people, with 42 of them being women. Suddenly, Xia Bai materialized right behind Ye Zhongming. She informed him that John Ningxi's people were preparing to leave. Meanwhile, Xia Lei quietly observed and evaluated Xia Bai. Is she the girl who got the 2-star or 3-star evolution potion? Liang Chuyin asked Ye Zhongming in annoyance, questioning the distribution of potions to Park and the big guy. Miss Park seemed normal, but that big guy Mo Ye smirked and cut her off, asking if she was just jealous. Liang Chuyin denied it immediately, claiming he must have his reasons for the arrangement, and that she was merely curious. Ye Zhongming turned and asked how many people John Ningxi was taking. Xia Bai replied it was 222, which felt like quite a massive crowd. He spoke with deep meaning. She immediately understood, walked over to open the window, and without a single moment of hesitation, Xia Bai leaped straight down. On the other side, Ye Zhongming gestured to Sister Rong, instructing her to compile a highly detailed and meticulous record of all their sisters and colleagues today. This included their basic personal details and, more importantly, a thorough review of their past work experience. Even their school years had to be clearly noted, as he wanted to know all their specialties and professional skills. Elsewhere in the villa, a man yelled out, demanding to know what they were waiting for and why they didn't seize the chance to escape. Xiang Tao questioned impatiently, demanding to know if their plan wasn't already set to leave this place, start hunting, and find a new roulette wheel to establish as their base. Now that Wei Xiaoyong has been killed, we probably cannot stand against these people. Uncle Lu simply stood up calmly and told him to wait. Confused, Xiang Tao asked what on earth they were waiting for. Uncle Lu opened the window and looked outside, asking if he knew the one truth he had learned from surviving and doing business for so many years. Baffled, he responded, "How on earth could I possibly know that?" Frowning deeply, Uncle Lu glared at Xiang Tao and warned that when uncertain about something, one must either discard it completely or wait patiently, but never gamble on sheer luck. He quickly asked what Uncle Lu meant, but loud, angry shouting suddenly echoed outside, shocking Xiang Tao into calling out to ask what was happening. Uncle Lu merely watched and sighed, before telling Xiang Tao to join him in meeting the new king of Yunting. A moment later, Ye Zhongming welcomed these new visitors. Led by Uncle Lu, the group stood silently, staring at him. Suddenly, someone stepped inside, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. Everyone turned to see Xiaobai, completely drenched in blood, walking into the room. They watched her walk past, realizing that the situation with Zhao Ningzi should definitely be left to this terrifying woman. But why did she look at him with such disappointment? Uncle Lu was baffled by her gaze, wondering if she was disappointed that he had stayed instead of leaving. Or was she disappointed she couldn't kill him? Just the thought of it sent cold sweat pouring down his spine. On the other side, Park Shuyang stepped forward hesitantly, reporting that she had 2 severe gunshot wounds, 5 broken bones, and a bullet still lodged deep inside. Without digging it out, even my sweet dew technique won't work, she reported anxiously. Ye Zhongming merely smiled and told her to leave it to him, standing up to ask Sister Rong to host the guests while he healed Xia Bai. Inside the quiet room, he picked up a small scalpel. Frowning, Ye Zhongming explained that besides removing the bullet, he also needed to scrape the dead tissue off her face. Xia Bai calmly agreed, while Park Shuyang seemed to suddenly realize something. Swallowing hard, she finally realized why Xia Bai had earned Ye Zhongming's complete trust so quickly. She was capable of doing things no one else in the entire squad could ever hope to accomplish. A moment later, he finally put down the blood-stained blade. Afterward, Ye Zhongming ordered Park Shuyang to begin healing Xia Bai immediately, sitting quietly by her side to observe the entire process. This Apostle of Light profession was truly exceptionally powerful. Having evolved to 2-star, her professional upgrade path was fully utilized, obtaining rare monster treasures from that mystical place. Ye Zhongming silently analyzed that, although she hadn't reached the next tier of Apostle of Light, many new skills had emerged. Xia Bai watched Park Shuyang heal her with intense focus. The Lotus of Warmth was the upgraded form of the Sweet Dew technique. Unlike the full-body healing of the Sweet Dew technique, the Lotus of Warmth focused purely on localized, targeted treatment. Furthermore, as long as the user actively maintained this skill and continuously drained their mental energy, the Lotus of Warmth would keep generating its highly potent healing effects. After a while, she let out a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from her brow. Tomorrow, with one more session, I believe you will fully recover your original appearance. Xia Bai offered a quiet, hesitant thank you. Ye Zhongming stood up, patted Park Shuyang on the shoulder, and told her to wrap the bandages while he stepped out first. Outside, Sister Rong and Uncle Lu sat across from each other. Seeing him walk into the room, the older man immediately stood up to greet him. Seeing that Uncle Lu didn't intend to leave, Ye Zhongming smiled and gestured for him to sit. Uncle Lu explained with a frown, I truly have no desire to leave. My family is gone, and while things were rough before, the future could actually be much better. Uncle Lu pulls out a scroll and hands it to him. Unrolling it, he explains that one of his men drew this. It is a topographic map of the area, with the villa at the center. It even covers the entire mountain. He promises this map will help them establish a solid, clear strategic plan if they want to run the place. Ye Zhongming smiles in approval. Hearing that, Uncle Lu immediately asks what their next move is. He raises a hand, asking if Lu's men are ready to fight. Soon, a massive crowd gathers outside the villa. Standing on the balcony, Ye Zhongming addresses them all, his voice echoing loudly. He tells them he could easily stay silent and treat them like disposable tools, just as others did in the past, but to survive in this brutal new world, that simply will not cut it. He emphasizes every single word. They must unlock their true potential and conquer the terrors they never dared to face before. He demands active fighters, not useless freeloaders who sit around all day waiting for pity handouts, surviving on dirty water and raw scraps of stale bread. Standing in the tense crowd below, Uncle Lu and Sister Rong frown with deep anxiety. Pointing to the left, Ye Zhongming orders the crowd that they must go out to battle zombies, mutated plants, and beasts, completely clearing the area surrounding the villa. This marks the official start of their brand new life. Those who perform well will receive major rewards, not just today, but going forward as well. Instantly, an angry voice shouts from the crowd, questioning why they are being forced to go out and fight. Several others quickly join in, shouting their protests. Seeing this, he clicks his tongue, asking them coldly what they actually want. Ye Zhongming sneers, inviting anyone with an objection to step forward and speak their mind. They scramble to complain, demanding enough food, sleep, and money for evolution serums. They shout that since his group are already evolved, they should handle everything. They argue that his team can do it alone, and that normal citizens deserve to be protected instead. Furious at their sheer entitlement, Liang Shuin fumes that they demand everything without giving anything, wishing they would just drop dead. Ye Zhongming then points toward Yue Dayuan. He proposes a deal. Any construction engineers, doctors, or mechanical engineers among them, electricians, or anyone with specialized skills useful for building up this new base, can skip the battle today and register over at his station instead. Then, Ye Zhongming points over to Xiao Hu, telling those who refuse to fight to register with him. He warns them seriously that in this world, giving and receiving must always go hand in hand. He cautions them to choose wisely, because there will be absolutely no second chances. All the murmurs instantly fade away, leaving behind a dead, heavy silence. Ye Zhongming commands Yue Dayuan to register everyone meticulously, and the man immediately complies with his orders. Turning to his companion, he instructs Sister Lei to assign combat duties to those willing to fight. Xia Lei complies, but questions Ye Zhongming, asking why they do not just kick out those who refuse to step onto the battlefield. He calmly replies that it is fine, as they still need plenty of manual laborers, in addition to their active combat forces. Soon after, the combatants charge forward, battling hordes of zombies amid a chaotic barrage of battle cries. Ye Zhongming's inner circle watches them from safety. When Fu Shou prepares to deploy an energy shield to protect them, he stops her, saying they need to see blood first. Ye Zhongming quietly evaluates Uncle Lu and his loyal men, noting they have clearly fought zombies and tasted blood before. He then looks at the female recruits, realizing they need far more training. Up above, a group of lazy onlookers peer down, whispering gossip. One asks about the name of a certain girl down there. Isn't she a somewhat famous model fighting all those zombies? Look at his core group over there, doing nothing while we are forced onto the front lines. Wait, isn't that guy from the shopping district? He got bitten and is about to turn. His life is practically over. Clenching his fists, one onlooker mutters that the idiot should have stayed behind, instead of trying to show off and dying. His companion grinds his teeth anxiously, glad they stayed behind. He scoffs at risking their lives, claiming all the magic crystals will just go to the leaders anyway. These fools putting their lives on the line won't get a single crystal. Suddenly, another person shushes them. Keep it down. Don't let them hear you. As dusk falls, two figures stand triumphantly atop a mountain of dead zombies. Brimming with adrenaline, they agree that Shu Yin was right all along. Those who stay behind are just cowards, making pathetic excuses for their fear and refusing to acknowledge others' strength. It is no wonder they are destined to be manual laborers. Xia Lei speaks up, wishing those people the best of luck. Smiling quietly, she realizes that after actually killing these monsters, they are not so terrifying after all. Let's call it a day, gather the magic crystals, and head back for dinner. In the quiet night, inside a dimly lit room, Ye Zhongming prepares a feast of glowing, luxurious food. He watches them gaze at the food with absolute excitement. He is thrilled that after just a few short hours of facing blood and death, the foundational spirit of a real squad has begun to bloom in them. Soon, they will transform completely. From behind, Xiao Hu gasps at the size of a giant egg, while others stare hungrily at the juicy meat on the table. Uncle Lu watched them and smirked, telling them to look at their own pathetic faces, noting that was the meat and egg of a level 2 mutant. Eating this for the first time can significantly boost your stats, working almost like an evolution potion. Ye Zhongming walked over and explained that there was simply no comparison. Just look at everyone. Setting aside 2-star evolvers, most survivors are literally risking their lives for basic food and water. This meal actually improves their physique, so the power gap is not that massive anymore. After hours of exhausting battles and slaughter, everyone in the room eagerly dug into the feast before them. Suddenly, a man kicked the door open and walked in, shouting that their performance today was decent and asking if this feast was their well-earned reward. He claimed this was the military's intent and hoped they would remember it, backed by a large crowd behind him. The leader told his men to dig in since they were hungry, but seeing the delicious food on the table made them furious, wondering why on earth this was happening. Why do they have to eat cold buns while these guys enjoy a massive feast? They claimed they could fight too if they had a leader, calling this unfair as the crowd behind them murmured in agreement. They complained that the others had weapons while they did not, arguing they could easily fight if they were armed. Accusing them of unfair discrimination, the leader and his thugs, marched right up to Ye Zhongming, demanding to eat the same luxury food. Xia Lei glared at them, disgusted by their talk of fairness. Suddenly, a flash of light shot straight through the leader's forehead. As smoke drifted from his gun barrel, Ye Zhongming glared at the crowd and asked if they still failed to understand their situation. He pointed out that the new base was doing nothing wrong, especially since it had no obligation to tolerate absolute idiots. He then declared their mealtime officially over, ordering them to get outside immediately to gather and burn the piles of zombie corpses. He added a cold warning that anyone who tried to escape would die, leaving the trembling thugs to stare at their dead leader. Suddenly, Xiaobai arrived to report that a convoy had just parked outside the villa. Their leader introduced himself as Yuan Shang, claiming to bring crucial news. Ye Zhongming immediately grew suspicious, wondering what important information he could possibly have. Outside, two massive trucks were idling in the yard. Yuan Shang quietly observed the scene, amazed that this formidable group had managed to conquer Genting Villa and clear out all the surrounding zombies in such a short time. Their sheer efficiency was absolutely mind-blowing. Inside the brightly lit house, Ye Zhongming shook hands with Yuan Shang, impressed by how quickly they delivered the goods, living up to the Black Sand Caravan reputation. Yuan Shang laughed, boasting that moving goods was exactly how they made their living. As Ye Zhongming offered him a seat, Yuan Shang curiously asked if he was interested in a secret location that multiple local factions were planning to raid. Smiling knowingly, Ye Zhongming admitted he had been curious about the news, while silently wondering why these rising factions were suddenly teaming up for a major battle. While joint raids were common, he felt there was no real need to get involved unless absolutely necessary. Yuan Shang lit a cigarette and explained that the location was actually the very armory Ye Zhongming had predicted before. Unfortunately, that massive weapons depot was currently occupied by a horde of blue-skinned humanoid monsters. These creatures were incredibly savage and powerful, easily matching the strength of a one-star evolved fighter. They devoured humans and mutated zombies alike, but completely ignored the glowing magic crystals inside them. In fact, all those glowing crystals were still piled inside the armory. Surprised, Ye Zhongming asked if he was absolutely sure they were blue-skinned, lidless monsters with razor-sharp claws and teeth, yet containing no crystals. Yuan Shang nodded firmly, confirming that every single one of those beasts posed a lethal threat to any one-star evolver. Because of that, even knowing the place was packed with weapons and crystals, almost nobody dared to go near it. This time, the local factions resolved to gather a massive force to completely crush the monsters, ensuring absolute safety for everyone involved. He admitted that before the creatures first showed up, he managed to scavenge a massive stockpile of weapons from that very depot. Ye Zhongming suddenly tensed up. Observing him, Fa Xiu grew worried, wondering why his leader looked so unusually serious. Xia Lei was equally surprised, noting she had never seen him look like this before, questioning if the armory was truly that dangerous. Yuan Shang pointed out that conquering the depot would yield an incredible amount of heavy weaponry, while also securing a massive stash of magic crystals, calling it a perfect win-win. He confidently added that despite being a newcomer, Ye Zhongming's incredible strength was clear. He promised that if the leader agreed to join the raid, he would secure a prime spot in the campaign and guarantee a fair share of the massive loot. Ye Zhongming silently stared back with a grave expression. He finally spoke up, stating he needed time to consider, but welcomed his guest warmly for the rare visit. He insisted they entertain him properly, and Yuan Shang happily followed his hosts deeper into the villa. Xia Lei seriously asked Ye Zhongming, "Do you have some kind of fear of that monster?" He replied with worry, "Those things are called demons, and they are incredibly dangerous." In Ye Zhongming's past life, it was basically confirmed that these terrifying demons were actually once humans who got exposed to deadly radioactive fallout. After undergoing a series of mysterious mutations that nobody could explain, they turned into a new monstrous race, completely stripped of their humanity after being infected by the radiation. They became bloodthirsty monsters that viewed everything as food. Unlike others, demons had no magic crystals to show their rank, so one had to judge their strength solely by their size. A demon standing around 1 meter tall possessed power comparable to a one-star evolved human. Every 50 centimeters of height represented another level of evolution. A monster measuring 5 meters tall was equal in power to a formidable 9-star evolved human. Demons lacked special skills, but were a race that pushed their physical bodies to the absolute limit. If an evolved human lacked a decent class or strong skills and ran into a demon of equivalent rank, they were completely finished. Worst of all, these demons could reproduce, and their breeding capability was terrifyingly fast. They even captured human women, and sometimes even female zombies, forcing them to breed new offspring. He sighed deeply. Although killing these demons offered zero rewards, their rapid breeding forced the survivors in his past life to react with extreme urgency. For humanity, their existence represented an absolute nightmare. Zhongming tightly gripped his blade. More than a month had passed since the apocalypse began. Even though there were occasional large-scale rescue operations coordinated by survivors, Xiao Lei asked curiously. Before we even left our previous city, we saw a missile flying across the sky, didn't we? Zhongming answered while carefully wiping his blade. But have you guys ever thought about the time when humanity tried to wipe them out? Why didn't humanity use weapons of mass destruction, like nuclear bombs? Hearing this, Little Tiger became visibly tense alongside them. Maybe they did, but the blast was too far away for us to feel it. Yue Deyuan speculated. That was certainly a valid possibility. Or perhaps the apocalypse happened so suddenly that the launching systems were destroyed before they could even fire. Xia Lei agreed, noting it was highly likely that even if they possessed the capability, the extreme collateral damage made them hesitate. Zhongming secretly scoffed. Humanity was on the brink of extinction. Who would think that far ahead? He decided to reveal the harsh truth. Pointing upward, Zhongming explained that the massive spaceship's attack had preemptively detonated all of humanity's weapons. Those radiation-mutated demons were terrifying and possessed monstrous power. According to intelligence retrieved from the nearby armory, there were likely over 100 of them lurking around. If that is true, even if we go, she trailed off. Do you think we will lose? He countered. Not necessarily. If there are only 100 demons, we will fight with everything we have. But since I just claimed a new base, we have more pressing issues to worry about first. Zhongming thought to himself that while demons were everyone's enemy, he was not foolish enough to fight them all alone. He ordered his crew to gather nearby abandoned cars and park them inside the golf course. Everyone listened intently as he described building a farm inside once spring arrived, allowing them to grow whatever vegetables and crops they needed. Little Tiger, you will be in charge of training our combat personnel. If you spot any promising talents among them, recruit them, but ensure they do not cause any trouble. The boy confidently gave a quick thumbs up. He continued, over the next 2 days, we must thoroughly secure our surroundings. Xia Lei and Mo Ye quickly accepted their orders to construct vital watchtowers. Zhongming then turned to give instructions to Liang Chuyin and Sheng Yuan. Your current mission is to lead a team down the mountain to protect the person mapping out the area. Scout the local terrain thoroughly. We need a highly detailed map, which will be incredibly useful for us. The two immediately accepted his command. Zhongming clenched his fist with determination, waiting until they wiped out all local threats before making their move toward Ying City. The sun rose again over another ruined city. Inside a dimly lit basement, 4 men sat together as sunlight filtered through the dusty windows. Among them, a brown-haired man spoke up. Lao San, are you serious? Is there really some idiot out there buying old scrap metal? The bald guy known as Lao San replied. Of course. Have you heard of the Black Coat Squad? They brought this news. And now, almost every survivor around here is talking about it. Pointing his finger confidently, he added, apparently, some new kid from Cloud Peak Villa is specifically collecting abandoned cars. Word is, someone traded a broken car for a fresh, fist-sized steamed bun. A chubby guy wearing glasses responded cautiously. I still think it sounds way too good to be true. Free lunches like that were rare even in peaceful times. So how could it happen now during the end of the world? A bearded man chimed in immediately. Who cares? Abandoned cars are lying everywhere on the streets. We just need to find one that still runs. Let's drive over and see if we can sell it. If it is a fake, we lose nothing. After saying that, all 4 men fell silent. Suddenly, Jia stood up and agreed to go find a car. Meanwhile, over with Yuan Sheng's group, old Zhang questioned him about his earlier words. Yuan Sheng sat in the passenger seat, puffing on a cigarette, and replied, Old Zhang, we are old friends with history between us. Smiling, he handed the pack to old Zhang, saying, It is the apocalypse. Yet, you still trade with me for food. That bond runs deep. Why would I ever need to lie to you about this? Yunding Manor is desperately looking for people. With your skills, the benefits will be great. And honestly, even without skills or strength, you would still be welcomed. I cannot promise you will always be stuffed, but at least you won't starve. That is still way better than your current situation, right? He casually grabbed another cigarette. Yuan Sheng continued, It has only been a few days, yet your group is already down 4 or 5 people. Right now, you can still trade crystals for food occasionally, but as your numbers dwindle, what happens when you can no longer fight off zombies? What I am offering is a real way out. Just think about it. With a grim face, old Zhang lit the cigarette. Behind him stood his desperate crew, dirty and wearing heavily patched clothes. Cigarette in mouth, old Zhang spoke honestly. Shang, we will follow your advice and try our luck at Yunding Manor. Watching them leave, Yuan Shang made sure to remind them to mention his name once they arrived. Inside the car, the driver turned to Yuan Shang and asked what Yunding Manor was actually planning to do. Right now, everyone is struggling just to survive, yet they are actively looking for people, and in massive numbers, too. No matter how you look at it, something feels off. Glancing at the rambling driver, Yuan Shang closed his eyes and puffed his cigarette, muttering that the man was only fit to drive, and nothing more. He suddenly frowned and pointed, explaining that Yi Zhongming over at Yunding Manor had massive ambitions. He noted they were on a completely different level, making it natural to not understand his moves as they continued driving their military truck down the road. They only needed to work for them, secure some easy benefits, and watch closely to see what they ultimately planned to achieve. Meanwhile, let's check in on Dr. Zhang. He was hiding, fearing he had been trapped for way too long. Evaluating his condition professionally, he knew that without food, his body would completely give out in less than 3 days. It was time to risk it all. If he did not find food today, he would have no strength left by tomorrow. At that point, any remaining hope of survival would completely vanish. Spurred by desperation, Dr. Zhang bolted straight toward a small supermarket right ahead. Making it inside, he stood frozen before shelves packed with food. His face lit up with pure joy at the sight of so many edible goods. But as he reached for a few items on the floor, a rough hand grabbed his collar and dragged him backward, leaving him absolutely terrified. In an instant, he was violently tossed across the room, crashing painfully onto the hard floor. A massive guy with curly brown hair mocked him, calling him another idiot taking the bait, before bending down to aggressively search his pockets, cursing that there was not even a single crystal. The thug violently slapped Dr. Zhang across the face multiple times. "You starving loser. How have you even managed to survive this long without a single crystal?" Standing up to search the shelves, the thug muttered that he could not leave empty-handed. He planned to make the doctor bleed to attract a few nearby zombies, grumbling around for his missing blade. It should be right here. But at that exact moment, Dr. Zhang slowly rose behind him. Noticing a shadow, the thug turned around, but the doctor moved with brutal speed, slashing his neck before the giant could even react. Clutching his bleeding wound in pure panic, the thug screamed out a furious curse at him. With a fierce expression, the doctor growled that he was pushed too far and had no choice. Meanwhile, under the shade of trees, 4 young women were slowly walking inside. Momo and the others stood outside, their faces filled with deep anxiety. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Ye Zhongming appeared, looking like an absolute savior to Momo. "Stick with me," as Fa Shuang steps up to deliver some incredibly reassuring news. "Relax, the surgery was a complete success, and the tree demon sapling inside her has been fully removed." Hearing this, Momo beamed with joy. Ye Zhongming then turned to thank the doctor, urging him to go rest after such a grueling operation. "There are still 2 more operations just like this one waiting for you soon." Clearly starstruck, Momo stared at the handsome doctor with sparkling eyes, quickly chiming in that they also had those dangerous saplings resting inside their own bodies. "We are counting on you, Dr. Zhang," she said, and he shyly agreed. Ye Zhongming turned to Fa Xiu, asking her to stay behind to keep watch while he went to check on the hot spring villa. She silently nodded. Suddenly, a voice chimed in, mocking him for doing whatever he wanted. It was Sha Lei, who had quietly appeared out of thin air. Holding up a piece of paper, she jokingly threatened to punish him. He stared in absolute silence, helplessly asking if she was too old to be talking like that. Sha Lei pointed her sword and barked, warning him that she would fight to the death. Ye Zhongming joked back, offering to fight with one hand, before asking her to stop messing around and explain the paper she held. She admitted she had no idea why he was recruiting so fast, but congratulated him on the Blackwell team's successful promotions. Over 300 people had arrived in 3 days, especially after they finished clearing out all the local zombies yesterday. Now the path was safe, bringing even more survivors to the villa. Today alone, more than 100 newcomers showed up. She warned that building a base took time, and rushing into it like this would only trigger a lot of unnecessary problems. The biggest issue was food. While their stockpile from Lu Yi and the garden could easily keep their old group fed for 2 months without anyone starving, bringing in this many new mouths would completely ruin their plans and starve everyone. Ye Zhongming kept teasing her, asking if she had any other complaints. Xia Lei got irritated again, pointing her finger right in his face. She snapped that this was already a massive crisis, asking if they should drink milk when the food ran out, before bringing up the scrap cars he wanted collected. Many survivors had come to trade vehicles lately. Even though each car did not yield much, they had already gathered dozens of them. Right now, it did not seem like a major issue. But once more traders showed up, their limited food supply would drain even faster. Walking beside him, Xia Lei explained that food was just the beginning, as other crucial issues like survivor, hygiene, safety, overall stability, and medical care were quickly piling up. She noted threats from greedy external factions and the lack of unity among the scattered survivors inside. Looking serious, Xia Lei asked how he planned to handle all this. Ye Zhongming simply pointed toward the warehouse, asking if they still had a large stash of work clothes stored there. He suggested handing those clothes out, telling the refugees to bathe, and mixing level 1 mutated beast meat into their meals to boost their physical strength. They could also clean and decorate the conference area, serving as temporary labor in exchange for their keep. Before they started building the defense walls, this would help them adapt. Meanwhile, gathering scrap cars must not be interrupted. He needed those metal scraps to forge heavy blades later on, explaining that their future standard military gear depended entirely on collecting as many cars as possible. He ordered the young recruits to be trained strictly, teaching them proper military discipline and how to obey strict commands without hesitation. They had 5 days at most, waiting until Sister Rong's team fully recovered before marching out toward the machinery factory. As Xia Lei left to execute the orders, Liang Shuyin rushed over to report a new crowd outside. They had brought a massive caravan of scrap cars to trade, but they were heavily armed, looked incredibly hostile, and were acting extremely arrogant. Their faces darkened as they shared a silent understanding, and Ye Zhongming asked if the visitors had mentioned where they came from. Liang Shuyin shook her head, though one of Uncle Lu's men had recognized them. Apparently, they belonged to the notorious Yingcheng prison faction. Sensing trouble, Ye Zhongming frowned as a convoy of container trucks pulled into Cloud Peak Villa. Sitting impatiently on top of a truck cabin, Hujia grumbled about why that beautiful messenger was taking so long to return. His irritation peaked as the silence dragged on, making him wonder if he should just lead his men to break inside right away. A lackey tried to calm him down just as Ye Zhongming finally stepped outside, instantly putting the heavily armed visitors on high alert. Staring at the bald leader, Ye Zhongming realized he had never heard of this guy in his past life. Hujia tilted his chin up, demanding to know if he was the boss, which Ye Zhongming calmly confirmed. Jumping down, Hujia demanded a hefty price for their 40 scrap cars and 150 laborers, while his armed men stood ready. Knowing they were trying to scam him, Ye Zhongming kept a completely straight face and offered 50 kilograms of rice and 50 bottles of water. Enraged by the low offer, Hujia spat curses right in his face, asking if he looked starving. He barked that he had not traveled all this way with a massive crew just to receive 50 kilograms of rice and 50 bottles of water, dismissively waving his hand. Feeling a surge of anger, Ye Zhongming held back but firmly warned the thug to watch his tongue. Hujia went quiet, secretly impressed by the kid's spine and wondering if he possessed some serious combat power. Lighting a cigarette, he looked around at his heavily armed crew, confident because they had the numbers and Boss Long backing them. If he left with nothing today, it would bring shame to Boss Long's fearsome reputation. Refusing to back down, Ye Zhongming looked him dead in the eye and asked exactly what price he wanted. Hujia smirked and demanded 150 kilograms of rice, 100 cans of meat, and half a truck of cooking oil and salt, having heard they had plenty of supplies. Wang Ding quickly chimed in, asking if they looked like charity, pointing out how many people those supplies could easily feed. Hujia glared and threatened to put a bullet through his head, but Ye Zhongming raised a hand, gesturing as if preparing to compromise. If the Hu family wants it that way, then we play along. Xia Lei orders the food to be brought out, but still, Xia Lei trusts his judgment. Once the container trucks roll out, only Ye Zhongming and his inner circle are left behind. Chu Yin quickly snaps, asking why Ye Zhongming did not just kill that guy. He calmly responds, telling her to relax because they need to focus on building their base right now, not starting wars with every faction around them. Yue Deyuan agrees, pointing out they can no longer just fight, kill, and run like before, because they have a stable base here now. Every move has consequences now, and they cannot let a single moment of anger ruin their entire grand plan. Ye Zhongming rallies them, telling everyone to get back to work on the base since he still has plenty of things to finish. Yue Daiyuan sighs quietly, realizing the youth are still too inexperienced to grasp the heavy burdens Ye Zhongming carries. He warns that their rival, Zhang Dalong, is the strongest powerhouse nearby with over 500 thugs, while their villa has only 50 active fighters. If they clash right now, even a victory would leave their small forces utterly devastated. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming flashes a dangerous smirk, declaring that once their next plan goes smoothly, he will make Tiger Hu pay dearly. And that goes for his boss, Zhang Dalong, as well. 1 week later, in Yingchun County, Uncle Hai, leader of Dongshan Village, stands face to face with young Master Yun of the Hungry Tiger Riders. Beside young Master Yun, Rongjin casually chews on a blade of grass. Uncle Hai, spitting smoke, sneers at the kid to wipe that miserable look off his face. He adds that if the kid were his grandson, he would have shaved that ridiculous, brightly dyed head completely bald. Offended, young Master Yun fires back with a loud curse, sending the tension between both sides through the roof. Just then, another group arrives on horseback. Lu Jingxiao rides up with a smile, greeting everyone for being so early. Uncle Hai remarks they have been waiting forever. Meanwhile, young Master Yun rubs his hands excitedly, inviting the young girl to visit his place to see some special toys. Xiao Ling immediately dodges in disgust, refusing to visit a filthy mud village. Lu Zhengxiao quickly gets back to business, urging young Master Yun to focus. He points to a mysterious, hooded figure, introducing them as an elite envoy from the powerful Ling Merchant Guild. Both Uncle Hai and young Master Yun are completely baffled by this. Having the Ling Merchant Guild show up was definitely not part of their original agreement. However, Lu Zhengxiao quickly reassures them that this elite envoy is strictly here as a silent observer. Uncle Hai remains silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. After a brief silence, he agrees to proceed with their original plan to seize the military base. Meanwhile, on top of a nearby building, a crowd of scouts watches closely. Xiao Hu quickly reports to his boss that the rival forces have finally begun marching toward the military base. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming rallies his team, announcing their true target is the Yingchun County Grain Depot. He explains that if this raid succeeds, their base will finally have all the food they need. They will not have to worry about food for at least a full year. With that, Ye Zhongming raises his blade, firing up their morale. Near the depot, Xiao Hu works tirelessly while directing the squads to position their next guard. Under Uncle Lu's supervision, the team moves fast. Xiaolei stands nearby, urging everyone to work harder as they need to secure multiple defense points. Exhausted but determined, Liang Chuyin pushes through, knowing the rear support is fully prepared according to plan. Now, everything depends on the front line. Out on the battlefield, Ye Zhongming leads the charge as his team rushes forward. Ye Zhongming tears through the monsters with brutal slashes, keeping a tight, angry count of their resources as he fights. Gunfire is strictly forbidden here, as the noise would attract every mutant in the area, making their mission impossible. As the horde closes in, the team's momentum slows. Suddenly, Ye Zhongming spots a squad member about to be blindsided by a monster. Ye Zhongming lunges forward instantly, delivering a devastating blow to the beast. He looks at the wounded fighter with deep concern, but the man immediately responds with fierce determination, insisting he can still stand and slay more monsters for Boss Ye. To prove his point, the fighter thrusts his spear deep into the nearest beast. Ye Zhongming pats his shoulder in approval, handing him an evolution potion and giving him exactly 1 minute to level up, leaving the fighter absolutely stunned. Tears well up in his eyes as he looks at Ye Zhongming, choked with gratitude for his leader. Ye Zhongming uses this moment to rally the entire squad, shouting encouragement to everyone. He acknowledges that many of them have never fought such a desperate, uphill battle before. It might be their first time facing a terrifying sea of blood, but they must stand strong, because victory is absolutely guaranteed if they can all fight hard and follow that brave warrior's legendary example. He promises that once the battle is won, everyone will receive evolution potions, and he never breaks his word. The moment everyone heard about the evolutionary potion, they went absolutely wild with excitement. Ye Zhongming's face darkened as he realized the grain depot was still crawling with monsters. He immediately thought of Mo Ye's team, wondering if they were safe. Behind them, a massive wave of monsters surged forward, while Mo Ye's truck sped ahead in a desperate attempt to escape. With the truck piled high with food supplies, Mo Ye spoke up with a dead serious expression. Thanking Sister Rong for her hard work, she suddenly spotted something up ahead that made her deeply anxious. Mo Xia quickly tapped the front seat to alert the driver, shouting that they were nearing the armory and needed to split up. Watching her team throw meat to lure the beasts, she calculated their next move. Zhongming had ordered them to divert the horde near the grain depot using fresh bait, since another faction was fighting demons near the armory, and their constant gunfire would easily draw the horde's attention. Her face turned grave. They were basically sacrificing the armory group to buy themselves time against the monsters. It was classic Zhongming. Why was she even worrying? If he said the armory faction was doomed anyway, they just needed to focus on their own mission. From the back, Xiaobai stared at Mo Ye before suddenly letting out a sharp, terrified scream. Xiaobai suddenly leaped off the moving truck, shocking everyone. As she yelled for them to go ahead, Sister Rong watched in pure panic. Mo Ye, however, remained calm. Since Xiaobai was a 2-star evolver, she probably knew exactly what she was doing. Xiaobai dashed backward, charging with fury toward a spot where 2 mysterious figures had just appeared. 2 men stood blocking her path, warning that they would spare her if she backed off. Xiaobai just glared in icy silence. The 2 men sized Xiaobai up with disgust, wondering aloud if this ugly girl had a mental problem, muttering that such hideous people shouldn't even exist. They joked about weeding out the ugly ones for future breeding, boasting that physical perfection was a true sign of evolution. The brothers kept staring down at her, casually trading insults, calling themselves perfect twins. They demanded to know if she had lured the monsters here, ordering her to reveal who she worked for. Without a word, Xiaobai launched a sudden strike, prompting them to mockingly wonder if she was mute as well as ugly. Easily leaping back to dodge her blow, they laughed at her foolishness. One of them effortlessly slipped away from her strikes, mocking her for not knowing her own limits. They knew she was a 2-star evolver, and today, they were going to make her pay dearly for it. Circling her at high speeds, they bragged about their perfect synergy, showing off the true power of twin combatant. Locking onto one of them, Xiaobai lunged with a direct strike, but her eyes widened in shock as a massive explosion ripped through the entire area. The violent blast left Xiaobai covered in bloody wounds, throwing her body backward. Standing in the smoke, they scoffed, asking if this ugly girl really thought a 2-star evolver could dominate the apocalypse. There were wonders in this world she couldn't comprehend, boasting that her strength wouldn't even rank in the top 50 of their spirit merchant guild. Laughing mockingly, they boasted that as twins, they ranked in the top 20, asking if she understood the absolute, crushing difference between them. Xiaobai threw a heavy punch into one twin's stomach, but his body bloated and exploded, blasting her backward into a solid concrete wall. The twins laughed, mocking her wrong guess, but Xiaobai stood right back up, completely unfazed. She raised her fists to strike the hesitant brothers, but they suddenly detonated again, calling her strong but incredibly stupid for not knowing her own limits. They bragged about having special twin classes, something she probably had never even heard of. Even if she possessed a class herself, there was no way she could ever defeat them. They were also 2-star evolvers, meaning she had 0 advantage. Mocking her stubbornness, they sneered that obstinate fools like her always died early, calling her as stupid as a pig. Another massive explosion erupted, and he gloated, confident that the foolish woman was finally dead. Xiaobai pushed herself up, clenching her fist as she charged again, delivering a brutal punch straight to his face that shattered his glasses and sent him flying. The other twin panicked, demanding how she found the real body. Xiaobai emotionlessly replied that she didn't need to guess, she just had to beat them both. Panic started to grip his heart. This crazy woman would have died long ago if she wasn't a 2-star evolver. Yet she had willingly endured 6 brutal explosions just to hit them. Charging with his blade, he screamed that breaking their skills wouldn't save her. Utterly shocked when she deliberately stepped right into his blade to make her move, Xiaobai struck back decisively, declaring she didn't need to be stronger, just far more ruthless and enduring than them. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, leaving his terrified twin to scream his name in absolute panic. Xiaobai quietly asked if anyone had ever told them they talked too much. Meanwhile, over at the Yingchun County Grain Depot, a horde of roaring zombies flooded the streets. Zhongming led the charge, urging everyone to follow as he slashed through a wall, only for another swarm of zombies to pour out. His followers panicked, utterly terrified by the sheer number of zombies crawling all over the grain depot. "We only move forward, never back," Zhongming confidently told his group. "Do not worry, just get behind me." Unleashing his flame-sealing technique, he reduced the zombies to ashes. In an instant, the entire horde vanished into thin air. Lao Hu ran up excitedly, yelling, "Boss, that move was incredible. You wiped out the entire horde in one single blow. Boss, the food is ours." But as they opened the door, something leaped out. Sensing danger, Ye Zhongming shoved Lao Hu aside, just in time. The terrified man gasped, "Boss, what the hell is that thing?" Ye Zhongming quickly explained, "It is a black mud zombie. I never expected one to be hiding inside." Lao Hu panicked, as his lower body began to grow numb. Ye Zhongming assured him, "Get healer Fu to treat you. Do not worry, you will be fine." With that, he stepped inside to search, muttering, "Where are you hiding?" Suddenly, a zombie lunged from behind, but he spun and slashed it instantly. Right in front of Ye Zhongming stood the grotesque black mud zombie. This mutated black mud zombie was extremely powerful and far more disgusting than other mutants. Its signature attack was launching a foul, sticky slime to trap its prey. The slime was not only incredibly sticky, but it also carried a potent neurotoxin that paralyzed victims, leaving them completely helpless and trapped alive. Ye Zhongming felt a slight wave of relief. Fortunately, this mutant was only level 3. If its evolution level had been any higher, it would have been a massive problem. He never expected to encounter such a high-level mutant right at the entrance. Just then, Lao Hu ran back in, shouting, "Boss, I am cured. Healer Fu patched me up." Ye Zhongming ordered everyone to stick to the plan. Lao Hu led the defense, telling everyone to hold the line outside, while their boss handled the monsters lurking deep inside the warehouse. Ye Zhongming moved swiftly, calculating his options. He could not use his flame power inside, or the entire warehouse would blow up. Suddenly, glass shattered above as monsters began dropping down. He quickly counted at least 10 level 1 mutated zombies. They were likely the minions of the black mud monster. Ye Zhongming effortlessly dodged their strikes, while the black mud zombie shrieked to command its mindless lackeys to charge. Drawing his blade, he slashed the first zombie that lunged at him. Activating his bloodsteel skill, he kicked one monster back, even as another clamped its jaws onto his leg. Ye Zhongming spun like a violent whirlwind to break free. Despite the spikes growing from the zombie's back, he stomped it down hard. A glowing green stream flowed directly into Ye Zhongming. Thanks to his devilish blood siphon skill, his wounds began rapidly closing up. Ye Zhongming smiled to himself. Yes, he could feel it. An endless stream of energy was restoring his stamina and completely mending his flesh. As another zombie leaped at him, he delivered a clean, lethal slice right through its skull. The gashes on his face regenerated at an unbelievable speed. Having wiped out the minor threats, Ye Zhongming stepped forward. "Now, it is just you and me." The black mud zombie lunged. Pushing through the pain, Ye Zhongming charged forward and stabbed it. Just then, his allies rushed in, shouting his name. Ye Zhongming turned around and barked, "Perfect timing. Transport team, get in here and start moving this food. We need to act fast." Uncle Lu bellowed, "Transport team, get inside now. The rest of you, maintain the defensive perimeter. Hurry, we cannot afford to waste a single grain of rice." Mo Ye called out to Ye Zhongming, promising to rejoin the battle as soon as they drew the zombie horde away. He asked Mo Yi where Xia Bai was. She hesitated, replying, "She noticed something strange and told us to go ahead, while she stayed behind to block the path." Meanwhile, Beizi, the holy seat, was hot on Xia Bai's heels. She ran at full speed to lure him away. Beizi glided forward effortlessly, calling out, "Just stop. Your friends are not in this direction. In fact, they are likely heading in the exact opposite way. Let me guess. They are heading to the Yingchun granary, aren't they?" Hearing this, Xia Bai suddenly skidded to a halt and glared back at him. Beizi sneered, "Looks like I was right. Though, you are quite impressive for managing to kill one of my best men. I am Beizi, the 5th holy seat of the prestigious Soul Merchant Guild. Become my loyal warrior, and I will spare your friends. I will even restore your beautiful face to its original, unblemished glory." Xia Bai glared at him with pure disdain, sneering mockingly, "You really are an absolute idiot." Outside the Yingchun food warehouse, endless swarms of zombies surrounded the area. Inside, the defense squad fought desperately to hold the line and keep them out. Meanwhile, the others frantically moved the vital survival reserves. Uncle Lu supervised the chaos, shouting, "Move faster, but stay focused. We cannot waste all of our precious ammo here." Suddenly, a shadow plunged from the rafters, launching an ambush right into the crowd. In a flash, Ye Zhongming intercepted the attacker, crushing them with one single, devastating punch. With the path finally cleared, he urged the group to keep moving. The transport team charged ahead, knowing they had to secure these vital supplies even if it cost them their lives. They worked in perfect harmony, with some carrying the heavy crates out, while others loaded them onto vehicles. Suddenly, the ground shook, freezing everyone in their tracks. Little Hu ran over, gasping, "Boss, 2 level 3 monsters are heading straight for us." This was bad. Ye Zhongming recognized them instantly as 2-headed demons, and they were already incredibly close. Ye Zhongming asked anxiously, "Is everyone across?" In reality, Liang Shuyan and a dozen fighters were still left behind, desperately covering their retreat. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming instantly summoned his roaring mechanical engineer. A massive robot materialized. He then immediately ordered Little Tiger to tell the others to prepare for a quick retreat. With their orders, everyone retreated rapidly as the terrifying 2-headed demon closed in. Once they safely reached the far bank, Ye Zhongming gave the command to completely destroy the wooden bridge. Little Tiger quickly slashed through the bridge's support ropes, sending the zombies stepping onto the wooden bridge plunging into the deep abyss below. Next, Ye Zhongming ordered his roaring mechanical engineer to immediately open fire. With just one single shot, the zombies were blown to pieces. He seized the chance to urge everyone onto the vehicles. The convoy, packed with massive loads of cargo, finally escaped the warehouse. Under Ye Zhongming's leadership, they continued pressing forward into the wasteland, but the monsters still managed to catch up, launching a barrage of massive boulders directly at him. Ye Zhongming calmly swung his mountain-cleaving blade, easily deflecting the harmless flying rocks. Beside him, Xiaolei anxiously asked what that thing was. Keeping his eyes on the road, Ye Zhongming replied that it was a massive, ultra-powerful 2-headed demon. "If that monster catches us, we will pay a devastating price." Meanwhile, the smaller demon riding its shoulder relentlessly hurled rocks at their fleeing vehicle. Ye Zhongming had no choice but to summon a sniper rifle and knelt down into a firing stance. Ye Zhongming took steady aim, targeting the small demon's head on the shoulder. With his target locked, Ye Zhongming pulled the trigger, sending a bullet flying straight toward the demon's second head. The shoulder demon quickly blocked with its arm, but the high-powered bullet tore the limb completely off, leaving Ye Zhongming genuinely surprised by this terrifying defense. Even at this distance, his enhanced bullets were actually blocked. The sudden attack only enraged the 2-headed giant, and it kept throwing rocks. As the monster continued its assault, Ye Zhongming fought back fiercely, refusing to let it throw another stone. Another shot fired, tearing away another of the 2-headed demon's arms. A rapid succession of bullets followed, raining down heavily directly on both of the beasts. Realizing it stood no chance, the 2-headed demon finally halted. Seeing this, Ye Zhongming smirked and called out, "Done chasing us? Finally scared?" He shouldered his rifle and boldly threatened them. "This is your warning. Keep chasing us, and you die." Though the monsters were absolutely furious, they were completely helpless and could only roar in frustration as they gave up. Ye Zhongming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the armor-piercing rounds he had hoarded for so long were just enough. Outside, a ruined building, a dark figure was finishing off a man. As his final breath escaped, the red-haired zombie coldly tossed him to the ground. She suddenly stared at her hand, in utter confusion. The red-haired zombie stood there dazed, muttering, "These look like words, but what are they? Why can't I read them? I just can't remember." Suddenly, a demonic cat crept up from behind. Following closely behind the demonic cat was another black-haired zombie. She spoke calmly, "You cannot escape." Not understanding a single word, the red-haired zombie simply ignored her. Seeing this disrespect toward its master, the demonic cat hissed and growled in sheer anger. Gently stroking the cat to calm it, the black-haired zombie urged, "Let me consume you, and you will be set free. Without a host body, you can never truly evolve." Blackhair seriously proposed, "You will definitely be hunted down, so why not just agree?" Redhair seemed to want to reply, but she could only produce muffled, choking sounds instead of words. Even so, the black-haired zombie understood and replied that it was no illusion. Suddenly, Redhair whipped her razor-sharp strands forward to attack, completely catching the black-haired zombie off guard. With supreme agility, she leapt back, smoothly dodging the deadly ambush. The surprise attack had failed, leaving the red-haired zombie highly frustrated by her defeat. This defiance completely enraged the black-haired zombie, who instantly flew forward to launch a brutal counterattack. Redhair suddenly slammed her hard, weapon-like hair directly down into the ground. Countless sharp hair spikes erupted right in the path of the oncoming black-haired zombie, halting her in her tracks. Instantly, the black-haired zombie clutched her demonic cat, wrapping her own long black locks tightly around her body to shield herself against the oncoming red spikes. Just as her dark hair formed a sturdy armor, the sharp crimson spikes struck with full force. The impact triggered a massive explosion, filling the air with dust. As the smoke cleared, it revealed the black-haired zombie impaled by the red spikes, but she only sustained minor injuries. Seeing this, Red Hair sneered in sheer contempt, only to suddenly feel a sharp, agonizing pain shoot deep inside her own body. Red Hair immediately turned and fled. Furious, the black-haired zombie yanked the spikes from her flesh, determined not to let her prey escape. Deep in the forest on the opposite side, Xiaobai dragged her exhausted body through the dense, tangled underbrush. But Holy Seat Bizi had already caught up, coldly offering her one final chance. Swear loyalty to me now, or die. Facing death, Xiaobai spat on the ground, completely mocking his words. This defiance only amused Bizi. So you choose death? Still stubborn? Do you really think being a 2-star evolved makes you strong? To him, everyone in this world is just a frog in a well, including her. Only the Lin Merchant Guild stands at the absolute peak of humanity, representing the ultimate future. He used both threats and sweet-talking, warning her that walking away meant missing out on their massive strength. She needed to cherish this rare opportunity, especially since he really admired her fierce, decisive attitude. The moment he finished speaking, Holy Seed Bizi threw a brutal punch straight at Xiaobai. She used her last bit of strength to block, but in her exhausted state, Xiaobai could not stop the impact. The heavy blow sent her flying straight into a tree. Bizi smirked and continued his taunts, pointing out that she could barely stand even though he had not even used his class skills yet. Did she still not see the massive gap between them, or the terrifying power of the Lin Merchant Guild? After all, he was a 3-star evolver, a level of power her people had probably never even witnessed. She had to understand the vast differences between ranks. Their guild possessed at least 10 fighters of his caliber, and their supreme leader was so powerful that he was completely unmatched. None of his boasting got through to Xiaobai. Instead, she just glared at him with absolute hatred. Bizi stepped closer, mockingly caressing her cheek. He taunted that if it were not for the scars covering half of her face, she would actually be quite beautiful. He assumed girls like her had suffered endlessly since the apocalypse began, but her sudden voice instantly caught him off guard. Xiaobai had gripped his wrist with a deadly expression, whispering that she would slice his arm off and roast it for their Earth Emperor beast. Her defiant threat drove him completely insane, making him curse her for being so ungrateful. As morning sunlight hit the shelter, the leader of the Hungry Tiger Knights roared in fury, wondering how those ruthless monsters could possibly be that powerful. Despite lacking any real talent, they had decimated his knights. Beside him, Uncle Hai stroked his pipe and let out a low, pained groan. Suddenly, a body was violently slammed onto the ground right before them, making everyone turn in shock. Standing tall, in a cool landing pose, was Holy Seat Bizi, with an unconscious Xiaobai lying at his feet. The furious knight leader immediately demanded to know why Bizi had refused to assist them, only to bring back this half-dead girl instead of helping. Uncle Hai remained calmer, asking the Holy Seat what this was all about. Frowning, he explained that during the chaos, another group had used their gunfire to draw Nixuan County zombies away, while launching an attack on the other side. The news left them utterly stunned. He added that this girl was a crucial figure in that rival faction, leaving her to them to handle. They needed to interrogate her to find out her faction. Meanwhile, Xiaobai remained completely unconscious. Bizi also warned them that she was actually a 2-star evolver. Clenching his fist tightly in front of them, he delivered one final, solemn warning. They had better show some respect to the Lin Merchant Guild from now on, because not everyone there was as easygoing as him. With that, he casually aimed a punch at a nearby building, then turned and walked away, leaving the three of them standing there completely baffled. A second later, a massive explosion erupted at the base of the structure, obliterating the lower half of the building instantly. While Uncle Hai and the Night Leader stood frozen in sheer terror at that power, Lu Zhongxiao quickly took the opportunity to carry Xiaobai away. He asked if young Master Yun and Uncle Hai would mind his actions. Glancing back with a dark look, he left. Meanwhile, over at Yunting Villa, everyone was busy loading heavy sacks onto trailers to move them out. Nearby, a group of men were devouring food at a long table, constantly smacking their lips in pure satisfaction. Inside the meeting room, Mo Yi reported their devastating losses, which included 30 dead 1-star evolvers, and 2 who were permanently disabled. 45 regular soldiers were killed, 6 crippled, 21 supply team members lost, and their remaining ammunition was nearly empty. Despite the victory, the defense force was severely weakened and desperately needed recruits. Sweating as she read, Mo Ye watched Ye Zhongming rest his chin on his hands and give orders. He ordered that once the injured stabilized, they should receive light duties, as the base would support them from now on. Uncle Lu agreed, noting this would show everyone that if they gave their all for the base would never abandon them in return. Ye Zhongming then turned back to Mo Ye, instructing her on how to replenish their rank of evolvers. Hearing this, she immediately handed over her prepared list of candidates to him, which was followed shortly by Tang Tian starting his report. As dusk settled over the villa, Sister Rong stared out the window, hesitantly asking if there was any news regarding Sha Bai. Covering his mouth in deep thought, he instructed Sha Lei to assign a search mission to the active hunting teams. He also told Uncle Lu to have Yuan Shang put out a bounty for any leads. As they left to execute the orders, Ye Zhongming turned his attention back to Mo Ye. He promised to prepare 40 vials of 1-star evolution potion based on her submitted list. 35 were allocated to the list, while the remaining 5 were hers to distribute based on training performance. Mo Ye immediately nodded, confirming she understood. Suddenly, Uncle Lu pushed the door open to report that the bounty had been announced, before holding up a fresh stack of intelligence documents. It turned out Yuan Shang had also shared some crucial intel, which the entire room immediately began to review together. Xia Lei spoke up first, noting that both the Dongshanku Lu family and the Hungry Tiger Knights took massive losses. It seems this monster is seriously powerful. Ye Zhongming stared at the report with a smirk. The intel from Yuan Shang wasn't entirely accurate about who held the trump cards, but it was still highly valuable. Uncle Lu, I need you to make a trip, Ye Zhongming called out, and the old man was instantly ready for orders. Go to Dongshanku to make contact, and see if we can trade food for weapons. If they sell modified firearms, we can offer magic crystals in exchange. Ye Zhongming glanced at Uncle Lu as he handed down the orders. Then, he instructed Mo Ye to closely monitor Zhang Delong. Suddenly, Xiao Lei raised her hand, asking if they should investigate the Spirit Guild. He raised his index finger, analyzing the situation. The Spirit Guild will do absolutely anything to evolve. Their methods are incredibly brutal and inhumane, which is why they are temporarily ahead of normal humans. For now, we should avoid them. The next evening at Yunding Villa, everyone gathered around a large wooden round table. Xia Lei reported the intel they received around 6 or 7 p.m. tonight. Yesterday, an armed force of over 200 men from the Ying City prison began marching toward Yunding Villa. According to her, the leader was the wicked Pang Lin, nicknamed Evil Pagoda, alongside Hu Chao, who extorted them before. Xiao Hu chimed in next, reporting that at 8:13 yesterday, the hunting squad spotted a massive horde of over 20,000 zombies, moving from Ying City toward the road ahead. They will reach Yunding Mountain in 7 days, including many level 3 zombies. Sister Rong also anxiously reported that at noon today, Liang Yi sent word from Dongshanku via communicator, stating they had absolutely no intention of accepting the deal to trade food for weapons. At 2 p.m. today, they officially rejected the deal, while detaining Liang Yi and his 10-man squad, demanding 10,000 kilograms of food as ransom. With a dark expression, Ye Zhongming asked if there was anything else. Mo Ye hesitantly reported the news from Yuan Shang. The Sci-Tech squad's leader sent a threatening letter, demanding food in exchange for their lives. Frowning deeply, she also reported that Sha Bai had fallen into the Lu family's hands and was currently being taken to their central island base, heavily wounded and on the verge of death. Xiao Hu instantly cursed, saying everyone was trying to walk all over them. Liang Shuyin was equally furious, clenching her fists. Rejecting the trade was one thing, but taking hostages for ransom was crossing the line. Seeing this, Xiao Lei calmed them down, frowning. Right now, we need to focus on finding a solution. Tang Tian stepped forward and made a suggestion to Ye Zhongming. I think we should prioritize these threats by severity and deal with them one by one, he said, looking down at the report. Our most immediate threat is tomorrow's incoming force from the Ying City prison. If possible, we should buy temporary peace with food to send them away. Liang Shuyin slammed her fist onto the table, interrupting Tang Tian. They clearly want to rob us of all our food. Ye Zhongming just smirked in agreement. It seems everyone knows a fight is inevitable. Once we survive Ying City prison, we must deal with the 2 factions holding our hostages. As for the Sci-Tech squad's threat, we can ignore that for now and discuss it later. Finally, there is the zombie issue. If they do not change course, we will face an absolute catastrophe. Once they arrive, it will be a literal fight to the death. Everyone listened to Tang Tian's analysis in silence. With that, Ye Zhongming gave him a thumbs up. He then turned to Xia Lei, asking for specific details on Pang Lin. She immediately reported. Pang Lin is one of Zhang Delong's top 5 lieutenants from Ying City Prison, ranking right in the middle among them. He is leading over 200 men. He is a 2-star revolver, but his class is currently unknown. Under him are over 51-star revolvers, at least 10 guns, and an unknown amount of ammunition. Frowning at her paper, Xia Lei remarked, Yuan Shang has obtained over 10 evolution potions from us recently. His men are almost all evolvers now. She looked up at Ye Zhongming. He pulled out several evolution potions and instructed Xiao Hu to inform the regular soldiers about the impending raid, explain the dangers clearly. Choose those who volunteer and distribute these evolution potions to them. If we run short, come find me. Just remember to select the men first. Xiao Hu stared at the potions and excitedly accepted the orders. Next, Ye Zhongming told Yue Gong, the assistants, Tang Tian, and Tang Guo to stay back and guard the base. They looked at him with worry. Ye Zhongming frowned and strictly warned them, raising his index finger. If anyone attacks the villa and you can't hold, retreat immediately. Do not be reckless. With that, he waved his hand, ordering the others to follow him out. Our war has begun. Since danger is inevitable, we must prepare to face it. So we will destroy it. A second later, Ye Zhongming suddenly remembered to ask Xia Lei, Is Yuan Shang's group still at the villa? She immediately replied, They haven't left yet. Why? He did not answer, only smirking with deep, mysterious intent. A bit later, Xiao Hu was directing the crew to move supplies. Yuan Shang watched, asking Ye Zhongming if this method was a bit underhanded. Within moments, everything from the chest's bottom was cleared. Yuan Shang frowned, but Ye Zhongming just smirked with absolute confidence. Relax. I only took some of your ammo and explosives. Don't worry, I won't touch anything else. Yuan Shang was still uneasy, but before he could speak, Ye Zhongming cut him off. You and your men are mostly 2-star evolved now. Your self-defense is plenty. Plus, I will give you a 2-star evolution potion later. Yuan Shang was utterly stunned. He wanted to say more, but Ye Zhongming had already turned and ordered his team to move out. A moment later, Yuan Shang watched their vehicles leave with a heavy gaze. Boss Ye, your villa must hold its ground. He muttered anxiously. That night at a camp, a man was pulling up his pants after finishing up with 2 women. Pang Lin pulled open the tent flap, yawning widely. With hands in his pockets, he paced around the tent and grumbled, Sleep well, you little punks. Once I am fully charged, I will wipe that nameless faction completely off the map. That tiger trash forgot to mention that Yunding Villa actually has a smoking hot internet celebrity, not to mention a gorgeous mature lady. If that guy lied to me, I will hunt him down. As Pang Lin unzipped to relieve himself on the grass, a sudden voice asking his name startled him out of his wits. Who is there? Pang Lin shrieked. But before him stood Ye Zhongming, lunging forward with a lightning-fast blade. Suddenly, the ring on Pang Lin's hand glowed bright, summoning a shield that blocked the incoming blade. An energy shield? Ye Zhongming smirked with interest. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted from his blade. The fire enveloped his blade, shattering the barrier instantly. As Pang Lin stood jaw-dropped, Ye Zhongming leaped high into the air. He unleashed a fiery slash, but Pang Lin reacted quickly, bending backward to dodge the blazing arc. Pushing off the ground, Pang Lin executed a series of backflips, landing steadily just a short distance away. Glaring at Ye Zhongming, Pang Lin ground his teeth in rage, screaming that he was going to kill him. With every roar, Pang Lin's body swelled. Growing into a giant, he bellowed, You are dead meat, kid. Looks like a low-tier giant bloodline. Pang Lin cursed and threw a devastating punch right where Ye Zhongming stood. Leaping high, he muttered, The giant bloodline gives great strength, but unfortunately, Ye Zhongming scoffed. Pang Lin suddenly realized something was wrong. Pang Lin screamed, finding his legs bound by 2 strange glowing rings. To his horror, Ye Zhongming had already slipped behind him. Ye Zhongming leaped up. Low alertness, terrible combat experience. What a complete waste of a good bloodline. With a swift slash, his blade tore down Pang Lin's back, sending the giant into absolute agony. With his spine shattered, the giant collapsed to his knees. The screams woke his henchmen, who rushed out of their tents. Don't let him get away, they yelled. Meanwhile, at Dongshan Village's roulette wheel, Xia Lei was deep in thought. She wasn't alone either. A massive crowd of survivors stood right behind her. Uncle Hai stood opposite them, gripping his iron bar while cursing their terrible intel. Yunding Villa had 3 2-star evolved fighters on top of their mysterious leader. Even their level 2 beast showed up. Weren't they supposed to only have 10 1-star evolved members left? There were at least 50 here. Plus their gear was exceptional. Armed to the teeth with white and gray grade weapons, this group was too tough to handle. Uncle Hai spoke up, warning them that Dongshan village would not tolerate their actions. If they didn't leave immediately, it would be deemed a provocation, and they would suffer the consequences. Xiaolei calmly negotiated. Our boss said, release the hostage, pay 20 upgraded guns, and we can still be friends. 2 guns? That's already too many. We don't have them. 10 guns and we release him. That's our final offer. He bargained. Xiaolei remained quiet, keeping her expression completely unreadable. Uncle Hai proposed a half-year truce where both sides minded their own business. Yet Xiaolei persistently tried to convince him that keeping a cooperative friendship was much better. Then Xiaolei proposed another condition, pushing Uncle Hai to the absolute limit of his patience. She looked at him calmly, telling him not to trigger a heart attack. Look, boss, they offered a pretty sweet deal. If he releases the captive, not only do they stop fighting, but they also become prime trading partners. But hey, the final move is entirely up to him. Uncle Hai signals her to keep talking before ordering his men to bring the hostage out, along with 10 extra rifles. Xiao Hu is absolutely thrilled to see him. Welcome back, Uncle Lu. You have had a tough time. Meanwhile, Xiaolei examines the weapon and feels shocked. It is nothing like Ye Zhongming's work. This modification swaps original parts and upgrades the base materials to a whole new level. She gives Uncle Hai a satisfied look, officially closing the deal for both sides. She tells the old man to send their boss's regards to Hai Dong, saying when God closes a door, he always opens a window. Hai Dong usually acts a bit dim, but who knew he possessed such insane crafting talent? Just looking at this weapon, his tempering skills are clearly on a whole different level. Congrats. Her words make him grit his teeth in absolute fury, barely holding back. Beside him, a lackey whispers, Uncle Hai, are we seriously just letting them walk? What if we strike them from behind and wipe them out right now? He stays quiet, but panic is setting in. How on earth did she know about Hai Dong's secret? Over on another part of the island, Xiao Wu from the Lu clan is getting brutal. He forces Xiao Bai's chin up with a club, snarling that they already know everything. Genting Villa, right? The moment you left, our spies brought us the intel. Did you really think anything happens at Genting Villa without the Lu clan finding out? Start talking. How many evolvers? How many guns? And how many 2-star fighters do you have there? Do they have class users? Tell me, and I will set you free. Xiao Bai just glares back with pure disgust, calling him an idiot. This sends him straight over the edge. Furious, Xiao Wu beats her mercilessly, screaming that he will kill her. He is incredibly frustrated. He has been torturing her all day, yet she refuses to break. If he fails this simple task, how can he secure the next batch of evolutionary potion? He has to prove his worth. Knowing his father has other heirs, he snaps and strikes her harder, roaring, are you going to talk or what? Even with her body completely broken, Xiao Bai's eyes burn with fierce determination. Not a single trace of fear. Pushed past his limit, Xiao Wu slams the whip onto the floor and snarls, fine, keep your mouth shut and die. Suddenly, a minion bursts through the door. Xiao Wu instantly screams at him to get lost and stop annoying him. The guard quickly reports, we have a huge problem, young master Xiao Wu. Someone just arrived at the lake looking for her. Stunned, he asks for confirmation, and the guard assures him it is just one guy. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Wu orders his crew to go check it out. Night falls over the central island, wrapping the entire place in a tense, heavy silence. Inside the main hall, the high-ups gather around a large table to deal with the situation. A scout reports that they scanned the lake, and there are absolutely no boats. The guy is completely on his own. Lu Zhengxiao looks serious. Crossing that massive lake alone takes serious guts. But the guy must have insane luck to survive. Exactly. The mutated monsters in that lake are a complete nightmare. Lu Zhengxiao scoffs, finding it pathetic that some idiot is throwing his life away for a girl. It is literally a suicide mission. He then turns to his son and daughter, telling them to handle the intruder. Zhao Hai smirks at Xiao Wu, teasing him that they will get the job done right. Unlike his spectacular failure, you spent all day interrogating her and got absolutely nothing. Xiao Wu secretly fumes, thinking he would have beaten his smug brother to death already if their father did not favor him. Xiao Ling steps in to stop the bickering, asking where the suicidal idiot is. She orders her men to bring him in, while Xiao Wu swallows his rage. Right at that moment, the heavy doors swing open. Zhongming calmly walks in, saying he is there for someone. The eldest brother barks back. Who do you think you are? Who the hell are you to demand anything? Lose that calm, arrogant face before we wipe it off for you. It is honestly disgusting. Xiao Wu steps up, pointing right at his face, bragging that he gave the girl over 500 lashes today. If you act tough like her, I will happily give you 500 more. Do you understand, you pathetic bum? Completely ignoring the threats, Zhongming calmly notes that this means she is indeed here. This drives Xiao Wu absolutely insane, screaming that the guy must be deaf. Before Xiao Wu can even finish his sentence, a deafening gunshot cuts him off. The entire room jumps up in pure shock. Zhongming put a bullet right between his eyes, killing him instantly. As terror grips the Lu family, Zhongming wastes zero time and coldly fires another shot. Xiaoling watches in absolute horror as her sibling collapses beside her. Immediately, the guards draw their weapons to fire. Damn it, kill this arrogant bastard now. But suddenly, a blinding light erupts from Zhongming's side. The mysterious ring on his finger flashes with power, instantly generating a massive protective barrier that completely covers him. He raises his gun, firing with absolute precision. Xiao Hai takes a hit and collapses to the ground, dead. Seeing his beloved son killed, Lu Zhengxiao loses his mind and screams in rage. You bastard! You killed Lu Zhengxiao's son, and now you must die. From his crystal necklace, a wooden staff slowly begins to materialize. Zhongming uses this nature staff to summon a massive water goddess. The crowd is completely stunned. What on earth is this water creature? The giant water golem clenches its fists, radiating pure destructive power. Xiao Ling grabs her weapon and charges wildly. She rushes straight at the giant water spirit. Her sharp blade stabs straight into the left chest of the water spirit. Lu Zhengxiao shouts in triumph. Great! Break its shield, and but before he can finish, a cold gun barrel presses against his head from behind. Zhongming coldly orders him to release the hostage. Panicking, the old man stammers, How did you get here so fast? Release her? In your dreams, Xiao Ling snarls. Let my father go right now, or you die today. Unfazed, Zhongming replies. I won't be dying here, but if you don't release her, none of you leave alive. Zhongming lightly taps the glowing crystal on his staff. Lu Zhengxiao suddenly realizes it's a legendary nature staff. Zhongming growls. So you recognize it. Good. Now, release her, or die. Lu Zhengxiao looks at him and says calmly, I won't deny you're strong, and that nature staff is powerful, but if you're really suicidal, at worst we'll just drag each other down to the grave. You know I am not bluffing. The Lu family has endless numbers, and you have already used your main trump card. Kill me, and my family lives on, but you will definitely die here. The crowd gasps at Lu Zhengxiao's bold words, but Zhongming remains completely unfazed, looking entirely indifferent. You're right, but so what? The old man fumes, silently calculating. He knows Zhongming is right, but he doesn't want to die here either. Should he release the girl or not? A close ally whispers to Xiao Ling, reminding her that the patriarch is trapped and her 3 brothers are gone. Now, she is the only one who can make the call. She stares at her captured father, then grinds her teeth and reluctantly commands, Listen to my order, release the girl. Yet, the guards keep their defensive stance. A young man carries Shabai over. Your woman is here, Xiao Ling demands. Here she is. Now let my father go and get lost. But Zhongming makes a smarter move. No. Tell your man to carry her and follow me. Once we've crossed the lake safely, I'll release him. Furious, she screams, You shameless bastard. Didn't you promise to free my father once we brought her out? Let him go right now. Instead, he presses the gun barrel harder, against her father's temple. How amusing. Zhongming laughs. If I let him go here, do you really think I'll walk away alive? I don't break promises, but I never trust enemies. I am in a hurry. Either I kill your father, then you can commit suicide. Or, you agree to my terms. Make your choice. Left with no choice, she orders her men to back off and comply. The subordinate carrying Xia Bai follows closely behind Zhongming as he exits with the hostage. Xiao Ling glares in pure hatred. You absolute bastard, I swear I will kill you. The 4 of them reach the lakeside. Zhongming takes Xia Bai and turns to leave, leaving the patriarch completely stunned. You are not going to kill me? Zhongming doesn't answer. He simply looks back with a cold, dismissive smirk. then continues walking away into the distance. The foolish subordinate asks blankly, "Patriarch, what on earth did that smile of his mean?" Lu Zhengxiao remains silent, but knows the answer all too well. He used to look down on others with that exact same smirk. It's the look of someone who doesn't even view his enemies as a threat. He knows they'll seek revenge, but he simply doesn't care. No petty schemes could ever faze him. That used to be him. But now, Lu Zhengxiao can only sigh and order his subordinate to head back. Deep into the quiet night, Xiaobai stands in the lake for a long time. This is no ordinary lake. Swirling with rich energy, it leaves her more and more amazed by the second. Watching in silence, he used the scent of her blood to lure monsters, using them as nourishment to heal her. In just 2 hours, she has already recovered more than half her strength. Zhongming looks at her, puzzled. "Why did you come out? You still need to recover the rest of your strength. That takes at least another 3 hours. Xiaobai slowly sits back down to continue. "I knew Master was busy, and I'm fine now." He nods in approval, then instructs her to drive this car back to base. If they raid the armory, they can bring fewer supplies, but they cannot afford to lose the vehicles. "Take these boots and put them on. Once your wounds heal, we move." Xiaobai quickly kneels to obey, then hops into the car and starts the engine. Before leaving, she pays her respects. "Master, I am off. As for that traitor, we should chop him up and feed him to the beasts." He smirks. Everyone from that Ling Chamber of Commerce can feed the dogs. Watching her drive away, Zhongming stands alone, lost in thought. Xiaobai is safe. Over at the Dongshanko village, Xiaolei should be handling things just fine. Besides, he had shared a massive secret about Dongshanku with Xiaolei, a secret that even Uncle Hai wouldn't dare mention to anyone. Leaving this ring with that trash Pang Lin was a waste anyway. Now that they are dead, for now, the greed from Yingcheng prison is suppressed. Even if they want revenge, they can't strike back that quickly. That leaves just one immediate problem to solve: those Yingcheng prison thugs guarding the armory entrance. From the shadows of the forest, Zhongming silently watches the armory, carefully analyzing the situation. The intel was dead wrong, but even with fewer enemies, Genting Manor's current strength stands absolutely zero chance of stopping them. He bites into his rations and keeps going. When a tidal wave of monsters and mutated beasts starts flooding out, their individual power ranks do not even matter anymore. In a nightmare scenario like this, even a 3-star evolved warrior, or even a 4-star, would have to run. But he refuses to abandon Genting Manor's 7-star Roulette. He tosses aside his water bottle. Zhongming stands up and steps forward. Time to make a move. Outside, a monster lies fast asleep. He creeps closer and calls out, instantly catching the beast off guard. Without hesitation, he drives his blade straight into its skull. Zhongming frowns, feeling the knife catch on tough muscle. Its defense is weak, but the noise alerts the horde inside, and they come charging out in a terrifying swarm. Completely unfazed, Zhongming activates his wind flame blade technique, instantly wrapping his sword in roaring fire. He slashes forward with incredible speed, letting the fiery shockwave consume the oncoming beasts. Concern flashes across Zhongming's face as the monsters blast a heavy metal door straight at him. He leaps aside just in time. Behind that door, hundreds of savage beasts pour out of the darkness. Zhongming looks at them, looking quite satisfied with himself. The high-level demon has successfully baited the rest of the horde out. He spins around and dashes toward the woods, leading them on a chase. Once he hits the sweet spot, he stops. Holding his scepter, Zhongming flashes a cold smile and unleashes his blue blood lotus skill. He pivots and aims the staff. Instantly, a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes rains down on the horde. A massive explosion echoes through the forest. "Now, let's head back over to the armory." Zhongming steps inside, sighing. He would never have come to this godforsaken place if he wasn't forced by those monsters. Not only did he waste his only mid-grade natural gem, but he didn't even score a single magic crystal. Fighting those beasts was a total loss. He slowly walks deeper inside, scanning the area and calculating his next move. Though this armory is small, it's packed with weapons. There are over 1,000 rifles, plenty of ammo to hold out, and some handguns. About 100 pistols, all brand new. On top of that, there is plenty of military gear and several hundred bulletproof vests. Then, he spots a door tucked away in the corner. Zhongming flings it open and shines his light inside. His eyes instantly widen in pure shock. He shines the light on the beds, completely disgusted to find the breeding ground of those monsters. Zhongming slowly approaches, drawing his blade with a heavy heart. Leaving this place unchecked means massive trouble later. He closes his eyes and drives his blade down, whispering, "I'm sorry. I can't save you." Suddenly, a noise startles him. He whips his head around to see someone stepping out from behind the door, complaining, "What a total pain." Covered in dust, Lu Zhenghong stands before him, her face full of authority. "Put that gun down. Pointing it at me makes me uncomfortable." Ye Zhongming stays alert, coldly replying, "That's fine, as long as I'm comfortable." Sensing the aura radiating from this messy woman, he realizes she is actually an evolved human too. She scoffs. "Well, keep pointing it if that is what makes you feel safe in a dump like this." Lu Zhenghong slowly steps forward, keeping him on high alert. She walks over to a corpse, casually examining it. Body temperature is normal, congested veins, early rigor mortis, and the cornea is already clouding up. Typical signs of death. Looks like these zombies won't tell me anything. Lu Zhenghong suddenly glares at him. "What was your job before this? Your killing style is too clean and fast. Even if the apocalypse started 2 months ago, it absolutely shouldn't produce someone with such precise knowledge of the human anatomy." Increasingly annoyed, Ye Zhongming keeps his gun leveled at her. What is going on? Her power is no threat to him, yet her intense gaze sends a cold shiver down his spine. On guard, he demands answers. "Who are you? Why are you here? And how do you know all this?" Lu Zhenghong chuckles softly at his reaction. "Impressive senses you've got there. I only glanced at you for a split second as you were leaving, yet you caught me instantly." She eyes him, continuing her assessment. "You are so skilled that killing is pure instinct. Were you trained as a child assassin or a special agent?" Ye Zhongming snaps back in annoyance. "Are you serious? You've read way too many novels." But she cuts him off before he can finish. "Never mind that," Ye Zhongming said. Explaining his celestial sight class gave him unique abilities to analyze her recent battle. He grit his teeth, muttering quietly while sizing her up. Lu Zhenghong was completely shocked, wondering how he knew the exact name of her class skill. She then quickly relented, offering a compromise. "I know you have a lot of questions," she proposed. "How about I explain first, and then you answer my doubts?" Ye Zhongming cautiously agreed. Lu Zhenghong immediately fell into deep thought, starting to recount her past before the apocalypse. She explained that she used to be a forensic pathologist, a doctor of medicine, and a gene research specialist. She was an honorary professor at 2 top 10 global universities, though people also called her a cold-blooded beast, a corpse woman, and a perverted freak from hell. She glanced over at Ye Zhongming before continuing her story. "Since my research involved dead bodies and genetic mutations," she said, "I could not avoid certain things. Unethical and bloody experiments were unavoidable. Honestly, becoming an evolved class user was simply a combination of my own professional abilities, plus a little bit of pure luck. My combat strength is not very high, but surviving alone in this post-apocalyptic world is still manageable. Finding those nasty monsters was a total accident, mostly because their bodies carried clear traces of radioactive emissions. These creatures exploit human women and female zombies to reproduce their next terrifying generation. It is truly horrifying." Listening in silence, Ye Zhongming was amazed by how sharp she was. She had easily identified the traits of those monsters, which likely belonged to the Chudum race. After a moment of silence, he put his knife away and asked a question, leaving Lu Zhenghong feeling quite helpless. "What is your name?" he asked. "Does that really matter?" She sighed, feeling defeated. "Fine, if you must know. I am Lu Zhenghong." Hearing her name, Ye Zhongming could not help but gasp in shock. Was this Lu Zhenghong, the legendary and terrifying creator Hong from the scientific world? Lu Zhenghong closely watched his shocked reaction, with growing suspicion. "Just now, you suddenly wanted to kill me. From your face, you have definitely heard of me, though I do not recall meeting you. So, what is the reason?" Ye Zhongming fell silent in anxiety, his mind racing as he recalled the grim rumors about her. To survivors in this wasteland, the mad scientist creator Hong was considered the absolute embodiment of pure evil. She not only forced humans and mutated creatures together to create horrific monsters, but she was also incredibly cruel. Rumors constantly spread about entire survivor bases being wiped out by her hand. He stared back at her with extreme vigilance. Still, most of the stories about her were just unverified rumors. Despite her terrible reputation, she was easily ranked among the top 3 scientists in the apocalypse. Shrugging, Lu Zhenghong turned to leave, muttering that if he could not figure it out, she did not care. Pulling out her surgical knife, she approached the bed and muttered in surprise that the pregnant woman was actually still alive. She immediately bent over the bed, preparing to slice open the poor woman's stomach to retrieve the fetus. Seeing this, Ye Zhongming quickly grabbed her hand. Are you completely insane? He shouted. Even if it is just a newborn monster, a one-star evolver might not be able to defeat it. He held her shoulder as she shot him a cold glance, whispering that he was going to kill her anyway. If I die now, how will I ever see what the hybrid offspring of these monsters and humans looks like? Lu Zhenghong glared back at him. Let me find out if this is a new species, or just some genetic mutation before I die. Ye Zhongming quickly shoved her aside. On the hospital bed, the suffering girl struggled to open her eyes, coughing uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by agonizing pain, she begged him to kill the parasite inside her. With a grim face, Ye Zhongming slowly unsheathed his blade. In a flash, he plunged his knife deep into her abdomen, bringing her instant peace. Watching from the side, Lu Zhenghong immediately complained, grumbling that his merciful act was totally pointless and had just ruined her perfect research specimen. She kept a watchful eye on him, noting that his execution method was incredibly clean and precise. Why act so merciful now? Ye Zhongming wiped his blade clean, letting out a helpless chuckle. You will understand eventually, he said. In this brutal world, sparing our fellow humans from further torture and agonizing pain is a silent rule all survivors share. Glancing over at her, he asked, is conducting your research really the only thing you care about? Lu Zhenghong bent down to dissect the deceased woman's abdomen, confirming his suspicion. She then pulled a tiny, squirming monster from the womb and gasped in wonder. Honestly, I can't think of anything else in this miserable world that could ever interest me besides my research, she remarked. Ye Zhongming immediately began plotting. She was incredibly single-minded. Simply killing a brilliant scientist like her would be an absolute waste. I can give you a proper lab and supply all the specimens you will ever need. Looking at her, he made a strategic offer, promising to even provide the essential evolution potions she would need. So, how about joining my base? Lu Zhenghong found the offer highly amusing. Are you trying to recruit me as your follower? It's not impossible, but I don't see any reason why I should follow you, she remarked. In response, he smirked and casually tossed a vial of medicine her way. Calm down first. Take a look at this, he said. She caught the vial that he had suddenly tossed over to her. Immediately, she sniffed the contents. Recognizing the rare formula, Lu Zhenghong instantly changed her mind, declaring that from now on, he was her new boss. At the armory, Uncle Lu and Xiaohu climbed out of their truck, with the younger man exclaiming in pure awe, "Boss, this is absolutely insane. He managed to secure this entire armory's location all by himself." Uncle Lu deeply admired Boss Ye, finding him incredibly profound and mysterious. Except for the black-clothed squad getting a small piece of the action early on, nobody has ever managed to pull off a haul like this. Xiaohu eagerly agreed. Uncle Lu, just think about it. Some time ago, 3 major factions united to attack this place, only to retreat in total defeat. Yet, what about their boss? He went in completely solo and got the job done. Just then, Ye Zhongming and Lu Zhenghong walked out from inside, instantly bringing smiles of relief to everyone's faces. He smiled warmly, saying, "Not bad, it looks like everyone made it back safely." Uncle Lu rushed forward to grasp Ye Zhongming's hand, declaring that from now on, his very life belonged to the boss. He simply replied, "Do not worry, our Yunding villa will never needlessly sacrifice any of our brothers." Ye Zhongming then introduced Lu Zhenghong to the rest of the crew. She is a highly renowned expert in medicine and biology, and she will be officially joining our base from now on. She will handle medical treatments and lead our research. As everyone welcomed her in unison, Lu Zhenghong was caught slightly off guard by their warmth. She spoke up bluntly, asking, "Are you all just cargo lifters? Which one of you is coming with me? There is a crucial research specimen inside that needs to be collected." Hearing her blunt words, Ye Zhongming wondered if this woman had any social filters at all. Her social skills were seriously lacking. Ye Zhongming coughed dryly, saying, "All right, let us assign the tasks. Xia Lei, Xiaohu, get the others on the trucks to pack up everything from the armory and move it out. Everyone else, go assist Dr. Lu with her work. Her research is vital to everyone's future." The crew immediately obeyed the order without hesitation. 3 mornings later, at the mountaintop villa, the core members gathered for a critical meeting. Uncle Lu reported that over the past 3 days, they had successfully secured the entire mountain path, establishing 4 complete lines of defense. The main gate served as the 5th and final defensive line. Furthermore, they had constructed 4 heavily fortified concrete bunkers armed with serious firepower right at this final line, meaning that in an ideal scenario, the incoming zombie horde would be completely wiped out right before they could even reach the gates. The entire perimeter was now heavily secured and incredibly solid. Le Dayuan spoke up next, noting that while they had laid traps everywhere outside the main gate, they might not be the decisive factor. However, the combined damage would still be massive. Still, Xiaohu remained anxious due to the overwhelming size of the approaching zombie horde. They had tried to lure and distract them, but to no avail. Seeing the tension, Mo Ye spoke up with firm encouragement. At least we have successfully whipped our troops into shape through this. Even the ordinary citizens have gained combat experience, learning how to handle firearms, aim properly, and follow direct military orders. Besides, the nearly expired ammunition from the armory has been fully put to use, Liang Chuyin added. She and Sheng Yuan had also gathered more survivors during their patrol. These new recruits were currently being integrated into the combat units, earning them high praise from Ye Zhongming. He commended their hard work, clenching his fist with absolute determination as he recalled the brutal challenges they had survived together. From the Yingcheng prison to Dongshan Pass and the Lu family territory, they had overcome every single obstacle in their path. There is no doubt we can crush this zombie tide as well. I have absolute faith in us. Later that day, Yuan Sheng arrived in a state of total panic. He anxiously questioned if the promised 2-star evolution potions would only be delivered once the battle with the horde had concluded. Yi Zhongming calmly responded, explaining that they had agreed to wait until the dust settled, which obviously meant after surviving the massive zombie horde. The man then begged him, "Then, at least spare me some ammunition. I am completely dry." Yuan Sheng sighed gloomily, knowing that running around with an empty gun felt like a death sentence. Ye Zhongming agreed to the deal, but immediately asked what he was willing to offer in exchange. He pleaded, asking him not to be so calculating and to instead treat him as a loyal old friend who had always supported them. Yuan Sheng then slipped over a piece of paper, asking if it could serve as payment. Ye Zhongming picked it up, genuinely curious about what was written on it. "It is an invitation to a major regional gathering," he explained. As the boss stared at the letter, Yuan Sheng added that Mount Yunding only housed a few minor factions, making trade there highly unprofitable. If Boss Ye eventually cleared them all out, those factions would vanish entirely, and he simply could not afford to starve to death. Yuan Sheng went on to explain that the legendary Rengsing squad in Ying City was composed entirely of evolved humans, and rumor had it their numbers had already surpassed 200. They were the masterminds behind this trade fair, alongside the powerful Jingmei Company and other giants. Even the Thunder Roar squad was organized by major factions from the unprecedented Oliver Kui assault team. All of the invited guests this time were elite individuals representing the most dominant corporations and conglomerates. The visitor explained that he had gone through immense trouble just to obtain that invitation. Ye Zhongming realized that this impressive craftsmanship proved the card-making team could already generate their own electricity, which meant they must have occupied and controlled a massive pharmaceutical factory nearby. The chosen venue for the trade fair was in the center of Ying City. This meant the Rengsing squad now possessed the authority to take part in the school's trial. Since Ying City was a crowded provincial capital, the zombie horde there was incredibly dense. Trying to reach the city center without a solid foundation and serious military strength would be a suicide mission. After some careful thought, Ye Zhongming accepted, taking the invitation as payment. He told the man that Xia Lei would discuss the details with him later and urged him to take a rest. As he walked away, he figured that the players attending this trade fair would definitely have some valuable gear and rare items in their possession. Networking and trading with them was the best way to boost his own faction's strength quickly, making this event highly worth checking out. Ye Zhongming was about to tell Xia Lei to join him, but Xiaohu suddenly burst in and cut him off. He reported that, just as predicted, several factions were lurking behind the zombie horde, waiting to exploit the chaos. He remained calm, knowing such betrayals were completely normal in this post-apocalyptic world. Many factions chose to shadow zombie tides, scavenging remnants and striking struggling defenders. His eyes gleamed with cold resolve as he prepared to turn the tables and watch their next move. They wanted to play the mantis, stalking the cicada, waiting for both sides to suffer, before swooping in to reap the rewards. Placing a hand on Xiaohu's shoulder, he reminded him that opportunists always exist. He coldly ordered his men to swat those annoying flies away, declaring that their hard-earned spoils wouldn't be stolen so easily. At dawn, as hordes of zombies congested the city streets, a suspicious group of survivors quietly assembled right behind them. Da Ding spoke up, asking Tong Hu if he had also received the warnings. Tong Hu sighed and admitted it was going to be tough. He then turned to Da Kai, demanding to know where this Yunding Villa faction had suddenly come from, since this was his turf. Da Ding sneered, asking if they were threatening him too. But Da Kai quickly fired back that this wasn't actually his territory. He explained that Zhang Delong was the true kingpin of Ying City Prison, before turning to ask Shasha for her thoughts on the matter. Shasha clearly found their endless scheming incredibly boring, prompting Da Ding to playfully ask his little sister what was on her mind. Annoyed by their incompetence, she pointed out that after tailing the zombie horde for so long, they should already understand the risks involved. She asked if they would actually back down now if told to, questioning why they were even wasting time pretending to hold a meeting. To her, it was just utterly pointless. Da Ding replied that Yunding Villa was likely just barking empty threats, suggesting they all band together the next day to intimidate them into backing down. He doubted they would dare to strike if they stood together. Da Kai agreed, finding Da Ding's plan solid, and turned to ask Tong Hu for his opinion. Tong Hu rested his chin in his hand and dismissed the idea, causing Da Kai to snap at him for being a simple-minded fool. He argued that if their three factions agreed, Shasha wouldn't dare refuse, allowing them to eventually unite and crush Ye Zhongming's weaker forces. As she walked away, Ye Zhongming watched her through his binoculars, completely stunned to have crossed paths with her in this place. Memories of their shared past rushed back, from a time when they were both struggling 4-star evolved fighters. He was just starting to make a name for himself, while Shasha's faction was facing the threat of hostile takeover. They had first met at a chaotic underground bar, and with some alcohol in their systems, they clicked instantly, starting a long-term relationship. Throughout that time, he had constantly tried to persuade Shasha to officially join his team. However, she stubbornly refused him every single time. A year later, relying on a powerful patron, Shasha finally managed to track down and execute her sworn enemy. But when she tried to assassinate that patron, she was discovered. Forced to flee, Shasha vanished into a deadly forbidden zone, never to be seen again by Ye Zhongming. It was a perilous wasteland from which no survivor had ever returned. Her lingering pre-apocalypse mindset and soft habits were exactly what had led to her tragic downfall in this brutal new world. Now, they had truly become the most familiar strangers in this merciless wasteland. Zhao Hu eagerly asked if they could attack, earning a swift smack to the head from Xia Lei, who snapped at his recklessness. She argued that taking unnecessary casualties now would leave them completely defenseless against the upcoming massive zombie tide. To Xiao Hu's delight, Ye Zhongming approved his plan, though he quickly warned that they needed to fight smarter, not harder. Pointing at the 4 enemy leaders, Ye Zhongming asked if they recognized the bespectacled man. Xiao Hu recalled that Yuan Shang had already sent his profile over. That target was none other than Da Ding, the leader of the city's tech squad. Ye Zhongming calmly calculated that hitting them now would mean heavy losses, but at least someone would draw their fire. Securing this victory would also warn other factions, making it a highly profitable move. He turned to Xia Lei, leaving her completely dazed. Ye Zhongming ordered and assigned her this mission, promising a generous reward upon completion. Meanwhile, in the dark, desolate forest, a campfire lit up the tents. Meanwhile, Da Kai sat inside his tent, staring silently at the pouch in his hands, and thinking to himself, these magic crystals are almost equivalent to 2 1-star evolution potions. Following this massive zombie tide has truly been highly profitable. Da Kai smirked with smug satisfaction. By noon tomorrow, the horde would reach Yunding Villa. His scouts reported they were sealing off the mountain's base. Are those fools really that clueless about their own limits? Suddenly, frantic screams and chaotic cries erupted from outside. Who the hell are you? Another voice shrieked. Light the fires and slaughter every last one of them. Chaos echoed right outside his tent. Young Master Kai, we are under attack. Absolutely stunned, Da Kai quickly rushed outside to see what on earth was happening. Da Kai saw a gang of motorcyclists spraying bullets at his men, firing wildly while shouting at the top of their lungs, "Kill them all." Furious, Da Kai drew his long spear, but before he could charge forward, someone suddenly blocked his path. It was Xia Lei, charging straight toward him. Utterly panicked, Da Kai found himself completely helpless to stop her onslaught. Meanwhile, watching from a safe distance, Shasha witnessed the entire ambush unfold. She turned to ask Ye Zhongming if the city's tech squad was really his doing. He confidently replied, noting that the crouching Tiger Knights, young Master Yun, and Da Ding were all absolute, sworn enemies. Ye Zhongming smiled warmly at Shasha and asked if they could finally sit down and discuss a potential partnership. Behind Ye Zhongming and Shasha, a group of survivors watched in silence as they prepared to leave. One of them spoke up, noting that the screams from the tech squad had completely died down, while another wondered if their strength actually surpassed theirs. Was it over that quickly? Suddenly, a heavy truck pulled up right in front of him and Shasha. As young Master Yun stepped down, Xiaobai and Xiaolei flanked him from behind. He looked rather anxious as he greeted Ye Zhongming. Ye Zhongming shook his hand, telling him not to be so distant. He mentioned he was just discussing a partnership with Shasha that Yun might want to join. Shasha spoke up, demanding to know the terms of the cooperation and what benefits she would receive. Ye Zhongming replied that his main target was the incoming horde, and their job would be to assist with the defense. They fell silent. Ye Zhongming calmly reassured them, explaining that since Yunding Manor belonged entirely to him, they did not need to worry. If things got too dangerous, they could freely retreat without any hard feelings. Young Master Yun still found the plan far too risky. Feeling anxious, Ye Zhongming quickly reassured him, admitting there would naturally be some risks. Besides, if his manor fell, none of them would stand to gain anything anyway. So for their mutual benefit, they had to fight with all their strength while they still could. Shasha remained deeply skeptical, pointing out that they might not even have a chance to escape when the actual chaos hit. Ye Zhongming simply replied that the world runs on mutual benefits. If they could guarantee that at least 30 evolved warriors joined the battlefield, then once it was over, he would reward each of them with an evolution potion. Confidently, he added that for every 10 additional evolved fighters they brought, he would throw in another 1-star potion. Adding 30 more firearms would also earn them an additional 1-star evolution potion. Young Master Yun spoke up, agreeing to the terms but claiming they only needed 5 evolution potions instead of a massive stash. While Shasha watched in utter confusion, Yun nervously added that he wanted the legendary long spear they confiscated from Dakai's corpse delivered to him immediately. Ye Zhongming smoothly pulled out the spear right in front of young Master Yun's stunned eyes. He handed it over. Young Master Yun quickly assured him that he would do everything in his power to fulfill his end of the bargain. Crossing her arms, Shasha asked how confident he was. If his chances were over 50%, she was ready to gamble with him. Surprised by her low expectations, Ye Zhongming extended his hand, offering a handshake to seal their new partnership. As dawn gradually broke, the gathered survivors silently turned their full attention to Ye Zhongming. Suddenly, he spoke up, warning them about 2 external factions trying to exploit their hard work. These evolution potions are meant to reward everyone for their brave achievements in battle. He hoped that after today's clash, many would bravely risk their lives to seize this incredible chance to evolve, becoming the strong, unbreakable backbone of Yunding Manor. Down below, Little Tiger held a container box packed with glowing bottles of evolution potions. Soon, everyone gathered around, each taking a bottle. Those who drank first immediately exclaimed that it was indeed the real deal. Those who missed out felt a sudden surge of courage, eager to slay enemies and earn their own evolution. Ye Zhongming announced that when the time came, they would need a dedicated squad to draw the zombie horde close. He promised these brave fighters would definitely receive evolution potions. Asking if they were ready, he ordered them to slaughter the horde. Everyone was determined to wipe them all out. As the sun rose high, they finished prepping their guns and finalized their tactical formations. Through the sniper scopes, the frenzied zombie horde came rushing in. Mo Ye suddenly shouted, "They are here, everyone! Listen to my command and prepare to attack." She ordered them to fire, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets into the crowd. The bullets were aimed straight at their heads. Under that devastating downpour of lead, not a single zombie stood a chance. Mo Ye ordered everyone to stay focused. Non-evolved shooters were to aim for the neck and take careful sniper shots instead of firing blindly. Up above, Ye Zhongming's scout reported that over 1,000 zombies were down, roughly 800 meters from their position. He worried, but to increase accuracy, Mo Ye ordered the squad to wait until they were within 100 meters. As they fired, Ye Zhongming watched the horde press on. Suddenly, Little Tiger yelled, "Level 2 mutated zombies have appeared. The Black Demons. Evolved. Get ready to block them." Right behind the vanguard zombies was another group holding massive shields. Just as he said, behind the charging horde came a group holding red shields. Their massive bodies looked completely different from the regular ones in front. Mo Ye called out, "Monsters that use shields? Impressive. Everyone, aim for their legs with me and blow their knees out." Suddenly startled, Mo Ye looked up and realized 3 massive boulders had materialized out of nowhere, hurtling directly toward her head. She screamed, "Watch out! The enemy still has ranged attackers." Ye Zhongming pulled out his gun and analyzed the situation. First, The fast ones could disrupt their defensive line. Second, they could cover the iron zombies, while the ape zombies in the back rained down ranged attacks. Zhongming locked his sights on them, deeply puzzled. How could these brainless monsters coordinate their different mutations so perfectly? Zhongming fired his weapon, and the bullet instantly pierced right through the head of one of the leaders. Another zombie threw a spiked boulder, forcing the defenders on the upper ledge to quickly duck away. They wondered why these boulders were covered in spikes. It was incredibly bizarre. Suddenly, the boulder rolled rapidly toward the two defenders, hitting them before they could react. Looking over in shock, he realized there was a bramble monster hiding in the mix. Zhongming turned to look at young Master Yun's men. Sensing things were going south, they begged to retreat, others chiming in that they had already given it their all. They urged young Master Yun to pull back immediately since the zombie tide was only 50 meters away. But he barked back, "Retreat, my foot. You are all cowards. I never break my word, and if I said we fight to the death, we fight." Pointing his gun at them, he growled, "Whoever mentions running, I will kill them myself." Gritting his teeth, young Master Yun realized that not a single member of Cloud Peak had retreated. If he ran now, he would lose all his dignity. Mo Yi urged everyone to stay calm, shouting that losing their heads would only lead to a complete and total slaughter. Non-combatants, fall back to the second defensive line as planned. All evolved fighters, stay behind and hold off the horde. Little Tiger ran over to Zhongming to confirm the final retreat signal. His squad quickly pulled back, while Mo Ye continued picking off the zombies one by one. Little Tiger approached Zhongming and asked, "Boss, the zombie tide is 10 meters from the fence. Should we fall back now?" He replied, "Once they hit the final warning line, we retreat to the second line. I will cover our rear." As the zombies swarmed up the cliffside, a frantic voice cried out, "The zombie tide has breached the fence. Everyone, fall back to the second line. Everyone, fall back to the second defense line." They quickly climbed up and scrambled away. Meanwhile, Zhongming calmly put away the gun in his hand. Staring at the scaling zombies, Zhongming unleashed his flame seal technique, instantly engulfing the entire cliffside in a roaring sea of fire. A short while later, at Cloud Peak's second defensive line, survivors were working hard together, carrying heavy ammunition crates. Little Tiger encouraged them, calling out to hurry up so they could eat, promising there was plenty of meat for lunch. Standing nearby, Zhongming asked if they had computed the final results of the battle. Mo Ye replied that their casualty rate was actually looking quite good. It was nothing too severe, but the scale of this zombie tide was over 20,000. Even with the extra trap trenches we dug, we only managed to eliminate around 3,000 of them. She added, concerned that their people lacked proper training. Their archery skills were poor, and they sorely lacked weapons of mass destruction, like bombs and grenades. He sighed, acknowledging their hard work. In his past life, the real fighting after the initial shooting was always brutal, close combat. Back then, half of the evolved were seasoned professionals, and their overall evolution levels were much higher. Because of that, they could deal a crushing blow to the horde before initiating an orderly retreat, yielding a vastly different result. Unfortunately, the current evolved did not possess that kind of strength. Meanwhile, young Master Yun rested in silence. He watched the endless stream of people carrying ammo crates past him, utterly dumbfounded. Damn, these guys are too arrogant. Wasting this much ammo is like throwing money away. Just 2 of those crates could buy a 1-star evolution potion. Plus, if they manage to win this crucial battle, they will secure at least 20,000 level 1 magic crystals for themselves, along with a few hundred level 2 magic crystals, and even some rare level 3 magic crystals. Zhongming ordered them to follow the previous plan, sending Mo Ye, Xiao Hu, and the others to defend the third line, while Liang Shuyin led her team to stall for more time, trying to disarm all the traps set by those hostile musicians before regrouping with everyone else at the third defense line. Though slightly hesitant, Mo Ye obeyed. Meanwhile, down in the valley between the Green Mountains, a massive horde of zombies was crowding forward. Hidden behind a thicket not far away, several survivors were closely watching the horde, including Shasha and Xiaobai. One of the men standing right behind her whispered, "Boss, those zombies that died on the first line must have dropped at least 3,000 magic crystals, maybe more. That is worth 30 evolution potions. So maybe we should." The man next to him immediately cut him off. "Stop plotting bad ideas. Our boss already made a promise to them. If this leaks out, it will ruin the reputation of our Shasha team. Besides, what if the people from Yunding Villa actually win? At that time, they will be able to nurture a huge number of evolved humans, and we will become their mortal enemies." "You are right. I was indeed being too short-sighted. Xia Bai listened closely, having overheard their entire conversation from the beginning, which made one survivor nervously shush the others. Shasha looked back at them and said, "You all better remember this. We must keep our promises. Stop thinking like that." The two of them immediately obeyed her. She looked up, pointing at the leading beast. "Look at that massive dog. The magic crystal on its body is already covered in tiny black dots. That is a battle pet about to evolve to level 3. How powerful do you think the owner of that pet must be?" Shasha and her team grew anxious as she looked at them. And that disfigured woman literally wiped out Da Kai's entire camp. Could any of you actually pull off something like that? Sure, it is the apocalypse, where everyone values raw strength over reputation. But building a solid reputation can bring us some very unexpected benefits. Just trust me on this. Shasha silently glanced over at Xia Bai, whose face was half disfigured by scars. At 1 o'clock, the second defense line of Yunding Villa fell. By 2 o'clock, their third defense line collapsed as well. Now, at Yunding Villa's fourth defense line, during a brief rest, Xiao Hu raised his finger to explain to the others. 20,000 zombies. That is more than the entire population of Oakland. Lu Zhenghong chimed in. Oakland could hold 12,000 people, which is slightly more useful than this comparison. His face turned pale as he muttered that with only a difference of 2,000, Dr. Lu did not need to be so strict. She continued. Actually, there are fewer people there now. Only 10,000 left. Hearing this, they were absolutely thrilled, asking, "Dr. Lu, is that really true? Does this mean we are guaranteed to win?" Zhang Heng hesitated slightly. "That is the actual situation, but I still need to double-check it." Jia Lei waved and called out, "Sister Lu, Zhongming is looking for you." She immediately replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, Mo Ye was reporting that the outcome at the second defense line was much better than the first, but at the third, those zombies went completely crazy. The front line alone had over 300 level 2 zombies and even 3 level 3 ones. She clenched her fists. When the third defense line fell, the evolved humans had to cover the retreat, losing 30 of their own. So far, we lost 137 people. Ye Zhongming sighed. Since this was their first time facing a massive zombie horde, keeping losses this low was already impressive. Xia Lei waved. "Zhongming, I brought Sister Lu," he asked. "Based on the timeline you gave me, it should be about time now, right?" Zhang Hong asked back. "It is time. Shall we begin now?" Closing her eyes, Lu Zhenghong cast her spell, causing a giant floating eye in the sky to emit a bright beam of light. Zhongming explained that she is their specialized sky observer. This is one of her professional class skills, allowing her to expand her vision completely unhindered by any obstacles. He felt a bit of regret, knowing that the skills of this class had very long cooldowns. The cooldowns are extremely long. The last time she used it was to observe the beast occupying the armory, and only now could she use it again. Squinting one eye, she muttered, 367 white. Mo Ye could not hide her anxiety. Did white represent level 2 zombies? They had already killed so many, yet now there were over 300 again. Zheng Hong continued, 42 black. Xia Lei was completely shocked. They had only expected about 20 level 3 black zombies, but now there were 42. With a faint smile, she added, 1 green. Ye Zhongming frowned, realizing a level 4 green zombie was hidden amongst the massive horde. Without the crucial scouting skill of Lu Zhenghong, they probably would not have detected this dangerous level 4 zombie until the most critical moment of the battle. Zheng Hong spread her hands, saying, "I have reviewed your zombie list." He is always curious how people can distinguish so many different types of zombies in this wasteland. But that is a conversation for later. Right now, there is a major problem. According to their map, this level 4 zombie is a throat locker. A throat locker? Its 2 whipping tentacles are incredibly flexible and tough, spinning relentlessly above its head during combat. The moment it spots an opening, it wraps around its prey's neck, decapitating the weak instantly and suffocating the strong to death. Cold sweat drips down his face. The innate skill of this mutated monster is simply too overpowered. With the Earth Gold body skill, his frame turns golden, boosting his defense so much it practically touches level 5. That's when Mayor Dayuan walks up. He questions how on earth the zombie horde managed to march straight from the city, especially with such powerful high-level leaders. Adjusting his glasses, the mayor explains that the outbreak has fully erupted, and he has laid numerous traps along the way to slow them down. They will arrive any second now. Ye Zhongming draws his blade. Knowing there is nothing left to say, except let's fight, he tells them to leave the level 4 zombie to him and await his orders. Smirking, he commands everyone to prepare for battle. The soldiers open fire, sending a hail of bullets tearing into the horde as Mo Yi raises her rifle. A storm of bullets might suppress them for now, but keeping this up means their limited ammunition will inevitably run dry. Yi Zhongming frowns, knowing they cannot worry about that now. Suddenly, a shout echoes from afar. Their allies have arrived right on schedule. With their reinforcements flank attacking the giant zombie horde, Ye Zhongming calls back, thanking them for keeping their promise. Shabai runs over holding their mutated dog, Di Huang. Ye Zhongming is so shocked he nearly drops his weapon. She pats his shoulder, urging Ye Zhongming to look ahead, as Mo Ye points directly at the advancing horde. A Beastmaster zombie and a level 2 mutant dog emerge. As the beast barks, the horde immediately responds to its call. While his team desperately guns down the zombies, they realize the beast's power is Mad Dog Force, a top-tier taming skill. It boosts the speed and physical power of all surrounding zombies. No one expected such a high-tier zombie to appear. Much like a five-mouth hag, its creation requires extreme conditions, making it incredibly deadly. While analyzing this, Ye Zhongming orders his men to keep firing, gesturing to coordinate a relentless, crisscrossing barrage of bullets. After securing the defensive line and assessing the threat, he hands command over to Xia Lei, carrying the injured Di Huang inside, to be moved to safety. Tang Guo gently pets the dog, asking how it is. Ye Zhongming reassures her that it will recover, and they carry the pet to the rear. Liu Jinghong steps up, declaring her strength is far superior to normal humans. She insists she should be fighting rather than doing logistics. Meanwhile, as the horde closes in, Uncle Liu rallies the remaining defenders. The monsters have breached the perimeter, prompting everyone to charge forward to plug the gap in the defenses. Nearby, a shield-bearing defender struggles to hold the line, warning others not to move the barricade as Xiang Tao's group blocks the path. Spotting an opening, Shalei orders the soldiers to toss their improvised bottle bombs, triggering massive explosions that blast the monsters back. Suddenly, a bizarre, dog-like mutated beast leaps out, lunging directly onto the back of a much larger monster. It seems to be communicating using gestures. Watching closely, Ye Zhongming recognizes it. The elusive throat locker has finally shown its face. The horde is launching its assault, and Ye Zhongming yells a warning. Xia Lei directs the battle, ordering all evolved fighters to the front, while the rest retreat into the main building. Inside the building, the survivors quickly set up firing positions, focusing their gunfire on the rear of the advancing horde. With so many zombies starting to evolve, his primary targets remain the Beastmaster and that slippery throat locker. Activating his combat skills, he dashes forward with blinding speed. He bypasses a nearby beast and locks his sights directly onto the enemy Beastmaster, standing right before him. Yi Zhongming unleashes his Wind Flame Blade Seal, but the level 2 mutant dog lunges forward to shield its master. The clever Beastmaster manages to dodge the slashing blade, but it lacks any limbs to protect its exposed head. Exploiting this fatal weakness, he shifts his stance and aims a lethal strike straight at its skull. Bye-bye. A bright flash illuminates the battlefield as the Beastmaster takes a direct hit and collapses, leaving larger, hissing mutants behind. He warns them they are next, but suddenly, a man punches their blonde companion. Witnessing this, Liang Xuan freezes in rage, swearing to kill the bastard while her team faces a 6-armed monster. She and Mo Ye fight side by side, but a direct slash to the creature's arm barely scratches its tough hide. Adapting their strategy, they split up. One holds the line, while the other draws the horde's attention by pelting a nearby monster with rocks, successfully provoking them to give chase. With the distraction working, she slips past the enemy and leaves the rest to Liang Xuyan. With their plan falling into place, she leaps high into the air and unleashes her ultimate 5-stringed wind and rain skill. After unleashing their skills, they stood there to watch. While the normal zombies were wiped out, that mutant beast was still standing completely unscathed. Suddenly, the mutated zombie began to act weirdly, leaving Mo Ye completely baffled about what was going on. Turns out backup had arrived to rescue them. He called out, asking if Captain Mo and the others were okay. Mo Ye yelled back, telling them to group up, take out as many as possible. Ye Zhongming won't hold out much longer, so let's clean this up fast and back him up. Zhao Hu trotted over with wide eyes. Wow, that whip the boss crafted for Chu Yin is insanely powerful. It even has a roaming wind blade skill. I wonder when he will finally upgrade my Wind Moon weapon, she replied. Let's finish this fight first. The monster Ye Zhongming is facing is a deadly level 4 mutated zombie. An intense light flashed from his feet, Ye Zhongming quickly dashed forward to strike the mutants, but one of them actually managed to block his blow. Fortunately, he reacted just in time, leaving Sha watching with worry. Cut to the soldiers fighting fiercely at this very moment. Out of 20,000 zombies, less than 5,000 remained. But their own forces had already suffered 50% casualties. The outcome of this entire war now rests on his duel with that level 4 beast, as Ye Zhongming fights for his life. Suddenly, the zombie's sharp claws grazed past him, barely missing his chest. Before he could dodge, a slimy tentacle wrapped tightly around his arm. With the situation turning critical, instead of panicking, he smiled mysteriously and whispered, "You fell right into my trap." A mini robot appeared out of nowhere to back him up right on cue. Mecha Roar, activate Form 1. Ray Fortress fully charged to deal a devastating blow to this hideous monster. A heavy energy cannon fired a massive blast. By the time the zombie realized what was happening, it was already too late. Ye Zhongming watched intensely as a